Chapter 173. I am Huayin's. What does this mean? Huayin gazed in bewilderment at the sullen and furious Uchiha Madara before her. For reasons unknown, this sensation felt akin to having secretly dated a boyfriend while concealing it from her father. Today, while shopping with her boyfriend, she fortuitously encountered her father, who questioned her with a cold, icy demeanor. Ahem? Madara's gaze turned even frostier, fixating intently on Uchiha Itachi. If looks could kill, Uchiha Itachi would have likely been reduced to 1,000 wounds by now. Huayin, I shall ask you one last time. Who is this brat? Madara inhaled deeply, his murderous intent becoming increasingly palpable. I am Huayin's boyfriend. What business do you have with me? Itachi replied, icily, maintaining his unwavering stare at Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Itachi's response, Madara's fury ignited. Have you thought about how you wish to die? Madara's gaze grew ever colder. Lord Madara, please do not harm Itachi. Huayin exclaimed, breaking free from Itachi's grasp and swiftly moving to his side. At this moment, Uchiha Madara finally took a good look at Huayin, and his rage dissipated somewhat, though he himself could not comprehend why. You are, but a pawn of mine, are you issuing me commands? Madara questioned Huayin with an icy tone, yet his demeanor was evidently more tempered than before. Tu did not. Huayin stammered, her adorable face glistening with unshed tears. Upon witnessing this, Madara felt an unexpected pang of compassion, but he was still under the scrutiny of many eyes. He had to maintain his facade. This was the high and aloof image of the Shura of the ninja world. Meanwhile, onlookers began to speculate about the interaction between Uchiha Madara and Huayin. Could it be that the young girl is in league with Uchiha Madara? Inoki pondered as he observed the scene from a distance. At this moment, Fugaku slowly rose, his gaze fixed on the interaction between Huayin and Uchiha Madara, his eyes suddenly brightening. So it was. Huayin, is this part of your plan as well? Now, unleash a full-scale assault on Uchiha Madara, Fugaku commanded coldly. At this juncture, the allied ninja forces of Konoha heard the Hokage's order, and without hesitation, they surged toward Uchiha Madara. Seeing Fugaku issue the command, the other Kage swiftly followed suit, issuing the same directive. They personally led their forces, charging fiercely at Madara. At this moment, Huayin stood in utter disbelief as she witnessed countless warriors rushing toward her. What is happening? Hadn't they just been having a good conversation with Uchiha Madara? Just a rabble, daring to challenge a deity. Madara regarded the encroaching crowd with a gaze that swiftly spun. Since that is the case, let me show you the third power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Madara did not summon the complete form of Susanoo, but instead conjured a half-formed Susanoo, standing tall at the center of the battlefield. Upon witnessing this, Itachi promptly took Huayin's hand. Huayin, it's too dangerous here, we should retreat. Oh, all right. Huayin responded obediently. Then, the two swiftly retreated against the tide of people. A violent tremor erupted from a distance. Just as in the original narrative, the emergence of Madara's half-formed Susanoo was akin to a deity descending. Before the ninja alliance could approach, they had already suffered grievous casualties. Seeing the bloodshed from afar, the crowd halted in terror. It is not over yet. Madara's chilling voice echoed once more. Suddenly, the clouds above tore apart with a violent crack. As the clouds parted, a colossal meteor loomed ominously. What is that? Oh my, is this the Shura of the ninja realm? Is this truly a power that humanity can wield? The power of the divine. Despair filled the eyes of countless allied ninjas as they knelt on the ground, hands clasped in prayer. After all, this meteor, nearly 1,000 meters wide, far exceeded their understanding of ninja capabilities. Everyone, rally yourselves, there is still hope. A voice cried out from the crowd. The onlookers snapped back from their despair. Yes, they cannot perish here, they still had families. All of you, follow my lead and retreat swiftly, I shall hold the line. The fourth Reikage, shouted as he carried Inoki on his back. Due to Inoki's use of the lightweight technique on him, as body became exceptionally light, allowing him to leap high into the air. Lord Suchikage, can you stop that meteor in the sky? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, raised his sand gold high into the air. I am uncertain our immediate priority is to shatter that meteor. Otherwise, the ninja alliance below will surely be overwhelmed. Inoki exclaimed anxiously, then broke free from his grasp and soared into the sky. Raza channeled a massive amount of chakra through his sand gold, raising his hands to the heavens, while the sand and stones below surged upward. Yet, the meteor in the sky continued its rapid descent. Lightning style, Thunderblade, leaped onto the mound of sand and stone, soaring high into the air, striking at the meteor. "Wait, Itachi, I should help," Huayin exclaimed, halting in her tracks. At this moment, the surrounding crowd fled in terror from the direction of the two, their eyes filled with fear. "Huayin, this is too dangerous, we should run." Itachi looked at the adorable girl before him, concern etched across his face. "We cannot run far, there is surely a second meteor above." Huayin cried out anxiously. Having read the original narrative, she was aware that this meteor shower would severely impact the morale of the Ninja Alliance. "Are you certain this is what you want to do?" Itachi inhaled deeply, looking at the girl with concern. The girl nodded resolutely, while the surrounding crowd continued to retreat. The two stood firm at the center, a stark contrast to the chaos around them. "Thank you so much for the gifts. The author sees them all. Hey, I'm deeply grateful to all of you. The revenue from this book is truly low. Being able to persist until now is entirely thanks to your support." Chapter 174. The Meteor is Shattered. Thanks to user 2511168 for the divine authentication. Yes, Itachi, please believe me, no matter what. Huayin looked intently at the boy before her, gently shaking her head. "Then you must be careful." Itachi's worried gaze remained fixed on Huayin. "I will." Before Huayin's words had fully escaped her lips, she vanished from her spot. "Hey, Suchikage, can you still hold on?" Raza weakly inquired, hands raised above his head. "The allied ninjas below must have retreated by now, right?" Inoki gasped for breath, turning to Raza. "Yes, they have all withdrawn." Raza nodded, his expression grave. "We might all perish here." Terumi May glared intently at the distant Uchiha Madara, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Isn't that guy afraid at all?" Fugaka gazed at the enormous meteor hanging in the sky. He knew that once the meteor fell, it would also affect him. Yet why was he utterly unperturbed, even devoid of any hint of panic? Just as everyone pondered this, a cry echoed from afar. "I will help too." Huayin activated her complete Susanoo, swiftly flying in from a distance. "Huayin, what are you doing here?" Fugaka looked up to see the dark silhouette of Susanoo and Huayin within its forehead. After all, Uchiha Madara was still present in the distance. "There is no time to explain. Our priority is to shatter that meteor in the sky." Huayin commanded her complete Susanoo, ascending into the air. At this moment, Huayin drew the twin swords from Susanoo's waist. "Suchikage, move aside," Huayin urgently shouted. Inoki, who was bracing against the massive meteor above, caught a glimpse of the colossal object below, his pupils narrowing slightly. But he had no time to think further. Inoki swiftly withdrew his hands and descended to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed like drums ringing in the ears. The immense black Susanoo, grasping a katana, sliced directly through the hanging meteor. Crack, crack. The surface of the meteor shattered like broken glass. And soon, fragments began to rain down upon the ground. "The meteor is falling, be cautious." The voice of the girl resonated from above. The crowd below felt a surge of joy as they looked up at the stunning girl. For reasons unknown, despite not knowing her, they held a deep fondness for her. "Interesting, Huayin, you managed to cleave this meteor?" Uchiha Madara sat calmly on a stone pillar, propping his chin with one hand, his eyes glimmering with a hint of pride as he regarded Huayin. He had not exerted his full strength in conjuring that meteor. Yet, it was not something an ordinary person could easily fend off. Huayin's ability to shatter, it was sufficient proof of her extraordinary prowess. However, how will you handle the next one? Madara slowly rose, his pupils spinning as they transformed into the Rinnegan. At this moment, as Huayin had just shattered the first meteor, her complexion turned ashen as another meteor plummeted from the heavens. It was even more colossal than its predecessor, obscuring the sun itself. "Damn it, This one is several times larger than the last. Huayin bit her lower lip, cursing Uchiha Madara inwardly, and then swung her blade once more, aiming to cleave the massive rock. However, this time, the task proved far more arduous than before. What am I even doing? Huayin continued to berate Uchiha Madara in her thoughts, gritting her teeth as she persisted in her efforts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air echoed repeatedly, and with a single breath, Huayin managed to sever the meteor in two. The dim sky finally revealed a hint of color, prompting those around to look up in delight. Wonderful! The meteor has been split. Does this mean we have won? Indeed, we have triumphed. Among the crowd, someone spoke first, quickly followed by a chorus of cheers that drowned out the distant sounds. Lord Madara, someone is approaching the outer path divine statue. At that moment, White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, addressing Uchiha Madara. What did you say? Madara turned his head, his cold gaze fixated on White Zetsu. Yes, it's that guy Beto. White Zetsu seemed oblivious to Madara's emotions, continuing to speak unabashedly. I didn't expect that fool to come and obstruct me again. Madara's mind conjured an image of a Beto, laced with disdain in his tone. Very well, let's retreat for now. Casting a glance at Huayin in the distance, Madara withdrew his gaze and vanished in an instant. He's gone? Huayin sensed the disappearance of Madara's chakra, her pupils narrowing slightly. What on earth is happening? Logically, Uchiha Madara shouldn't possess such a cowardly demeanor. Shouldn't he confront me directly? Confusion clouded Huayin's adorable face. Huayin, are you all right? Itachi rushed over from a distance, his face etched with concern as he gazed at the young girl. Yes, I'm fine. Huayin shook her head. That power you displayed just now. Uchiha Itachi regarded the charming girl before him, hesitating for words. Oh, that was the complete body Susanoo, only attainable through the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Huayin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her arm, looking curiously at Uchiha Itachi. What's the matter? Nothing at all. Itachi averted his gaze, feeling a pang of shame as he looked down at the girl who was shorter than him. It was his fault for not adequately protecting Huayin, forcing her to shield him instead. You must have paid a heavy price to wield such power. Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, realizing that the girl's strength far surpassed his own. If this continues, how will I ever protect her? Am I to rely on Huayin to safeguard me from now on? Why are you so quiet? Silly? Huayin stood on her tiptoes, waving her hand in front of Itachi's face. Itachi's thoughts were interrupted by the girl's gesture. Are you all right? Soon, voices from behind reached them. When Uchiha Madara unleashed the meteor, most of the ninja had swiftly fled for their lives. Now, the whereabouts of the remaining individuals were uncertain. Thus, those left in this area appeared somewhat scattered. Yes, I'm fine. Ah, uncle, you're injured, let me help you. Huayin looked at the concerned man before her and spoke softly. This uncle was someone she had known before he was the father of Yugao. On the day of a Nine-Tails chaos, she had even assisted him. Just some minor injuries, thank you, little one. Yukimaru was about to wave his hand, indicating he didn't require treatment. But the next moment, his wounds were enveloped in a golden light. As the light gradually faded, the previously injured skin had returned to its pristine state. You're welcome, uncle. Huayin let out a soft sigh, gazing into the distance. At this moment, the dark sky reflected upon the snowy ground, which had already become a scene of devastation. Numerous allied ninjas lay scattered on the ground, their fates uncertain. Just as in the original tale, what was meant to occur inevitably came to pass. Then, the five Kage in the distance quickly rushed toward Huayin. Are you all right? We're fine, uncles. Seeing the concern from everyone, warmth surged within Huayin. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi gradually bowed his head in shame. Fugaku glanced at his son and then at Huayin, filled with disappointment. He had always believed his son to be exceptional, only to discover that he was so inadequate, lacking in character and narrow-minded. Nevertheless, though Fugaku held such thoughts, Itachi was still his eldest son, and he needed to show concern. Itachi, are you all right? Fugaku asked, his tone laced with care as he looked at the silent, downcast Itachi. Father, I am sorry I have let down your expectations. Itachi's tone was flat and devoid of emotion. At that moment, hearing the conversation between the father and son, Huayin was taken aback. What on earth is going on here? Uncle Fugaku, did Itachi do something wrong? Huayin quickly stepped in front of Itachi, adopting a fierce demeanor. He hasn't actually. Fugaku hesitated, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems this pair of lovers has quite the harmonious relationship. Kurenai teased, covering her mouth with one hand as she gazed at the handsome young couple before her. It appears that there is nothing more to attend to. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, pressed his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. You are Uchiha Kane, correct? Inoki raised his gaze towards the young girl before him. Yes, Lord Suchikage, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Juan extended her finger, pointing at her adorable face, gazing at Dianmu with a look of bewilderment. Thank you for saving my life, Dianmu said as he bowed respectfully to the young girl before him. There is no need to be so courteous. Hanayun gazed at the solemn Inoki before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of contrast. After all, Inoki was considerably older than herself. Expressing gratitude was indeed necessary. Perhaps another day, you could visit a Wagakure, and I shall extend my warm hospitality to you. Inoki waved his hand, looking at the young girl with a benevolent smile, finding her increasingly endearing. Were it not for the presence of the fifth Hokage beside them, he might have wished to take her as a disciple. After all, it was Hana who had employed a reversal technique to save him when Uchiha Madara had struck him down. Without Hana's healing, given Inoki's advanced stage, he would likely have perished. Now, how shall we proceed? The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, interrupted the ongoing discussion, her gaze settling on the composed Fugaku. The plan has shifted. Someone has thwarted Uchiha Madara. For now, let us each return to our respective villages and await the right moment. Fugaku opened his eyes, a stream of blood and tears cascading down his cheeks. This was a consequence of his prolonged use of the Meijiki Sharingan, causing his vision to blur, with the threat of blindness looming. Is that so? TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Hana, would you care to visit my village of Kirigakure someday? Tsunade nodded, then turned her gentle gaze towards the charming Hana. Perhaps next time. Hana's heart was shrouded in an inexplicable foreboding whenever her gaze met that of Terumi Mei. Dear Hana, how delightful you are. How wonderful it would be if you were from our hidden mist village. Terumi Mei teased softly. Enough. You are merely envious of her abilities. Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us return to our respective homes, sighed the fourth Kazekage, Raza, with his arms crossed, a weary expression adorning his face. Little Hana, you are truly remarkable. The fourth Raikage, regarded the young girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually managing to utter this hasty compliment. Oh, Hana nodded obediently. Let us launch this signal flare. We know not how many remain alive. Uchiha Fugaku retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, extracting a firework-like device. Upon igniting it, it soared into the heavens. Whoosh! The firework ascended, bursting into a kaleidoscope of vibrant chrysanthemum hues. Shortly thereafter, a group of injured ninjas, supporting one another, approached slowly. Look, it is Lord 5 Kage. Splendid, everyone is unharmed. But what of Uchiha Obito? Surely, he has been defeated by the 5 Kage. Voices rose and fell in excitement, seeing their fellow villagers safe and sound. The 5 Kage collectively breathed a sigh of relief. I hope we may have the chance to collaborate again, Fugaku remarked to the others, his words laden with significance. Indeed. But Konoha, it would be wise for you to refrain from excessive interference, Inoki retorted with a scoff, not looking back as he departed. Once Uchiha Obito is dealt with, the ninja world shall inevitably return to its former state, Raza reflected thoughtfully. The fourth Raikage, merely cast a fleeting glance at the gathering, offering no further words before leading the ninja coalition away. Before long, the crowd began to disperse. A week later, Uchiha Obito remained conspicuously silent, as if he had vanished entirely. Yet, perhaps, this was for the best. Huayin gazed at her reflection in the mirror, petite and charming, a surge of pride swelling within her. Huayin, are you awake? Itachi gently tapped on the door, inquiring softly. What is it, Itachi-kun? Hana, slightly bewildered, opened the door. It's time for breakfast. Come and taste what I have prepared, said Itachi gently, gazing at the girl who still bore a hint of drowsiness from her slumber. A sense of delight stirred within Itachi as he observed the adorable Hana in her morning state. All right, but where is little Sasuke? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Hanan felt her drowsiness dissipate. Sasuke remained in slumber, while Makoto and Fugaku had ventured out to attend to family matters. Itachi gently elucidated the situation. Very well then. Hana nodded slightly, and then took Itachi's hand. Was it already early in the morning for hand-holding? Itachi gazed tenderly at the girl before him, but his eyes suddenly fell. His current strength was far too inadequate. He might not even be able to defeat Hana. The previous victory over her was likely due to her restraint. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of sorrow flickered in Itachi's eyes. He must strive relentlessly to grow stronger, employing any means necessary to safeguard Hana. What is it, Itachi-kun? Huayin tilted her head, gazing at him with a look of perplexity. It's nothing. Let's go, Itachi said, shaking his head to dismiss the distracting thoughts. He took the girl's hand, and together they descended from the second floor to the living room on the first floor. One cannot help but admire the advantages of wealth. Each time Huayin beheld the Uchiha residence, she felt an overwhelming envy. How long would it take her to accumulate such vast riches? Shall we taste and see how it is? Itachi pulled out a chair, gazing tenderly at the girl. All right. Hana nodded and then took a seat. Itachi Uchiha attentively handed her a pair of chopsticks. Hana accepted the chopsticks, gazing at the exquisite dishes laid out before her, silently awarding them a score of 9. The reason it was not a perfect 10 was, of course, that while Uchiha Itachi's culinary skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to her own. This was a fleeting thought within Hana's mind. Should Sasuke and Kakashi be the judges, they would likely awkwardly concede that Itachi's culinary prowess was superior. Chapter 176, Jiraiya-sensei. What are you up to? How does it taste? Itachi looked at Hana with affectionate eyes. It's passable, though it falls short compared to my own cooking. Hana, with a touch of pride in her voice, spoke defiantly, yet her hands remained busy, as Itachi's culinary creations were undeniably delectable. I understood. Itachi gazed upon this scene. His eyes filled with mirth, and then turned his gaze upon the young girl with even greater tenderness. Hana possesses such formidable strength, undoubtedly at a considerable cost. Perhaps all I can do for her is this. A sense of melancholy inevitably welled up within Yao, yet he swiftly regained his composure. I shall go and cultivate now, he declared, rising from his seat. Just then, he felt the gentle tug of the young girl on his collar. What is it? Yao turned back, looking at Hana with a face full of confusion. Can't you stay a little longer with me? Hana pouted her lips, her tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Very well then. A bead of sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. He sighed, resolving to indulge this young girl for just a little while longer. After this brief interlude, he would steel himself and depart from this place. Itachi contemplated inwardly. Thus, he resumed his seat, his gaze softening as he watched the girl dine. Hana's charm is undeniably delightful. Please refrain from gazing at me so intently, you silly. Hana raised her gaze towards Itachi Uchiha, a charming blush adorning her delicate face. If I do not look at you, whom shall I gaze upon? Itachi replied with a hint of exasperation, yet amusement lingered in his voice. After all, this spacious room housed only the two of them. Makoto and Fugaku were preoccupied with their own affairs, seldom returning home. As for Sasuke, he remained ensconced in slumber. Naturally, Itachi would not disturb Sasuke. This was a precious moment of solitude for him and Hana. Very well, do as you please. Hana cast a fleeting glare at Itachi Uchiha before lowering her head to resume her meal. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. What was the meaning of this situation? Hana inexplicably lost her temper once again. Why was often left speechless by her antics? However, he had grown accustomed to her behavior and could accept it. After an indeterminate amount of time, the girl, having finished her meal, slowly rose to her feet. Would you like more? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. I am already full. If you prepare too much, I simply cannot consume it. Huayin cast a sidelong glance at you, speaking in a tone laced with sarcasm. You was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Huayin, you haven't seemed quite yourself since this morning, you remarked gently. Not at all. I'm in a perfectly fine mood, Huayin retorted. Huayin shook her head, her tone frigid. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind her foul mood today, such matters had become insignificant. With the rare opportunity of a day off, she resolved to indulge in unrestrained enjoyment. Yao-kun, let us depart. Hana pressed close to Uchiha Itachi, gently taking hold of his finger. Where to? Just wandering around Konoha village. Huayin joyfully exclaimed. You looked at the girl's happy demeanor and instinctively nodded. Just moments ago, he had resolutely declared his intention to dedicate the day to rigorous training. On the streets of Konoha, in light of the recent event where the 5 Kage had successfully repelled Uchiha Madara, Hanayon has finally liberated herself from the identity of a traitorous ninja, no longer needing to don that fox mask. Humph. Hanayo took Itachi Uchiha's hand, her mood lifting with a sense of joy. She felt particularly elated today. What has caused your sudden change in spirits? Itachi observed Hanayo's demeanor, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Is something amiss? Is it not acceptable? Hana's expression immediately shifted to one of irritation as she glared at Itachi Uchiha, adopting a fierce demeanor. It's nothing. I was merely taken aback, she remarked. A gentle smile graced Itachi's lips. Very well. Wait, is that figure up ahead? Hana gazed into the distance towards the Konoha bathhouse and caught sight of a white figure, instantly perplexed as she murmured to herself. It appeared to be Jiraiya-senpai. But Itachi's words remained unspoken. That scoundrel Jiraiya, engaging in such antics once more. In an instant, Huayin felt a surge of anger, abruptly releasing Itachi's hand and dashing away into the distance. Itachi's hand lingered momentarily in the air before slowly descending, a deep sigh escaping his lips as a complex expression clouded his gaze. Within mere seconds, Huayin had vanished from his sight, her speed having become utterly inscrutable to him. This stark disparity in strength weighed heavily on his conscience. If this were to persist, how could he ever claim to safeguard Huayin with dignity? Itachi clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled. Nearby, nestled among the underbrush, a lecherous middle-aged man was peering through binoculars, leering at the scene unfolding beyond a distant window, occasionally emitting a lascivious chuckle. Is it captivating, Jiraiya-sensei? A sweet yet distinctly measured voice chimed in from the side. Jiraiya shuddered involuntarily and slowly turned his head, only to find a young girl standing before him. Hands on her hips, her expression rife with indignation. Ah, Huayin, it's you, he exclaimed awkwardly, one hand rubbing the back of his head. Yes, it is I, Jiraiya-sensei. What on earth are you doing here? The tone of Huayin was frigid. Ah, Huayin, as you can see, I am in search of writing material, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, rising to his feet and instinctively retreating a few steps, attempting to distance himself from the girl. Oh, is that so? Hana pulled out a silver handcuff from her bosom and swiftly secured it around Jiraiya's wrists. Now, you shall return to the Konoha Village Guard Division and provide a thorough explanation. You, the lecherous old man who spies on others while they bathe. Hana firmly grasped Jiraiya, her voice laced with indignation. In the past, she might have refrained from meddling in others' affairs. However, as a woman now, she could not abide by the behavior of a middle-aged man who dared to spy on others, even if that person happened to be her master, Jiraiya. Before long, an unusual scene unfolded in the streets. The adorable girl wore a fierce expression as she dragged along the lecherous old man behind her. The disheveled Jiraiya flailed his arms in a frantic attempt to justify his actions. Someone in the crowd quickly recognized him. Yes, it was indeed Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Oh, you don't even know his name? I bet he was caught peeping again, someone remarked. How disgraceful. We ought to thank that young girl for holding him accountable. Indeed, such behavior warranted punishment. Listening to the scornful remarks from the onlookers, Jiraiya hung his head in resignation. Well, he had to admit that he was at fault. Yet, dear disciple, how could you put your master in such an uncomfortable position? Oh, how my heart aches. I have trained you for so many years. All right, Jiraiya-sensei. For the time being, you shall reflect on your actions in the security department. I will speak with Uncle Tetsuhan to explain the situation and see if he might reduce your punishment by a few days. Huayin gazed at Jiraiya, who was on the verge of tears behind her, and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Very well, Jiraiya sighed softly. Given the circumstances, what other options did he have? If his disciple were male, he would have disciplined him long ago. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Huayin was a girl. Naturally, a female disciple deserved to be cherished. Chapter 177. Sasuke, Kakashi, I will kill you. In the Uchiha clan security department, Kakashi looked at the report in his hand, a pained expression crossing his face as he regarded Jiraiya. Oh, it's you again? You've made several mistakes this month already. Ah. Well, Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and winked at Kakashi. Kakashi immediately understood, glancing around to ensure they were alone. His gaze then took on a somewhat mischievous glint. Ahem, Jiraiya-sama, has the new edition of Intimate Paradise been released? It has. Why do you want it? Jiraiya whispered, leaning closer to Kakashi. The two began to converse in hushed tones, punctuated by occasional chuckles. Hey, what are you two discussing over here? A sweet voice interrupted from behind them. Both men froze, their pupils dilating in shock as they turned to face Huayin. Ah, Huayin. Ahem. It's been a while. They stammered nervously, eyes fixed on the girl. By the way, Kakashi-senpai, you're not thinking of letting Jiraiya-sensei escape again, are you? Hana, with a fierce expression, fixated her gaze upon Kakashi. The intensity of her stare made Kakashi feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Ahem. How could that possibly be the case, Hana? I am certainly not that kind of person, Kakashi stammered in a flustered manner. Is that so? Huayin leaned closer to Kakashi, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. Kakashi swallowed hard, his expression growing increasingly tense. Very well, since Senior Kakashi has said so, I shall place my trust in him. Hana gently clasped her hands behind her back and took a step back, sweetly inquiring. Observing the girl's earnest demeanor, Kakashi finally let out a sigh of relief. So, Jiraiya-sensei, what is it that you are holding in your arms? Hana inquired once more. Kakashi instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Ah, you mean this? This is actually information I just gathered, and I was about to present it to Kakashi, Jiraiya replied, appearing somewhat flustered. Yes, precisely. Kakashi quickly nodded in agreement from the side. Is that truly the case? Hana narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the space between the two individuals. At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Kakashi-senpai, let us settle this once and for all. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a loud bang, and a youthful voice echoed in, instantly shattering the tension that had enveloped the room. Hana slowly turned her head, gazing at the boy who had entered. His raven hair cascaded down to his ears, and his features bore a resemblance to Itachi. Sasuke, what brings you here? Hana's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise upon seeing Sasuke. Hana, what brings you here? Sasuke's expression instantly turned bashful. It's been a while, Sister Hana. Upon closer inspection, you remain as beautiful as ever. Oh, what are you saying? There are so many people around. It's truly embarrassing. Hana's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy crimson upon hearing Sasuke's compliments. Indeed, Sasuke's words are truly sweet, far surpassing those of Itachi Uchiha. Hana's affection for Sasuke surged instantaneously. Particularly while gazing at Sasuke's visage, she found him increasingly agreeable. What business do you have with me this time, Sasuke? At that moment, Kakashi, standing behind Hana, regarded Sasuke with an expression of exasperation. I have come to challenge you. Wicked Kakashi. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Kakashi, his Sharingan swiftly transforming into a one-tomo design. Oh, has it already become a one-tomo? Kakashi remarked. Slightly astonished yet not entirely surprised, for he was aware of Hana's presence beside him. A mere one-tomo was insufficient to truly astonish Kakashi. Sasuke, Kakashi, when did you two become so close? Hana's curiosity led her to observe the two individuals back and forth. Where should I begin? Kakashi gazed at Sasuke, stroking his chin in contemplation. Damn you, Kakashi. I shall kill you. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Sasuke shouted in fury, immediately unleashing Chidori, channeling lightning in one hand as he charged toward Kakashi. Hey, this is not a place for your reckless antics. Kakashi sighed helplessly, reaching out to grasp Sasuke's arm. Sasuke, let's calm down first. Hana gently tapped Sasuke's head. Subsequently, Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, elucidated to Hana the reason behind Sasuke's profound animosity towards him. The cause was likely Kakashi's infamous use of the 1,000 Years of Death technique on Sasuke, which diverges from the original narrative. Interestingly, Sasuke's demeanor had become somewhat more cheerful, whereas Naruto appeared rather listless. He seemed fine in Hana's presence, yet when confronted with others, he bore the expression of someone who felt unjustly deprived of millions. Kakashi-senpai. You truly are. Hana gazed at Kakashi before her, alongside the bashful Sasuke who cast his eyes downward, momentarily at a loss for words. Alas, Kakashi seemed beyond redemption. It was no wonder he remained single throughout the original narrative. Do carry on. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Huayin waved goodbye to the three individuals, then opened the door and stepped outside. By the way, have I forgotten someone? Hana walked along the street, suddenly murmuring in confusion. The Uchiha clan's back mountain. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha was training, his kunai clashing with shuriken, before accurately launching towards a distant target. This level of skill, it seems, is still far from sufficient. Itachi gazed at the scene before him, his eyes gradually dimming. His strength felt woefully inadequate. He sensed that he had hit a plateau. And no matter how hard he tried, it appeared impossible to make further progress. Am I destined to remain content with the status quo, to stagnate here? Itachi lowered his gaze, staring into the water's surface, his tone laden with complexity. Just when he was lost in thought, a girl's panting voice suddenly reached him from behind. Startled, Itachi turned to see a girl with her hands on her hips, breathing heavily. Itachi-kun, what are you doing up on the mountain all alone? I've been searching for you for quite a while. Huayin murmured with a face full of dissatisfaction. I merely wish to cultivate in solitude. Itachi's tone was calm, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable sorrow. I apologize. It was my oversight to neglect you. Hana softly murmured, gradually approaching Uchiha Itachi. She rose onto her toes and gently cradled his face in her hands. She could roughly discern his emotions. Imagine having a girlfriend whose prowess far surpasses your own. Each time you require her assistance, you find yourself powerless in the face of certain challenges. It is only natural to feel a sense of oppression within. A month drifted by unnoticed. Autumn transitioned to winter, and the chilling winds swept across the surface of the lake. Huayin sat at the head of her bed, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, her heart equally stirred by a sense of unease. It had been quite some time since she last saw Sister Xiaonan, and she wondered how she fared now. Counting the days, it had been a full 3 months since Uchiha Obito's disappearance. In these 3 months, Hana has yet to encounter the other members of the Akatsuki organization. Where have they all gone? Surely they cannot all be preoccupied with dealing with Madara. Huayin shook her head, dismissing the absurd notion. Alas, the night has grown late. It is time to rest. Huayin covered herself with a quilt, lying on the pillow. Her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Over the course of this month, numerous changes have transpired. The once familiar home has become uninhabitable, too dilapidated to endure. With nowhere to take refuge, Hanayo shamelessly took up residence in Itachi's home. Initially, she felt somewhat out of place. However, after a month of living together, she discovered that Fugaku and Mikoto were particularly kind to her, as if she were their own flesh and blood, while Sasuke and Itachi felt more like mere bonuses from a phone recharge. Alas, she wondered how Obito was faring these days. Huayin tossed and turned, finding it exceedingly difficult to succumb to slumber. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at long last, her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally drifted into the realm of dreams. The following morning, a delicate blush of dawn graced the horizon, illuminating the snow-covered ground as sunlight gradually brightened the landscape. A rhythmic knocking resounded at the door. Huayin, it's time to rise and partake in breakfast, came the gentle voice of Yao from beyond the threshold. All right, please wait a moment, Yao-kun. Huayin opened her eyes, lifted the quilt, and reluctantly rose from her bed. As soon as she got up, a chilling gust of wind pierced through her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Why has it suddenly become so cold? Huayin complained. Exhaling a breath of warm air, she promptly retrieved a thick cotton jacket from the bedside and donned it, her complexion improving slightly. After a brief wash and freshening up, she opened the door with a soft click. Before her stood a strikingly handsome young man, towering over her by a head. Huayin felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Yao-kun, good morning. Good morning, he replied, observing the blushing girl before him. He nodded, hesitating as if he had something to say. What's the matter? Hana raised her head in confusion to gaze at Uchiha Itachi. Is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell? Itachi bent down, compassionately placing his palm on the girl's forehead, then covered his own forehead with his other hand, his brow furrowed in concern. I am perfectly fine. I am not ill. Let us take a stroll and have breakfast. Huayin gazed at Itachi, instinctively taking a step back, swallowing hard, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. All right then. Itachi smiled and nodded, then gently took the young girl's hand. Hana turned her head aside, shyly grasping Uchiha's hand. Is it really necessary for you two to be so affectionate so early in the morning? Sasuke remarked as he descended from the second-floor partition, his expression tinged with jealousy as he observed the pair. Well, this. Hana gazed at Sasuke with a bashful demeanor, retreating behind Itachi's back. Sasuke. Itachi's gaze suddenly turned icy. For reasons unknown, ever since Hana came into his life, Itachi found his younger brother increasingly irksome, harboring an inexplicable urge to reprimand him. Ahem. I have seen nothing. You two may continue. Under Itachi's scrutiny, Sasuke instinctively shivered. Well, never mind. Breakfast is ready. Has Naruto awakened? Itachi sighed softly, his worry palpable. Over the past month, since Hana had moved in with them, Naruto had inexplicably regarded Itachi with an icy demeanor. Each time Itachi sensed Naruto's frigid glare, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Several times, Itachi had approached Naruto to inquire, yet Naruto had chosen to ignore him completely. This left Itachi Uchiha quite perplexed. He could not fathom why Naruto appeared so vexed in his presence. I shall go call him. Hearing his brother's call, Sasuke obediently nodded and ascended the stairs. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from above. Brother, I have brought him down, Sasuke remarked with a resigned shrug. Following closely behind him was Naruto, hands tucked in his pockets, his expression as frosty as ever. Naruto, Remember that practice must be balanced, Itachi said, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Each time he met Naruto's gaze, Itachi found himself at a loss for words. Oh, Naruto replied curtly, still with his hands in his pockets and his expression unyielding. Naruto, you must not be so discourteous. Hanayan gazed at Naruto, whose expression was one of evident displeasure. His brows furrowed tightly. However, upon seeing Hanayan, Naruto's demeanor softened. Well, let's set aside those matters for now. You little ones, come and sample my culinary skills. Itachi said with a gentle smile, subsequently emerging from the kitchen bearing a pot filled with simmering pork rib soup. Brother, when will Mom and Dad return? Sasuke inquired curiously, seated at the table and gripping his chopsticks as he ate. It's uncertain, Itachi replied, shaking his head with a gaze that held complexity. To be frank, over the past month, both Fugaku and Makoto have been exceedingly occupied. First, they dealt with internal clan affairs, and soon after, they turned their attention to matters concerning the Hidden Leaf Village. Following the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, numerous members of the ninja coalition were slain. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku naturally had to provide an explanation to everyone. Consequently, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village has grown increasingly delicate. Despite the current Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, striving to manage the village efficiently, the sense of estrangement remains difficult to dispel. After all, our families were once victims of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. How can we easily accept you as Hokage? The feudal lord of the Land of Fire shares a similar sentiment. Upon contemplating this, Huan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Whom did the Uchiha clan offend? Why does their relationship with Konoha village remain so fraught? It was understandable in the original narrative, yet now, with her own butterfly effect and a series of subsequent events, the situation showed little sign of improvement. Not long after, even before Fugaku could firmly establish himself in the position of Hokage, whispers of a potential change in leadership began to circulate. Itachi, is Uncle Fugaku still preoccupied with his duties? Huayin was eating her meal when she asked in a muffled manner, observing the appearance of his petite wife. You let out a helpless sigh. Oh, Huayin, perhaps you should swallow your food before speaking. Hannah raised her cup and took a swift gulp. The sound of water echoing. Gurgle, gurgle. What did you just say, Yukuin? Hannah looked at Itachi Uchiha with a face full of curiosity. It's nothing. Uncle Fugaku will return once he has finished his matters, and if all goes well, it might be next week. Is something the matter? Do you need to see him? Itachi explained helplessly, his gaze filled with affection. I see. I actually have a few things I wish to discuss with him. Huayin nodded obediently. Is it now? Yes. I shall visit the Hokage's office after finishing my meal. The sound of blossoms spoke ambiguously. All right, I shall accompany you. The weasel gazed at his petite wife with a hint of concern. No need, it is but a short journey. You may stay home and keep company with Naruto and Sasuke. Huayin gently shook her head, gazing at Uchiha Itachi with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 179. She was foolish to begin with, and you still tease her. After finishing their meal, Huayin held Itachi's hand, strolling through the bustling streets and alleys. Fool. She remarked, did I not mention this before? Your company is unnecessary. I am no longer a child. Hannah shyly spoke, yet her hand remained firmly clasped around Itachi's. Well, this is what you said. Itachi gazed at the girl before him, suppressing a smile, and then gently released her tightly held hand. Huayin felt the warmth in her palm dissipate, an inexplicable sense of loss surging within her. Ah, is it truly time to let go? Hannah raised her head to gaze at the seemingly smiling Itachi before her, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Realizing she had once again fallen victim to his playful teasing, Huayin shot a glare at Yao, her eyes filled with indignation, instinctively turning her head away. Well, didn't you say to let go? Why are you still angry? Yao couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Huayin, their hands still intertwined. Hannah spoke with a hint of arrogance, turning her head aside. Do not. Yu thought to herself, suppressing a laugh. You. Hannah turned her head, gritting her teeth, and glared at Itachi. Me? Itachi pointed to himself, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Hannah. One must admit, teasing his beloved wife was indeed a source of joy. However, had Hannah been privy to Itachi's thoughts, the scene might have unfolded quite differently. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Itachi replied, puffing on his pipe, his tone laced with complexity. Shimura Hannah, grasping her cane, opened the door. Itachi, if you do not apologize soon, you shall regret it. Enough, Hannah. I am the Hokage. Itachi exclaimed, rising from his seat in frustration. Very well, you will come to regret this, Itachi. Of course, such a ludicrous scenario would never truly transpire. The scene was akin to a stone cast upon still water, stirring ripples that gradually faded into tranquility. In reality, Itachi lowered his gaze, acknowledging his misstep, and earnestly looked at Hana. "All right, Hana, I was wrong. It is entirely my fault," Itachi said, his tone tinged with helplessness as he gazed at his little wife. Though he could not quite fathom what he had done wrong, after all, it had merely been a jest. One must concede that women can be quite enigmatic. At times, an insignificant joke can provoke an unexpected fury. Consequently, each day, she might cast him a frosty glare, huff, and turn away in a haughty manner. "Very well, seeing your serious demeanor, I shall forgive you." Hana opened her eyes, secretly glancing at Itachi, who was bowing his head in apology. With a hint of pride, she remarked, "I appreciate your forgiveness, my esteemed Hana." Itachi teased in response, "As long as you understand." Hana did not perceive Itachi's teasing. Instead, she stood proudly on her tiptoes and gently patted his head. Observing her demeanor, Itachi nearly burst into laughter. Yet he managed to suppress it. Alas, it seems that his dear wife possesses a touch of endearing navet. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, the two arrived at the Hokage building. One must admit, the original depiction of Konoha was rather conservative. Only upon entering did one realize the village's vastness exceeded all expectations. Traversing from the east gate to the west gate would consume an entire morning. Rather than merely a village, Konoha resembled a burgeoning small city. Aside from a slight lag in education, all other aspects were commendable. "Now, I shall personally converse with the Hokage. You need not accompany me." Huayin gently spoke to the weasel before her. "Indeed, I understand. I shall wait for you here." The weasel, standing at the doorway, gazed at the young girl with eyes brimming with affection. "There is no need to wait for me. I cannot ascertain how long the conversation will last. You may go and purchase some groceries." Huayin gazed at Itachi, letting out a helpless sigh. "Very well, what would you like to eat?" "Perhaps the same as before." As she watched the young figure gradually recede into the distance, Huayin finally felt at ease as she gently knocked on the office door. "Come in," Fujiyama replied, his brow furrowed in concentration over the documents before him. Upon hearing the invitation, the person outside softly pushed the door open. Huayin, what brings you here?" Fujiyama glanced towards the entrance, momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Fujiyama, I came to discuss a few matters with you." Hana gazed earnestly at Fugaku, who sat behind his desk, her tone grave. "Is it about Uchiha Madara?" Fugaku regarded the young girl before him with curiosity. "Indeed," Hana replied with a gentle nod. "Well, prior to your arrival, many have inquired about this matter." The mention of Uchiha Madara caused a slight headache for Fugaku. "I see. Please, have a seat. What would you like to ask?" He endeavored to soften his tone. Occupying this position for an extended period, his expression often bore a serious demeanor, exuding an air that discouraged intrusion. "Oh, very well." Huayin moved a small stool over and sat down, straightening her posture as she gazed at Uncle Fuyue. "Uncle Fuyue, have you discovered any leads regarding the Akatsuki organization? Do you wish to meet them?" Fuyue retrieved a scroll from the drawer and placed it upon the table. Huayin rose to her feet, unfurling the scroll and gazing at the information within, her brow furrowing slightly. "Have they fled to the village shrouded in mist?" Hana raised her gaze towards Mount Fuji. "Indeed. If you wish to seek them out, I can assign you a task." Mount Fuji rubbed his weary brow and donned a pair of somewhat antiquated glasses. "Ah, thank you, Uncle Fuji." Upon hearing Fujiwara's words, Hanin felt a surge of joy in her heart. The purpose of her journey was twofold: to inquire about Akira's whereabouts and to visit Konan, seeking to understand her recent circumstances. "No worries, just be cautious on the road," Fujiwara said, gazing at Hanin as he retrieved the task he had long prepared from the drawer and handed it to her. "All right, I shall take my leave now." Hana took the task scroll and vanished in an instant. "Itachi, I've received a mission and I must depart now. Farewell. You needn't prepare my share of dinner." Upon returning home, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow at the message on the note, which bore a somewhat clumsy drawing of a rabbit at the bottom. "Hana, you undertaking such a perilous mission alone is truly worrisome." He sighed softly before addressing Naruto and Sasuke in the living room. "I have matters to attend to this evening, so please go out and procure some food." With that, Itachi disappeared, leaving Naruto and Sasuke exchanging bewildered glances. As of the 30th, the author will handwrite gifts for the contributors, though it seems unlikely to complete them all. Nevertheless, the author will endeavor to finish. Chapter 180, Itachi. Why have you followed me? In the Hidden Rain village, the skies continued to pour with relentless rain. Huayin held an umbrella, following the intelligence's guidance, and arrived at a sewer entrance. This should be the hiding place of the Akatsuki organization. The sound of Huayin's murmurs echoed softly as she stepped inside. Soon, she found herself frozen in place. Scattered within the sewer were splatters of blood. Wait, what is happening? Hannah's pupils dilated sharply as she pressed forward. Soon, she discovered a figure in the shadows, more precisely, a gravely injured individual clinging to life. Ban. Kain halted in astonishment. Why was Uchiha Obito here? And why was he so grievously injured? Your voice carries a hint of surprise as Obito slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Soon, he recognized the visitor, and his tone shifted to one of seriousness. What brings you here? Obito regarded Kain with a touch of discontent. Lord Obito, why have you sustained such severe injuries? Hannah gazed at Uchiha Madara before her, hesitating to speak. Upon hearing the young woman's concern, Madara fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, do not inquire too much. Now, speak. What brings you to me? Madara staggered to his feet, most of his wounds inflicted by explosive tags. Do not misunderstand. I did not come seeking you. Where is Sister Conan? Hannah shook her head, her tone somewhat indifferent. You mean her? She is no longer here. Ban's mind conjured the image of that long-haired figure adorned in purple, and he spoke with a frigid demeanor. Ban feared he would never forget Conan. Those explosive tags remained vividly etched in his memory, even after a month had passed. What did you say? Huayin was immediately filled with irritation, her eyes swirling rapidly like the hook-shaped jade. I was uncertain whether she had truly perished. After all, I had not witnessed her corpse. If all goes as expected, she should have been rescued by that fellow, Obito. Ban gazed at the furious girl before him, and after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. As soon as Ban finished his words, the girl fell silent. That is a relief. Huayin let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Your injuries are rather severe. I can provide treatment for you, but there is a condition. Hannah was about to turn away but paused, glancing back at Uchiha Madara, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Little brat, you would do well to ascertain my identity first, Madara stated, his gaze fixed coldly upon Hannah, dismissing her healing efforts with disdain. I care not who you are. Hannah cast a piercing glance at Uchiha Madara, then gradually approached him, placing her hand upon his chest to invoke the reversal technique. Your abilities are truly remarkable, Madara remarked, feeling his wounds gradually heal and his vitality slowly return. A hint of astonishment in his expression. I have stated before, I shall not assist you without reason. Kagun cast a piercing gaze upon Uchiha Madara, who felt he had regained his peak state. Confusion washed over his face as he regarded the young girl before him. He possessed the power to eliminate Kagun at any moment, yet he chose to remain composed. Speak, he inquired coldly, how may I assist you? Are you familiar with Kagaya Otsutsuki? Kagun fixed her icy stare upon Uchiha Madara. Kagaya Otsutsuki? Madara responded, astonished by the girl's question. It is too complicated to explain. What a black Zetsu. Where has he gone? Hannah voiced her concerns, questioning, he should have already perished, right? Ben hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. What? Black Zetsu is dead. Huayin wore an expression of shock. How did he meet his demise? Moreover, how did you sustain such grave injuries? Hannah inquired with curiosity. Xiaonan and Obito had joined forces. Obito unleashed a multitude of explosive tags from the Kamui dimension, nearly enveloping the Outer Path Sage statue. At this point, Madara chose to refrain from further elaboration. The implications were already quite clear. At that time, Madara had activated his complete body Susanoo, and it was likely that he had endured considerable damage. As for Kagaya's Black Zetsu and the Outer Path Sage statue, they were probably obliterated without a trace. Perhaps it was for the best that Black Zetsu perished, as it would facilitate my discussion of Kagaya's matters. Huayin let out a soft sigh, her gaze laden with complexity as she regarded Uchiha Madara. Before long, she had recounted the tale of the Tsutsuki clan. As Madara listened to the young woman's narrative, a look of astonishment gradually overtook him. Are you suggesting that, aside from myself and Senju Hashirama, there exist even greater beings? His tone was tinged with a hint of excitement. Indeed, Huayin affirmed with a nod. Then where are they now? Madara inquired eagerly, a fervent desire to confront them surging within him. Your current strength is insufficient. You would stand no chance against them. Hannah's gaze fell upon Uchiha Obito, and she shook her head. Do you truly believe my strength is lacking, little one? Are you aware of the words you utter? Obito's expression shifted to one of icy detachment. I speak the truth. At this moment, you have yet to even brush against the threshold of the six paths. The floral tones murmured softly. So, you saved me to enlist my aid against the Otsutsuki clan? After a moment of silence, Madara gazed at the girl with a complex expression. Indeed, I require your strength, Madara. Hana nodded gently, and soon the tomo in her eyes began to whirl. Before long, she cast an illusion upon Uchiha Madara. As he perceived the enchantment, Madara initially sought to resist, but then succumbed to silence, allowing the illusion to envelop him. In a fleeting moment, he caught glimpses of the future within the illusion. His expression grew increasingly intricate. You too have witnessed it. The Otsutsuki clan shall invade the entirety of the ninja world. Hana glanced at the silent Uchiha Madara and spoke softly. Madara was still processing the fragments of memories that had just surfaced, his expression one of deep contemplation. Is that individual named Boruto truly the only one capable of contending with the Otsutsuki clan? Madara suddenly inquired. That seems about right. For now. Focus on enhancing your own strength, was the response. Hana nodded slightly. Madara let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He had always believed himself to be the most formidable being in this world, only to discover that there were indeed others beyond his reckoning, and that another race existed upon this planet. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha was hastily making his way to the hidden rain village. Please let nothing happen, Hana, he thought, clenching his teeth in anxious turmoil. Soon, he caught sight of a vast chasm torn across the distant sea, a sight so magnificent it resembled a deity wielding a blade, cleaving the ocean in two. Itachi's pupils dilated in alarm, his heart filled with concern for Hana. Hana, you must be safe, he implored, his urgency intensifying as he vanished from that place. Before long, he discovered delicate footprints at the entrance of a nearby drainage pipe. Were these Hana's footprints? But why would she venture into the sewers? Shaking his head to dismiss the troubling thoughts, he plunged into the depths of the drainage system. Soon, he found himself stunned, for he beheld Madara Uchiha standing solemnly before Hana. Wait, this guy Madara must have threatened Hana. Chapter 181. I sleep on the floor, you sleep on the bed. Itachi-kun, why are you here too? Hana's brows furrowed in concern as she slowly turned to gaze at Itachi Uchiha. Hana, are you all right? Itachi inquired. Stepping closer and positioning himself protectively in front of her, his eyes vigilantly fixed on Madara Uchiha. Yes, Itachi-kun, I am fine. The sound of flowers responded with helplessness. How absurd, little imp. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Obito mockingly glanced at Uchiha Itachi who, with unwavering focus, locked his gaze on Uchiha Obito, remaining silent. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if both were poised to strike at any moment. Huayin stood aside, gazing at them with a look of bewilderment. At that moment, she longed to gently tap their heads to discern their thoughts. She simply could not comprehend. Did the boys' minds revolve solely around violence and conflict? It was truly exasperating. All right. You two, take a moment to collect yourselves. Huayin stepped between the two, her tone frigid. With her presence, Uchiha Madara no longer wished to engage in a conflict with Itachi. For Huayin's sake, I shall spare your life for now. Madara glared at Itachi. Madara, do not become overly arrogant, Itachi retorted through gritted teeth, harboring no fondness for the man before him. Lord Madara, Itachi and I shall take our leave now. Farewell. We shall not disturb you any longer. As Huayin perceived the subtle inclination towards conflict between the two individuals, she swiftly grasped Itachi's hand. In a fleeting moment, they vanished from the scene. Madara, with his outstretched hand, hung limply in the air before gradually lowering it. For reasons unknown, this sensation felt akin to a father bidding farewell to his daughter and son-in-law, left in solitude. Well, what does it matter? I, Uchiha Madara, have never feared any tempest. What is this minor wound in comparison? The Otsutsuki clan, huh? How truly intriguing. Madara clenched his fist tightly, raising his gaze to the heavens. At that moment, a torrential downpour fell from the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, seemingly mirroring Madara's inner turmoil. A subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth, neither fully a smile nor fully devoid of it. Itachi, my dear, you two have arrived? Hana held a small umbrella, gazing at Uchiha Itachi with a look of bewilderment. I am somewhat concerned about you. However, may I take this umbrella? Itachi looked at Hana with a sense of resignation. Due to their height difference, he slightly bent down, moving with a hint of awkwardness. Very well, here it is. Hana decisively handed the umbrella to Itachi. He accepted it, raising it slightly higher. This umbrella is rather small. Perhaps I should carry you instead? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Due to its diminutive size, raindrops cascaded onto their shoulders, swiftly soaking them and bringing with it a hint of chill. In the distance, thunder rumbled like a relentless drum, amplifying the strange atmosphere. It's fine. Don't misunderstand. I merely care for your well-being. Huayin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tiptoed gently, wrapping her arms around Itachi's neck. Itachi let out a soft sigh, encircling Huayin with his arms. Huayin firmly grasped the umbrella. In this way, neither of us will be drenched by the rain. You gently smiled, gazing at the girl in your arms. Indeed. Hana shyly turned her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. Where shall we go now? Inuzuka glanced around the dilapidated streets, curiosity evident in her tone. Let us return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Hana softly replied, All right, I will follow your lead. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. Compared to the rain-hidden village, Konoha was undoubtedly a safer haven. Just as Itachi was deep in thought, Hana's voice suddenly pierced through his contemplation. What is it? Itachi inquired with curiosity. Let us first find an inn to settle in. Hana wrapped her arm around Itachi's neck and pointed towards a distant hotel, saying, All right, I'll follow your lead. Itachi replied with a smile. It must be said that, in comparison to Konoha, Amigakure appeared rather underdeveloped. After a brief exchange with the front desk staff, Uchiha Itachi reserved a single room. Hana gazed at Uchiha Itachi before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. And a faint blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Fool, why did you choose a single room? Hana glanced at Uchiha Itachi with a look of discontent. Alas, I am not carrying much money, so I can only afford a single room. Itachi shrugged helplessly, having anticipated Hana's inquiry long before. The flower's voice hesitated. Words fragmented and intermittent, her complexion growing increasingly flushed. Unbeknownst to her, a thought crossed her mind. Hana kept her head lowered, her entire being blushing like a ripe apple, seemingly emanating warmth. Where did your thoughts wander off to? I will sleep on the floor while you take the bed. With a sigh of resignation, Yao extended a finger and gently flicked Hana's forehead. Ah, is that so? Oh. Huayin pressed her hands against her forehead and let out a gentle sigh, her expression gradually softening. However, an inexplicable chill stirred within her heart, as if the answers she sought remained elusive, leaving her with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Hana felt a sense of incomprehension regarding her own emotions. All of this was observed by Uchiha Itachi, who let out a gentle sigh, finding a hint of amusement within himself, though his expression remained unperturbed. It appeared that this little wife of his possessed a touch of pridefulness, though it was unclear from whom she had inherited such traits. Could it be from Sasuke? The image of his troublesome younger brother flickered through Itachi's mind before he shook his head. Come now, stay close, Itachi said with concern, glancing back at Hana, who was maintaining a distance behind him. Oh, all right. Under the subtle melody of the flowers, Hana instinctively followed, her heart pounding like a drum. No scenes reminiscent of those from certain cinematic genres transpired. That evening, Yana opted to slumber on the floor, while Hana reclined upon the bed. Before long, the horizon blushed with the first light of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. It's time to rise, Yana said gently, with a hint of resignation, as she gazed at Hana, who was propped up at the head of the bed. Oh, very well, Hana replied. Hana rubbed her eyes, her hair slightly disheveled. After a brief morning ablution, the two emerged from their room. The morning sunlight bathed the youthful pair in warmth and radiance. As they walked, the sun gradually elongated their shadows, stretching further behind them. They strolled along, soon reaching the gates of Konoha village after departing from the rain-hidden village. With a simple gesture towards the gatekeeper, they finally returned to Konoha village. At last, they were home. Hana gazed at the familiar streets of Konoha, letting out a gentle sigh. Yes, I am back. Itachi's gaze tenderly settled upon Hana, his tone relaxed. And could you please refrain from looking at me with that expression all the time? Hana glanced at Itachi, who bore an expression of barely contained amusement, and shyly inquired, What kind of gaze is that? Itachi, with an innocent demeanor, pointed to himself. Oh, never mind. It's nothing. I shall disregard you. Huayin helplessly shook her head. Alas, it truly defies comprehension. Having just finished her shift at the electronics factory, she now felt utterly exhausted. I hesitate to delve into driving topics. I hope you all understand. I humbly request your support for my passion. Please offer your encouragement to Hiei. I am profoundly grateful for all the support you have extended. The author is eternally appreciative. Chapter 182. You make me want to kiss him. A month has quietly passed. As winter departs and spring returns, the skies gradually brighten. It is finally no longer so cold. Huayin rubbed her hands together, exhaling a breath of warmth. To be honest, the ninja world is indeed vast, and the weather is equally unpredictable. That said, is the current timeline still reliable? Huayin gazed at the calendar on the wall, murmuring to herself. She was uncertain whether the current timeline was indeed accurate, for she had undergone numerous transformations, triggering countless butterfly effects. Some of the original timelines were undoubtedly no longer applicable. The advantage of being a traveler had already dissipated. Henceforth, she could only take a chance, and in recent years, her abilities had indeed seen considerable improvement. Sighing at the thought of the future Otsutsuki clan, Huayin could not help but feel a weight in her heart. What is the matter? Why the sigh of despair? Itachi approached from the side. Previously, Huayin leaned alone against the window, gazing at the scenery beyond. While you felt a twinge of concern. What brings you here as well? Hana gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Itachi before her. Why can't I come? Itachi replied with a hint of amusement, it's nothing. I am merely curious about the recent attitude of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan. Hana gazed curiously at Itachi, who let out a helpless sigh. What does it mean? Their relationship remains somewhat strained, yet it has improved significantly compared to the past. The villagers have begun to gradually accept the Uchiha clan. The voice of Shursui interjected, Shursui, you have arrived as well? The two turned to the direction from which the voice emanated. After several years apart, Shursui had grown considerably taller. He wore the Uchiha clan's cloak. His long hair slightly tousled, and his face beamed with a smile, resembling a friendly older brother next door. What is the matter? Am I not welcome? Shursui feigned sorrow. Of course not. Huayin gazed at Jishui and softly elucidated. Meanwhile, Itachi kept his eyes tightly shut, taking a deep breath. What is the matter? Am I interrupting your tender moments? Jishui remarked with a hint of confusion and jest. Not at all. Hana instinctively retorted, only to pause abruptly, a blush creeping across her face. She hurriedly explained, no, I would never like that fool Itachi. Then why is your face flushed? Shizuku, perceptive as ever, saw through her, yet chose not to expose her embarrassment, inciting a mix of shame and anger within Hana. That's enough, Shizuku, Itachi interjected helplessly from the sidelines. He was all too familiar with his wife's character, stubborn and unyielding. Haha, very well, I shan't tease you any longer. I must head out to fulfill my mission shortly. Shizuku gazed at the flustered girl with eyes brimming with affection. All right, Shizuku, please be careful on your way. At that moment, Huan gently reminded, I will. Jishui smiled faintly and then distanced herself slightly. Jishui, be careful on the road, Yao said coldly. I will. You, truly a jealous one, came Jishui's voice. Just as the two raised their heads, Jishui had already vanished from sight, leaving only her voice echoing in the air. One might wonder what Jishui's earlier actions truly signified. Yao found himself lost in profound contemplation. Soon, a glimmer of insight flickered in Yao's eyes as he subtly turned his head to cast a discreet glance at Huan beside him. Could it be that Jishui was hinting at Huayin's feelings of jealousy? Meanwhile, Hana raised her gaze towards Itachi Uchiha, her face etched with confusion and bewilderment. She blinked, inwardly pondering, what has come over Itachi? From earlier until now, he has maintained a somber expression, leaving her utterly perplexed. How peculiar. High above, the sun gradually sank towards the west as time progressed. Before long, noon approached. With the midday hour upon them, Itachi turned to Hana and inquired softly, shall we go for lunch? Certainly. Huayin blinked her eyes and gently nodded, her face radiating a joyful smile. However, I must clarify that I do not possess a substantial amount of silver on my person. Henio continued, her tone laced with a hint of regret. It's all right. I have prepared some. Itachi gently sighed, his gaze imbued with both a touch of helplessness and a hint of indulgence as he tenderly regarded Hanio. Sensing Itachi Uchiha's gaze, Hana, with a resigned shrug, pondered her lack of options. In this world, there existed no convenient means of payment akin to WeChat Pay, and in her previous life, she had scarcely been accustomed to carrying cash. This habit had naturally followed her into the realm of shinobi. Let us proceed, Itachi murmured softly, interrupting Hana's reverie. As they spoke, the two began to stride forward. What shall we have for lunch? I wonder. Hana, with a perplexed expression, inquired. And then she delicately extended her slender hand to gently take Itachi's hand. How about Ichiraku ramen? Itachi hesitated, his eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation. Very well. Let us go enjoy some Ichiraku ramen. Huayin softly murmured. Unbeknownst to her, a month had quietly passed. Ding. Dear host, please select one of the following 3 tasks. A. Capture a tailed beast. Reward, 6 Sharingan. B. Create a human with Itachi that same night. Reward, ascend to the 6 paths C. Give Itachi a kiss. Reward, unknown. Confronted with the task window presented by the system, Huayin fell into contemplation. Firstly, she swiftly dismissed the second task. It was simply inappropriate, and she could never choose such an option. As for capturing a tailed beast, frankly, in her current guise, all the five shadows recognized her. If she were to attempt capturing a tailed beast, it would be tantamount to openly declaring war on Sunagakure on behalf of Konoha. She was not foolish. It appeared that only option C remained viable. Yet, the crux of the matter was that the thought of kissing Itachi made Huayin feel quite bashful. What on earth was this? System, could you possibly release me from this binding? Huayin took a deep breath, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. No, please, host, complete the task promptly. Otherwise, a penalty will be enforced, the system's cold voice echoed. Huayin let out a soft sob. Fine, I shall endure this. System, your torment shall not go unpunished. You will undoubtedly regret this. Huayin spoke fiercely, taking a deep breath. Huayin's eyes glistened with a faint red hue, an inexplicable emotion surging within her, as if she were being subtly manipulated by an unseen force. Despite her deep-seated aversion towards the system, she found herself compelled to wear a facade of cheerfulness, dutifully adhering to the arrangements imposed upon her, exerting her utmost efforts on behalf of another. In this moment, Huayin was enveloped by a complex tapestry of emotions. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld her own petite and delicate figure, her innocent visage resembling a bud poised to bloom. I am capable. I must gather my strength. Huayin softly murmured to herself, gently patting her cheek, her face adorned with a blend of defiance and charm. Yet, whenever the imagery of her forthcoming task surfaced in her mind, a blush involuntarily grazed her cheeks, prompting her to shyly lower her gaze. Having just finished work at the electronics factory, I am utterly exhausted. I truly find myself at a loss for how to proceed. I feel somewhat remorseful towards all those who have steadfastly supported me. Here, I wish to extend my apologies to my ever-supportive friends and to all those who have bestowed gifts upon me. Truly, I am profoundly sorry. Chapter 183. Shall we share a kiss? No, I am still not psychologically prepared. Huayin had just gathered her spirits, but upon gazing into the mirror, her enthusiasm immediately deflated. The little girl reflected in the glass had rosy cheeks, and her unruly hair stood upright like a telephone pole. This task assigned by the system always felt somewhat amiss. Hannah lowered her head, her voice somewhat hesitant. Upon careful reflection, the solitary option A seemed as if the system were fully aware that she could never venture to Sand Hidden Village to capture a single tail. As for option B, it felt as though the system were toying with her. Huayin increasingly felt that this was indeed the case. Never mind. Let us not dwell on these thoughts for now. It is imperative to swiftly complete the task, for the consequences imposed by the system could be quite severe. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead as she opened the wardrobe. The closet was filled with a myriad of dresses, each more exquisite than the last. Huayin selected a garment she adored and donned it with satisfaction. She stood before the full-length mirror, grasping the hem of her dress as she twirled gracefully. For reasons unbeknownst to her, at that moment, she recalled a video from a past life. The essence of the video conveyed that a man either clad himself in military attire to guard a territory or donned women's clothing to wreak havoc far and wide. Huayin has now come to understand, yet these matters are not of primary importance. After all, she is no longer a man. Reflecting on that moment, Huayin feels a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, it is best not to dwell on such thoughts. After all, she has grown accustomed to it. And being a woman has its own charm. Huayin gently patted her flat chest and let out a soft sigh. Outside the window, the sky was painted with the hues of the setting sun as evening approached. Yet, within the heart of the young girl, emotions throbbed like the beating of a drum. Relentless and fervent. How vexing it was. Merely envisioning that scene stirred a tumult of feelings within her. Hannah knelt down, gently caressing her chest as she listened to the rhythmic beating of her heart, her emotions gradually becoming more intricate. Although she had indeed shared a kiss with Itachi before, it had been initiated by him at that time. The thought of taking the initiative to kiss him this time sent shivers down her spine. An indescribable sense of awkwardness enveloped her, despite the fact that she would be the one to initiate the kiss with Itachi. Yet, Itachi seemed unbothered by it all. Hannah would not delve too deeply into it, yet she still felt a tinge of shyness within her. After all, which girl would so boldly initiate a kiss with the boy across from her? This is not a scene from a novel. In reality, most girls would appear rather bashful in such situations. How could one truly muster the courage to lean in for a kiss? In Huayin's mind, a flurry of thoughts raced, causing her complexion to flush as if kissed by steam. while the stray hair atop her head drooped as though dampened by water. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Itachi accompanied his mother, Uchiha Makoto, as they diligently attended to various matters within the clan, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He was destined to become the next leader of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he needed to acquire management skills in advance. Itachi, how do you think we should handle this matter? Makoto inquired as she handed him a piece of paper. Itachi took it with a measured pace, swiftly scanning its contents, his brow furrowing in concern. The paper detailed a dispute between two brothers of the Uchiha clan, arising from the death of an elder, which led to a fierce contention over the distribution of inheritance. Ordinarily, the elder would inherit the estate, yet this very principle had incited incessant quarrels between the siblings, disturbing others who sought rest even in the evening hours. Mother, I believe this matter should be. Itachi scrutinized the information on the paper, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to voice his thoughts. Yes, that's a good point, but it's not sufficient, Makoto replied, nodding with a hint of appreciation, only to shake her head afterward, her tone laden with complexity. What should we do next? Itachi asked, somewhat perplexed. Since they desire the inheritance, let it be divided equally. The remaining half of the estate will be allocated in the future based on their contributions to the clan, Makoto stated with an air of ease. Upon hearing his mother's proposal, Itachi felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. So, this was how it should be approached. Indeed, if we proceed this way, they will undoubtedly strive to bring greater benefits to the clan, and we can employ rules to manage them in various respects. Those who contribute more shall receive more, while those who contribute less will receive less. This measure will also serve as a cautionary reminder, should the party receiving less wish to seek revenge. The implications for the clan will compel them to reconsider their actions. At the same time, it serves as a warning to others facing similar circumstances. I understand, Itachi said, inhaling deeply, casting a meaningful glance at his mother. Mother, I shall attend to this matter immediately. Very well, Makoto nodded in satisfaction. After swiftly concluding his duties, Itachi returned home, weary yet resolute. Ding dong. Itachi gently pressed the doorbell. Coming. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within. Moments later, the door creaked open. Ahem. Itachi-kun, why are you home so early today? Huayin, clad in an apron, gazed curiously at Uchiha Itachi. Well, the matters of the clan have been nearly resolved, Itachi said with a weary smile. The moment he laid eyes on Huayin, the fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate entirely. No more words. I must go prepare the meal now. Hana suddenly recalled something and anxiously exclaimed as she hurried into the kitchen. You, Itachi, watched her fleeting figure, torn between words. Ah. Itachi-kun, I think I added too much oil. Soon, a startled cry echoed from the kitchen, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Sigh, let me handle this. You come out quickly. Itachi sighed helplessly and stepped into the kitchen. Before long, he had prepared the meal and turned off the gas stove. All done. What are you still standing there for? Take it to the dining table, he said gently, glancing back at the girl who stood behind him. However, the girl remained motionless despite Itachi's words. What's wrong? Itachi noticed the oddity and asked with concern. Hana looked up, her gaze fixed intently on Itachi. Her cherry lips involuntarily pressed together. Seeing her eyes redden, Itachi felt a surge of compassion. What is it? Can you tell me? He grew increasingly anxious. The girl shook her head. Itachi pondered in silence, wondering why Hana had suddenly become so withdrawn. Was it because he had been away from home for too long? Neglecting her? Surely that must be it. How could he make amends? Just as Itachi was lost in thought. Chapter 184. I'm sorry, I acted too impulsively. Itachi suddenly felt his lips were slightly damp and blinked in surprise. Hana lowered her head shyly, a blush adorning her cheeks. Hana, Yato exclaimed, covering her lips in astonishment as she gazed at the young girl. You fool. Hana's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shot a glare at Itachi before hastily lowering her head and retreating into her room. Itachi, bewildered, gazed at Hana's departing figure, quickly transferring the food from the pot into a bowl before rushing towards her. Hana, wait a moment. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut by the girl, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock clicking into place. Itachi observed this scene, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hana, please open the door. Can we talk? He implored, gently knocking on the door with his palm. Feeling a sense of helplessness, yet no response emanated from within the room. Huayin leaned against the door, her head bowed in deep shame, before gradually sliding down to the floor. How infuriating, No matter the perspective, this is utterly humiliating. Tears of floral sorrow cascade down my cheeks as I murmur to myself in a state of complex emotions. This incident is truly shameful. What shall I do next? I am utterly uncertain how Itachi-kun will regard me with his gaze. Hana, with great effort, managed to rise from her frail form, then gently turned her head to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. In the glass, she appeared like a delicate and enchanting flower, evoking feelings of tenderness and affection. Alas, perhaps it is best for me to muster the courage to step outside and have a sincere conversation with Itachi about this matter. Hana murmured softly to herself, while the few stray strands of hair atop her head gradually stood on end, lending her an air of playful charm. Never mind, let us take the plunge. Huayin slowly approached the door, taking a deep breath, her hand seemingly burdened by an immense weight, finally resting heavily upon the cold doorknob. With a soft click, the door creaked open. At that moment, sitting expectantly at the dining table, Itachi's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing the sound, and he swiftly rose to his feet. Huayin, if there is something on your mind, please speak up, he urged, observing the delicate flush that spread across Huayin's rosy cheeks as she emerged from the room. Her expression hinting at unspoken thoughts, evoking a sense of curiosity. I am truly sorry, Itachi-kun. My earlier actions may have seemed rather abrupt and lacking in courtesy. Hana gently shook her head, her tone imbued with a hint of shyness and tenderness. You need not apologize to me. Itachi, listening to Hana's slightly trembling whispers, felt a flicker of confusion arise within him. What a jest! It was he who had clearly benefited from the situation. Of course, Itachi refrained from voicing this thought. The sudden interruption of Huayin disrupted Itachi's train of thought. What is it? Itachi inquired, perplexed. Never mind. It's nothing. Let us eat first. Hana sighed softly before taking her seat at the table. To be honest, her emotions had been rather intricate from the beginning. However, as she savored the meal before her, she gradually cast aside the earlier turmoil. It must be acknowledged that Itachi's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Do take your time. Sasuke and Naruto are dining out tonight. Itachi remarked gently, observing Hana as she hastily consumed her food. Oh, is that so? Hana raised her head in astonishment, gazing at Itachi Uchiha. Indeed, he nodded in affirmation. It was already quite late, and she wondered if they would be safe outside together. Hana glanced out at the scenery beyond the window. At that moment, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, with thunder rumbling intermittently in the sky, heralding an impending downpour. There is nothing to worry about. Naruto can use the flying thunder god technique. If worst comes to worst, we can always escape, Itachi softly explained. I see. That is a relief, Hana sighed, feeling a weight lift from her chest as she patted it. So how is my cooking? Is it to your liking? Itachi inquired curiously, observing the girl devouring her meal with gusto. It's quite delicious, she replied. Hana offered a candid assessment. She would never admit that the dishes prepared by Itachi surpassed her own in flavor. In truth, it is quite natural for Hana to resist this reality. How peculiar it is that rain suddenly begins to fall tonight, Itachi mused, gazing curiously out the window. After all, he had consulted the weather forecast, which clearly stated that no rain would fall this evening. Yet, the weather proved to be remarkably enigmatic. I cannot shake this ominous premonition, Itachi-kun. Huayin gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Of course, had it not been for the few grains of rice clinging to the corner of her mouth, the atmosphere might have been far more pleasant. Well, it is quite late. You ought to retire for the night, lest you risk stunning your growth, Yao teased softly as he looked at the young girl before him. What are you talking about? I will still grow taller. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's teasing, Hanin felt a twinge of displeasure. Is that so? Itachi remarked, extending his finger to gently tap Hanan's forehead. That hurt. Huayin pressed her forehead and called out softly, her eyes soon glistening with unshed tears as she glared at Itachi with increasing discontent. All right. I shan't tease you any longer. Do you wish to take a bath tonight? I've already prepared the hot water for you, Itachi said with a gentle smile. In the bathing area, one cannot help but remark on the somewhat distorted technological advancement within the ninja world. Despite the existence of television, firearms remain absent, and even a simple water heater for bathing is lacking. They are compelled to rely on the most rudimentary methods of boiling water for warmth, akin to ancient times. Huayin lay within the wooden barrel, her hair slightly disheveled, obscuring her eyes. Regardless of anything else, this is the epitome of true indulgence. Hana felt her body immersed in the warm water, surrounded by a haze of mist. Meanwhile, on the other side, what course of action do you intend to take? Conan gazed at Obito, slowly inquiring. How infuriating. That scoundrel Madara has deceived the innocent and kind-hearted Hana, exploiting her goodwill to heal his own wounds. As Obito contemplated this, he clenched his teeth, his voice laden with barely contained rage. Observing the fury etched on Obito's face, Conan's expression shifted to one of helplessness and exasperation. After spending these days together, she finally comprehended that, to put it plainly, Obito had been harboring feelings for Hana all along, though he himself remained oblivious to it. Obito. Since Hana has chosen to assist Uchiha Madara, she surely has her own reasons and thoughts. Conan gently urged Obito with a soothing tone. No, it is not like that. Madara has undoubtedly deceived Hana with his sweet words. Obito vehemently shook his head, further solidifying the conviction deep within him. Simultaneously, the eyes hidden beneath the mask began to whirl rapidly, as if brewing some emotion. In a short while, the pupils transformed into a complex and enigmatic pattern. Elusive and unfathomable. Obito, please calm down, Conan implored, watching him tremble with rage, his hands suspended in midair before helplessly dropping down. Sighing, she realized she could never persuade this fool. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support. The author expresses heartfelt thanks here. Thank you very much. Chapter 185. An Encounter with Uchiha Obito. Calm. Obito seemed to have heard an exceedingly amusing joke and rolled his eyes at Conan. Well then, do you intend to return to Konoha and see Hana? Conan observed his reaction, choosing not to press further. Yes, I will return to Konoha to take a look. Obito replied coldly, then transformed into a swirling vortex, distorting his form before vanishing from sight. Konoha. Itachi, do you have matters to attend to today? Hana gazed at the meticulously adorned Uchiha Itachi before her, her cheeks flushed as she softly inquired. Well, it appears to be just like usual. Itachi sighed in resignation, then donned a hat, preparing to step outside. Wait. The girl's voice resonated from behind, interrupting Itachi's movement. What is it? Itachi turned. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he regarded Hana. Please accept this. Huayin handed a bento box to Itachi, her head slightly turned to the side. Thank you, Itachi replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he accepted the box with both hands. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Itachi gently gazed at the girl. No, that is all. The delicate blossom lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she shyly responded. All right. Itachi turned and opened the door. After walking a short distance, he heard the girl's voice calling from behind. Be careful on the road. Yes, I will, he replied. As Itachi strolled along the path, a subtle smile graced his lips. Watching as Uchiha Itachi vanished from sight, Huayin lightly patted her chest and let out a soft sigh. From the very moment she laid eyes on you, her heart raced incessantly. She intended to articulate her thoughts, yet her overwhelming nervousness caused her to forget everything. Never mind, she thought. It's best not to dwell on these matters. Instead, let her consider what tasks await her today. Hana gazed softly into the mirror, whispering to herself. To be honest, she was uncertain about what to do at that moment. After all, she had grown accustomed to entrusting everything to Itachi. Meanwhile, she simply lingered at home each day, feeling akin to a housewife. Though she couldn't quite fathom the origin of such thoughts, Hana was generally at peace with them. Perhaps she ought to take a solitary stroll outside. Huayin opened the window and gazed at the clear blue sky, which further solidified her resolve. After changing her clothes, she stepped out alone. The morning sunlight cascaded upon the slender figure of the young girl, her shadow lengthening with each step she took. Hana walked alone along the cobblestone path. The Uchiha clan still resided in the secluded corners of the village. It seemed that Fugaku had no intention of relocating the Uchiha clan back to Konohagakure. However, upon reflection, one could comprehend his reasoning. After all, this arrangement served as a cautionary reminder. Whenever Fugaku grew complacent, he would recall the past events. The Uchiha clan had been scorned by the villagers of Konoha and relegated to the fringes. Just as Hana was lost in thought, a familiar presence approached, causing her pupils to dilate suddenly. Wait, could it be Obito? Hana's mind momentarily froze in astonishment. It was Obito, but what could possibly bring him to the Hidden Leaf Village? Before Huan had the chance to ponder, a familiar aura swiftly approached her from a distance. Hana faced Obito with the requisite caution. Soon, within her charming pupils, the tomo swiftly whirled, transforming into an eternal kaleidoscope. Obito, what brings you here? Huayin gazed into the distance at the familiar figure adorned with a mask, her expression laden with caution. Am I not permitted to come? Obito's voice was frigid, yet the gaze concealed behind the mask remained fixed intently upon Huayin, reflecting on the passage of time. She realized that it had been several months since their last encounter. Hana's voice remains as charming as ever. Hana, you have been deceived by that Uchiha Obito fellow. Kakashi slowly approached Hana, gazing into the kaleidoscope of emotions reflected in her eyes, his expression intricate. Are you still wary of me? Huh. Hana was taken aback by Dato's words, bewildered by their meaning. What does it mean that I was deceived by Uchiha Madara? Perhaps you have yet to realize that that scoundrel Madara has exploited your kindness to mislead you. Dato gritted his teeth at the thought of Uchiha Madara. Are you implying that I healed him using the reversal technique? Hanaon gazed at Obito in confusion. Yes, Obito replied solemnly, nodding his head. Unable to contain herself at the sight of Obito's demeanor, Hanaon burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Obito inquired. Obito, is it possible that I willingly chose to save Uchiha Madara? Hana covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes curving into a crescent shape. Why do you wish to save him? Obito inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why should I not save him? Hana tilted her head, scrutinizing Obito. Are you not aware that he intends to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Obito's gaze was fixed on Hana, his expression grave. Of course I am aware. He revealed it to me long ago, Hana replied, blinking innocently. Observing the girl's Navi demeanor, Obito let out a weary sigh. Perhaps she remained oblivious to the fact that Madara was deceiving her, exploiting her for his own ends. How can you be so Navi? This tragic shinobi world seeks to exploit even you. Obito's eyes dimmed with despair. He had already lost hope in this world. Yet he never expected that you too would become a pawn in this war. Hana, do you comprehend the true implications of the infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito sighed heavily, his gaze unwavering upon her. I am aware, but we must confront even greater foes, she asserted. Hana explained, a more formidable adversary? What do you mean? Obito inquired anxiously. Are you familiar with Kagaya Tsutsuki? Hana gazed at the approaching Obito, instinctively taking a step back, and calmly added, Kagaya Otsutsuki? Obito murmured almost involuntarily. Soon. Hanaon then proceeded to elucidate the matters concerning the Tsutsuki clan to Obito. As she explained, she attentively observed the shifts in his expression, initially composed. Obito gradually revealed signs of skepticism, ultimately culminating in a visage of sheer terror. Hanaon absorbed each of these emotions with keen perception. Is what you say truly genuine? Obito inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed upon Hanaon. His disbelief was not directed at her, but rather stemmed from a profound confusion. Of course, what I convey is indeed the truth. Huayin patted her chest and replied with a hint of pride. Then how do you know so much? She inquired. Observing the evident anxiety in Dai Tuesday, Hana boldly confessed that this was the ability of her kaleidoscope, allowing her to foresee the future. Time passed. And Obito took a deep breath, slowly removing his mask to reveal a solemn expression. I understand now what I must do. Obito gazed at the girl before him, who was a head shorter than he, his words imbued with a complex array of emotions. Hana must have paid a considerable price to acquire such intelligence. Why is she so kind as to share this with me? Lin, Hana truly resembles you. Both of you possess a similar kindness and innocence. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Obito gazed at the girl with an expression filled with compassion. Hana gently tiptoed closer to Obito's ear and whispered softly. The only reason we have come this far is due to everyone's unwavering dedication for love. Chapter 186, The Resurrection of Minato Namikaze. Is this feasible? Obito gazed at the girl in astonishment. We shall only know by giving it a try. Hana gazed at Obito, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Let Madara become the Jinchuriki, Obito murmured, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. He had never contemplated such a possibility. But wasn't Kagaya already dead? Before Obito could finish his thought, he realized that Kagaya would not perish so easily. Juan shook her head, interrupting Obito. He is likely hiding in some corner, waiting for Madara to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki before he makes his appearance. The young girl gazed at Obito with profound significance. Obito sighed softly. Is gathering the tailed beasts the most crucial task now? Indeed, but it concerns the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As Huayin spoke, she closed her eyes and began to ponder. Dato quietly observed her in silence. After a moment, Huan opened her eyes and declared, let Minato Namikaze sacrifice the Nine-Tails. Dato was taken aback. Are you suggesting that teacher Minato should offer the Nine-Tails? Indeed, Minato possesses the other half of the Nine-Tails. We merely need to perform the impure world reincarnation on him. The laughter of Hana resonates with sweetness. However, Obito hesitates, caught between words. Fear not, for there are those who can achieve it effortlessly. Hana gracefully tiptoed and gently patted Obito's head, her mind conjuring the image of Orochimaru. However, She realized that she needed to ascertain Orochimaru's current whereabouts. Obito, suddenly enlightened, mused that if it were him, the matter would be easily resolved. But do you know where he is now? Obito inquired, gazing at Hana. It would suffice to locate him. With a graceful gesture, Huayin summoned forth 2 wolves, one black and one white, to appear beside him. Earlier, the floral essence had quietly marked Orochimaru. Now, these markings were proving to be quite useful. 2 wolves sniffed the air and swiftly dashed off into the distance. The sound of flowers follows closely behind. Obito silently trails behind the girl, gazing at her delicate and slender silhouette. Lost in thought, he momentarily confuses her for Rin. The morning sunlight bathes the girl, rendering her strikingly vibrant and charming. As time passes, her shadow extends longer and longer, though he remains unaware of how much time has elapsed. Huayin noticed 2 wolves halting ahead, her senses sharpening in response. The wolves lingered uncertainly before a cave entrance, then transformed into a wisp of smoke, gradually dissipating. It appeared that Orochimaru was concealed within this very cave. Huayin gently rested her chin on her hand, murmuring softly to herself, "I will go ahead to scout the path. You follow closely behind me." Dato moved forward, glancing back at Huayin. "All right then." Hana pondered briefly and nodded obediently. Although Obito's strength was inferior to hers, a certain degree of caution was nonetheless essential. Who could fathom what traps Orochimaru had laid at the cave's entrance? With Obito leading the way, she could navigate around these potential pitfalls. However, Hana did not comprehend why Obito chose to act in such a manner. Perhaps it was due to his confidence in his ability to become intangible? Perhaps. The entrance was not spacious. Rather, it was narrow and elongated. It extended in a stair-like fashion, revealing the crimson eyes beneath Obito's mask as he proceeded down the steps. Hana's voice followed closely behind, gazing into the inky darkness. Hana inwardly murmured about Orochimaru. "Can't you light a few candles? It's so dark. Can you really see? Are you certain you won't stumble?" Ahead, there appeared to be a door. Obito halted his steps, his tone tinged with caution. "I'll go ahead and open it." Hana's voice emerged as she peered from behind Obito, poised to step forward. "Allow me," he interjected, cautiously pushing the door open. "Ah, is that not Hana and Afe? A pleasure to see you again," came the deep, hoarse voice of Orochimaru as the door swung wide. "Orochimaru, what brings you here?" Obito tightened his grip on the kunai, his crimson eyes scrutinizing Orochimaru with vigilance. "There is no need for you to pry into my affairs. Hana, what is it that you seek from me?" Orochimaru observed the girl with a knowing gaze, then extended his tongue to lick his face. Upon witnessing this, Huayin shuddered, internally expressing her disdain. This Orochimaru is truly repugnant. How goes the research on the technique of impure world reincarnation? Hana, suppressing her discomfort, gazed intently at Orochimaru and remarked, "Thanks to you, the Edo Tensei was executed seamlessly." Orochimaru replied in a somber tone, his gaze flitting between Akatsuki and Hana. "Whom do you intend to resurrect?" He inquired directly, without any preamble. "I wish for you to resurrect the 4th Hokage," she stated resolutely. Hana, feigning ferocity, fixed her gaze upon Orochimaru, yet to an outsider. This demeanor resembled more of a playful pout. "What will you offer in exchange?" Orochimaru licked his lips. "I am commanding you, not merely negotiating." The jade-like pupils of Hanayo spun rapidly. "How ominous," Orochimaru remarked coldly, his hands ceaselessly engaged in their task. After a series of intricate maneuvers, Orochimaru raised a dagger and sliced open his abdomen. Immediately, a spectral figure of a grim reaper materialized behind him, exhaling the soul of the 4th Hokage from his belly. The soul gradually seeped into the already prepared body of White Zetsu. Following a heart-wrenching scream, a familiar silhouette began to emerge. Meanwhile, sensing the opportune moment, Orochimaru expelled a serpent from his mouth, which swiftly coiled around another prearranged vessel. Hana witnessed everything, her pupils narrowing slightly. Truly, Uncle Snake's maneuvers are not something an ordinary person could achieve. Have I arrived too late? The dimness in Minato's gaze gradually regained its brilliance as he surveyed his surroundings, soon becoming bewildered. "Where is this?" "Lord 4th Hokage, it has been a long time since we last met." Huayin spoke softly. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shui Min slowly turned around. Huayin, is that you?" "Yes, it is me, but the current situation is rather complicated, and the explanation is somewhat troublesome." Hanayo fixed her gaze upon the eyes of Minato, and then unleashed her illusionary technique. Minato sensed the intrusion of the illusion upon his being, instinctively struggling for a moment before ultimately surrendering to its influence. Before long, he regarded Hanayo with a cautious expression. Are you certain you wish to allow Obito to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? Minato gasped, his voice laden with gravity. Indeed, I implore you, Lord Namikaze Minato, to place your unwavering trust in me. Huayin nodded obediently. I understand. How is Naruto faring now? Minato displayed a look of relief, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He is doing quite well now. Would you like to go see him? Hana tilted her head, scrutinizing Minato Namikaze. If possible. Minato gently rubbed the back of his head, exuding a warm, sunny demeanor. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. A cold voice interrupted from the side. Belonging to Obito. The three turned simultaneously. They witnessed Obito's figure being pulled by a force of space, and then he vanished from sight. Isn't he Madara? Minato's gaze turned frosty, a troubling suspicion surfacing in his mind. For now, let us set those thoughts aside, Lord Minato. Hana was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Minato Namikaze before softly speaking, what is the matter with this fellow? Minato nodded, observing Orochimaru's fervent gaze. What an astonishing masterpiece, Hana, he remarked. Orochimaru flicked his tongue across his lips, his face alight with excitement as he regarded Minato. Pay him no mind. This fellow is simply a pervert. Hana felt a chill run down her spine before she tugged at Minato's collar. Indeed, Minato had long since arranged the Flying Thunder God technique within the confines of Konoha. Thus he comprehended the young woman's intent. In any case, I am profoundly grateful for your resurrection. Before departing, Minato offered a respectful bow to Orochimaru. Chapter 187 Naruto, do you have any idea how I have spent these years? Are you grateful to me? Fourth Hokage, you remain rather naive. Orochimaru remarked with a meaningful glance, then licked his lips. Konoha. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its golden rays upon the two figures. Is this truly the Konoha of today? Minato surveyed the bustling streets and alleyways, his pupils narrowing slightly. Indeed, with Uncle Fugaku ascending to the position of Hokage, Konoha's economic condition has improved significantly. Hana's sweet smile graced her lips as she softly inquired, has Fugaku become Hokage? The image of Fugaku flickered in Minato's mind, prompting an involuntary smile. What is it, Minato? Do you know Fugaku? Hana gazed at the smiling Minato before her, her curiosity piqued. Oh, of course I know him. Our families even considered an arranged marriage for us. But alas, Naruto is a boy, Minato replied with a childlike innocence, his eyes drifting towards the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Ahem, what if Naruto and Sasuke were? Upon hearing Watergate's words, Huayin couldn't help but recall an amusing notion. After all, in the narratives of her previous life, Naruto and Sasuke were regarded as true love, while everyone else was merely a coincidence. Watergate was momentarily taken aback by Huayin's response. What? Are you suggesting Naruto's sexual orientation? Watergate exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Subsequently, he fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, it was worth pondering. Naruto had faced rejection and isolation since childhood. Never mind, Watergate. You should go meet him. I was merely jesting. Huayin gazed at the silent Minato and softly inquired, where does he reside now? Minato let out a wry smile before turning to face Huayin. I am not certain, but we can embark on a search. Huayin shook her head. Ding dong. She gently pressed the doorbell. No sound echoed from within. It seemed he was not at home. Hana gazed at the meticulously adorned Minato and spoke softly. Minato's appearance was excessively striking, prompting him to transform into the guise of an ordinary middle-aged man during his journey. Is that so, Hana? Can you enlighten me about that fellow Naruto? Minato sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting a complex myriad of emotions as he regarded the young girl. Well, Naruto has endured a great deal of hardship along the way. Hana reminisced about the scenes from the animation, narrating them to Minato. As Minato listened to the girl's recounting, his gaze gradually dimmed, filled with sorrow. Naruto's childhood was fraught with hardship, largely due to his own choices. At that time, he was consumed by his desire to be with Kushina, completely oblivious to the fact that Hiruzen and Danzo would so vehemently target Naruto. At merely 3 years of age, Naruto was thrust into a life of independence, and the thought pierced Minato's heart like a dagger. How foolish he was. This was the village of Konoha he vowed to protect with his life. Inside Minato, the Nine-Tails observed the scene with a face full of mocking derision. Whenever Minato displayed such an expression, the Nine-Tails found it immensely entertaining. After all, witnessing the child of his adversary being treated in such a manner by the village was undeniably satisfying. Hana, thank you for taking care of Naruto, Minato said, taking a deep breath as he expressed his gratitude to the girl before him. There's no need for thanks, she replied. Huayin swiftly waved her hand. Hana found it truly difficult to accept the sight of Minato expressing his gratitude towards her. Nonetheless, gratitude was indeed warranted. Had it not been for her previous act of saving Naruto, he might have encountered dire consequences. Minato paused at this juncture, hesitant to elaborate further. The subsequent developments were beyond his imagination. Fortunately, Hana had intervened to rescue Naruto. Soon after, Kanon listened intently as Minato spoke softly in her ear. She remained silent, simply absorbing his words. Before long, they arrived at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, a place frequented by Naruto for his training. Soon, they spotted Naruto, his golden hair glistening as he gasped for breath, relentlessly throwing punches. At that moment, Minato, concealed behind Kanon, gazed upon Naruto's cold demeanor with eyes filled with remorse. Naruto struck a nearby wooden post with his fists, silently counting. In an instant, the post splintered around him, shattering like a spider's web. Naruto stared at his bandaged fists, his expression a tangle of emotions. He felt acutely aware of his own inadequacy. His current strength was insufficient to protect Kanon. Yet, what weighed most heavily on Naruto was the realization that Hana unexpectedly harbors feelings for that guy Itachi. Nevertheless, I must become stronger and defeat him. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, his pupils suddenly contracted. Who's there? He hurled the kunai in his hand toward the distant thicket. The kunai pierced deeply. And soon after, a familiar figure emerged. Naruto, it is I. Kaio clutched the shuriken that Naruto had just thrown, exclaiming helplessly, Naruto, why are you here? Upon seeing the girl, Naruto's eyes instantly brightened. Who is he? His attention quickly shifted to the figure behind the girl, who shared the same hair color as him. Naruto. It has been a while, a familiar and warm voice resonated. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. This voice it seemed hauntingly familiar. Raising his gaze, he beheld the visage of Minato Namikaze, his expression lost in a haze. Minato? Is it truly you? Naruto's brow furrowed deeply upon recognizing the figure before him. What brings you back? Minato looked at his son with a complex expression. I'm sorry, Naruto, he replied, slowly approaching Naruto and kneeling to meet his gaze. You've grown quite a bit. A bittersweet smile tugged at Minato's lips. So you returned just to say that? Naruto glared coldly at Minato. I regret my negligence towards you, Minato said, gazing gently at Naruto as he embraced him. Suddenly, a fist struck Minato's abdomen with a resounding thud. Minato gritted his teeth, the pain forcing him to take a step back. True to the original storyline, Naruto showed Minato no mercy, delivering a punch without hesitation. You bastard. Do you have any idea what I've endured these past days? Naruto glared at Minato, his heart brimming with indignation. In my childhood, everyone despised me, treating me as a monster. If it weren't for Sister Kaio, Naruto's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Beside him, Hana gazed at the poignant scene between the father and son, enveloped in silence. Perhaps this was for the best, allowing Naruto to fully express his emotions. In the original narrative, Naruto's optimism was exceedingly pronounced. Despite enduring such treatment from the villagers of Konoha since childhood, he still regarded the Hokage title as his aspiration. Were she in his place, she would have undoubtedly chosen revenge without hesitation upon gaining strength. Chapter 188. Is Obito the culprit behind the chaos of the Nine Tails? Like in the original tale, after weeping profusely, Naruto gradually regained his composure. I deeply apologize, Naruto. I did not consider the situation thoroughly at that time, Minato sighed softly, then embraced Naruto tightly. Noticing the time was nearly upon them, Minato turned to Hana and inquired, Are we ready? Yes, she replied. Hana nodded slightly. At that moment, Naruto, observing the peculiar behavior of the two, wore a puzzled expression on his face. Sister Hana, are you and Dad hiding something from me? He asked cautiously, wiping away his tears. I'm truly sorry, Naruto. We must leave for a while, Minato replied, casting a guilty glance at Naruto as he gently ruffled his hair, then vanished with Hana through the flying thunder god technique. Naruto's hand lingered in the air before it fell limply to his side. After a long while, a complexity clouded Naruto's gaze, though he could not quite comprehend the reason behind it. In a certain base, Orochimaru remarked, It seems I have kept you waiting for quite some time, as he eyed the two who had hurriedly arrived. His voice was deep and hoarse, and he extended his tongue to lick his cheek. Orochimaru, could you possibly change this habit of yours? It is truly quite nauseating. Hana cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru, her delicate nose crinkling slightly. TSK, 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 Hana, you were not always this way towards me, Orochimaru remarked with a hint of amusement in his eyes as he regarded her. What does my past demeanor matter to you? She retorted. Huayin furrowed her brows slightly. Just as the two were about to engage in a dispute, the gentle voice of Shui Min interjected, interrupting Huayin's thoughts. What is the matter, Shui Min? Hannah turned her head curiously to gaze at Minato Namikaze. Might it be possible to extract the nine tails from within me? Minato replied with a bashful smile. I fear that is not yet feasible. Why not? Hannah cast a glance at Orochimaru, inquiring, Have you found the vessel? Orochimaru regarded the young girl with a hint of mockery in his eyes. As soon as the words left his lips, Hannah froze, her hair standing on end in surprise. Oh no, she had completely overlooked this aspect. Her sole focus had been on resurrecting Minato Namikaze as soon as possible, forgetting that the vessel was not yet prepared. Without the vessel, what purpose would it serve to extract the nine tails from Minato's body? It seems our timing is less than opportune. Minato observed the girl, whose expression had turned awkward, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Orochimaru, you must hurry and find the vessel. Hannah cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru. What, pray tell, can I gain from this? Orochimaru, with arms crossed, surveyed the young girl with keen interest. Hannah gazed at Orochimaru's countenance, instantly falling into silence. Indeed, it was her own overthinking that led to this moment. Orochimaru was simply not the type to collaborate with her. It seems you remain ever so naive, Hannah-chan. Orochimaru remarked with a deep, raspy chuckle. How infuriating, Orochimaru. Could you not have given me a prior warning? Hannah's face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. You never asked me initially, did you? Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. Hannah found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Orochimaru's words rang true. She had not inquired beforehand. Now, both of you. This is not the time for disputes, Minato interjected awkwardly, observing their quarrel. By the way, have you finalized the selection for the vessel? Ah, Minato, you pose an excellent question. I have long been prepared. Hanaon gazed at Minato, proudly raising her head. Who is it? Uchiha Obito, Hanaon replied softly. Upon hearing this, Minato was taken aback, regaining his composure only after a brief moment. Is that fellow still alive? Minato looked at Hanaon in astonishment. He is alive, and he was the one who previously devastated Konoha and instigated the Nine Tails chaos. Hannah raised her head and spoke with confidence, but soon she was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, are you saying that it wasn't Madara who instigated the Nine Tails upheaval? Minato's pupils contracted as unsettling thoughts flashed through his mind. Ahem, yes, it was indeed Madara. I misspoke just now. Huayin anxiously added, is that so? Swayman squinted his eyes, gazing at the incredulous expression on Summon's face. A trace of unease welled up within Huayn's heart. What now? How should she proceed? Accidentally, she had let slip a crucial piece of information. Should she reveal to Shueimin that it was not Uchiha Madara who had slain his entire family, but rather his devoted apprentice, Obito? Setting aside the potential consequences of such a confession, the mere thought of betraying Obito filled Huayin with guilt and inner turmoil. The situation seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Orochimaru observed the girl's anxious demeanor, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ah, well, since you were so eager to uncover the truth, allow me to enlighten you. Huayin let out a soft sigh, raising her gaze to the swirling waters of the wave windgate. Her eyes brimming with a myriad of intricate emotions. The one who harmed your entire family and instigated the Nine Tails turmoil is none other than Uchiha Obito, your once cherished disciple. As Huayin's words lingered in the air, the pupils of Minato widened in disbelief, shock evident in his expression. Could it truly be Obito? No, how could that be? Minato, grappling with incredulity, lifted his gaze towards the girl, his voice imbued with confusion and anguish. The truth stands as it is. Should you harbor doubts? You may unveil Obito's mask, for the flying thunder god mark you inscribed upon him serves as irrefutable evidence. Hannah sighed softly once more, her gaze laden with complexity as it fell upon Minato. Is it truly so? This child, Obito. A multitude of fragments flickered through Minato's mind, and his emotions grew increasingly intricate. As a teacher, he understood Obito's character well, outwardly carefree, gentle, and cheerful, yet inwardly more sensitive and fragile than anyone else. Should he lose that which is most precious, he might indeed spiral into extremes. However, what Minato never anticipated was that Obito would resort to such drastic measures. I must speak with him. Minato's voice resonated with profound weight. Before that, let me take you back to Konoha. All right. Hannah nodded obediently. Soon, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to place Hannah in the home of Itachi Uchiha, after which he vanished without a trace. I wonder if Toby will be angry when he sees Minato coming to find him later. In Huayin's mind, the scene of the imminent meeting between the two individuals emerged, and a sense of unease began to creep in. She could only hope that Obito would refrain from expressing any grievances towards her. Alas, Huayin raised her head to gaze at the doorway and gently pressed the doorbell. The door opened with a soft click. Huayin, where have you been today? It was Uchiha Itachi, his face reflecting astonishment as he looked at the young girl. I went to accomplish something significant. Huayin faced Uchiha Itachi, speaking hesitantly. Chapter 189. Do not touch my head. What significant matter are you referring to? Itachi gazed at his adorable wife, struggling to suppress a smile. It is indeed a matter of great importance. Nonetheless, do not inquire further. Huayin tiptoed and covered the mouth of you. Unexpectedly, her hand was gently nibbled by you. Oh, what are you doing? Huayin glared at you with indignation. Yao tilted his head, gazing at Huayin with a look of fondness. Your hands are too soft. Is it not permissible for me to take a bite? You. Hannah's face flushed with embarrassment, and her speech became hesitant. Yao, intrigued, leaned down and pointed to his own face, inquiring, what is wrong with me? After a brief pause, he dismissed it, saying, never mind, it's nothing. Hannah's hands fluttered anxiously as she turned her gaze towards the distance. Her cheeks involuntarily tinged with a blush. Yao gently extended his finger and lightly tapped Hannah's forehead, inquiring, pray tell, where are you truly headed? I am not going anywhere in particular, merely wandering aimlessly, she replied. Huayin pressed her hands against her forehead, where a noticeable bump had formed. She looked at Itachi with a sense of grievance. Itachi gazed at the young girl before him and offered a faint smile, retrieving a gentleman's hat from a nearby table. All right, I shall cease my teasing. I have matters within the clan that require my attention. Hannah gazed at Itachi, hesitating for a moment before saying, I shall accompany you. Itachi smiled and replied, sure, let us proceed. Sunlight bathed the two in warmth, their shadows gradually elongating. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the treetops to sway softly, creating a cozy ambience. The young couple walked side by side, their steps in perfect harmony. Do you not have anything you wish to discuss? Itachi inquired. Holding a stack of documents tightly in his hand as he turned to look at Hannah, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Aren't you supposed to attend to your work now? It may not be appropriate for me to engage you in conversation. The words of Huayin lingered, hesitating in the air. Well, your point is valid. Yet there is still room for a brief conversation. Itachi pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before softly responding. Very well, Itachi-kun, what mission are you currently undertaking? Huayin gazed at Itachi, her face brimming with curiosity. Is it merely about resolving some internal family disputes? Is it really that simple? Indeed, Itachi nodded in affirmation. That sounds rather effortless, Huayin remarked with an air of ease. Not necessarily. At times it can be simple, yet in most instances, it tends to be quite exhausting. Itachi replied, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. In what circumstances does it become comparatively easier? Hannah gazed curiously at Uchiha Itachi. After a brief moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, Itachi opened them. Typically, it is during the quietude of the clan that one can reflect. Yet many lack the capacity for such tranquility. Itachi shook his head, acknowledging this reality. Is that so? Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Hanin fell into a moment of silence. Her gaze lowered. Soon, the foremost figure, Uchiha Itachi, came to an abrupt halt. As a result of his unexpected pause, Hanin inadvertently collided with him. Why did you stop so suddenly? Huayin covered her forehead, gazing at Itachi with a sense of grievance. We have arrived. It is just ahead. Itachi let out a soft sigh. The sound of flowers followed Itachi's gaze towards the distance, where a solitary cottage stood at the foot of the mountain. How peculiar. Had not the Uchiha clan already achieved complete prosperity? Hannah expressed her curiosity through a soft murmur. Indeed, it was precisely this peculiarity that piqued her interest. The commission originated from this very place. Itachi advanced slowly, with Hannah trailing closely behind. The sound of knocking echoed thud, thud, thud. Itachi extended his hand and gently rapped on the door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing an elderly man bent with age, who gradually opened his eyes. Ah, is that not the young clan leader? The figure who opened the door was Elder Shana. Elder Shana, is that truly you? Itachi inquired. His pupils momentarily narrowing as he regarded the elderly man before him. At this moment, Hannah, standing beside Itachi, gazed at the old man with a similarly astonished expression. Humph. The old man has grown weary, and with no descendants to speak of, he seeks solace in solitude, Elder Shauna scoffed, then turned to observe Hana, who stood beside Itachi. A flicker of realization lit up his eyes. You must be that little girl, Hana, right? Elder Shauna exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Yes, it is I. What brings you to seek me, Elder Shauna? Hana replied, her curiosity piqued. Huayin pointed at herself with curiosity, gazing at the elder. After all these years, how is it that you remain so tall? Shauna let out a light sigh, laced with a hint of teasing. Upon hearing the elder's jest, Huayin instinctively tightened her fists. Never mind, let it all end. Everyone seems intent on making a mockery of my height. As the afternoon unfolded, matters swiftly resolved themselves. It turned out that Elder Shauna, despite his advanced age, lived alone in a secluded corner. Concerned members of the clan informed the security department, and Mei Qin, seeking to train Itachi, entrusted him with this task. The outcome was relatively smooth. After a heartfelt persuasion from Huayin, Elder Shauna finally agreed to relocate to the clan center. The faint blush of dawn in the sky gradually faded, as the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the young men and women walking ahead. Their shadows grew ever shorter. What do you think, Itachi-kun? Am I impressive, or what? Huayin walked ahead of Uchiha Itachi, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing with a proud expression at the boy in front of her. Indeed quite impressive. Itachi nodded, then reached out to gently stroke Huayin's head. Hana lowered her head, allowing Itachi's hand to linger atop her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. So this is what it feels like to be patted on the head. The sensation is rather pleasant. Itachi gazed at the shy girl before him. Her eyes closed in bashfulness. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Hana opened her eyes, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Instinctively, Itachi placed his hand back on the crown of the girl's head. Huayin once again closed her eyes, her expression one of bashful modesty. Immediately after, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead, prompting him to withdraw his hand. Hana opened her eyes for the third time, a flicker of disappointment shimmering within them. Itachi's hand once again made its way up, only to descend yet again. The girl's emotions ebbed and flowed in such a manner. This scene appeared rather amusing. A subtle smile unconsciously crept upon Itachi's lips. After a brief pause, Huayin opened her eyes. Her face flushed with anger as she instinctively raised her hand to ward off Itachi's touch. Subsequently, Huayin stepped back several paces, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, You were clearly teasing me just now. I am not a child. Itachi replied. Upon witnessing Huayin's expression, Itachi could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Do not laugh, you scoundrel. Huayin playfully exclaimed. Why has your expression been changing so much? He stopped in his tracks, allowing the young girl to gently pound her small fist against his chest. Is that so? Hana raised her head, momentarily taken aback. Of course there is. The corners of Yao's mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, his gaze filled with affection as he looked at Hana. Hana gazed at Itachi Uchiha, gradually falling into silence. Alas, it seems she has been deceived. Chapter 190, Eating Grilled Fish. Obito, I never anticipated that you were the masked man from before. Minato Namikaze looked at the figure before him, adorned with a tiger-striped mask, his expression laden with complexity. And what of it? Obito scoffed, his tone frigid. Why have you done this? Minato's voice trembled slightly. Then let me ask you, Obito retorted, his teeth clenched, glaring at Minato with fury. Why did you not come to our aid back then? If only you had arrived a moment sooner, Rin might still be alive. Where were you at that time? The situation was too sudden. I had to attend to matters at the front lines. I am truly sorry. Minato's expression darkened, as if recalling a painful memory. From that moment on, I became utterly disillusioned with the ninja world, consumed by a desire to change it. Obito sighed softly, his gaze filled with complexity as he regarded his former teacher. So, you intend to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi? Minato inquired, his eyes fixed intently on Obito. Yes, but that was my previous intention. Now, all I wish is to protect that girl. Obito shook his head, since realizing the disparity in strength between himself and Madara Uchiha. He had abandoned that absurd plan. What would initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi achieve? Rin is gone. Nothing can be altered. I understand, Minato said, placing a hand on Obito's shoulder. His eyes filled with remorse. You need not forgive me. I have never forgiven myself. Having embarked on this path, there is no turning back. Obito's eyes were icy. Subsequently, Obito, like a child, recounted his tragic experiences to Minato, who listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Meanwhile, on another side, Itachi-kun, what would you like to eat for lunch? Huayin rested her chin on the table, languidly inquiring, what would you like to eat? Meanwhile, Yu, washing the dishes, cast a tender gaze upon the young girl. I haven't decided yet. Huayin shook her head gently, murmuring softly. How about we go for grilled fish? Yao suddenly suggested, gazing at her tenderly. That sounds delightful. Let's go with that. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Huayin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let us set off at once. Huayin rose to her feet and cast her gaze upon the weasel still engaged in washing the dishes. Not yet. The weasel shook his head. Why? Huayin inquired with curiosity. I am still occupied with the dishes. I shall proceed once I have finished, the weasel gently sighed. Oh, very well. Hannah nodded in acknowledgement and then returned to her room. She opened the wardrobe, gazing out at the frigid weather beyond the window, and deliberately tied a scarf around her neck. Perhaps it would be nice to bring another one for Itachi as well. Hannah gently retrieved a black scarf, her voice barely above a whisper. The girl's gaze fleetingly swept over the mirror beside the table, her cheeks blushing ever so slightly. Having been in this world for a while now, she was taken aback by the considerable change within herself. Itachi, this black scarf is for you. Put it on and see how it looks. Huayin blushed, extending a black scarf with both hands. This scarf was one she had meticulously knitted not long ago. It looks quite splendid. You wrapped the scarf around his neck, observing it closely before nodding in approval. I am glad you like it. Hannah exhibited a sweet smile, her hands clasped behind her. Is this scarf knitted by you for me? Yao inquired with curiosity as he gazed at Hannah. Yes, indeed, she replied. Hannah gently nodded her head. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. Yato gazed at the girl before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Can we go out now? Hannah looked up, her eyes fixed intently on Yato. Yes, let us depart, he replied, taking Hannah's hand in his. Together, they stepped out of the house. As the door swung open, a chilling gust of wind rushed towards them, causing Hannah to shiver involuntarily. Are you cold? Yato asked, glancing down at Hannah with concern. I'm fine. Let's go, she replied, her teeth chattering as she looked at him. Yato observed the appearance of his little wife, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, he murmured, uncertain of how to express his thoughts. Hannah's appearance is undeniably charming, I must admit. The weather in December is exceptionally frigid. Gazing at the once verdant grass now cloaked in a delicate layer of frost, and observing the streams along the roadside firmly frozen by the biting cold, it feels as if the entire world has been draped in a silvery shroud. Hannah, did you bring any money? Itachi's voice broke the spell of Hannah's thoughts as she immersed herself in this wintry realm. Hannah raised her head in confusion. Her gaze clouded as she looked at the figure of Uchiha Itachi before her, and then her pupils suddenly constricted. Oh no. She realized with dismay that in her haste to leave, she had once again forgotten to bring any money. What was she to do next? Itachi observed the little girl before him, completely stunned, and couldn't he help but let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with affection. I knew you would forget. But it's all right. I have brought some. A gentle smile graced Itachi's lips, radiating warmth. Then I shall treat you next time. Hannah blushed. Her voice is delicate as a whisper of a mosquito. This is already the third time you have uttered that phrase, she remarked. Why? In exasperation, covered his forehead. Yet a hint of amusement danced in his gaze as he regarded Hannah. Oh, is that so? Hannah extended her finger, placing it gently against her lips as she murmured softly, a hint of dissatisfaction gracing her features, rendering her utterly adorable. Have you truly forgotten? Itachi reached out, lightly tapping Hanayo's forehead with a teasing glint in his eyes. That hurts. Enough already, Itachi. I have told you countless times not to poke my forehead like that. Huayin covered her slightly swollen forehead with both hands, casting a resentful glare at Yao, her eyes seemingly capable of devouring him whole. Yao, witnessing his delicate wife's sulky demeanor, nearly succumbed to laughter but managed to restrain himself. Very well, I shall refrain from teasing you in such a manner next time, he said, his eyes curving into crescent moons, his tone imbued with tenderness and indulgence. Humph. Huayin turned her head away in displeasure, presenting her delicate back to you. It was evident to her that you harbored ill intentions. Soon, the two naturally arrived at a grilled fish restaurant. This establishment was modestly sized, reminiscent of some barbecue stalls from her previous life, leaving Huayin puzzled as to why you had chosen to bring her here. Boss, we'll have 4 skewers of grilled fish, you calmly stated at the counter, his demeanor as serene as still water. Certainly, esteemed guests, please hold on for a moment, replied the middle-aged proprietor, who was sweating profusely as he fanned himself with his right hand. At that moment, the skewers on the wooden rack were sizzling, the fish grilling over the charcoal until golden and crispy. The boss skillfully sprinkled them with pepper and salt, releasing an irresistible aroma that wafted through the air. causing Huayin to swallow hard in anticipation of the delectable treat soon to come. Before long, the middle-aged man approached with a serving tray, on which 4 meticulously wrapped grilled fish glimmered in their tinfoil attire. "They are ready, please enjoy," he said with a warm smile, his tone brimming with enthusiasm and sincerity. "How is it? Does it taste all right?" Yu inquired, sampling the grilled fish with one hand while his gaze shifted to Huayin. The young girl cradled the fish in both hands, savoring it with delight as she licked her fingers, still yearning for more. It is quite good," she replied. Hana responded with a hint of arrogance, her gaze subtly darting towards the half-eaten grilled fish in Itachi's hand. Itachi gently swayed the grilled fish in his grasp. "Itachi-kun, I am already quite full." Huayin noticed the movement of Yu, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Is that so? Then let us depart," Yu said, placing the unfinished grilled fish on the foil. "Ah, are we really leaving just like this?" Huayin gazed at the remnants of the grilled fish on the foil, unconsciously swallowing. "But weren't you already full?" Yu tilted his head, feigning confusion as he looked at Huayin. "I suppose it's nothing. Let us be on our way." Huayin lowered her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Just kidding, boss. Let us have 4 more skewers of grilled fish," she said, chuckling as she shook her head, then turned to the middle-aged proprietor who was tending to the grill. "All right," the owner replied, promptly retrieving 4 pieces of fish from the refrigerator and placing them on the grill. Huayin looked up at Itachi in astonishment. She had initially thought that he hadn't brought enough money. "What's wrong?" Itachi asked with a gentle smile. "It's nothing," she replied. Huayin shook her head, a warm current surging within her. It seems that Itachi still cares for her deeply. However, her gaze lingered on the piece of grilled fish wrapped in foil that remained uneaten. Huayin swallowed hard, her throat dry. "You go ahead and eat." "I am already full," she said, as you handed her the food. Huayin's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded enthusiastically, as if she had received a precious gift. Yao observed her with a hint of surprise, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His wife appeared rather excessively naive. After all, it was merely a piece of grilled fish. There was no need for such excitement. Yao hesitated, glancing at Huayin, his heart also involuntarily quickening. No matter how one perceives it, Hainan is undeniably adorable. The middle-aged proprietor, carrying a tray, gently placed the 4 on the table. With a calm nod, Itachi acknowledged the gesture. Once the proprietor departed, Itachi turned his gaze softly towards Hainan, observing the girl before him, reminiscent of a small squirrel. Savoring the grilled fish in her hands, a faint smile unconsciously graced Itachi's lips. This way of life appears truly delightful. Yet, he pondered whether such tranquility could persist into the future. If given the choice, Itachi sincerely wished for the Tsutsuki clan to refrain from disturbing the ninja world. The meal concluded swiftly, and the two strolled side by side along the bustling street. "What do you plan to do next?" Itachi inquired, hands in pockets, his curiosity piqued. "Let us just wander around," Hainan replied. Hana smiled sweetly, her vibrant energy directed towards Itachi Uchiha. "What is it?" Itachi extended his hand, signaling to Hana. Hana gazed at Itachi Uchiha's outstretched hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Hold hands?" Itachi replied with a gentle smile. "Very well, considering you just treated me to grilled fish. I shall reluctantly acquiesce to this act of hand-holding. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely concerned for your well-being." Hana spoke with a hint of tsundere charm. "Well then, thank you." Itachi grasped Hana's delicate hand firmly. One cannot deny that. Hana's hands are indeed delicate, and Itachi couldn't help but hold them a moment longer. "Fool, what are you doing? There are others watching." Hana cast a glance at Itachi Uchiha, who shrugged his shoulders in resignation. The chilly weather kept the streets relatively deserted. Before long, the two joined hands and spotted a familiar figure in the distance. "Ah, is that not Kakashi?" Hana turned her head to glance at Itachi Uchiha. "Let's go and greet him," she suggested. Itachi smiled faintly. "All right." Hana gently extricated herself from Itachi's grasp, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. After all, being observed by an acquaintance left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Kakashi, what are you doing?" At that moment, Kakashi lingered at the entrance of the bookstore, glancing around anxiously. Upon hearing the familiar voice, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. "Ah, it's Hana," he murmured, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone slightly awkward. He had just intended to purchase a copy of Intimate Paradise. "Kakashi, are you standing here to buy a book?" Hana inquired, her gaze fixed on him in confusion. "Ah, yes, that is indeed my intention," Kakashi replied, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Surely, he couldn't be contemplating the purchase of something inappropriate, could he? Huayin fixed her gaze on Kakashi, her eyes filled with skepticism. Kakashi hurriedly gestured with both hands. No, 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 Warren, you have misunderstood. I could never be the type of person. Before he could finish his words, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sasuke emerging from the bookstore, cradling a copy of Intimate Paradise. Kakashi-senpai, is this the book you wanted me to purchase? Sasuke looked up, momentarily taken aback. Huayin, brother, what are you both doing here? Sasuke, perhaps it would be best if you avoided that book, Itachi remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he directed his gaze toward the flustered Kakashi. Ahem, Huayin, allow me to explain. I certainly did not lead Sasuke astray. Kakashi quickly defended himself. Is that so? Hana's eyes narrowed slightly, and a subtle aura of menace emanated from her. Kakashi could not suppress a shiver, his visage betraying a look of terror. He promptly turned to explain the situation to the bewildered Sasuke beside him, revealing a hint of urgency in his demeanor. Even Sasuke, typically slow to grasp such nuances, quickly understood Kakashi's intent. Ahem, Sister Hana. I purchased this book of my own volition. It has nothing to do with Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke stammered awkwardly. In that case, I shall confiscate this book. Hana, with a serious expression, seized the book from Sasuke's hands. Sasuke immediately became curious about the contents of the book. Kakashi-sensei, sighed Itachi, glancing at the dejected Kakashi. Itachi, I once took care of you. Could you perhaps? Kakashi clasped his hands together, gazing at Itachi with a pleading look. It is essential to note that the book Intimate Paradise is a rare edition. If I were to lose this copy, I cannot fathom how long it would take to acquire another. Moreover, Jiraiya is currently absent from Konoha. I will do my utmost to retrieve it for you. By the way, would you be interested in visiting the Uchiha clan? Itachi shook his head but then, recalling something, looked at Kakashi with curiosity. Is something amiss? Kakashi's expression grew serious. Not at all. Well then, it's a perfect opportunity to share a meal. Kakashi shrugged, his languid eyes reflecting a sense of ease. I find my writing quite awkward. I am uncertain how to proceed. I hope there will be a spark of inspiration for love. Many thanks to those who have followed along this far. Chapter 192. Shall we all dine together? Itachi and Kakashi walked at the forefront. Hanin stood behind, whispering to Sasuke. Sasuke, do not be deceived by that guy Kakashi. He is, in fact, Hana leaned down, whispering softly into Sasuke's ear. Sasuke, feeling a surge of anxiety, blushed deeply, listening attentively to Hana's words. The four of them continued their journey, finally returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. It had been quite some time since they last visited, and the changes here were truly remarkable. Kakashi gazed around in astonishment. Indeed, the transformation was significant. Itachi murmured in agreement, his expression calm and composed. Hana, Sasuke, well, what would you like to eat tonight? Itachi suddenly turned back, curiosity evident in his voice. Anything is fine. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. I'm open to anything, as long as it's made by Itachi-kun. I adore his cooking. Hana's melodic laughter resonated in the air. Upon hearing such praise from the young lady, a warm sensation surged within Itachi's heart. Indeed, it is true that his wife possesses a remarkable emotional intelligence. Kakashi, observing the silent exchange between the two, felt as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. He shot a glare at Itachi, wishing he could obliterate the man on the spot. Kakashi, it seems you still lack a significant other? Itachi inquired, noticing the menacing aura emanating from Kakashi. Yes. And what of it? Kakashi replied with a resigned sigh. Nothing, but Kakashi-senpai, you are not exactly young anymore, Itachi remarked, hesitating slightly. Let us drop this topic. Kakashi quickly interjected, waving his hand to dismiss the conversation. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he focused his gaze on Itachi. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable urge to provoke Itachi, a sentiment he had not experienced before. Perhaps it was just a fleeting illusion. Itachi, you and Hana should still be. Kakashi leaned in closer, casting a sidelong glance at Hana who was engaged in conversation with Sasuke, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Itachi, noticing Kakashi's demeanor, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. He was momentarily perplexed by Kakashi's insinuation. What do you mean by still be? Aren't Hana and I perfectly fine? Cough, cough, Itachi, it seems you have yet to grasp my meaning, Kakashi sighed, feigning profundity. What exactly are you trying to say? Itachi frowned, his fists instinctively tightening. Perhaps you should take a look at this book. It might enhance the bond between you and Hana. Trust me, Kakashi said, producing a book devoid of a cover from his pocket and surreptitiously placing it into Itachi's hands, then giving his shoulder a pat. Skeptical, Itachi accepted the book while casting a discreet glance at Hana, who was still chatting amiably with Sasuke. This book is legitimate, right? Itachi asked seriously. Cough. Of course it's legitimate, Kakashi replied, awkwardly clearing his throat. Seeing Kakashi's flustered demeanor piqued Itachi's curiosity about the book's contents. However, he reconsidered, after all. This was a gift from Kakashi, and it seemed somewhat impolite to open it in his presence. I shall read it later tonight in my room. Very well then. Thank you. I still need to head to the market to buy groceries, so you should return with Hana, Itachi said softly. All right, Kakashi replied with a wicked grin, patting Itachi's shoulder before turning to walk towards Hana. Watching Kakashi's rather unrefined behavior, Itachi let out a soft sigh. Despite Kakashi being his former captain, his current demeanor was indeed quite annoying. Never mind. I shouldn't overthink it. I should just go buy groceries. With a shake of his head, Itachi utilized the flying thunder god technique and vanished from the spot. Kakashi-senpai, where has Itachi gone? Hana turned her gaze towards Kakashi, who was approaching, and curiously inquired. He went to buy groceries. Let us return home first. Kakashi gazed gently at the young girl and softly shrugged his shoulders. Very well. Hanayo took Sasuke's hand. In just a few months, Hanayo had grown a head taller than Sasuke. Standing side by side, they resembled siblings, unlike before when Sasuke always towered over Hanayo. Ahem, Hanayo. As someone who has been through similar experiences, it is my duty to remind you two young ones, Kakashi said, casting a meaningful glance at the charming Hanayo and clearing his throat awkwardly. What did you say? Hana gazed at Kakashi, her expression one of bewilderment. It's nothing. You are still young. Please refrain from engaging in anything that could endanger lives, Kakashi remarked with a mischievous grin, instinctively taking a step back. At first, Huayin was perplexed by the meaning, yet soon, a blush blossomed upon her cheeks, swiftly spreading throughout her entire being. Kakashi-senpai, please refrain from such teasing. Hana took a deep breath, raising her gaze towards Kakashi, her cheeks flushed. I apologize. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his eyes curving into crescent shapes. Soon, the trio arrived before a grand estate. Ding dong. The soft sound of flowers pressing the doorbell echoed. With a click, the doors swung open, revealing the water gate. While Obito stood beside it. Oh, little one, you've returned? Obito raised an eyebrow at the flower sound. Obito, what brings you here as well? Hana inquired with astonishment. Well, I have already forgiven Obito. Minato chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Witnessing this scene, Hana nearly burst into laughter. Is this the essence of daily life? Nevertheless, this world is already chaotic enough. What does it matter to me? Hana, why have you returned only now? At that moment, Naruto, seated on the sofa, stood up and approached with a hint of complaint. I lost track of time. Huayin glanced at the clock in the living room, responding with a hint of regret. Since they were already here, there was nothing of great importance. Naruto gently pushed aside Sasuke's hand that was holding Huayin's, smiling brightly. As Sasuke's hand was moved away, his expression darkened instantly, glaring discontentedly at Naruto. Observing the subtle tension brewing between the two, Hana frowned slightly. Just as in the original work, Naruto and Sasuke still bore the same expressions. It appears that their relationship is rather amicable. Minato gazed at the two with a smile and remarked, "And I with him?" The two simultaneously pointed at each other with disdain. Enough of your bickering. Please take a seat. I still need to prepare dinner. Suddenly recalling something, Minato hurried towards the kitchen. Sensei, Itachi is still out shopping for groceries. Isn't it a bit early to be cooking? Kakashi observed Minato's hurried demeanor. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh, it does seem that way. Minato halted, nodding as if awakening from a dream. Feeling utterly uninspired. I shall now simply indulge in a meal. I implore everyone to support this endeavor. It is of great significance to the author. Thank you all. Additionally, the results of the book assessment have been released. How does everyone find this cover? Chapter 193. When will you two marry? Observing Minato's naturally dazed expression, Huayin couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. After a short while, the doorbell rang. I shall go and answer the door. Huayin cast a glance at the gathering in the living room, quickly rose to her feet, and hurried towards the front door. With a crisp sound, Huayin gently pushed open the door, only to find you standing outside with 2 bags in hand. Yukuin, why have you returned so late? Hana expressed her dissatisfaction with a hint of complaint. I apologize. The market is just too crowded. Is everyone here? Itachi turned his gaze towards the crowd in the living room, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? He inquired, noticing a stranger's face that stirred a flicker of familiarity within him. After a brief silence, Obito retrieved a mask from his pocket and donned it. You are the masked man from before? Itachi asked in astonishment. Indeed, Obito nodded affirmatively. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Kakashi quickly rose to his feet, gently pushing Itachi's shoulder. Ahem, Itachi, why don't we prepare dinner first? We can discuss some matters at the dinner table later. Itachi, with a complex expression, nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. To be candid, he harbored no fondness for Obito, considering this masked individual had once taken the lives of his two comrades. In the kitchen, as Itachi peeled potatoes, he curiously asked, Kakashi-sensei, is that guy one of your former companions? Ah, yes, he was a very important companion to me. Kakashi responded with a mixed expression. He had just spent a long time conversing with Obito and Minato, gradually accepting Obito's presence. However, he remained uncertain about how Itachi would perceive Obito. Kakashi hoped fervently that Itachi would not harbor any animosity towards him. Are you all right? He asked, concerned, as he observed Itachi's silence. I'm fine, Itachi replied with a slight smile, gently shaking his head, although his eyes remained remarkably calm. Kakashi took note of this moment, realizing that Itachi still cared for his previous comrades. By the way, what do you plan to cook next? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. I will make something that he loves. Itachi answered calmly, although a hint of joy was evident in his eyes. The he to whom Itachi referred was likely Hana. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by the romantic undertones. When do you two plan to get married? He asked with a light sigh, trying to suppress his discomfort while eyeing Itachi with curiosity. I haven't thought about that yet, Itachi replied, his cheeks slightly flushed as he contemplated the future. Oh, are you feeling shy? Kakashi teased, noticing Itachi's restless demeanor. Itachi cast a helpless glance at the mischievous Kakashi and continued slicing the potatoes. Have you read that book I gave you? Kakashi leaned in, his tone laced with mockery. Not yet. Didn't you say it was quite serious? Itachi responded as he placed the shredded potatoes into the pot. I see. Then you must read it tonight, Kakashi said. His voice tinged with a hint of disappointment, though he quickly perked up again. What is it about? Itachi asked, furrowing his brow as he heated the oil in the pan. Ahem, it contains some excellent content. Kakashi coughed awkwardly. All right, I will read it tonight. Itachi nodded as he stirred the vegetables in the pan. You carry on. I will head back to the living room. Kakashi waved at Itachi and exited the kitchen. Itachi watched Kakashi's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. He recalled Kakashi's words vividly. Marrying Hana? The mere thought of that image gave Itachi a headache. Not out of disdain for Hana, but rather due to the complexities it entailed. Yet, more than anything, he felt a sense of helplessness. Uncertain of how Hana would react to such a notion, Hana gazed upon the conversation between Watergate and Obito, her expression betraying a sense of helplessness. After all, with Itachi absent, who else could she confide in? Sister Hana, what are you pondering? Sasuke's voice suddenly pierced through her reverie. Oh, merely contemplating a few matters, she replied. Hana turned her gaze towards Sasuke, who was a head shorter than her, and gently reached out to ruffle his hair. Although Sasuke displayed a hint of reluctance, he soon acquiesced to the gesture of affection. Subsequently, he discreetly glanced at Naruto, who was seated at the opposite end, and raised an eyebrow as if to boast. Look, Sister Hana is petting my head, not yours. Naruto, witnessing Sasuke's taunting demeanor, felt a surge of anger, wishing fervently to charge over and deliver a sound thrashing. Yet, the moment was ill-fated, for Hana was still present. Taking a deep breath, Naruto slowly approached Hana. At that moment, although Hana gently touched Sasuke's head, her thoughts gradually drifted elsewhere, completely unaware that Naruto had approached her side. Suddenly, Naruto's aggrieved voice resonated. The sound of blossoms awakened like a dream, leaving her momentarily dazed. What is it, Naruto? Hana rose to her feet and gently ruffled Naruto's hair. At that moment, Naruto felt a sense of relief and subsequently raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. Sasuke, in turn, clenched his teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. As the meal was prepared, Itachi gracefully carried the platter of dishes to the dining table. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of delectable and aromatic dishes that looked truly splendid. It looks delightful, Minato remarked with a sunny smile. All right, Naruto, Sasuke, it's time to enjoy your meal. Huayin glanced at the two individuals, whose tension was palpable, and gently remarked, all right. The two responded in unison, subsequently nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Huayin felt a trickle of cold sweat bead on her forehead. She could not quite comprehend why, but whenever these two little ones gazed at her, their eyes always bore an air of peculiarity. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Huayin shook her head, dispelling the clutter of thoughts within her mind. By the way, Obito, where is Sister Konan? Did she not accompany you here? Hana settled into her seat, her curiosity prompting her to inquire of Obito. She is still in the Rain Village, perhaps still preoccupied with matters concerning Nagato. Obito replied ambiguously while eating. I see. The delicate eyelids of Hanin gently descended. She still harbored a sense of guilt regarding Nagato. What troubles you? Itachi inquired with concern upon noticing the girl's silence. I am fine, Dato. How fares the situation with Madara? Huayin shook her head in response to Uchiha Itachi, then cast a complex glance towards Obito. Madara has consented to our plan and now intends to assist me. As for the 5 Kage, I am not quite certain. Obito gently replied, using his chopsticks to pick up the meat from the dish. I see. Hana sighed once more, delicately picking up the shredded potatoes with her chopsticks. What on earth are you two discussing? Kakashi inquired, a look of perplexity adorning his face as his gaze flitted between the two. Just some trivial matters of everyday life. Hana fiddled with her meal, mumbling, is this what they call mundane affairs? The corners of Minato's mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to have caught some astonishing information moments ago. Madara, the 5 shadows, either of these terms alone could leave one in shock. The young clan leader's wife is right. Minato awkwardly cleared his throat. His gaze flitting between Obito and Hana. Is this topic a bit too heavy? Is it all right? Hana replied, staring at Minato in a daze. Has Uchiha Madara already allied with you? Itachi asked, his expression laced with concern. Yes, as long as we eliminate the Otsutsuki clan, we will be fine. Hana replied with a sweet smile. Can we truly manage to contend with those Otsutsuki on our own? Itachi furrowed his brow slightly. Thus, we can only take it one step at a time. Hana sighed lightly, her brows tightly knit. It seems this is the only way for now. Minato nodded thoughtfully, clearly. The strength of the ninja alliance alone was insufficient to confront them. Indeed, however, I will have Orochimaru utilize the reanimation jutsu to summon the first Hokage, Hana confirmed. Sensing the tense atmosphere at the dining table, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances. What are they talking about? Naruto inquired. Not sure, Sasuke shook his head. A month passed. The gradually cooling weather began to warm slightly. This weather is truly unpredictable, Hana remarked. Hana gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, reflecting thoughtfully. Isn't it so? The climate of the ninja realm has always been like this. Itachi gently massaged Hana's back, responding in a soft voice. That seems to be the case. With a sweet smile, Huayin turned to glance at the considerate boy, a warm current surging within her heart. Having been in this ninja world for a decade, Huayin had once lived in constant trepidation, perpetually wary of Uchiha Itachi. However, the outcome now was beyond her expectations, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Itachi, I wish to pose a question to you. Huayin suddenly spoke. The movement of you pausing to pat his back slightly faltered. Go ahead. What would you do if I were to vanish one day? As soon as Huayin's words faded, a heavy force descended upon her head. It hurt so much. Why did you suddenly strike me? Huayin clutched her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Itachi. You mustn't ask such questions again. Itachi, with a grave expression, gently tapped Huayin's head once more. That hurts. All right, I won't say anything more. Is that satisfactory? Hana had no means to contend with Itachi and was left with no choice but to acquiesce. She had merely acted on a momentary impulse, curiously posing that question, never anticipating Itachi's vehement reaction. However, Itachi's attitude took Hana by surprise. After all, he typically exuded a sense of composure and tranquility. Yet this time, his demeanor seemed somewhat out of character. In any case, such jesting was ill-advised. Itachi spoke with a grave tone, his eyes betraying a hint of exasperation, as if he were regarding a mischievous child. Very well, I shall refrain from making such jokes in the future. Hana promptly nodded in agreement. Truly, that guy Itachi has no sense of restraint. This time it really hurts. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Young master, are you in there? Came the inquiry from Uncle Tetsuhiko outside the door. Yes, I am, Itachi replied, glancing at Hana with a soft sigh before turning to head towards the entrance. Normally, the affairs of the clan were predominantly handled by Makoto, yet this time they sought out Uchiha Itachi, which was indeed peculiar. Curiosity piqued within Huayin, prompting her to follow closely behind. Young master of the clan, we are facing some troublesome matters within the clan, and Lady Meichin happens to be absent from the Uchiha. Thus, we must implore you to take charge of the situation, spoke Tiehua, his words earnest yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Is that so? Huayin, come along with me, Itachi remarked, turning his gaze to the smiling Huayin beside him, her sweet smile eliciting an involuntary lift at the corners of his mouth. Very well. The sound of footsteps echoed softly as Huayin obediently followed behind Itachi. The trio swiftly vanished from sight, soon arriving at the clan's assembly hall, where a considerable gathering had already convened, the atmosphere palpably tense. As Itachi stepped inside, the assembly rose in unison to pay their respects. He surveyed the room, a frown creasing his brow. What could have transpired? An elder approached, articulating the recent tribulations faced by the clan. It appeared that a drunken man had accused the Uchiha clan's security division of excessive strictness. Is it confirmed that he was not mistreated? Itachi inquired, his gaze fixed on the council of elders. They unanimously shook their heads, hastily denying any allegations of abuse, asserting that all actions were conducted in accordance with established protocols. I understand. Please take me to see him, Itachi replied with a nod. Very well. The assembly complied with Itachi's directive, the expression on his countenance gravely mirroring that of Fugaku. As Huayin followed closely behind Itachi, the onlookers were acutely aware of her presence, and none dared to treat her with indifference. After all, having lived for a considerable span of their lives, even the most obtuse among them could discern that she was the lady of the young clan leader. Who would dare to offend the lady of the young clan leader? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. The two accompanied the elder council to the Uchiha clan's guard department, where behind it lay an immense prison. Soon, the prison doors were swung open by the council, and the two found themselves face to face with an inebriated man, lost in his drunken stupor. Clad in tattered garments and with skin darkened by the sun, he lazily opened his eyes, instinctively disregarding the crowd, before turning his gaze towards Huayin, who stood behind Itachi. Oh, little lady, you are quite the charming sight. Come here and give me a back rub, he slurred, followed by a foolish chuckle and a drunken belch. Huayin furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively taking a step back. Upon witnessing this, the elders immediately knitted their brows in concern. Moments later, several members erupted in furious reprimands. How dare you offend her? She is the esteemed wife of our young clan leader. You are truly blind to your own shortcomings. Beast. Open your eyes and see the audacity you exhibit in speaking to Miss Huayin in such a manner. 3 young members of the Uchiha clan rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the inebriated man. Observing this, the other elders frowned deeply, filled with regret for having missed a golden opportunity to make a good impression before the wife of the young clan leader. Just as the atmosphere thickened with remorse, Itachi's voice resonated through the air. Taifire, Daohua, and the 8th generation, your performance has been commendable, but let the Umbu handle the drunkard from here. Indeed, we still have much to learn in comparison to our young clan leader, they replied. Absolutely. The young clan leader manages the family with remarkable order and has even married Miss Huayin. The 3 spoke with humility, their tone sincere, embodying a fervent desire for improvement. Upon hearing the words of the 3, Huayin's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently pinched Itachi's collar. A matter was swiftly resolved. Along the way, several members of the Uchiha clan began to extol Huayin, showering her with extravagant praises that left her feeling somewhat lightheaded. Itachi, however, remained remarkably composed, his gaze profound. He was acutely aware that these clan members were merely attempting to curry favor with him in hopes of securing a larger share of benefits. Deep down, Itachi felt a profound disappointment towards these Uchiha members, deeming them lacking in true substance. In contrast, Huayin remained blissfully unaware, puzzled as to why these individuals lauded her without cause. Observing his wife's innocent demeanor, Itachi's expression gradually solidified with resolve. He silently vowed to remind Huayin to be cautious of such flattery in the future, if it were possible. Itachi truly wished to shield his naive wife from the internal strife of the clan. Chapter 195. Have you remembered what I told you? Huayin, do you recall everything I have shared with you? Itachi lightly tapped Huayin's forehead, his tone grave. Honestly, I could have conveyed this without resorting to such gestures. Huayin covered the red mark on her head, on the verge of tears but unable to weep. You looked at her disheartened expression and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Huayin furrowed her brow. Oh, it's nothing. Just a humorous memory came to mind. You shrugged lightly. What kind of humorous memory? There was a fool who got hit on the head and remained oblivious to the need for resistance, you teased, gazing at Huayin with a meaningful smile. Oh, then indeed this fool is quite dim-witted. Hannah curled her lips in disdain, only to be momentarily stunned as she raised her gaze towards Itachi, who was suppressing a chuckle. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Itachi, you have changed. If you continue to tease me, you shall come to regret it. Hannah playfully tapped Itachi's head, her lighthearted just hanging in the air. All right, it was just a joke. Don't take it to heart, she teased. Beads of cold sweat formed on Itachi's forehead as he quickly waved his hand in protest. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Itachi found amusement in teasing his wife. She appeared so naive, easily fooled. "Did you remember everything I just said?" he asked with a deep sigh, gazing at Hana with a mixture of complexity and concern. As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, he was acutely aware of the troubles Hana would face as his spouse, potentially entangled in the family's internal strife. Itachi wished to shield her from such burdens. "I remember it all," she replied. Huayin observed the weasel's serious demeanor, ceasing her playful antics and nodding obediently. "Just remember," she said. The weasel nodded, gently stroking her head with a look of satisfaction. "I understand everything you've said. Do you truly think I am that foolish?" Huayin pushed away Yu's hand, expressing her dissatisfaction with a complaint. "I did not imply that you were foolish." Yu's eyes flickered slightly. "Oh, I meant no offense. Will you be occupied with clan matters for the entirety of today?" Huayin gazed at Itachi with a complex expression, fearing the worst. Itachi let out a soft sigh and took a sip of tea from the table. At that moment, they locked eyes, and a brief silence enveloped the air. "What about you now?" Hana raised her head to gaze at Itachi Uchiha, inquiring with curiosity. "Today, I have a day off," Itachi replied with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing that Itachi Uchiha would be taking the entire day to rest, Hana's mood relaxed accordingly as she gently patted her chest. Itachi observed all of Hana's reactions closely. "The weather outside was delightful. Let us take a stroll." Itachi rose to his feet, gazing out at the bright sunshine. "Indeed, having stayed indoors all day, I feel utterly stifled." Upon hearing that Huayin could go out, the tufts of hair atop her head immediately stood on end. She rose to her feet and trotted over to Itachi's side. "Pray tell, where shall we venture for our amusement?" Hanyo reached out and tugged at Itachi's collar. "Let us go to the commercial street in Konoha." Itachi shook his head with a gentle smile, allowing the girl to pull at his garment. "What are we waiting for? Let us be off," Huan exclaimed with enthusiasm, shaking Itachi's arm incessantly. Itachi's gaze reflected a blend of 4 parts helplessness, 3 parts speechlessness, and 2.5 parts indulgence. After a brief preparation, the pair opened the door to their home. The sunlight poured down from the sky, casting a warm glow upon the young couple, their shadows stretching longer with each passing moment. Before long, they arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village, reaching a dimly lit alleyway. The Flying Thunder God technique certainly made traveling quite convenient, yet no matter how hard I tried, I could never seem to master it, Huayin exclaimed with excitement. But her eyes soon dimmed. "So, could you possibly get off me?" Yo gazed at the girl in his arms with a look of exasperation. "Oh." Huayin then realized that she was still nestled in Itachi's embrace, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. Subsequently, Itachi gently set the young girl down onto the ground. "You need not learn the Flying Thunder God technique. I will handle it from here. Just rest your head upon my shoulder." Itachi reassured the somewhat dejected girl with a comforting tone. "Very well then." Hana could discern that Itachi was comforting himself, and a wave of warmth surged within her heart. What shall they purchase on the street next? Itachi took Hana's hand, leading the way ahead. The two emerged from the dark alley, their shadows gradually elongating, and before long, they found themselves amidst the bustling streets. "I do not know." Huayin shook her head gently, then cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi responded to her with a serene smile. Huayin, feeling a sudden rush of embarrassment, turned her head away. "It has been such a long time. Yet you remain so bashful," Itachi teased. Hana, upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's words, buried her head even lower, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide. The figure ahead seemed somewhat familiar. Itachi gazed into the distance at a furtive silhouette, murmuring to himself, "That appears to be Master Jiraiya, does it not?" Upon hearing the words, Huan curiously lifted her head. Before her stood a figure with long, flowing white hair, holding a telescope and slightly hunched over. She could tell at a glance it must be her esteemed teacher, Jiraiya. Hana abruptly released Itachi's hand and dashed into the distance. Itachi gazed at Hana's reckless demeanor and let out a soft sigh. How could a ninja be so indiscreet in their approach? If you charge in like that, won't Master Jiraiya notice you instantly? A sense of unease regarding Hana welled up within Itachi, prompting him to follow closely behind. Huayin parted the verdant grass in the distance, only to discover it utterly devoid of any presence. How peculiar! Where had the people gone? Huayin was taken aback. By doing this, he must have already noticed your presence. He has probably fled by now, Yao teased from the side. "Humph, it's not like I lack the means." Huayin curled her lips and immediately made a gesture. "Jade Hound." Before long, 2 wolves, one black and one white, appeared beside her. The wolves sniffed the air briefly before dashing towards Jiraiya. Upon witnessing Huayin invoke this skill, Itachi was flooded with memories of the past, particularly from the time of the Genin exams. Hana used this very tactic to best Kakashi. A quarter of an hour later, the two entered a pitch-black alley, where they discovered Kakashi and Jiraiya standing, seemingly engaged in some form of transaction. Ahem, pardon the interruption, Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. Ah, Itachi, Hana, what brings you here? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Ah, ha ha ha, Hana-chan, it's been a while, Jiraiya said, scratching his head in embarrassment as he turned to face them. Jiraiya-sensei, you aren't peddling those dubious books again, are you? Huayin furrowed her brows slightly and cast a stern glance at the two individuals. No, how could that be? They hurriedly waved their hands in denial. Is that so? Allow me to verify. Huayin approached the two. They presented the books they had meticulously prepared in advance. Take a look at this. There seems to be no issue, correct? Indeed, it appears that everything is in order. Hana gently turned the pages of the book, her brows gradually unfurling. Since there are no issues, shall we proceed with the transaction? Jiraiya inquired. Certainly, she replied. Hana nodded in agreement, standing behind her. Itachi wore an expression of helplessness as he observed the two, although he was aware of the truth. He ultimately refrained from revealing it to Hana under the pleading gazes of the pair. In truth, upon closer examination, it was evident that Jiraiya had meticulously prepared several innocuous books to safeguard against potential searches by the security department. The truly valuable texts were likely concealed in some hidden corner. Itachi's gaze drifted towards a conspicuously bulging black bag nestled near the corner duct. Sighing, he remarked, Hana, since they have not engaged in any unlawful activities, let us take our leave. All right. Teacher Jiraiya, Senior Kakashi, farewell. Hana turned to wave goodbye to the two individuals. Well, farewell. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as they watched Hana and Itachi depart. Chapter 196. You want me to become the clan leader? A week has passed. Everything remains unchanged, devoid of any turbulence. Itachi busied himself with the affairs of the Uchiha clan, while Hana, alone in her room, appeared remarkably at ease. What should I do next? Huayin rolled on the sofa, murmuring to herself. To be honest, having been cooped up at home for an entire week, she felt as though she might burst from restlessness. No matter what she attempted, she could hardly muster any enthusiasm. Perhaps it is time for me to find something to occupy my mind? A flicker of inspiration ignited in Huayin's mind, causing the tuft of hair atop her head to perk up. Alas, what can I do now? She shook her head and sighed softly, interrupting her inner musings. Never mind. Overthinking serves no purpose. It would be better to seek out Itachi. Huayin picked up the key and stepped out of her home. After ensuring that the door was securely locked, she turned and departed. The sun, high in the sky, cast its warm rays, gently illuminating the young girl's figure and gradually elongating her shadow. Before long, Hana stepped into a room filled to the brim with an array of books. Even before crossing the threshold, a rich aroma of literature enveloped her senses. In the center of the room, the flickering light of candles cast a gentle glow. Itachi, what are you preoccupied with at this moment? Huayin gazed at Itachi, who was clutching a scroll with a furrowed brow, curiosity surging within her. Huayin, what brings you here? Itachi's pupils constricted sharply, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come see you? Hana gazed intently at Uchiha Itachi before her, tilting her head slightly as a mischievous glimmer danced in her eyes. It's nothing, merely a bit of surprise, Itachi replied, gently shaking his head, a hint of teasing lacing his tone. Why do you say that? Huayin furrowed her brows, her eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. It was indeed astonishing to see you venture outside, as you typically remain indoors, seldom stepping out. With a smile, you reached out her finger and gently flicked the girl's forehead. That hurts. Huayin pressed her hands against her forehead, instinctively taking a step back. Subsequently, she widened her tear-filled eyes and glared at you. Yukuin, I have told you numerous times, could you refrain from constantly flicking my forehead? It truly hurts. The tone of Huayin bore a hint of grievance. Very well, I shall remember, she said. Yo gazed into his wife's sorrowful eyes, a flicker of remorse stirring within him, and he solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, an awkward cough unexpectedly broke the silence. The couple slowly turned their heads to find Elder Shauna standing there, a look of surprise gracing his features. Elder Shauna, what brings you here? Hana, with a perplexed expression, inquired. There are some matters within the clan that require the attention of the young clan leader. Shauna hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a substantial stack of documents, piled high like a small mountain. Very well, I understand. Please place these documents on my desk. I shall examine them carefully. Itachi nodded steadily, his demeanor reminiscent of Uchiha Fugaku. After Shana acknowledged with a nod, her figure vanished from the spot like a wraith. Itachi, do you have to manage so many documents each day? Huayin gazed at the towering pile of documents on the table, her expression one of utter astonishment. Indeed. I fear I have little time to spend with you at present. My sincerest apologies, said Yu, shrugging his shoulders, his tone imbued with regret. It's quite all right. I shall sit quietly beside you, ensuring I do not disturb you in any way. Huayin gently shook her head and replied softly, well? Please refrain from speaking for a while. The weasel gazed affectionately at the young girl and teased her with a playful tone. As Huayin was about to speak, a sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth with both hands. Observing his wife's demeanor, you couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, though he managed to suppress his amusement. Subsequently, the young man lowered his gaze and resumed his work on the documents. Huayin knelt beside him, her hands supporting her chin. Gazing earnestly at Itachi, she observed his profile and the resolute gleam in his eyes as he gripped the pen. Huayin could not help but feel her cheeks flush, and instinctively she turned her head away to evade his gaze, swallowing hard. After an indeterminate period, the atmosphere finally fell into a serene tranquility. Hana gazed quietly at Uchiha Itachi, her heart beating rhythmically. Gradually, Itachi's brow furrowed, clearly grappling with a perplexing dilemma. What troubles you, Itachi-kun? Hana's gaze fell upon Uchiha Itachi before her, and she suddenly inquired with a note of concern. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Itachi's thoughts were interrupted, as if he had been drawn back to reality from a broken string of a bell. Indeed, we have encountered a perplexing dilemma. Hana, how do you believe we should address this? Itachi hesitated momentarily, then proceeded to extend the tightly gripped scroll in his hand toward Hana. Huayin took the scroll, examining its contents. Initially, her delicate brows furrowed in concentration, but soon they began to relax. It's quite simple, Itachi. Simple? Itachi tilted his head, gazing at Huayin with curiosity. Wouldn't addressing the matter in this manner resolve it? Huayin expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, you paused in surprise, and then, realizing the implication, gazed at Huayin with an expression of astonishment. Is it truly so? You looked at the charming girl before him, his eyes reflecting an undeniable excitement. Indeed, Huayin found herself cradled in the embrace of Yu, her eyes fluttering as her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. It was undeniably an embarrassing situation. Nevertheless, Huayin reluctantly acquiesced. Well, how do you believe we should address this matter? Yu inquired, picking up several documents from the table, her gaze fixed curiously upon Huayin. Perhaps this approach might prove more effective. Hanayo shyly lowered her head in response to Itachi's inquiry. As Itachi listened to Hanayo's suggestions, his eyes gradually brightened. Many of the perplexing questions that had previously clouded his mind now finally became clear. This sensation was akin to discovering a path through a maze, as if the darkness had lifted to reveal a glimmer of hope. With Hanayo's assistance, Itachi's efficiency in his work soared far beyond what it had been during his solitary efforts. Has everything been taken care of? Huayin gazed curiously at the neatly arranged scrolls on the table and inquired, Is everything ready? Indeed, all matters have been attended to, Itachi replied with a nod, maintaining an outward calmness while his heart surged with excitement. He then turned to face Huayin, his expression reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Huayin winked at him, feigning ignorance. Huayin, I believe it would be more fitting for you to assume the role of the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Itachi gazed intently at the young girl before him. At that moment, he truly grasped how much more adept his wife was at addressing issues and viewing them from different perspectives. What? Me? As the clan leader? Hana's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Itachi, then pointed to herself. Indeed, your processing ability far surpasses mine. Itachi solemnly nodded in agreement, feeling utterly lost. I cannot seem to articulate the main storyline. I kindly ask for your understanding. Ahem, with great audacity, I humbly request a gift. It should not be too much to ask, right? I seek gifts, and if that is not possible, please offer your support to Hiyi with a token of affection. A small gesture of love, just a dime, is not much. Yet the author can truly feel your heartfelt intentions. Chapter 197. Truly, Hana, I am incapable. I cannot assume the role of clan leader. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Hana quickly shook her head. The tuft of hair atop her head swayed vigorously, as if in agreement with her movements. Itachi gazed at the girl's adorable demeanor and couldn't help but smile. You are far more astute than I. I shall discuss these matters with my father and allow him to make the decision. Noting that Huayin was still searching for excuses, Itachi swiftly placed his hand over her mouth. Whoa! The vibrant Hanayo danced with joy, as if she had something to express, yet was silenced by Itachi's hand covering her mouth. Let us go. All the documents are taken care of, and we should take a moment to unwind. Itachi gazed at Hanayo, shaking his head once more. Hana wished to speak, but was silenced by Itachi, who took her hand, plunging them into an unspoken quietude. She resigned herself to the reality that her own naive disposition would undoubtedly dissuade Fugaku from endorsing her as the clan leader. Before long, Itachi employed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Hana to the bustling marketplace of Konoha. Itachi, what brings us here? Hana stared at Uchiha Itachi in bewilderment. Is it not permissible to take a casual stroll? Are you unwilling? Itachi turned his head, gazing at Hana with curiosity. Well, that's not entirely the case. Hana remained silent for a moment, shaking her head. Then let us set off. Yao took Hana's hand, a glimmer of joy shining in his eyes. Very well. The flower's voice hesitated, caught between expression and silence. Along the journey that followed, she remained somewhat bewildered. The gaze of the weasel upon her was intricate and inscrutable. Huayin did not comprehend why Itachi acted in such a manner, yet she was reluctant to dwell on it further. Itachi-kun. Hana gently shook Itachi's arm, inquiring with curiosity. Why do you believe I could become the clan leader? The conversation meandered back to its origin. Why not? Itachi pondered, increasingly perplexed. His wife was undeniably strong. Yet why did she exhibit such caution? Oh, it's nothing. Hana sighed helplessly, casting a disapproving glance at Itachi. Alas, the documents provided by the Uchiha had merely been fabricated by her on a whim. To her surprise, Itachi had managed to misinterpret her words, subsequently becoming increasingly perplexed. Throughout this ordeal, Hana remained in a state of bewilderment, yet to recover her composure. Itachi-kun, those words were merely spoken in jest. It is you who has misconstrued their meaning. This indicates that your imagination far surpasses my own. Hanayon gazed at Itachi Uchiha before her and spoke as delicately as possible. In essence, she found herself utterly bewildered yet was gesticulating wildly, while Itachi, somehow, absorbed her nonsensical ramblings and gradually pieced together a coherent understanding. Subsequently, he accomplished the task within the clan. This sensation was rather intriguing. Yet, the absurdity of such an event transpiring in her life was bewildering. What on earth was happening? This was hardly a narrative being penned. Hanayon, you are far too humble. Itachi observed the girl's gentle demeanor, and his heart tightened involuntarily. Father, I have finally grasped your intent. It appears that Hanayon has long possessed a vision far beyond the present. Thus, do I truly deserve her? Itachi regarded the girl before him, his fists clenched tightly. I must seem exceedingly foolish in your eyes, lacking in any semblance of composure. Well then, Itachi-kun, if you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, how about treating me to a meal? Hana gazed at the despondent Itachi Uchiha before her, a wave of concern washing over her as she tiptoed, gently cradling his face in her hands. All right then, she murmured. Itachi, his expression a tapestry of emotions, nodded slightly in response. Subsequently, the young couple walked hand in hand through the bustling streets of Konoha. Sunlight cascaded upon them, their shadows gradually elongating amidst the throngs of people. The atmosphere remained vibrantly lively. Hana cast her gaze around the bustling shops, reflecting thoughtfully. Indeed, I now finally comprehend the original intentions of the first Hokage in establishing the village. Itachi nodded in response, his eyes filled with affectionate indulgence towards the young girl. What are your thoughts on Konoha? Hana, with a curious demeanor, inquired of Itachi Uchiha. A gentle breeze wove its way through the crowd, playfully tousling the strands of the young girl's hair. Itachi gazed intently at her, lost in contemplation for a brief moment, before lifting his eyes to the vast expanse of the blue sky adorned with white clouds. After a pause, he turned his gaze back to Hana. I perceive that the Hidden Leaf Village resembles a dense forest, where towering trees shield the saplings from the storm, allowing them to flourish under their protection, he articulated, sharing his reflections accumulated over the years. He had once been adrift, searching for the essence of existence. Yet now, he had discovered the motivation to persevere. As he looked upon the girl's cherubic visage, Itachi's conviction deepened. Is it so? Hana was taken aback by Itachi's words, acknowledging their truth. The will of fire, inherited from the first Hokage, is indeed as he described. Where the leaves dance, the flames of life persist endlessly. However, Itachi, this alone is insufficient. Your understanding requires further profundity. Huayin gently shook her head and sighed. What does it mean? The weasel displayed a look of confusion. Though towering trees can shelter the saplings, they also absorb their nutrients and may even obscure their sunlight. Hana raised her gaze towards Itachi, her words imbued with profound significance. What do you envision the landscape to be like under the governance of our esteemed father in the village of Konoha? She inquired, pondering deeply. The gentle caress of the floral melody brushes against her chin, while her elegantly arched brows furrow slightly as she succumbs to contemplation. Overall, it is commendable. Yet it possesses numerous shortcomings. Huayin pondered thoughtfully and shook her head. What other shortcomings are there? Yao inquired. That depends on your own insights, she replied. Huayin paused her words at this point. What she had just said was merely a deliberate act, a facade of pretense. How Itachi would comprehend it remained uncertain. Since everyone relishes in their own interpretations, I shall go along with the current and subtly divulge a fragment of information for you to decipher. This should pose no issue. Should it? Time seemed to stretch on, and then Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. So it is, I understand now. He lifted his gaze. Looking at the girl with a complex expression, he genuinely yearned to know how Huayin had come to possess such extensive knowledge. Having such awareness must have entailed considerable suffering. Itachi gazed intently at Huayin, his eyes brimming with compassion. As long as you understand. Hana's demeanor exuded an air of teachable innocence, her playful tuft of hair standing upright atop her head. Though she yearned to inquire, what exactly do you comprehend? She refrained, knowing that such words would shatter the current ambience. Instead, she opted to maintain an enigmatic facade, offering a slight nod. Hana, I am grateful for your earlier reminder. I must attend to an urgent matter and confer with my esteemed father. I shall take my leave now. With that, Yato executed the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Oh? Huayin gazed in the direction where Itachi had vanished, her adorable face etched with confusion. Huayin, in pursuit of love. I strive to generate passion, though a mere penny for love. Together we can accumulate greatness, a trivial piece of knowledge, to generate love. One need only watch a brief advertisement for 10 seconds. Chapter 198. Enough. Watergate. I am the Hokage. Is this how it ends? Hana gazed at the retreating figure of Itachi Uchiha, murmuring to herself in a state of bewilderment. She had merely spoken in passing. Yet Itachi had conjured up some narrative of his own. Days flowed by, with the sun and moon taking turns in the vast sky. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had quietly elapsed. The frigid weather gradually began to warm, hinting at a nascent warmth. Ah, indeed, Sasuke maintained this level of intensity. Hana took out the handkerchief she always carried, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead, her gaze fixed intently on Sasuke, who was relentlessly wielding his blade. Is this the level of strength required? Sasuke gripped the long knife firmly, cleaving the wood effortlessly in two. Splendid. Now, why don't you attempt to strike that stone? Hana nodded slightly, then pointed to the massive, unyielding stone in the corner. Am I to cleave this rock? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, the blade in his hand beginning to tremble ever so slightly. Indeed, what is the matter? Are you unable to shatter it? Hana tilted her head, gazing at Sasuke with a look of perplexity. No, that is not the case, Sasuke replied, shaking his head. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly shatter this stone. With a gentle sigh, Huayin recalled that merely a month prior, Sasuke had unexpectedly come to her, declaring that he sought to master the art of swordsmanship in order to defeat Kakashi. Due to an overwhelming sense of ennui at home, Huayin acquiesced to Sasuke's request and resolved to impart his knowledge. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. The young boy gripped the long blade with both hands, fixating his gaze upon the colossal rock, and inhaled deeply. Subsequently, he exerted all his strength, swinging the sword downward. With a sharp crack, several fine fissures appeared upon the surface of the boulder, and soon, a few small stones tumbled down sporadically. Nevertheless, the massive stone remained steadfast, showing no signs of having been affected by Sasuke's assault. Sister Huayin, this task is exceedingly difficult, Sasuke remarked, observing the spectacle before him with a sigh. Then turned to Huayin with a look of utter bewilderment. This is merely the most fundamental training. If you cannot even shatter this, then the art of swordsmanship will hold little efficacy. Hana shrugged her shoulders, her tone serious as she gazed at Sasuke. Very well, I comprehend, she declared, observing her demeanor. Sasuke had no choice but to muster his resolve. He continued to repeat the training he had just undergone. Huayin observed that his condition was stable, so she employed a shadow clone to remain here as a guard while her true self ventured elsewhere. She yearned to check on Naruto, curious about his current state. Before long, Hanaeon arrived at a bamboo grove. Oh, when did this bamboo forest appear in the back mountains of the Uchiha clan? Huayin gazed at the scene before her, murmuring softly to herself. The towering bamboo in the grove loomed majestically, obstructing the sunlight that cascaded from above. Suddenly, a distant sound of fists slicing through the air broke the tranquility, accompanied by the labored breaths of a young man. Hana gazed over and saw Naruto relentlessly striking the wooden post with his fists. "Naruto, are you still here training so diligently?" Hana approached, gazing at Naruto, who was drenched in sweat, her tone laced with a hint of surprise. "Sister Hana, what brings you here?" Naruto exclaimed with joy upon hearing her voice, turning to see the sweet-faced girl smiling as she walked towards him. "I was a bit concerned about you. By the way, where is your father?" Hana surveyed her surroundings. Yet she could not detect the chakra presence of the water gate, prompting her curiosity to gaze up at Naruto. Her father and Uncle Fugaku were engaged in the affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village, which rendered them quite occupied. Naruto sighed, casting a complex glance at Hana. Stunned by Naruto's words, Hana exclaimed, "How strange that Fugaku would act in such a manner. What is so strange about it, Hanane?" Naruto tilted his head, looking at her in confusion. "It's nothing, Naruto. You are still young, and there are certain matters you may not yet comprehend." Hana knelt down gently, tenderly ruffling Naruto's hair. She was acutely aware that in the realm of power, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Uchiha Fugaku currently held the position of Hokage, while Minato had been resurrected and served as his advisor. As time passed, it was inevitable that villagers would begin to advocate for Minato to assume the role of Hokage, relegating Fugaku to the position of advisor. "I will step away for a moment, Naruto. Behave and continue your training here. Your sister will return shortly." Hana gently tousled Naruto's hair once more, and then, in an instant, vanished under his reluctant gaze. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Minato pondered. "How do you believe we should handle this matter?" Fugaku presented the document he held. Minato cast a brief glance at the scroll, his brow furrowing slightly. "This has been handled rather hastily. There are numerous flaws." Upon hearing this, Fugaku observed Minato's sunlit countenance, and his expression gradually relaxed. He privately reflected that his dear friend's managerial capabilities indeed surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Perhaps it was time to pass the mantle to the younger generation, thus allowing himself more moments to cherish with Sasuke, Itachi, and his beloved wife. A series of urgent knocks abruptly interrupted Fugaku's contemplation. "Come in," he responded, albeit with a tinge of curiosity regarding the unexpected visitor. The door slowly creaked open. Hana appeared at the doorway, casting a glance at the water gate and the esteemed fifth Hokage within. She softly called out, "Honorable fourth Hokage, honorable fifth Hokage." Hana believed she would witness the two engaged in a fervent discussion, perhaps even embroiled in a heated argument due to conflicting opinions. In her imagination, she envisioned Fujiwara rising abruptly from his seat, while Mizumoto glared at him with evident anger, murmuring, "Fujiwara, you shall come to regret this." To which Fujiwara would retort, "Enough, Mizumoto, for I am the Hokage." Yet, all of this was merely a figment of Hana's imagination. In reality, the office exuded an air of tranquility, with no signs of discord between the two. "Hana, your presence here at this moment, do you have something of great importance to convey?" Fujiwara inquired, seated firmly in his chair, his expression curious as he regarded the young girl before him. Well, I fear my arrival may be somewhat ill-timed." A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Huayin's forehead, and she awkwardly spoke up. "What does this mean?" Shui Min observed the girl's dazed expression, his face a portrait of confusion as he inquired further. "Surely, you won't transform into characters like Risen and Toanzo, will you?" Huayin took a deep breath, her gaze shifting between the two with a mix of curiosity and apprehension as she inquired. The moment her words fell, the air seemed to freeze, plunging into a brief silence. After what felt like an eternity, Fuyue awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if he had grasped the underlying meaning of her statement. "Huayin, rest assured, we are not that kind of people," Fuyue asserted with conviction. "Oh, I see. Then I shall take my leave," she replied. Huayin, her cheeks flushed, spoke softly, and then hurriedly vanished from the spot. At that moment, her heart was overwhelmed with embarrassment and shyness. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in or simply roll on the floor to alleviate her discomfort. "I truly do not know how to express this. My head is beginning to ache again. Everyone, please remember to dress warmly and avoid catching a cold." After all, he has already succumbed to it, feeling unwell, dizzy all day, and is now still lying in bed. Chapter 199. Are you trying to make me impoverished? As Hanin had just exited the Hokage's office, she unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Itachi, who was on his way over. "Oh, Hanin, what brings you here?" Itachi inquired, curiously observing the bashful young woman. "Ah, Itachi-kun, Hana raised her head, gazing at the young man in astonishment. She never anticipated encountering Itachi Uchiha in this place. Itachi. I just had a conversation with Uncle Fugaku and am about to head back. What about you? Hanin took a deep breath and shyly spoke. Me? Itachi pointed to himself, curiously glancing back at Hanin. Observing this gesture from Uchiha Itachi, Hana's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as an inexplicable urge to strike Itachi surged within her. Fool. Of course I'm asking you, she retorted. I have come to report certain matters to Lord Hokage. Itachi raised the scroll in his hand, deliberately refraining from disclosing the specifics of the mission. Huayin did not delve deeply into the matter, for it is a fundamental principle for ninjas to safeguard information, and they seldom divulge it during the execution of their missions. I shall await you here. Do hasten. Hana cast a sharp glance at Itachi Uchiha, her voice filled with irritation. Fine, I shall return shortly. As soon as Itachi's words fell, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. In the Hokage's office, Fugaku was engrossed in paperwork when he suddenly caught sight of his son. Itachi, what brings you here? He inquired. Hokage-sama. I have some suggestions regarding village management, Itachi replied, kneeling with a serious demeanor. Please rise, Fugaku sighed, observing his son's posture. You have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique quite well. Thank you, but it is the fourth Hokage's research on the technique that is truly impressive, Itachi humbly stated, lifting his gaze towards the elegant Minato at his side. Ah, the Flying Thunder God technique was not my invention, Minato remarked, scratching his head awkwardly. Wasn't it created by you, Lord Minato? Itachi asked, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. It is understandable for Itachi to be surprised, as many in the current shinobi world mistakenly believe that Minato was the originator of the Flying Thunder God technique. Had the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, witnessed this misconception, he likely would have risen in indignation from his grave, declaring, the Flying Thunder God technique was devised by me. Alas, such a scenario remains hypothetical. I merely learned the techniques of the second Hokage and made some modifications, Minato said with a sunny smile. I see. Itachi's expression grew complex, as if deep in thought. By the way, I have friends waiting for me. I must take my leave. After politely acknowledging Minato and Fugaku, he vanished once more using the Flying Thunder God technique. Fugaku, is this your eldest son? He seems quite impressive, Minato remarked, sensing Itachi's departure. That boy. Intelligence can sometimes be a double-edged sword, but fortunately, he has Hana, Fugaku replied, shaking his head, his evaluation of his son somewhat reserved. Oh, Fugaku, what do you mean by that? Minato asked, his face a picture of confusion. Where to begin? Fugaku fell into contemplation. Why is it taking so long? Why has it taken so long to emerge? Hana expressed her dissatisfaction to Itachi, lamenting that she had been delayed due to a lengthy conversation with Uncle Minato. Itachi gazed at the charming young girl before him and, with a tone of affectionate indulgence, inquired, So, where shall we venture next? Huan gently shook Itachi's arm, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. I will follow your lead. Itachi replied with a soft sigh. How about we head to the commercial street? Hana suddenly had a thought, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. Haven't we been there numerous times already? Itachi's tone carried a hint of exasperation, yet his gaze remained tender as he looked at the girl. Oh, never mind. Let us go take another look. All right then, hold on tight to me, and I shall use the Flying Thunder God to whisk you away. Itachi shrugged in resignation. Humph. You fool, you just want to take advantage of me. Hana gazed at Itachi's serene expression, silently pondering within her heart, yet refraining from voicing her thoughts. The scene before her began to shift unpredictably, and before long, the young man and woman found themselves in a vast expanse of grassy meadow. All right, let's descend, Itachi gently remarked. Hana's face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of bashfulness. The young girl surveyed her surroundings, her eyes betraying a sense of astonishment. When did this patch of grass appear? Ah, recently Konoha has been engaged in afforestation efforts. Look over there. Even Yamato is busily toiling away. Itachi extended his finger, gesturing towards the weary Yamato in the distance, teasingly remarking. Hana's gaze followed the direction of Itachi's finger, and she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? Itachi inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt. Hana shook her head, observing the weary visage of Yamato. A particular meme from her past life surfaced in her mind. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, wielded wood release to conquer the world, while Yamato employed it for afforestation. In comparison, Yamato appeared somewhat ineffectual. However, it would be unjust to blame him, for it is not the technique of wood release that holds the true power, but rather Senju Hashirama himself. One could assert that only Hashirama has truly harnessed the full potential of this ninjutsu. Enough of such thoughts. Let us venture forth and explore. Hana cast aside these distractions and firmly grasped Itachi's hand. Together, they stepped out of the meadow and onto the bustling, vibrant street. Time indeed passes swiftly. Hana walked amidst the bustling streets, suddenly expressing her thoughts. Indeed, you have grown quite a bit compared to 2 years ago, Yato remarked, unable to resist teasing Hana. Yato's words were, in fact, the truth. Huayin has indeed grown significantly taller. The once delicate little girl has quietly transformed into a graceful young lady. Yo gazes at Huayin, now reaching the height of his shoulder, feeling a momentary sense of disorientation in his heart. Could you refrain from constantly mentioning such things? Hana murmured in discontent, then gently tapped Itachi with her fist. This light blow brought Itachi back to the present moment. Have you had lunch yet? He inquired. Not yet. She replied. Then allow me to treat you. With that, Itachi took Hana's hand and led her to a barbecue restaurant. This was indeed the very establishment where Asuma frequently brought his students. All right, then prepare to be bankrupted by my appetite. Hana cast a fierce glance at Itachi, feigning a menacing demeanor. Observing her expression, Itachi could not help but chuckle. Are you certain you wish to impoverish me? He retorted, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 200, Can you drink? Yes, indeed. Hana glanced at Uchiha Itachi's teasing smile and hurriedly nodded. Is that so? Itachi gently raised his hand, delicately touching Hana's forehead. His eyes filled with tender amusement. Ouch, that hurts. Huayin covered her forehead with both hands and took a step back, soon regaining her composure. With a gaze filled with quiet sorrow, she cast a glance at Itachi. Ahem, let us be on our way. Itachi, under the weight of his wife's melancholic stare, appeared somewhat uneasy. The young couple, hand in hand, gazed towards the horizon where the faint light of dawn gradually faded, while the moon ascended slowly, casting its gentle glow upon them. With a creak, Itachi pushed the door open. Shall we dine here? Hana turned her head, gazing at Itachi with a hint of confusion. The moon was splendidly visible here. After all, today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival. Itachi gently brushed Hana's delicate nose, eliciting a sense of annoyance. Huayin's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head, her stray hair cascading down, mirroring her current emotions. Esteemed guests, what would you like to eat? The establishment buzzed with lively conversation, filled with laughter and warmth. The young waiter, noticing the arrival of the youthful couple, inquired with great eagerness. Just bring out some dishes at random and reserve a private room for us, you softly replied, her expression inscrutable. Certainly, esteemed guests, please follow me upstairs. The waiter bowed slightly and gestured towards the upper floor. Under his guidance, the two entered a refined private chamber, where the sound insulation was rather commendable. The soft sound of blossoms gently taps against the wall. The ferret gazes at her with a tender affection. Surveying the surroundings, one observes the quintessential ancient decor. It can only be said that the technological advancements in the ninja world have taken an unusual turn, veering into eccentricity. There are both barbecue establishments and modern marvels such as televisions and cinemas, yet there also exist these retro-style venues, creating a stark contrast with contemporary technology. The moon tonight is remarkably round. Huayin gazed at the ever-smiling Yu and sought a topic of conversation. Indeed, that is why I reserved a room, she mused. Yao gently shook his head. The two of them instinctively looked up at the lofty moon hanging in the sky. As Huayin beheld the luminous moonlight, she couldn't help but recall a line from a poem of her past life. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. Though somewhat naive, it was nonetheless the truth. After all, in her previous existence, she seldom encountered such a magnificent moon. Before long, the dishes were brought up to the second floor by the waiter. The waiter carefully placed them on the table, then turned and left, discreetly closing the door behind him. Yao raised his wine glass, gently swirling it, the wine within dancing in harmony with the radiant moon above. Oh, Yaokuin, when did you start drinking? Huayin observed this scene with a hint of astonishment. In her recollection, Itachi had never indulged in alcohol. Indeed, it was a recent development. Itachi gazed tenderly at the young girl before consuming the drink in one swift motion. Witnessing Itachi's tranquil demeanor, the furrowed brow of Huayin gradually relaxed. This is actually quite pleasant. At least, unlike the original narrative, the current Itachi appears at ease and carries a hint of nonchalance. In the original tale, Itachi endured immense suffering and was perpetually reticent. However, this tranquility, imbued with a touch of carefree spirit, is something Huayin finds quite appealing. Would you care to have a sip? Itachi poured wine into Huayin's cup, a glint of teasing in his gaze. Very well, I shall give it a try. Huayin licked her lips, lifted the cup from the table, and gently took a sip of the wine. In an instant, she was taken aback, followed by a frown adorning her delicate brow. This wine is so bitter. Bah. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are still a child. Perhaps you should stick to plain water? Yao observed his wife's pitiful expression and could not help but chuckle. Enough, Yao Kuan. Do you truly believe I am a child? Hannah shook her head with a soft huff. Her expression seemingly icy, yet the faint blush upon her cheeks revealed a touch of adorable innocence. You hesitated, words lingering on your lips. At that moment, Hannah had begun to sway slightly, clearly a bit tipsy. How could she have become intoxicated after just a few sips? Besides, she had merely taken a delicate sip. A bead of cold sweat formed on your forehead, and with a hint of embarrassment, you ventured, perhaps, Hannah, you should refrain from drinking. Absolutely not. I am determined to show you the extent of my drinking prowess today. Huayin spoke indistinctly, then downed the drink in one gulp. Moments later, she chuckled. Hee, Itachi. Why are you swaying so? Huayin let out a tipsy giggle, her laughter ringing out lightly. You glanced at her with a look of exasperation. Hee. What do you think? Are you feeling frightened? Hannah swayed unsteadily as she steadied herself and approached Itachi. Yes, I am indeed frightened. Please be careful. Itachi gazed at Hannah's clumsy demeanor with concern, then rose to his feet, gently offering his arm for support. That's enough, Itachi. I am not intoxicated. Huayin mumbled indistinctly. All right, you sit for a while. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yu's forehead as he responded awkwardly. Hick, do you think I am drunk? Hannah, having indulged in drink, let out a slight hiccup, and with Itachi's gentle support, she settled comfortably into her seat. I never said that, Itachi began, but was interrupted by a sudden sensation of warmth upon his lips. By the time he realized what had occurred, Hannah was already nestled in his embrace, her rhythmic breathing filling the air. Is she asleep? Itachi murmured softly as he carefully withdrew, letting out a resigned sigh. He gazed tenderly at the slumbering maiden, brushing aside the stray strands of hair that fell across her forehead. This is going to be a bit complicated, he thought, casting a glance at the disarray on the table, before employing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hannah to his room. Upon returning to the tavern, Itachi swiftly tidied up the remnants of the chaos. Several dishes lay shattered upon the floor, a result of Hannah's inebriated state causing her to stumble and overturn the entirety of their meal. He descended the stairs to explain the situation to the innkeeper and offered compensation. Very well, esteemed guest, I understand, the innkeeper replied, accepting the money with a nod. Once assured that all was in order, Itachi's figure vanished in an instant. The door creaked open, revealing the sight of the girl, blissfully asleep and drooling upon the pillow, leaving Itachi with a sense of helplessness. Gently, he draped a blanket over her, his gaze imbued with warmth. A vivid image of Hannah's earlier antics floated in his mind, causing a faint blush to rise to his cheeks. Silly girl. Saya won't indulge you like this again, he murmured, shaking his head as he noticed her drool pooling on his pillow, with lingering glances at the sleeping figure. He finally closed the door softly behind him. The cleaning for today, it seems Hannah has done it yet, he suddenly recalled, proceeding to the balcony to retrieve the dried clothes before re-entering Hannah's room once more. The room of Huayin is relatively tidy, though the blankets are haphazardly piled, creating a slight disarray. Sigh, it truly worries me. How will Huayin manage when I am no longer here? Yu softly sighed and began to tidy up the young girl's bed. Chapter 201. Shonen, were you just thinking of coming to see me? In the morning, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays cascading upon the bed. Huayin sat up from the bed, rubbing her drowsy eyes, her expression somewhat disheveled. Strange. Where am I? She gazed around, and a sudden sharp pain pierced her mind. Moments later, she regained her composure, recalling the events of the previous night. The hue of Huayin's face instantly turned crimson. Last night, it seemed she had kissed Itachi. She could scarcely fathom the gaze with which Itachi might regard her. At this moment, all she desired was to find a crevice in the ground to burrow into. The embarrassment enveloped her, rendering her unable to face Itachi. At that moment, the sound of chopping vegetables emanated from the kitchen. Huayin gently grasped the doorknob, cautiously peering out and casting a fleeting glance at the weasel. Splendid. He had not noticed her presence. Hannah swiftly completed her morning routine and descended from the second floor, entering the living room. You're awake? I was just about to come and call for you, she remarked. Upon seeing her, Yao smiled gently. Yao Kuan, about last night. Hannah glanced at Itachi, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she lowered her gaze. I still recall how poor your tolerance for alcohol is. Itachi gently shook his head. Alas. Huayin's eyes were slightly reddened as she turned her head away, avoiding looking at Yao. Huayin, what troubles you? Why are you in tears? Yao, noticing her distress, hurriedly approached. It's nothing. I merely feel a bit embarrassed. I hope you can forget about what transpired last night. Huayin shook her head, her voice somewhat rigid. Oh, is that so? Itachi sighed helplessly. Are you making breakfast? Huayin raised her head and asked Itachi hesitantly. Ah, it's just finished. Come and taste it. Itachi replied as he turned and entered the kitchen, placing the platter on the table. It looks quite decent, but it still pales in comparison to my own. Hannah gazed at the exquisite dishes, their colors, aromas, and flavors captivating her senses as she gently rubbed her cheek. Itachi looked at her and smiled wryly, choosing not to say much. Then, as he observed the young girl savoring her meal, his eyes gradually softened with affection. Why do you keep staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? Hannah felt a sense of discomfort while eating. Imagine being scrutinized while dining. Who could enjoy their meal in such circumstances? Yura smiled and nodded in agreement. Soon, the dishes on the table were entirely devoured. How did it taste? Yura inquired, raising an eyebrow at the girl. It was passable. Hannah replied, hastily wiping her mouth with a napkin, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. I won't be home this afternoon, if you're hungry. You can go buy something to eat from the street. Yura suddenly recalled something, his expression becoming somewhat complex. The money is in the drawer. Feel free to take it. Will you really be gone all afternoon? Huayin gazed at Itachi, her expression instantly dimming, revealing a hint of melancholy. I will only be away from home this afternoon. I shall return in the evening. Itachi sighed softly, offering words of comfort. May I accompany you? Huayin raised her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head, expressing his doubts. I'm afraid that may not be possible, but I will return swiftly this evening, so do not fret. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Huayin lowered her head in disappointment. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch atop her head. She looked up to find Itachi tenderly stroking her hair. I shall take my leave now, Itachi said, and with a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished from sight. In the living room, Huayin stood alone and desolate. After a moment, the young girl gradually regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with a bashful hue. And she murmured softly, what a foolish Itachi-kun. With Itachi's departure, a sense of confusion enveloped her. What should she do next? Suddenly, Huayin's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a fleeting inspiration had struck her, reminding her of something significant. Indeed, how could she have nearly forgotten the other members of the Akatsuki? She murmured to herself, feeling a pang of regret. The only one she could recall was Conan. As for Sasori and Deidara, it seemed an eternity had passed since she last saw them. And a wave of nostalgia surged in her heart. Perhaps I should seek them out now? As this thought emerged, Huayin resolutely nodded, convinced it was an exceptionally sound idea. Consequently, she meticulously selected a charming yellow raincoat and donned it with grace. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her petite and exquisite figure, which appeared even more vibrant and full of life against the backdrop of the yellow raincoat. The ensemble appears quite splendid, indeed. Huayin smiled sweetly at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Subsequently, she carefully picked up the keys from her home and gently pushed the door open. With a creak, the door slowly closed behind her. After Huayin locked the door, she vanished like a fleeting breeze, embarking on a quest to locate the remaining members of the Akatsuki. The relentless rain poured down, and as Huayin soared through the sky, she couldn't help but shiver, her delicate form trembling slightly. How peculiar it is that it rains incessantly in the hidden rain village. It truly defies all logic. A breath of cold air escaped lightly, and then it gracefully descended. The reconstruction of Huayin village is nearing completion. The once shattered sea, ravaged by explosions, has been entirely restored, rejuvenated, and transformed. The newly filled sea surface glistens with shimmering reflections, indistinguishable from the ordinary ocean, rendering it almost impossible to discern. Huayin felt an inner curiosity about the extraordinary powers that could so flawlessly fill the vast ocean. However, this was not the moment to indulge in such intrigue. She still needed to locate the remaining members of the Akatsuki. Excuse me, sir. Could you please tell me where Conan is at this moment? Huayin hastily stopped a passing middle-aged gentleman, speaking with earnestness and utmost politeness. Initially irked by the incessant drizzle, the gentleman was about to decline her inquiry when, all of a sudden, his spirits were lifted. The young lady before him, with her exquisite features, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth, donned a vibrant yellow raincoat that exuded a lively and spirited charm. Ah, are you in search of our esteemed angel? He inquired, his tone softening instantly, his eyes shimmering with kindness. Oh, thank you for your guidance, sir. I am now enlightened. As Huayin finished speaking, her figure flickered and vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint trace of her yellow raincoat behind. As for why she sought Conan, the truth was that Huayin was entirely oblivious to the whereabouts of the other members of the Akatsuki organization. Thus, she resolved to inquire about intelligence from the current leader of the Akatsuki. In a room, Huayin raised her fist and gently tapped on the door. Conan, are you inside? Please come in. As Huan pushed open the door, she beheld the sight of the elegant and poised Xiaonan, clad in a flowing white robe, seated gracefully as she savored her tea. Have you finally remembered to return to see me after all this time? Xiaonan's words carried a hint of playful arrogance. Yet the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. After all, no one yearned to see Huayin more than she did. Due to the economic downturn that had beset Huayin village in recent years, Xiaonan had been compelled to assume the heavy mantle of leadership. For years, she had devoted herself tirelessly to the advancement of the village's economy, rarely finding moments of respite. Today, she had the rare opportunity to rest. Prompted by a report from her subordinates about the arrival of a newcomer to Huayin village. According to their description, the visitor was a petite and charming young lady. Instantly, Xiaonan's mind conjured the image of Huayin from several years ago. It has been years since we last met, and you've grown quite a bit, Xiaonan mused, gazing at the young girl before her, lightly sipping her tea. Oh, Xiaonan's sister, it feels like ages since I last came to see you. You aren't upset with me, are you? Hannah's face flushed slightly, her fingers delicately tapping. Thank you all for your generous gifts. Here, he expresses her profound gratitude. Chapter 202. You should refrain from using this ability. Are you saying that your visit is to see Deidara and the others? Conan gently sipped her tea, her gaze tenderly resting upon the girl kneeling beside her. Indeed, that is correct. Huan nodded obediently, her expression one of innocent purity. Is that so? Xiaonan mused, resting her chin thoughtfully in her hand before giving a slight nod. What do you mean by is that so? Is it not acceptable? Huayin tilted her head, a look of curiosity adorning her face, with her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of doubt. There is nothing amiss. Let us proceed. Xiaonan gently shook her head, rose to her feet, and then took the delicate hand of the young girl in hers. The gentle voice of Huayin responded softly, as if her hand, held by Xiaonan, was enveloped in a warm current, stirring an inexplicable emotion within her heart. At this moment, the rain outside continued to pour relentlessly, cascading down in torrents. Xiaonan, with an umbrella in hand, strolled leisurely ahead, while Huayin followed closely behind, the two of them resembling a captivating painting. Their silhouettes danced in and out of visibility amidst the rain, akin to an older sister escorting her charming younger sister on a serene walk. The sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, completely obscuring the sun, as they traversed the rain-soaked streets and alleys, their figures becoming indistinct upon the damp ground. The air was infused with the unique, refreshing fragrance of the rain. Upon hearing the sound of flowers, my spirits inevitably lifted. Sister Xiaonan, has the weather in Huayin village always been like this? Huayin curiously gazed at the figure of Xiaonan walking ahead. I wonder why this village is perpetually shrouded in rain, never having witnessed a sunny day. Xiaonan gently replied, her eyes brimming with affection for the young girl. Is that truly the case? Huayin felt somewhat embarrassed under Xiaonan's gaze, shyly lowering her head. Xiaonan, tall and exuding a mature elegance, towered over Huayin by a head, making their pairing particularly striking. I wonder if Senior Deidara and the others are all right? Huayin finally voiced her inner concerns. Their situation appeared dire. Having been grievously injured by Ban, they remained in a state of unconsciousness. Conan's tone grew melancholic, and a glimmer of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Upon hearing Huayin's words, a surge of guilt welled up within her heart. Had she arrived sooner, perhaps Deidara and the others would not have been injured. Let us proceed. Conan interrupted Huayin's thoughts, her voice resonating with an elegant authority. Huayin looked up and beheld a modest-sized hospital ahead. The overall appearance of the hospital was somewhat rudimentary, with a damp atmosphere pervading the corridors, likely a consequence of the unique climate of Huayin village. Nevertheless, the hospital was well equipped with all the necessary medical apparatus. Upon entering the lobby, Huayin beheld a multitude of individuals, weakly coughing, some with flushed faces, slumped in their seats. Countless suffering patients surrounded her, their expressions of anguish piercing her heart like a knife. She could not bear the sight of their suffering, her heart brimming with empathy and compassion. Ah, it is the angelic one who has arrived. Lord Xiaonan. Xiaonan, your presence here is a blessing. A young girl donned in a white coat, with flowing purple hair, approached with a curious gaze directed at Xiaonan. Yet, Upon catching sight of Huayin standing behind Xiaonan, astonishment spread across her face. Sister Huayin, is that you? The exuberant Zhang Luhua dashed over, gazing up at Huayin, who towered above her. Alas, you are Zhang Luhua? Hannah gazed at the violet-haired little girl before her, her expression somewhat dazed. Soon, memories of her time as a teacher in the rain-hidden village surfaced in her mind. At that time, she had even taught Rikikaiki. Indeed, it was surprising that Sister Hannah still remembered her. The little girl nodded with excitement, her face radiant with a blissful smile. I apologize for my absence. I've been quite occupied in the Hidden Leaf Village and haven't had the chance to return and see you. Have you become a medical ninja now? Hannah, with a tinge of remorse, spoke softly. Indeed, there are far too few medical ninjas in the village, so I must do my utmost. Rika, casting a glance at the suffering refugees, spoke with a hint of sorrow in her voice. Now is not the time for such discussions, Hannah. Come with me for the moment. Rika, you should attend to your duties, Conan interjected, interrupting their conversation. Very well, Lady Conan, Rika responded with a nod, before turning to immerse herself in the bustling tasks at hand. With a creak, the old door was gently pushed open by Conan. Have they all fainted? Huayin anxiously gazed at the individuals lying on the bed, receiving intravenous drips, her heart tightening involuntarily, although the wounds had been treated. The timing of their awakening remained uncertain. Xiaonan gently shook her head, her face etched with helplessness. Such is the way. Upon hearing the melodious sound of flowers, a wave of melancholy surged within her heart. Subsequently, she approached the crowd, observing them intently for a moment, and gradually her understanding deepened. I shall attempt to awaken them. Huayin cast a glance at Xiaonan. Well, if it does not endanger their lives, you may as well give it a try. Xiaonan gazed at the girl before him, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes were filled with concern. He held little hope for Huayin. For after all, how could the treatment of a comatose patient be resolved so easily? It was hardly feasible to sacrifice one life for another as was done in the case of Nagato, was it? Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over Xiaonan as he recalled this thought. He lifted his gaze, intending to halt the girl's actions, only to be taken aback by a dazzling golden light emanating from the hospital bed. The girl gently placed her hands upon the chests of those gathered, her eyes tightly shut. Gradually, the golden light began to coalesce in the palms of Huayin, resembling brilliant stars twinkling in the night sky. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the window, stirring the curtains and caressing the girl's dress. She appeared as a benevolent deity, gazing compassionately upon the assembly, exuding an aura of unmatched tenderness and charm. In a short span of time, the golden light began to dissipate, as though it had never existed at all. Phew, this should suffice, she murmured. Huayin let out a sigh of relief, then raised her palm to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. A faint smile of exhaustion yet satisfaction gracing her face. Is this sufficient? Xiaonan, intrigued by her words, leaned forward, her eyes filled with astonishment and anticipation. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded. The individuals who had fainted on the hospital beds began to open their eyes in a dazed manner, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Sister Xiaonan, where am I? Dayara was the first to sit up, staring at Xiaonan with a look of utter bewilderment in his eyes. With Daidara's awakening, Scorpion too came to consciousness. As for the others, they remained in a state of unconsciousness, likely requiring more time to awaken. Huayin, you're here too. Did you heal us? Scorpion gazed at the adorable girl before him, and in that instant, he found the answer within himself. Correct, but there is no reward. Hannah raised her head with a touch of pride, playfully declaring, Come on, praise me. I am invincible. Thank you, Hannah. Upon hearing Scorpion's words, Daidara's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at the young girl, his expression brimming with gratitude. You're welcome. Huayin waved her hand helplessly. Just as she was about to utter a few words, she noticed Xiaonan gazing at her with a face full of concern. Huayin, did I not tell you before to refrain from using your abilities? The delicate features of Xiaonan were etched with exhaustion and worry as she looked at Huayin, her eyes brimming with apprehension. Huayin was momentarily bewildered. Wait, what exactly is happening? Chapter 203, A Missing Person Notice. Are you saying that your ability has no side effects? Xiaonan stared at the girl in astonishment. Indeed, this is my bloodline limit, and it bears no side effects. Huayin let out a gentle sigh. A few moments ago, she had come to understand Xiaonan's concerns. It turned out that Xiaonan had been laboring under the misconception that she would need to pay a hefty price to harness this healing ability. After Huayin's repeated assurances, Xiaonan gradually began to believe that this power was indeed harmless. Huayin, do let me know earlier next time, Xiaonan said. feeling a weight lifted off her shoulders. But, Sister Xiaonan, you didn't inquire either. Huayin's lips twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. If I don't ask, will you remain silent? Xiaonan gazed at the girl with a hint of helplessness, gently tapping her on the head. That hurts, Sister Xiaonan. Huayin, with a dissatisfied expression, touched her head and pouted slightly. Has Nagato been revived? She inquired. Suddenly, Deidara interjected, interrupting their conversation. Conan gazed at Deidara, her eyes reflecting sorrow. I'm sorry, Deidara murmured, lowering his head. Let us not dwell on such melancholic matters. It is a rare occasion that we are all awakened. Huayin sensed the heavy atmosphere and promptly sought to alleviate it. Indeed, Huayin is right, Xiaonan nodded, managing a faint smile. It's lunchtime. Let us dine first. Sister Xiaonan, shall we eat out? Huayin inquired, gazing at Xiaonan before her. There are dishes at home, and the food outside is not hygienic. Allow me to prepare the meal, Xiaonan replied softly, her tone imbued with a hint of maternal concern. Oh, very well then. Hannah hung her head, her little tuft of hair drooping as well. All right, let us depart, Xiaonan said with a smile, gently patting Hannah's head. Then glancing at Deidara and the silent scorpion on the bed. Sister Xiaonan, wait for me, Deidara said weakly, sitting up from the bed. Scorpion remained silent, lost in his thoughts. At home, Huayin frequently passed soy sauce or vegetables to Xiaonan in the kitchen. Scorpion and Deidara sat at the table, gazing vacantly at their surroundings. During their slumber, the Akatsuki organization underwent significant transformations, becoming markedly different from its former self. Nowadays, this place resembled a cozy home. Before long, the two young women emerged from the kitchen, carrying platters of dishes. Relax, Deidara and Scorpion Senpai, and savor the flavors. Huayin laid the dishes elegantly upon the table. The two individuals, upon beholding the visually appealing and aromatic delicacies, exchanged glances of surprise. Although Xie had no need for sustenance, Huayin took the extra effort to prepare an abundance of dishes for him. They appeared truly delightful. Deidara rubbed his fingers together, then picked up a pair of chopsticks. Lifting a dish to his lips, the flavor was fairly delectable. However, there was no occurrence of the exaggerated scenes often found in novels, where eyes sparkle and garments are torn asunder. How was the taste? Hannah gazed at Deidara, her curiosity piqued. It's quite delicious. Deidara nodded in agreement, and then proceeded to devour his meal with fervor. Having recently awakened, he was enveloped by an overwhelming hunger, making it the perfect moment for a hearty feast. Scorpion observed Deidara's voracious appetite, lost in contemplation. Senior Scorpion, why do you not partake? Huayin gazed curiously at the dazed Xie and inquired, Shall I begin as well? Xie let out a gentle sigh, then delicately picked up a dish and brought it to his lips. In truth, he had no need for sustenance, yet to abstain from eating would surely betray the goodwill of Xiaonan and Huayin. Observing the two as they dined, Huayin exchanged a knowing smile with Xiaonan. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of rice was emptied, due to unforeseen circumstances. After briefly bidding farewell to the three individuals, Huayin hastily departed from Huayin village. She stepped into a tranquil little forest, after confirming that no one was around. Huayin's pupils began to whirl rapidly. In a moment, her eyes blossomed with the vibrant hues of cherry blossoms, and soon after, a pair of elegant black wings unfurled gracefully from her back. The floral melody soars high in the sky, allowing the gentle raindrops to patter against her yellow raincoat. The droplets create a rhythmic sound, resembling a joyful symphony of nature. Huayin took a deep breath and quickened her flight. An hour slipped by quietly. Miss Huayin, here is your permit. You may now proceed. The guard at the edge of the Leaf village, after inspecting her credentials, politely stepped aside to clear the way. Very well. Hannah gently nodded, crossing the border of Konoha village, and in an instant, she vanished from her original spot. A faint creak echoed as the grand gate of Konoha was slowly pushed open by Hannah. At that moment, the sun ascended in the sky, casting its warm rays upon the young girl, illuminating her slightly damp raincoat and the dewdrops clinging to her flowing hair with a brilliant glow. This sensation was rather enchanting. Just a moment ago, she was enveloped in a curtain of rain, and now she was greeted by the dazzling sunlight. With a sigh, she realized that after a day apart, she had yet to discuss this matter with Itachi. Hannah strolled through the bustling commercial streets of Konoha, her gaze wandering as she softly murmured to herself. In her mind, a vivid image began to take shape. Upon returning home, Itachi would surely approach her. A hint of concern etched upon his face as he inquired, "Why have you returned so late?" Or perhaps he would curiously ask, "Where did you go yesterday?" The mere thought of Itachi's profound and heartfelt care filled her with warmth. The cheeks of Huayin involuntarily flushed with a delicate hue, evoking a sense of embarrassment. Huayin shyly murmured and then pushed open the heavy door of the residence. However, she soon found herself taken aback. Inside lay an expanse of emptiness, devoid of even a single soul to greet her. A chilling gust of wind swept through, causing Huayin's complexion to turn slightly awkward. It was truly peculiar. Where had all the inhabitants gone? Huayin furrowed her brow slightly. After confirming that no one was present, her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Before long, Huayin happened upon a striking missing person notice affixed to a solitary telephone pole. Astonishingly, her own photograph was prominently displayed on that very notice. In an instant, Huayin stood frozen, as if turned to stone. It finally dawned on her why so many people in Konoha village had been glancing back at her with curious eyes as she walked by. Initially, she had naively believed that it was due to her striking beauty, a thought that had filled her with a small sense of pride. However, the truth was far from that. Alas, the Uchiha family was currently in a state of frantic search for her, undoubtedly as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, one hastily made her way to the Hokage building. "Father, do you think Huayin might have been taken by that guy, Madara?" Itachi gazed at his father with a troubled expression, his eyes brimming with concern and unease. "Itachi, you must remain calm," Fugaka sighed helplessly, looking at his son. "That girl is far more perceptive than you realize. Perhaps she is devising her own plans at this very moment." Yet, just as Itachi was about to voice his thoughts, a sudden, urgent knock interrupted him. "Hokage-sama, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you." A familiar, endearing voice resonated from outside, causing Itachi's eyes to light up with an indescribable surge of excitement. So that's how it is, Itachi reflected, listening to Huayin's account, momentarily taken aback. He had been overly anxious, mistakenly believing that Huayin had been abducted by Madara. In the end, everything was well, there was no cause for alarm. Hannah gently shook her head, accompanied by a delicate sigh. She had assumed that something monumental had transpired at home, especially given the absence of anyone else. It seemed she was merely troubling herself with unfounded worries. "You see, Itachi, I told you Hannah would be safe and sound." Fugaku gazed at his eldest son, releasing a soft sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. "I apologize, it was my overabundance of concern." Itachi's handsome visage flushed slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. Hanayon gazed at Itachi's bashful demeanor, finding it quite amusing within herself. Shortly thereafter, the atmosphere succumbed to a fleeting silence. It wasn't long before Fugaka shattered this oppressive ambience. "First, let's rescind the missing person notices that have been plastered across the streets. Then inform Makoto and Sasuke of this matter." "Understood, Father," Itachi nodded, and with a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished from sight. Fugaka turned to Hanayon. "Well then, Hanayon, since you are unscathed, you may return home." "Oh, very well." Hanayon nodded absent-mindedly, and her figure promptly vanished from sight. "Hanayon, have you truly gained the ability to see so far?" After her departure, Faik rose from the sofa, gazing out at the thriving village of Konoha, his tone imbued with significance. "Well then, I shall return to attending to my tasks." Faik shook his head and began to immerse himself in the documents laid out before him. Within a residence, Huayin pushed the door open and immediately beheld the sorrowful expressions of Mei-chin and Sasuke. "I have returned." Huayin removed her shoes and spoke in a gentle whisper. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the two instantly regained their composure, looking up at the young girl with glimmering eyes. "Huayin, Sister Huayin." As she watched them approach with excitement, a warm current surged within Huayin's heart. "I apologize for not being able to inform you of certain matters in recent days. I left the Hidden Leaf Village without prior notice." Huayin softly explained. To be honest, her heart was filled with guilt. "Well, you must remember to inform us next time you go out," Makoto said with a look of reproach, yet her eyes overflowed with affection. "I'm sorry, Sister Makoto." Hannah noticed several strands of white hair on Makoto's head, and her heart swelled with guilt. The pain was excruciating, a sensation that proved unbearable. "It's all right. Your return is what matters," she said. "Sasuke, you should go find Naruto now." Makoto glanced at her son and spoke with calm assurance. "All right, Hanane. I shall take my leave for a while," Sasuke replied, swiftly exiting the home. "Have you all been searching for me these past few days?" Hannah's gaze followed Sasuke as he departed, her face etched with self-reproach as she turned to Makoto. The young girl appeared pitiful at that moment, and a gentle breeze stirred the curtains, bringing with it a hint of melancholy. Yet, this sorrow was fleeting. Soon, the clouds overhead seemed to part, as if by unseen hands. Sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting dappled patterns upon the ground below. Indeed, we heard you were missing these past few days, and we've been inquiring about your whereabouts. It is truly wonderful that you have returned. Mikoto wiped away a tear, her eyes radiating love that was hard to conceal. In that instant, she resembled a mother, evoking the warmth reminiscent of a medieval oil painting. After all, Mikoto and Hana had shared over a decade together, and she had long considered Hana as her own daughter. The sudden disappearance of a daughter she had cared for so many years would cause concern for anyone, especially for Mikoto, who, despite appearing nearly 40, still possessed the youthful visage of a woman in her 30s. The doorbell chimed, and reluctantly, Mikoto released Hana's hand and hurried to answer the door. A host of familiar faces awaited her arrival. Kakashi, Minato, Obito, and even Jiraiya-sensei had come to search for me. You all have gone to such lengths. Hana felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Hana, we were convinced that Madara had taken you away, Kakashi said. His gaze now resting on the girl, relief washing over him upon seeing her safe and sound. Before long, everyone entered the house, and Naruto and Sasuke returned home through the Flying Thunder God technique. As the gathering filled the room, the girl at the center felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. Everyone, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight. I should have informed you about this matter sooner. Huayin's head swayed like a rattle drum, her tone infused with both remorse and pity. Upon witnessing the girl's demeanor, you couldn't help but extend a hand to lightly flick her forehead. That hurt. What are you doing, you? Huayin pressed her hands against her forehead, where a prominent bump had formed, gazing at Itachi with a look of lingering resentment. It's nothing. Your sudden disappearance worried us all terribly. Consider this a small lesson for you, Itachi replied with a sense of resignation. Get lost. When did it become your place to intervene in my disciples' affairs? Jiraiya remarked, observing the girl's pitiful demeanor. He then playfully flicked Itachi's forehead with his thumb. Soon, both the young man and woman bore similar bumps on their foreheads, one large and one small, creating a rather amusing sight. Itachi-kun, you look quite comical like this. Hana couldn't help but stifle a giggle, her laughter ringing like melodious silver bells. By the way, has everyone had their afternoon meal? She casually interjected, observing the puzzled expressions of those in the living room. Not yet, Kakashi replied softly, shaking his head with a hint of languor in his demeanor. Then I shall prepare the meal, Mikoto declared, rising to her feet and heading towards the kitchen. Sasuke, come lend a hand. Reluctantly, Sasuke uttered a subdued "oh," sluggishly trailing behind Mikoto like a little duckling being tugged along. Poor little Sasuke, ever since Hana graced this home with her presence, his standing within the family had plummeted. Yet, after all these years, he had grown accustomed to this shift. Alas, love seems to fade. This appears to be an immutable truth of existence. Sasuke, oh Hana. What is your current level of strength? Jiraiya lazily sprawled across the sofa, taking a delicate sip of his warm tea, his curiosity piqued. Against Uchiha Madara. It should be a fair match, I suppose. Huayin rested her chin on her hand, instinctively blurting out her thoughts. Upon hearing the young lady's words, Jiraiya was taken completely off guard, and the tea he had been sipping was instantly expelled, splattering onto Obito, who sat beside him. Obito's fury ignited, a glaring expression appearing on his forehead. Cough, my apologies. I simply could not contain myself. Jiraiya hastily waved his hands in apology, then swiftly retrieved a tissue from the dining table and offered it to Obito. With a resigned sigh, Obito accepted the tissue and meticulously wiped the tea off his face. Nearby, Kakashi struggled to suppress his laughter, stealing glances at Obito's disheveled appearance. Is it true? Huayin, have you truly surpassed the Hokage level in strength? Minato inquired, appearing relatively composed as he was previously unaware of Huayin's capabilities. Indeed, I now possess the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, along with my diverse array of abilities. I should be able to contend with Uchiha Madara for quite some time. Huayin helplessly shrugged her shoulders, her tone betraying a hint of sigh. She had intended to maintain a low profile, yet her prowess simply would not permit such modesty. Upon hearing the girl's ostentatious words, a hint of cold sweat broke out among the attendees, realizing that she had indeed put on a fade. What should we do next? Naruto inquired curiously while gripping a hand exerciser. Upon hearing his question, the others suddenly came to a realization and turned their gazes toward the girl. They were already aware of the happenings concerning the Otsutsuki clan, as villages across various nations had been diligently fortifying their defenses in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Hana extended her delicate fingers and gently pointed to her charming face. Subsequently, her head swayed playfully from side to side, reminiscent of a child's rhythmical drum, exuding an adorable charm. Chapter 205, Summer Beach. Swimwear. Soon, Makoto and Sasuke elegantly placed the plates on the table. The meal was ready. Please enjoy, Makoto softly announced. Let us dine first, and we shall discuss those topics later. Jiraiya chuckled heartily and leisurely rose from the sofa. Very well, Huayin gently acknowledged with a soft response, nodding slightly. The group then proceeded to the dining table, gathering closely together. To be frank, Huayin finds herself quite perplexed regarding how to confront the impending threat posed by the Tsutsuki clan, as the original text does not explicitly indicate a timeline. For now, she must remain ever vigilant. Speaking of which, what is Uchiha Madara preoccupied with at this moment? Hana, while delicately picking at her meal, mumbled a question. I too was uncertain. Just a few days prior, I had encountered him in the rain-hidden village, where Obito similarly chewed his food and responded indistinctly. Could you both perhaps finish your meals before engaging in conversation? Kakashi remarked, a hint of displeasure evident as he furrowed his brows. The two exchanged a brief smile before falling silent, focusing intently on their food. Haha, Kakashi. Your bond with Obito is truly remarkable, reminiscent of your childhood, Minato observed, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, albeit unwittingly breaking into a slight sweat. Humph. Do you really think I have a close relationship with this underachiever? Kakashi retorted, raising an eyebrow with a teasing tone. Minato gazed at Kakashi, his expression seemingly transporting him back to their childhood, leaving him momentarily dazed. Humph, Kakashi, you inept fool. With your current abilities, you are no match for me, Obito scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. How childish, Naruto remarked, shaking his head in exasperation at the tense standoff between the two. After the meal, everyone departed, each heading their separate ways, leaving only Itachi and Hana in solitude. What do you mean by staring at me like that? Hana gazed at Itachi, her face a portrait of bewilderment. It's simply because you were so strikingly handsome that I couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Itachi, unbeknownst to him, had mastered such painfully cliched lines of affection, uttering them without hesitation. Who compliments someone in such a manner? Hana's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. As spring gave way to summer, time flowed like a supple strand of grass, meticulously woven through the hands of humanity, sometimes fracturing into fleeting fragments, yet at other times coalescing into profound memories. What the future holds remains an enigma for Hana. Thus, she chooses to immerse herself in the beauty of the present, relishing each day. Oh, are you suggesting we go swimming? Upon hearing Itachi's words, her cheeks instantly blossomed with a vibrant hue, reminiscent of the resplendent rising sun. Just recently, due to the sweltering heat, Konoha had introduced a new beach resort, an enticing entertainment venture. Consequently, Itachi proposed that the entire family embark on this excursion. However, Fugaku, in his capacity as Hokage, found it inconvenient to partake in such activities. What is the matter, Hana? Don't you wish to go? Makoto noted the flush on Hana's face, her heart stirring with a hint of curiosity. The young girl clutched her garment tightly, her thoughts swirling as her entire being blushed with embarrassment, wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. The voice of Huayin was soft and delicate, barely audible like the hum of a mosquito. It's not that I don't wish to go. Then why is that? Are you embarrassed? Meichin rested her chin on her hand, her elegant brows furrowing in contemplation. Well, it's not that. Kain quickly shook her head in denial, her head spinning like a top, but ultimately, she decided to go. Sasuke interjected. Well, Miss Izumi and Haruko will also be heading there shortly, so you girls will have some company. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kain felt a significant alleviation of her earlier anxiety. Initially, she was the only girl alongside Makoto, which made her feel somewhat bashful. However, with the addition of Haruko and Izumi, her spirits began to lift. Itachi silently observed the subtle shifts in Kain's expressions, wanting to smile but ultimately restraining himself. After all, this version of Kain appeared quite adorable. With a gentle creak, the door was pushed open, and the three of them set off together, pausing intermittently along the way to admire the scenery. The pathway of the Uchiha clan exuded an ancient charm, with lush trees providing a verdant canopy reminiscent of a classical painting. In the distance, temples were neatly arranged on the hillside. As they ascended the steps at the mountain's base, the striking vermilion torii gate came into view, and various statues representing the myths of the Cherry Blossom Valley stood majestically atop the mountain. When did all of this come to be? Hana inhaled a breath of fresh air, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. A delicate fragrance permeated the atmosphere, uplifting one's spirits. It was completed a month ago. Makoto explained gently, her gaze imbued with affection for Hana. Soon, the village would host a grand celebration. Meanwhile, Sasuke, overlooked by Makoto, had grown accustomed to such neglect. Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, empathizing with his sentiments. Is that so? Huayin gently nodded in agreement. Before long, the trio arrived at a picturesque beach. In the distance, an array of vendors captivated the incessant flow of visitors. Laughter echoed in waves. The joyous sounds of children played incessantly, while the distant sea continuously surged towards the shore, crashing against the sandy beach. What lies beyond the vast ocean? Hana gazed into the distant landscape, inevitably recalling scenes from Attack on Titan. What lies beyond the sea? A sweet voice suddenly interrupted Hana's reverie. Ah, is that Haruko? Huayin turned her head and was met with the sight of a little girl with long black hair, clad in a swimsuit, standing before her, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Oh, you still remember me, Huayin-chan? Haruko teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the girl before her. What brings you here, Haruko? At that moment, another sultry voice chimed in. Oh, is that not Huayin? Izumi wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, cradling a volleyball dusted with sand in her hands, her tone laced with astonishment. Both women possessed graceful figures, their curves accentuated by their swimsuits, rendering them irresistibly captivating. Huayin's complexion flushed slightly, and she unconsciously swallowed. My writing skills are limited. I apologize for any awkwardness. Please use your imagination for certain scenes. I am profoundly grateful for all the gifts from everyone. This book has been written since September, and including the previous 800 yuan for full attendance, I have earned a little over 2,000 yuan in total. Writing truly does not yield much profit. Most authors create out of passion, facing both hardships and challenges. I kindly request everyone to support you more. Thank you. Chapter 206, Stagnant Waters. You are also here? Under the gentle sound of flowers, Huan instinctively took a step back, nervously swallowing her saliva. Indeed, had we not informed you long ago? Huan tilted her head, her face adorned with curiosity as she scrutinized Huayin. Huayin-chan, could it be that you are feeling shy? Haruko gazed at the girl before her, her eyes shimmering with a teasing glimmer. I am not shy at all. Hanyo turned her head to the side, her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Is that true? Haruko leaned closer to Hanyo. Standing and sitting, respectively, the height difference between them was quite apparent, with Haruko towering over Hanyo by a full head. Indeed. It is. Hana, with a shy demeanor, lowered her head and softly spoke. Then why haven't you changed into your swimsuit yet? Haruko blinked her eyes, curiously observing the petite and adorable girl before her. If Hana-chan were to don a swimsuit, she would undoubtedly look stunning. Izumi approached, her mind involuntarily conjuring an image of Hana in a swimsuit, her gaze sparkling with admiration. Huayin gazed at the two lively and adorable little girls before her, falling into a contemplative silence. At that moment, the silhouettes of the three youthful maidens created a striking tableau on the beach, captivating the attention of all onlookers. Shortly thereafter, Yo approached, draped in a deep blue sun-protective garment, holding a ping-pong paddle in her right hand, her gaze gentle. What are you all discussing? Yao inquired, curiosity evident in her eyes as she looked at the trio. Oh, it's nothing, Yao-chan. I was simply wondering what Huayin Jie would look like in a swimsuit. Izumi mused, resting her chin on one hand, lost in thought as she watched Yao approach. Well, since Izumi-chan is so curious, I must admit I am quite intrigued as well, Haruko chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on Huayin. Huayin could not help but shudder, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her long black hair danced gently in the breeze as she lowered her head, remaining silent. Huayin gritted her teeth and spoke as if she had expended all her strength, her face flushed with a deep crimson. As she gazed at the bashful maiden before her, she hesitated, words lingering on the tip of her tongue. No need, Itachi-kun. Hana gently shook her head, interrupting Itachi's words. The three of them displayed expressions of astonishment and anticipation. Shortly thereafter, a girl clad in a black swimsuit approached with her head bowed, exuding a shy demeanor. Haha, Hana-chan. You look quite adorable in that outfit, Haruko remarked with a teasing smile, observing Hana. In comparison to Haruko and Izumi's attire, Hana's outfit appeared notably more reserved. Throughout this process, she had put in considerable effort, as wearing a swimsuit was a first for her. In her previous life, as a boy, she had been consumed by the relentless grind of a 996-work schedule, leaving her no time to explore the realm of feminine fashion. However, in this life, as a girl, Hana found herself living with greater freedom and unrestrained joy. Hana's skin looks so fair. How do you usually take care of it? Izumi asked, embracing Hana tightly, her curiosity evident. The two girls stood closely together, their appearance reminiscent of a delicate oil painting from the Middle Ages, pleasing to behold. At that moment, Hana, enveloped in Izumi's embrace, was utterly stunned, her mind blank as if it had frozen, and her face was instantly flushed with crimson. I usually just stay at home," she stammered. Huayin swallowed nervously, responding with a mixture of anxiety and shyness. "Skincare? Since my arrival in this world, I have never paid attention to my complexion. How frustrating. Huayin, why won't you share with me?" Quan pouted, casting a sorrowful glance at the girl. She then extended her delicate fingers, gently tapping Huayin's flawless cheek. Watching this scene, Haruko stifled a laugh behind her hand. Yadu, however, looked at Quan with a sense of resignation. After all these years, her personality remained as carefree as ever. "All right, Quan-chan, stop teasing Huayin." Haruko approached and gently tugged on Quan's ear, exuding a warmth akin to that of an older sister. "Ah, that hurts, Haruko-chan. Be gentler." Quan gazed at Haruko with a pitiful expression, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Seeing the girl's woeful demeanor, Haruko felt the urge to laugh but managed to suppress it. "Huayin, shall we go play some volleyball?" Haruko suggested, glancing at Huayin, who stood there in a daze. "Sure, that sounds great," Huayin replied eagerly. Huayin nodded obediently, her voice as delicate as a whisper. The gentle sunlight on the beach bathed the four individuals in warmth, elongating their shadows. Throughout the journey, Yu's gaze was filled with concern, constantly reminding the others to exercise caution. "Ha ha ha, Huayin, your reactions are so slow," Quan exclaimed, clapping her hands around the volleyball before striking it fiercely, the speed of the ball astonishing. In a moment of distraction, Huayin failed to catch the volleyball, stumbling a few steps before awkwardly tumbling onto the soft sands of the beach. Coughing and spitting out grains of sand, the young girl struggled to rise, her hair disheveled and her clothes speckled with fine particles, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Are you all right?" Yao hurried over. Concern etched on his face as he gazed at Huayin. "Yaokuin, I am fine." Huayin shook her head, tucking the disheveled strands of hair behind her ear, and lifted her gaze to fixate on the distant spring, her eyes brimming with determination. "Very well, woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Huayin, at this moment. Huayin was filled with indignation, for it was evident that her previous lack of diligence was the root of the issue. Observing Huayin's serious demeanor, Quan couldn't help but shiver, a sense of foreboding surging within her. Quan exclaimed, "Oh, Huayin, you wouldn't hold my earlier jest against me, would you?" Quan hesitated, pondering her next words. "What do you think?" Huayin swung the volleyball with one hand, her arm encircled gracefully, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. With a resounding thud, the ball made contact. Hana swiftly hurled the ball over, its speed astonishing. Izumi stumbled as she caught it, unable to halt her momentum, and, like Hana, tumbled into the pile of sand. Coughing, Izumi rose, appearing quite disheveled, with a scrape adorning her palm. It seemed they had taken their play a tad too far. Haruko observed the two earnest individuals, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Meanwhile, Yato wore a look of bemusement, uncertain of how to respond. Izumi. I apologize. I failed to control the force just now." Hana hurriedly approached and cast a reversal spell on Izumi. In no time, the minor wounds on Izumi's body began to heal. Hana, you were rather forceful just now," Izumi said, cradling her head with both hands and casting a mournful glance at Hana. "Ahem, I assure you it was unintentional. Do you believe me?" Upon witnessing this, Huayin felt a twinge of awkwardness. Suddenly, Huayin felt a sudden impact on her head, covering it with her hands and letting out a pained cry. The two of you exchanged apologies, and the incident was soon forgotten. Yao gently tapped Huayin's head, letting out a sigh. The prose is admittedly limited, so I leave the rest to your imagination. Chapter 207. Something seems off between you two. Apologies were exchanged as both young ladies bowed deeply to one another, their eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Observing this scene, Yao couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, then gazed at them with warmth. "Please be more mindful while playing," Yao advised them again, concern lacing his tone. "All right, I understand, brother Yao," Quan replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, her face betraying a sense of grievance. Hana's expression mirrored her dissatisfaction. "At last, I have found you. I never anticipated encountering you here." Makoto, adorned in a swimsuit, possessed a graceful figure, reminiscent of a blossoming maiden, revealing no trace of being a mother to 2 children. Huayin gazed at Meichin's appearance, her eyes twitching slightly. To be frank, Hanayon finds it truly perplexing how Fujitaka managed to marry such a stunningly beautiful wife. In terms of physical appearance, they seem worlds apart, as Fujitaka appears considerably older. Moreover, it seems that in the original narrative, Makoto was the one who actively pursued Fujitaka. Hana, despite her efforts to comprehend the situation, found herself unable to grasp it and decided to relinquish her worries. "Makoto, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. Izumi had just been receiving admonishments from Itachi. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet her demeanor brightened instantly upon Makoto's arrival. "Ah, Izumi, it has been quite a while," Makoto said, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Meanwhile, Sasuke watched this scene with an expression of discontent. In the absence of these elder sisters, his mother had devoted her attention solely to him. Now, however, he felt entirely overlooked. Was it possible that love could simply fade away? As Sasuke squatted on the ground, tracing circles in the dirt with his finger, he suddenly felt a gentle touch on his head. Confused, he looked up to see Hana smiling down at him. "Hana-chan, what are you?" Sasuke's face flushed, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. At this moment, Huayin is clad in a form-fitting swimsuit, her skin fair and delicate. As Sasuke gazes at her figure, he cannot help but swallow hard. "What is happening to me? Moreover, you should properly address me as sister." Hana gently caressed Sasuke's head, her tone imbued with a hint of affection. Since just a moment ago, Hana noticed that Sasuke's emotions were somewhat awry, prompting her to approach him with the intention of offering comfort. Soon, Sasuke's complexion began to flush with warmth, and upon witnessing this, Hana bestowed a gentle smile. "Sister Hana, have you come as well?" came a familiar yet youthful voice from beside her. Hana turned her head and beheld Naruto, his hands tucked into his pockets, hair tousled, and glistening with perspiration, as if he had just completed an intense training session. "Oh, Naruto, it has been quite some time." Hana waved gently at Naruto, a sweet smile gracing her face. Only then did Naruto saunter over, having not seen Hana for quite some time. She had blossomed into a graceful young woman, reminiscent of a delicate maiden. As Naruto gazed at the young lady before him, his expression gradually hardened with resolve. He firmly believed that Itachi was unworthy of Hana. With that thought, he turned his head, his gaze icy as it fell upon Itachi in the distance. Itachi sensed the chilling aura of hostility and, upon turning to see Naruto, offered a slight smile. "Humph." Naruto scoffed coldly and turned away. Wait, what was this situation? Hana similarly beheld the scene, her expression one of perplexity. Before she could voice her inquiries, a bright and cheerful voice emerged from behind her. "Naruto, this icy demeanor of yours won't do, otherwise you shall find it difficult to make friends." Minato approached slowly, his gaze warm and gentle as he looked at Naruto. "Ah, has Lord Minato arrived as well?" Huayin raised her head to gaze at the water gate, her eyes sparkling with delight. The golden locks of the water gate danced chaotically in the air, complemented by a gentle smile gracing his lips. Accompanying her were Obito and Kakashi, indicating that everyone had gathered. "Kakashi-sensei, where is Master Jiraiya?" Hana suddenly recalled something, her gaze turning icy as she fixed it upon Kakashi. "Well, perhaps he has something urgent to attend to," Kakashi remarked, scratching the back of his head as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "I must go check on Master Jiraiya, lest he cause another ruckus." Hana shook her head, her gaze revealing a hint of determination. "Jiraiya-sensei may be away on a mission. In any case, there is nothing to occupy my time at the moment, so I shall rest for a while." Minato observed the scene and gently elaborated. "Very well, Lord Minato." Hana gazed at the sun-kissed and handsome Minato, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, before gently nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Itachi observed this scene, a hint of jealousy flickering across his features. Makoto, witnessing her eldest son's envious demeanor, felt a bead of cold sweat forming on her brow. Indeed, this eldest son of hers was quite the jealous one. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air as they engaged in conversation, the remote location rendering it particularly serene, with few souls around. Before long, Minato suggested they camp here, and everyone enthusiastically concurred. "Allow me to showcase my culinary skills," Kakashi declared confidently as he sprinkled salt and pepper over the grilling meat. "Kakashi-senpai is truly charming," Izumi remarked, her cheeks flushed, before leaning closer to Hana and whispering, "So, do you have a liking for him?" Hana gazed at Izumi's bashful demeanor and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. "Foolish girl, what are you saying?" Izumi retorted, casting an irritable glance at Hana. Upon witnessing the scene, Huayin smiled with a sense of triumph. Chuanchi, filled with frustration, clenched her fists only to release them again. It was futile. She could not compete with Huayin. By the way, how is your relationship with Itachi progressing? Quan glanced at Itachi, who was assisting Kakashi in the distance, and inquired softly. Oh, we're just ordinary friends, Huan replied hurriedly, her hands flailing in the air as she met Quan's inquisitive gaze. Oh, really? Quan teased, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Can we change the subject? Huayin's face flushed instantly. All right then, Quan shrugged, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. Time slipped away like fine sand, the sun gradually retreating as the moonlight cascaded down. The group gathered around the campfire, savoring the grilled meat in their hands. I didn't expect Kakashi's culinary skills to be quite commendable, Minato remarked, astonished as he observed his apprentice. Useless Kakashi, the only thing he can manage is grilling meat. Obito scoffed, continuing to relish the barbecue. All eyes turned toward Obito and Kakashi, the glances laden with unspoken implications. Could it be that those two? Coughing awkwardly, Kakashi sensed the peculiar stares directed his way. Why are you all looking at me? He asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Kakashi, let me take over the grilling. You should rest for a bit, Itachi offered with a smile as he stood up to accept the grilling tongs from Kakashi. All right. I appreciate it, Itachi. Kakashi did not decline and settled beside Obito. Aware of Kakashi's presence, Obito instinctively shifted away. Noticing this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. Chapter 208, Ghost Stories. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and warmth, enveloping the group in a cozy ambience. Hana sat quietly in the dim corner by the campfire, her gaze tenderly observing the laughter and chatter of those around her. As the chill in her heart was gradually dispelled by the warmth of the gathering, the meat was now grilled to perfection. Come, savor its flavor. A glance from the corner caught the attention of Wai, who approached with a gentle expression. Huayin nodded gently before rising to her feet. The flavor should be quite delightful, wouldn't it? You curiously observed the girl savoring the barbecued meat before softly inquiring, is it truly delicious? Did you prepare it yourself? Hana nodded once more, and then playfully extended her tongue to lick her fingers, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Take your time savoring it. There is still plenty left. Itachi said with a gentle sigh. Ahem, could you two refrain from displaying such affectionate sweetness here? Kakashi approached with a look of mild reproach, his gaze tinged with a hint of jealousy. Is that so? Itachi replied, awkwardly scratching his head, his face adorned with a forced smile. Upon hearing Kakashi's teasing, Huayin's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head. It's not like that, she protested, her embarrassment palpable. Meanwhile, Izumi approached slowly, a serious expression adorning her face as she feigned anger. Are you all perhaps overthinking this? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead, betraying a hint of anxiety. Well then, shall we delve into some thrilling ghost stories? Kakashi, seemingly pulling a horror novel from thin air, regarded the crowd with a glimmer of playful mockery in his eyes. Fools, the tales you spin are utterly tiresome. How could anyone still be frightened by them? Obito remarked. His hands nestled casually in his pockets as he stifled a yawn. Cough, cough. Do you truly wish to hear them, or not? Kakashi awkwardly cleared his throat, then surveyed the surroundings, striving to capture everyone's attention. Upon hearing the phrase ghost stories, Hana furrowed her brow, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over her, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Yet, she reassured herself that no matter what, she was a brave individual, too bold to be frightened by the ghostly tales recounted by Kakashi. Before long, everyone gathered around the flickering campfire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow, creating an atmosphere of comforting camaraderie. Is everyone ready? Then I shall begin, Kakashi declared, his gaze twinkling with a hint of mischief, particularly as it darted towards Itachi and Hana, laden with deeper implications. Hana sensed the unusual gaze of Kakashi, and her expression immediately darkened. She had likely surmised what mischief Kakashi was about to conjure. Soon enough, Kakashi began to recount a ghost story, and to her surprise, it was indeed rather chilling. Juan involuntarily swallowed, her body slightly curling up, revealing a hint of anxiety. Yo gazed at the frightened expression on the young girl's face, and with a gentle sigh, he reached out his hand and tenderly grasped hers. Can you guess how the story will unfold? Kakashi exhaled a deeply significant sigh, seemingly anticipating everyone's reactions. What will the outcome be? Quan nervously swallowed again, eagerly inquiring. The outcome, you ask? Kakashi suddenly emitted a peculiar cry, startling everyone. Quan immediately let out a shriek. Hana felt a shiver run through her, yet she was quickly enveloped in Itachi's warm embrace. gradually calming the unease within her. Ahem. How was that? Quite terrifying, wouldn't you agree? Kakashi mused, his forehead resting against his hand, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of pride. You're such a bore, acting like this, Obito quipped softly, though amusement colored his tone. Kakashi, why are you behaving so strangely? Truly. You are quite the fool. Izumi glared at Kakashi with a look of discontent. See, this one was indeed frightened, Kakashi remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at Izumi's frightened demeanor. All right, Izumi, Haruko sighed, casting a helpless glance at Kakashi before gently patting Izumi's shoulder. It felt somewhat maternal, reminiscent of Haruko's own motherly instincts. Ahem, Kakashi, why do I feel like your personality has regressed to a more childish state? Minato observed Kakashi's teasing demeanor, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Is that so? Kakashi replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Indeed, you used to always wear a mask, giving off an air of distance, Minato reflected, stroking his chin as he recalled the past. It certainly seems that way, Mikoto chimed in, echoing Minato's sentiments while resting her chin on her hand. Oh, never mind the past. By the way, Hana, is there a way for you to resurrect Rin? Kakashi shook his head and then turned to the girl, presenting a complex inquiry. No sooner had he spoken than Obito's pupils dilated sharply, his body trembling slightly. Hana, could I possibly ask you to bring Rin back to life? Hana stared at Obito, momentarily taken aback. The notion of resurrecting Rin might indeed be feasible by employing Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu. However, the dilemma lies in the absence of Rin's hair or any similar relic from her life. In this context, the situation becomes rather complicated. Obito, do you possess any of Rin's hair or significant mementos from her past? Hana gazed curiously at the troubled face of Obito and inquired, Have you? Obito nodded anxiously. Witnessing his fervent affirmation, Hana was momentarily taken aback. The original text seemingly made no mention of the whereabouts of Rin's remains after her demise, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. It was likely that Obito had concealed her within the Kamui dimension. Very well, she concluded. I shall seek out Orochimaru shortly. He should possess the capability to resurrect Rin. After a brief moment of silence, Huayin nodded. That's wonderful, Huayin. I am truly grateful to you, Dato expressed with a face full of appreciation. It's my pleasure. Hana moved her hands gently, appearing somewhat flustered, while Obito, overwhelmed with excitement, leaned closer to her. In the distance, Kakashi observed their intimate interaction and cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, Obito, please calm down. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit too carried away, Obito said, scratching the back of his head, stepping back awkwardly. Only then noticing Itachi in the corner. At a loss for words, he felt uncertain about how to proceed. Ahem, Itachi, shall we continue grilling the meat? Izumi tugged at Itachi's sleeve, breaking the silence that had enveloped the scene. Itachi sighed softly, resuming his task of grilling the meat. Gradually, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and everyone felt a sense of relief. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting shadow. High above, the radiant moonlight slowly faded into the horizon, replaced by the blazing sun. Shining with great intensity, the young girl opened her kaleidoscope, her form gracefully soaring through the sky. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru should be in that cave. The gentle sound of floral whispers filled the air. In a short while, a young girl clad in a vibrant yellow raincoat gracefully descended from the heavens. The brilliant hue of her attire accentuating her delicate charm, akin to a blossom unfurling in the warmth of spring. Huayin gazed into the inky darkness of the cave, stepping inside with measured grace. TSK, have you finally come to seek me out, Huayin? It seems we have not crossed paths in a year. Came the gravelly voice of Orochimaru, resonating through the cavern as he remained engrossed in his experiments. Throughout the exchange, he did not lift his gaze to acknowledge Huayin, remaining wholly absorbed in his meticulous work. Hana glanced at the lifeless body of White Absolute lying on the laboratory table, alongside the gruesome pile of corpses, and her delicate brows instinctively furrowed. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed to sense the shift in the young girl's emotions and softly remarked, Hana, these bodies belong to some vile and merciless rogue ninjas. You need not feel any sympathy for them, do you? Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Huayin felt her tension ease slightly, allowing her to exhale in relief. Now speak. What brings you to me? Orochimaru, playfully toying with the scalpel in his hand, regarded the young girl before him with a mocking expression. I request that you resurrect an individual. This is her hair. Hana's delicate, fair hand extended, fingers splayed open, revealing a few scattered strands of brown hair resting in her palm. TSK, 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 Hana-chan, are you commanding me? Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the young girl before him, brimming with amusement. Indeed. Huayin fearlessly lifted her head, her eyes, like a kaleidoscope, fixated intently on Orochimaru. Should Orochimaru exhibit even the slightest hint of hostility towards her, she would decisively put an end to him right then and there. Such behavior might be deemed rather impolite, yet it was to her liking. After licking his lips, Orochimaru promptly produced a scalpel and retrieved the ominous mask of the Grim Reaper from the cabinet. True to the original narrative, after executing a series of extraordinary maneuvers, Orochimaru successfully extracted Lin's soul from the Pure Land. Subsequently, he himself entered the body of White Zetsu. Witnessing this absurdity, Hana silently raised her thumb in admiration. It seems that within the entirety of the ninja world, only Orochimaru could conceive such a method. Where's this place? Soon. A delicate and charming voice resonated within the cave. Huayin slowly turned her head, gazing at the adorable little girl with short brown hair standing before her. A wave of joy surged within her heart. Indeed, Lin was quite charming. It was no wonder that Obito from the original story held such affection for her. Who are you? Lin inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. TSK, TSK, Huayin, I have already brought you back to life. Are you not going to offer me some form of reward? Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his appearance somewhat unsettling after recently possessing White Zetsu. Lin cast a wary glance at the approaching figure, instinctively taking a step back, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Orochimaru, you have frightened the young lady. Hana cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru, her tone laced with a hint of reproach, before she gradually approached Rin. Sister, let us return to Konoha for a while. There is someone who longs to meet you. Huayin gazed tenderly at the adorable Rin before her, speaking with gentle warmth. As she beheld this beautiful and kind older sister, Rin's inner trepidation gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of reassurance. Rin unconsciously nodded her little head gently. Orochimaru. Thank you. This is my token of gratitude for you. Huayin gently caressed Lin's head, then her gaze flickered towards Orochimaru behind her, silently casting an illusion. After completing this series of actions, Hana tightly embraced Rin, and with a swift movement, they vanished from the spot, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. Is this my reward? Orochimaru felt a surge of excruciating pain in his head, swiftly assimilating the memories within. Physics? How intriguing it sounds. Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly animated, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The gates of Konoha creaked open under Hana's gentle push. Is this truly Konoha? Rin murmured, gazing at the revitalized streets around her. Indeed. Do you wish to see Obito and Kakashi now? Huayin gently embraced Lin and inquired. At that moment, passers-by in the bustling streets and alleys turned their heads to gaze upon the two young maidens, merely astonished by their beauty. Without the outrageous scenarios often depicted in novels unfolding. Why is everyone staring at us? Lin shyly tugged at Huayin's sleeve. Perhaps it is because we are simply too beautiful, Huayin replied with a light laugh, tinged with a hint of resignation. Sometimes, possessing such striking beauty can indeed be a burden, as it incessantly draws the attention of those around. Huayin finally comprehended why those celebrities in her previous life always wore masks when they ventured outdoors. The sun in the high sky cast its radiant light upon the two figures, elongating their silhouettes evermore. Ding dong. The gentle chime of the doorbell resonated softly. Shortly thereafter, hurried footsteps echoed from within. With a crisp sound, the door swung open, revealing a visibly anxious Kakashi standing at the threshold, while the ever-watchful Naruto lingered nearby. So, it turns out you all are here, he remarked. Huayin embraced Lin, teasingly remarking, Lin, it's wonderful to finally meet you. After the door swung open, Daitu stood in a state of astonishment, frozen in place, softly murmuring as tears welled in his eyes. Sister Huayin, could you please let me down? Lin, gazing at the familiar face before her, blushed and spoke softly. Oh, certainly. Hana gently set Lin down. Immediately, the two of them, one large and one small, exchanged glances. Obito, Kakashi, and Minato-sensei, you are all here, Lin said, standing at the door, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at the three of them. Well, let us head inside to converse, Minato said, patting Obito on the shoulder and casting a gentle glance at Lin. All right, Lin nodded and stepped into the living room. Observing the four preparing to reminisce, Hana, with great tact, decided to excuse herself. She had no desire to be a third wheel. Instead, she thought it better to engage in a conversation with Itachi. I will take my leave now. Enjoy your time together. Hannah waved goodbye to the four individuals, her figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Thank you, Hannah, Obito said, raising his head to gaze at the disappearing girl, his heart brimming with gratitude. Chapter 210, but you are still here. Obito, Kakashi, Minato-sensei, how have you all been these years? Rin tilted her head, her gentle gaze directed at the three before her. Well, I've been doing reasonably well, Kakashi sighed softly, a complex expression in his eyes as he looked at Rin, her familiar visage seemingly transporting him back to the past. As he observed Rin's innocent demeanor, his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards Hannah. There appeared to be an ineffable similarity between them. It was uncanny, truly two alike. Kakashi scrutinized Rin's features once more, gradually noting that while Rin's countenance radiated innocence and joy, Hannah possessed a touch of grace and tenderness, though they appeared strikingly similar at first glance. A closer comparison revealed their distinctions. Kakashi found himself reconsidering his earlier impressions. What is wrong, Kakashi? Rin noticed the unusual glint in Kakashi's eyes, a flicker of sadness stirring within her. She turned to him, her face awash with curiosity. Nothing, Kakashi replied, shaking his head, a hint of sorrow evident in his gaze. Even he couldn't articulate the source of his melancholy. Rin, don't mind Kakashi, he always has that frigid demeanor. Obito interjected with dissatisfaction from the side. He never cares for others' feelings, so selfish. Obito, please don't say that, Minato interposed, concern etched across his face as he looked at Kakashi. Sensei, actually, Obito is right. I was indeed very selfish in the past, Kakashi responded, shaking his head once more, tears glistening in his eyes. Obito's words were not baseless. Kakashi had always idolized his father during his youth. However, that admiration was short-lived when his father, in an attempt to protect his comrades, leaked crucial information during a mission, resulting in its failure. Despite Hiruzen's repeated reassurances that he should not dwell on the matter, the village's whispers proved too burdensome for his father, leading to a tragic choice. Young Kakashi witnessed his father's demise firsthand. In that moment, his pupils dilated in terror, filling his heart with dread. Thereafter, he cultivated a selfish disposition, believing that a ninja must prioritize their missions above all else. Enough. It has been so long. Obito, Kakashi, why must you continue like this? Rin observed the two, disappointment evident in her eyes. Kakashi, he hesitated, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. Obito fell into a contemplative silence beside him. I'm sorry, Kakashi. At that time, I truly had many matters to attend to and could not support you in time, Minato remarked, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, feeling disheartened. There is no need to bring this up again. Rin has finally gathered with us, can we not be happy? Obito sighed, then reached out to pat Minato and Kakashi's shoulders. The three gradually revealed smiles, their focus once again turning to Rin. That's more like it, Rin chuckled softly. Her laughter akin to blossoms blooming in the spring, enchanting and capable of melting away all worldly sorrow and troubles. Meanwhile, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its radiant light upon Hannah, her petite and charming silhouette projected onto the ground. Itachi, if Rin were to suddenly revive, how would Obito and the others react? Hannah gracefully perched upon the railing, her hands gently swaying to maintain her balance. Could you please come down first? Wai stared at his wife with a gaze filled with helplessness, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. Please don't, Huayin gently interjected, her voice laced with a hint of playful affection. Be careful not to fall. Itachi sighed in resignation. Who did you seek out when you resurrected Rin? Oh, I sought out Orochimaru, she replied. Huan firmly balanced on one foot upon the railing, casually responding, Orochimaru can actually utilize the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage? Upon hearing this, Itachi's face involuntarily displayed a mixture of surprise and confusion. Indeed, those forbidden techniques were imparted by me, and I have even made enhancements to them. The current version of the impure world reincarnation can now achieve complete resurrection. Huayin spoke with pride, her tuft of hair standing erect due to her excitement, exhibiting a playful demeanor. Yao, listening to Huayin's narrative, was momentarily taken aback, only gradually regaining his composure after a brief pause. He took a deep breath and then inquired, Are you suggesting that you secretly examined the sealing scroll? Is there an issue with that? Hannah gracefully leapt down from the railing, a foolish smile illuminating her face. Yet, before long, a subtle pain began to throb at her temples. Itachi, devoid of mercy, delivered a sharp reprimand, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Do you not realize that peeking at the sealing scrolls incurs severe penalties, potentially leading to prolonged imprisonment? To which she retorted, Well, at least I have you, Itachi. Huayin curled her lips slightly, a playful smile gracing her face. As if to convey that with you by my side, I fear nothing. Upon hearing his wife's response, he hesitated, his clenched fist gradually relaxing. Well, at least this reply is somewhat satisfactory. So, do you have anything else you wish to express? You wore a look of mild resignation, his gaze fixed intently upon Huayin, seemingly awaiting her next words. As for that, Huayin gently interlaced her hands, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her voice softening into a whisper. As long as you don't speak of it to anyone else, wouldn't everything remain unscathed? After all, this matter is known to no one else. A glimmer of playful mockery flickered in Itachi's eyes as he leaned slightly closer, intrigued by Huayin's words. What leads you to believe that I would refrain from divulging this to others? Upon hearing Itachi's retort, Huayin was momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. Then, what do you intend to do? Hana's irritation blossomed into a vexed fury as she shot a fierce glare at Uchiha Itachi. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Itachi's lips as he gently extended a finger, pointing towards his own visage. Hana swiftly comprehended Itachi's meaning, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. What is the matter? Itachi inquired, leaning down with curiosity, his gaze gently scrutinizing the bashful girl before him, his eyes brimming with tenderness. What a fool! Huayin murmured in dissatisfaction, then mustered her courage, rising on tiptoe to gently bestow a kiss upon Itachi's face. Itachi felt the warmth of moisture on his cheek and nodded in satisfaction, a smile curving his lips. Very well, I shall pretend I did not see this time. However, I cannot guarantee the same for next time, Itachi teased. Itachi, you will come to regret this. Hana's eyes widened as she glared fiercely at Uchiha Itachi before her. Enough, I am the one, Itachi, on the verge of retorting, swallowed his words instead. Ahem. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, you fool. Itachi extended a finger and gently flicked Hana's forehead. Ouch. Huayin instantly cried out in pain, pressing her hands tightly against her head as she took a step back, a look of grievance etched upon her face. What are you doing? You fool. Do you not realize that casually flicking someone's forehead can render them foolish? Hana, in a huff, remarked, Well, to be honest, I truly have no idea. Itachi shook his head, a wave of amusement rising within him, yet he made a concerted effort to suppress it. Chapter 211. The Security Division, Hana. Time. Like a fleeting horse, swiftly passed, and before long, a month had quietly slipped away. Morning had arrived. It was time to rise. Today marked the first day of your internship at the Security Division. Itachi gazed at Hana, still lazily sprawled across her bed, his face adorned with a sense of helplessness. Is it really that early? Hana nestled within the folds of her bedding, her voice imbued with a hint of languor and reluctance. It was already 7:30 in the morning. Yao gazed at Hana, who remained ensconced in her slumber, and with a sigh of resignation, reached out a hand to gently grasp the corner of the blanket, tenderly pulling her up. Huayin reluctantly rose from the bed, extending her somewhat hazy hands to gently rub her still half-closed eyes. All right, hurry and freshen up. After you wash up, go have breakfast. You looked at Huayin, who was still drowsy, his gaze filled with tenderness. Over the past few months, Huayin spent her days languidly nestled within her room, indulging in her meals before succumbing to slumber, much like a leisurely and carefree salted fish. One day, Huayin, struck by a sudden whim, proposed to take up a position in the security department. Upon hearing this, you did not ponder for long before acquiescing. Thus, the scene before us today came to be. At the dining table, Hana was savoring her breakfast, her face etched with weariness, and her little head occasionally drooped. Yao, observing Hana's demeanor, couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. For some reason, he found this particular aspect of his wife's appearance rather endearing. Before long, Hana suddenly jolted awake, the stray hair atop her head standing on end. Ah, Yao-kun, how long have I just slept? Hana's pupils constricted abruptly, her face a portrait of shock as she gazed at Itachi. Well, you should finish your breakfast first. It is already past 8, and you are quite late, Itachi remarked, observing the glistening droplet of saliva still lingering at the corner of Hana's mouth, unable to suppress his amusement as laughter erupted from him. Huayin suddenly realized, hastily pulling out a tissue to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then shot a dissatisfied glare at Yao. Immediately afterwards, Hana devoured her breakfast with great haste. After the meal, she quickly tidied herself up in front of the mirror and rushed out the door, watching Hana's hurried silhouette. Why couldn't help but feel a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He pondered silently whether her work was proceeding smoothly, yet he soon regained his composure. He understood well that if he were to become the clan leader in the future, he would have far more responsibilities to manage and could not always be by Hana's side. At times, allowing Hana to cultivate her independence could prove to be a beneficial endeavor. The sun blazed down from the high sky, casting its intense rays upon the young girl's face. And due to her frantic pace, beads of perspiration dotted Huayin's face as she gasped for breath, having finally arrived at the Uchiha clan security department. True to the original description, the security department did not appear particularly grand. As soon as she stepped through the entrance, Huayin swiftly clocked in. "Huayin, you are late." A familiar voice called out from behind her just after she finished signing in. Upon hearing the voice, Huayin was immediately engulfed by a wave of panic. Hastily turning around, upon seeing the newcomer, her expression grew even more flustered. "Ah, Uncle Tiehua, please allow me to explain. There is a reason for my actions." Hana swallowed hard, her hands fluttering anxiously. With Fujiwara now serving as Hokage, the esteemed position of head of the Uchiha clan security division had fallen to Tetsuka. "Please, do attend to your duties promptly. Today, you are assigned to Patrol Group B in the eastern district of Konoha," Tetsuka stated respectfully. Not a hint of resentment in his tone regarding Hana's tardiness. It was no jest. His rise to this role was no mere stroke of luck. After all, she was the wife of the clan's junior leader. As a mere head of security, how could he dare to offend her? "Very well, Captain Tetsuka. I shall take my leave now." Huayin gazed at Tiehua before her, her demeanor tinged with a hint of anxiety as she gently nodded. "You may go first." Tiehua watched the young lady vanish from sight, then withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat forming on his forehead. To be candid, the young clan leader's wife had come to the guard department merely for the sake of experiencing life. The personnel in the guard department would hardly dare assign her any particularly rigorous tasks. They were all trivial matters, to say the least. "Captain Tiehua, must you truly indulge Huayin in this manner?" In a tone laced with resignation, Daohua approached. "Have you lost your mind? She is the wife of the young clan leader. Do you dare offend her?" Tiehua shot Daohua a sharp glare, responding sternly. "Indeed." Daohua swallowed hard and nodded. "By the way, raise Huayin's performance ratings. You are to give her the highest marks in all evaluations." Tiehua continued, a flicker of unease lingering in his voice. "She has already received full marks," Daohua replied helplessly. "Very well, you may take your leave," Tiehua said, his brow furrowing. In a secluded corner of Konoha village, Huayin, having previously undertaken patrol duties, now appeared significantly more at ease. At this moment, the young girl donned her dark uniform, her expression serious. Yet, to the onlookers, she radiated an undeniable charm. Before long, amidst the distant clamor of a shop, a quarrel reached her ears. "You purchase goods without settling the bill, and yet you dare to turn the tables on me?" The proprietor, a middle-aged gentleman, was furiously confronting a drunken man. "Which eye of yours witnessed my failure to pay?" The inebriated man retorted disdainfully, glaring at the shopkeeper. Huayin gazed at the bustling scene in the distance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Could you please make way?" She expressed her displeasure to the crowd that had gathered to observe, turning her attention to the individuals who were jostling them. Her eyes widened in alarm upon noticing their uniforms. "Ahem, esteemed guard. It is that inebriated man causing the commotion. You too, please maintain silence." The sound of footsteps followed the direction they indicated. The two individuals, who had been embroiled in a heated argument, abruptly ceased their actions. Subsequently, as if drawn from the pages of a Cliché D novel, both parties commenced to shift blame onto one another. Huayin listened to the two of them speaking earnestly, her delicate brows knitting together once more. However, as she gazed at the drunken man, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Soon, the identity of this inebriated individual dawned upon her. It was indeed the same person who had sought to wrong her many years ago. Humph. Who would have thought they would cross paths again? Hana cast a fierce glance at the drunken man and said sternly, "This is unjust, dear guard. I merely took a few items in passing." Upon recognizing the young girl before him, the drunkard's face transformed into one of sheer terror as he attempted to defend himself. However, Hana was not inclined to grant him the luxury of a rebuttal. She swiftly activated her Sharingan to subdue him, fastening silver handcuffs around his wrists. The farcical scene unfolded rapidly and concluded just as swiftly, with the drunken man being incarcerated in the prison of Konohagakure. Chapter 212. Who does Lin prefer more, Obito or Kakashi? With a sharp clang, the robust chains of the cage were securely locked by Hana, producing a deep echo. "Sir, you shall remain here for a while to reflect on your actions." Huayin cast a fleeting glance at the inebriated man. gently patting her hands before gracefully turning away from the scene. What an injustice, the drunken man attempted to articulate. Yet upon encountering the blood-red gaze of the security personnel fixated on him, he was promptly silenced by fear. Truly, Miss Huayin's efficiency in handling matters is nothing short of remarkable. One of the security members marveled at the decisive young woman. Indeed, others echoed his sentiments. If all goes as expected, Huayin is likely to be this year's top performer, as the crowd buzzed with admiration for her exceptional capabilities. Huayin emerged from the guardhouse, her cheeks flushed with a delicate shade of crimson as she listened to the praises of those around her, feeling a twinge of bashfulness. Hee, everyone is complimenting me, she thought, despite her desire to maintain a low profile. Time flew swiftly, autumn yielding to winter, as if in the blink of an eye. In the distance, atop the Hokage rock, the heads of the 5 Hokages appeared to don pristine white snow caps. Hanuto, clad in the uniform of the security department, diligently patrolled every corner of Konoha. Ah, how swiftly time passes. I wonder if Itachi is still as busy as ever. Huayin stifled a yawn, her tone laced with a hint of languor and lethargy. At that moment, a biting cold wind swept in from the distance, causing the young girl to shiver involuntarily. How chilly it is. Under the enchanting melody of blossoms, Huayin instinctively drew in her body, exhaling a warm breath that instantly bestowed a rosy hue upon her adorable cheeks. The sun hung in the lofty sky, intertwining with the white clouds. Yet it seemed powerless to pierce through the heavy veil of gloom. Flurries of snowflakes danced around her, enveloping the entire world in a pristine blanket of white. A scene of exquisite silvery splendor. Huayin walked along the street, observing the laughter and playfulness of the crowd as a warm current gradually welled up within her. Ah, my apologies. Just as Huayin was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a jolt as someone bumped into her. Huayin was momentarily taken aback, then turned her head to gaze at the girl who had collided with her. Lin, is that you? Huayin gazed at the adorable little girl before her, whose cheeks were adorned with 2 enchanting purple patterns, and greeted her with a hint of surprise. Huayin, it has been quite a while. Lin picked up the package from the ground, exhaling a warm breath, and curiously scrutinized Huayin. Please do not call me sister. You are far older than I. Hannah gazed at Rin, who stood a head shorter than herself, and hesitantly spoke. After all, the impure world reincarnation could only revive individuals in their previous state. Thus Rin still retained the appearance of a petite girl. However, given some time, Rin should gradually grow taller, right? After all, this iteration of impure world reincarnation had been significantly altered by Hannah, diverging entirely from the original narrative. Whom do you intend to gift these items to? Huayin gazed at Lin, who was tightly clutching a bag. Inside the bag were several envelopes, each inscribed in a childish script addressed to Obito. Nestled beside the envelopes were a few vividly blooming flowers, seemingly laden with significance. Although Huayin does not comprehend these matters, as a girl, she has likely surmised Lin's intentions. Oh, Lin-chan, are you planning to present this to Obito? Huayin raised her eyebrows, teasingly inquiring, Sister Huayin, what are you saying? Lin, instantly blushing, twisted her body, gazing at Huayin, hesitating to speak. What could be written in the envelope? Surely it isn't a love letter? Huayin gazed at Lin before her, a teasing smile adorning her face, and then feigned an attempt to snatch the bag away. Observing Huayin's antics, Lin instinctively took a step back. Clutching her red bag tightly, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. All right. I shan't tease you any longer. I must return home in haste as well. Let us go. For our paths align perfectly. Hannah's gentle laughter evoked a faint smile, and she then reached out to clasp Rin's hand. I am sorry, Hannah, Rin said shyly. Her head bowed as if she were remorseful for her earlier gesture. You needn't apologize to me, Rin. I merely jested, Hannah reassured her. Huayin gazed at the little loli before her, utterly speechless. Well, I see, Lin nodded, then revealed a sweet smile. So, do you prefer Obito or Kakashi now? Hannah held Rin's hand as they walked along the path. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she continued to inquire. In fact, the original work presents numerous interpretations. Some assert that Rin harbored feelings for Kakashi, while others claim her affections lay with Obito. Yet, regardless of the debate on either side, Hannah found the discussions exceedingly vexing. After all, the original author Kishimoto never explicitly revealed whom Rin ultimately favored. Why do you keep asking me this question? Rin remarked, a hint of displeasure evident in her gaze, which carried a trace of melancholy. Hannah gazed at Lin's expression, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead, feeling so awkward that she was at a loss for words. Ahem. As compensation, may I treat you to a meal? Huayin became aware that her recent behavior was somewhat impolite, and thus she offered a sincere apology. Alas, Sister Huayin, you truly have an affinity for gossip. Lin remarked, observing the girl before her, who appeared somewhat disheartened by the lack of a response. I could tell you. But you must promise not to share it with anyone else. Lin hesitated momentarily before fixing her gaze intently on Huayin. All right, I assure you. I will not speak of it to anyone. Huayin nodded resolutely. Then I shall speak. Lin took a deep breath, and then cautiously glanced around to see if there were any familiar faces nearby. Huayin felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness, followed by a swift gulp. Speak quickly, she urged. At this moment, Huayin is filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, desperately yearning to uncover the truth. In fact, I find myself more fond of Obito's voice, while Lin's is as faint as the buzzing of a mosquito, barely discernible. However, Hannah still heard it, then cast a knowing glance at Lin. You wouldn't tell anyone else, would you? Lin swallowed nervously, gazing intently at Hannah. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Huayin gently patted Lin's shoulder and candidly spoke. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's gifts. Your kindness overwhelms me. Recently, as the weather has turned chilly, he has caught a cold and is feeling unwell, which may unfortunately affect the quality of my work. I sincerely apologize for this. He wishes to request a small favor from everyone. Surely that is not too much to ask. I've been feeling dizzy all day and truly wish to avoid unnecessary expenses at a hospital. I will take a leave tomorrow. My apologies. Chapter 213. Lin's Token of Confession. The two young ladies strolled leisurely along the path, engaging in light-hearted conversation on various topics. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the territory of the Uchiha clan. Well, we are home now. How do you plan to broach the subject with Obito? Huayin regarded Lin with a hint of playful mockery. Please do not look at me with such eyes, Lin responded with a touch of exasperation, finding it truly unbearable to endure the inquisitive gaze of her dear friend. Ahem, then I shall go and knock on the door first. Huayin cast a fleeting glance at Lin, followed by a soft sigh. At that moment, Lin hurriedly rose on her tiptoes, blocking Huayin's hand that was about to press the doorbell. What is it, Lin? Huayin tilted her head, gazing at her with a look of utter bewilderment. Please don't bring that up later, Lin murmured, biting her lower lip, a flush of embarrassment creeping across her face. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word. Hannah gently shook her head, then extended her finger to softly press the doorbell. The chime rang out with a clear and melodious sound. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open with a click, revealing Obito, who gazed at Rin and Hannah in astonishment. Rin and Hannah, what brings you both here? Obito initially appeared taken aback, then turned to look at Hannah, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and curiosity. This is my home, after all. What reason do I have not to come? Hannah's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction as she retorted, Isn't this supposed to be Itachi's home? Obito gazed at Hannah, utterly speechless. Hannah fell into a sudden silence, followed by an awkward cough or two. Ahem, Itachi's home is indeed my home, she said, realizing the implication of shared marital property. Obito nodded, his expression one of sudden enlightenment. Upon hearing the word couple, Hannah's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Meanwhile, Rin covered her mouth, letting out a soft giggle, her smile blooming like a flower. At present, we are merely. Upon reaching this point, Huayin suddenly swallowed her words. Never mind, she had no desire to engage in a contest of wits with someone as dim-witted as Obito. All right, come in. It's quite chilly outside. Minato smiled, attempting to ease the playful banter among the three. Soon, the trio stepped into the warmth of the house. Huayin could not help but feel a sense of astonishment as she experienced the stark contrast in climate. Outside, the air was undeniably frigid, while inside, it was as warm as spring. Here, have some tea. Minato brewed a fragrant cup of tea and offered it to Huayin. Hannah gracefully accepted the teacup with both hands, offering a polite nod of thanks. Mizumon gently waved his hand and continued to brew the tea. By the way, I forgot to mention that Fugako will be returning tonight. Mizumon said softly, his tone imbued with a hint of warmth. Isn't Uncle Fugako the Hokage? Logically speaking, he should be attending to the affairs of the village. The sound of flowers hesitated on the verge of speech, her face revealing a look of confusion. It has already been entrusted to Lugio for handling. Mizuki gently shook her head, a hint of ease in her tone. I see. That's good. Hannah suddenly realized and nodded, a hint of relief evident in her expression. She couldn't help but recall the third Hokage from the original story, who frequently entrusted various troublesome matters to Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi, you are truly exceptional and competent. The reason the Hokage delegates all the intricate and cumbersome affairs to you is entirely due to his profound trust and esteem for you. In this moment, a vivid image emerged in Huayin's mind. Fujitsu gently patted Riku's shoulder, his gaze imbued with profound significance as he slowly spoke. Riku, for the future and prosperity of Konohagakure, I implore you to continue shouldering these heavy responsibilities and persevere. Yes, I will, Lord Hokage, Riku replied, though his face bore the marks of anguish. He still managed to force a faint smile, nodding repeatedly. This was the scene that lingered in Huayin's thoughts, evoking a surge of compassion and sorrow for Riku. By the way, Master Minato, what about Obito and Kakashi? Lin, seated beside Huayin, suddenly inquired with a hint of curiosity. Kakashi must have stepped out to attend to personal matters. However, he should return this evening, Minato responded gently, his tone calm and soothing. Humph. That worthless Kakashi is likely off engaging in some dubious activities again, Obito scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Master Minato, Obito. This is a special gift I've prepared for you. At that moment, a delicate and charming voice interrupted Obito's thoughts and captured everyone's attention. Thank you so much for your companionship and care, Lin said with heartfelt gratitude as she presented 2 pink envelopes with both hands. Minato, glancing at the envelopes Lin offered, felt a bit shy, scratching the back of his head, and a warm smile spread across his face. Thank you. Obito, on the other hand, solemnly extended his hands to accept the envelopes from Lin, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Seeing both of them accept her gifts, Lin finally exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with a smile of liberation. By the way, Huayin-chan, you also have a special gift. Lin pulled out an exquisitely crafted, petite box from her bag and handed it to Huayin. Thank you so much for your thoughtful gesture. Hannah reached out to accept the box, refraining from opening it immediately, and politely nodded. Since everyone had already received their gifts, only Kakashi, Jiraiya, Fugaku, Makoto, and Itachi remained. Rin bit her lip, her brow slightly furrowed, and then took out a pen, diligently recording something in her small notebook, appearing both earnest and endearing. Obito gazed at Rin with a look of fondness, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Meanwhile, Hannah glanced back and forth between the two, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. For some reason, she felt compelled to caution Obito that their current demeanor might be perceived as overly intimate, potentially leading to accusations of improper conduct and summoning by the security department. However, she reconsidered, deciding against intervening, as it was ultimately a matter between them. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a week had passed. Huayin strolled alone along the street, the dim glow of the streetlights illuminating her petite figure, while the surroundings enveloped her in a serene silence. Alas, work is truly exhausting. Huayin exhaled a breath of warmth, her cheeks flushed from the biting cold. She lifted her scarf, then rubbed her hands together, releasing another puff of warm air. What a frigid day, she mused. Raising her gaze to the heavens, she noticed that the sun had quietly slipped away, replaced by a serene, azure moon. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the snow-covered ground in a silvery veil. The dim streetlights elongated Huayin's silhouette, casting a shadow that accentuated her solitude on the desolate path. Hannah gazed into the distance, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. It must be quite cold, isn't it? A gentle voice interrupted her reverie. Itachi, is that you? Hannah turned her head in astonishment, discovering that the newcomer was Itachi Uchiha, her eyes filled with surprise. I was concerned that something might have happened to you on your way, so I came to check on you, Itachi said with a gentle sigh, holding the umbrella with one hand and gazing tenderly at Hannah. Is that so? Hannah shyly lowered her head. Let us go home, Itachi said softly, patting her shoulder. The two walked side by side along the narrow path, as snowflakes gracefully descended from the sky, gently shielded by the umbrella in Itachi's hand. What are you thinking about? He inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity, gazing at the girl lost in thought. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that guy, Madara. Hannah gently shook her head, a complex expression flickering across her face. Ban? In response, you seemed momentarily taken aback, as if the name held an unexpected weight. Indeed. It had been some time since they last met, and she wondered how he was faring now. Huayin nodded slightly, her tone imbued with an ineffable emotion. Is that so? Then why not go and meet him? You glanced inquisitively at the girl before you, tilting your head in curiosity. At that moment, perhaps due to the biting cold or some other reason, the girl's complexion was flushed, and her cherry lips appeared particularly alluring under the glow of the lights. Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Under the gentle sound of flowers, Hanan instinctively swallowed, her heart racing like a startled fawn. It's nothing. Let us proceed, Itachi said with a smile, his gaze directed into the distance. Before long, the two arrived at the Uchiha clan's estate. Itachi gently pushed the door open, accompanied by a crisp click. I have returned. Hana entered the room, illuminated the foyer with a gentle flick of the switch, and, after shedding her shoes and donning a pair of slippers, gracefully made her way into the living room. Itachi quietly approached the young girl's scattered footwear, meticulously arranging them with care. Observing the girl in the distance as she prepared instant noodles, Itachi let out a soft sigh, his gaze filled with affectionate indulgence. Allow me to prepare the meal, he gently suggested, for consuming too many instant noodles is not beneficial to one's health. He watched as the girl emerged from the kitchen, responding with a warm smile. Very well, I shall trouble you then. As Huayin was about to boil water, upon hearing Itachi's words, she halted her movements. Suddenly, Huayin felt a warm sensation emanating from her head. She looked up and found that he was gazing at her with a tender expression while gently stroking her hair. Humph, you always do this. If you keep petting my head, I won't grow tall. Hana shot a resentful glance at Itachi. Well, I am quite satisfied with your height. Itachi extended his finger and gently flicked Hana's forehead, teasingly remarking, that hurts. How many times have you done this already? Hana pressed her hands against her slightly flushed forehead. Her cheeks puffed out, and her eyes glimmered with crystalline tears. I have never counted. How do you remember so vividly? Itachi shook his head and proceeded to the kitchen, igniting the stove to heat the oil. Very well, Itachi, if you continue to tease me like this, you shall surely regret it. Huayin gazed at Itachi's teasing demeanor, her anger mounting within. Very well, I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Before long, a simple yet heartwarming dinner was laid out before them on the table. Hana sat beside the dining table, gazing at the dinner spread before her, her eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Please eat. Don't just sit there in a daze, Itachi said, observing his wife's bewildered expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right. Hana subconsciously disregarded Itachi's final remark, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her voice barely a whisper. How does it taste? Itachi inquired as he observed the girl savoring her meal. Raising an eyebrow slightly. It's just mediocre, Hana retorted with a hint of pride. All right, I shall take a bath first. You may enjoy your meal at your leisure. Itachi nodded, rising from the table and retreating to his room, where he retrieved a change of clothes before entering the bathroom. Is it truly necessary to bathe in such cold weather? Hana gazed at the light illuminating the bathroom, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. Of course, Itachi nodded in affirmation. What a peculiar creature, Huayin murmured softly, continuing to immerse herself in her dinner. On such a frigid day, she certainly lacked the courage to take a bath. The mere thought of changing clothes sent shivers down her spine. Confronted with that chilling image, Huayin could not help but tremble. Never mind, she decided, dismissing such thoughts. Huayin shook her head, bringing her thoughts back to the present as she continued to savor the meal in her hands. Outside the window, the cold wind howled fiercely in relentless gusts. After hastily finishing her meal, Huayin quickly secured the window tightly. Phew. This time there should be no more cold wind blowing in. Hana murmured softly to herself, her body involuntarily shivering slightly. Subsequently, the young girl slowly entered the bathroom, freshening up with a simple wash before returning to her room. However, the moment she stepped into her chamber, Hana was momentarily taken aback. To her astonishment, Itachi was sprawled across her bed. Huayin's face instantaneously flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She had just intended to reach out and pull Itachi away, yet hesitated, halting her movement. Indeed, Itachi had been tirelessly occupied since the break of day, laboring until the early hours of the morning, all the while eagerly anticipating her return home after work. He was undoubtedly more fatigued than she, especially having thoughtfully prepared dinner for her. Reflecting on her earlier, irrational thoughts, Huayin suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Very well. I shall make an exception this once. Of course, this shall be the final occasion. From now on, you shall not find yourself lounging upon my bed again. Huayin gently lifted a corner of the blanket and quietly nestled herself within. At that moment, she bashfully turned her back to Yao, her heart racing like a startled fawn. It was truly an awkward situation. Surely, Yao would not awaken suddenly, would he? Hana nervously swallowed, acutely aware of her husband's steady breaths behind her, as an inexplicable sensation of yearning surged within her, particularly after Itachi had just bathed. His body emanated a subtle fragrance of shampoo that enveloped Hana in an unexpectedly comforting warmth. Oh, you. Suddenly, Hana felt Itachi's hands reach around from behind, holding her tightly. At that moment, the girl's face blushed as delicately as a vibrant flower. She cast a glance at Itachi, who was behind her, eyes closed and lost in slumber. In her heart, Huayin was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions, yet she found herself at a loss for words, compelled only to silently savor the warmth of the embrace. The night had passed, and outside, the melodious chirping of orioles wove a delightful symphony heralding the arrival of spring. The bright sunlight filtered through the curtains like delicate strands, gently cascading upon the bed. Huayin slowly opened her misty eyes, intending to struggle to sit up. Yet she found a pair of strong arms firmly encircling her, rendering her unable to move even the slightest bit. At this moment, Hana's realization dawned upon her, and her cheeks were instantly suffused with a rosy hue. She turned to glance back, only to find that Itachi remained enveloped in slumber. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within her heart. "You fool, let me go." Hana extended her delicate fist, gently tapping Itachi's head. However, he remained as still as an imperceptible giant in slumber. This sensation is rather peculiar, and I must admit, it invokes a tinge of embarrassment. Huayin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face flushed with bashfulness. At that moment, a subtle movement behind her stirred a flicker of joy within. She slowly turned her head to find you awake, gazing at her with a gentle smile. "What brings you to awaken so early?" U.S. voice was as tender as a spring breeze. "Indeed. Could you please release me? I still have to go to work." Hana reached out with her delicate, slender hand, gently pushing against Itachi's chest in an attempt to extricate herself from his embrace. However, upon witnessing the adorable struggle of Hana, Itachi tightened his hold around her, as if wishing to envelop her entirely within himself. He inhaled deeply, savoring the faint fragrance that emanated from the young girl, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a sense of contentment within his heart. Huayin gazed at Itachi, who appeared utterly entranced, hesitating to speak, ultimately succumbing to a prolonged silence. "Very well. Perhaps it would be best to indulge in a little more slumber. After all, having stayed up late into the night, a replenishment of rest is certainly warranted." Hana gently closed her eyes once more, leaning back into Itachi's embrace, surrendering herself to the depths of slumber. Itachi tenderly rested his head against Hana's chin, attuned to the rhythm of her breath and heartbeat, gradually succumbing to drowsiness himself. Time passed unmeasured, and when Hana finally opened her eyes again, the sky outside had taken on a somber hue. "Wait, what time is it now?" Huayin cast a fleeting glance at the clock on the table, which glaringly indicated that it was already noon. "Oh no, it was midday." Huayin gasped in surprise, intending to rise, but was tightly embraced by the weasel once more. How infuriating! Huayin gritted her teeth as she gazed at the still slumbering weasel, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. "Fool, it is already noon. It is time to rise." Huayin cupped Itachi's face in her hands and gently shook his head, with such a nudge from the young girl. Itachi finally opened his drowsy eyes. "What is it?" he asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What do you mean, what is it? Just look at the time." Hana extended her finger, pointing at the clock on the table, her tone laden with reproach and exasperation. "Oh, it was already noon." Yato, with great effort, lifted himself and turned to his lovely wife, asking curiously, "What's the matter?" Witnessing Yato's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Hana's ire further. "What do you mean? What's the matter? I've been late for so long." Yet, Hana managed to suppress her rising anger, letting out a soft sigh as she said, "Forget it. I'll take a day off today. So, could you please let go of me? I need to freshen up." Huayin gazed at Itachi, whose hands were firmly clasping her. A hint of helplessness and sorrow tinged her voice. Itachi nodded slightly and finally released his embrace. Hana, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders, gracefully made her way to the bathroom. After completing her personal care, she found herself alone on the living room sofa, lost in profound contemplation about her recent actions. Just then, a soft click echoed as her bedroom door was gently pushed open. It was Itachi who entered the bathroom, and after attending to his own grooming, settled down beside Hana. "What are you doing?" Huayin turned to look at Yao, her face filled with confusion and bewilderment. "What else can I do?" she asked. "Of course, I can only watch you." Yu pointed to his own face, a trace of a resigned smile appearing upon his lips. Huayin, upon hearing these words, was momentarily rendered speechless. "I am feeling quite famished. Please hasten to prepare a meal." Hana extended her arms, gently wiping the beads of perspiration from her forehead, her gaze imbued with a mix of yearning and anticipation. "Oh, very well," Itachi nodded, rising to his feet and making his way toward the kitchen. Within the kitchen, the distinctive crackling sound of adjusting the heat resonated, soon accompanied by the rhythmic thuds of a knife striking the chopping board, creating a lively and melodious symphony that echoed gracefully through the air. Huayin sat in the living room, the familiar and comforting melody of cooking wafting from the kitchen, an inexplicable sense of tranquility and stability swelling within her. However, this serenity did not endure for long. A sudden thought flashed through her mind, causing her pupils to constrict in an instant. Indeed, I must request a leave of absence from the security department. Hannah swiftly rose from the sofa, her figure darting through the air like a gust of wind. As she hastened to the entrance and adeptly slipped on her outdoor shoes. It must be acknowledged that the technological advancements in the shinobi world have taken a peculiar turn. Despite possessing modern inventions such as televisions, they conspicuously lack the convenience of mobile phones. Were there mobile phones at hand, Hannah could effortlessly request leave in the group chat, sparing herself the need to personally explain to Tetsuhan. Itachi, I shall step out for a moment, but I will return shortly. Huayin stood at the entrance, gently calling out to the living room, her voice imbued with a touch of tenderness. All right, be careful on your way, came the soft yet magnetic reply from Yuna. Yes, I will, she affirmed. Huayin responded softly, a warm current surging within her heart. With a gentle click, she pushed the door open. Yet, as she stepped outside, she discovered that the once radiant sky had transformed into a somber expanse, as if veiled by a heavy curtain. In truth, the sky could not be deemed genuinely overcast. It was merely a shade dimmer. The sun, high above, was obscured by wisps of white clouds, and the sporadic rays that managed to break through appeared dull and lifeless. The entire sky seemed poised to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. Indeed, it appeared that rain was imminent today. Huayin lifted her gaze towards the heavens, softly murmuring, her eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety and anticipation. In a short span of time, she found herself standing before the entrance of the guard department. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart, then swallowed hard, her expression one of trepidation as she pushed open the heavy door of the guard department. Ahem. May I inquire if Captain Taihua is present? Hannah cautiously stepped into the room, her voice trembling slightly as if she were afraid of something. Hannah? What brings you here? At that moment, Daohua emerged from within, observing Hannah's anxious demeanor with a hint of helplessness on his face. In truth, Daohua longed to convey to Hannah that she was different from ordinary individuals. Even if she were late, no one would reproach her. Even if she chose not to attend work, she would still receive her rightful salary. Yet, these sentiments remained unspoken. Uncle Daohua, you are here too? May I inquire about Captain Tiehu? Huayin gazed at the rice fire, hesitating to speak, as beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment evident, as if she felt shame for her tardiness. However, the sound of Huayin is unclear, and she is uncertain about the extent of her current power. Chapter 216. Huayin vs. Cicn. Time flies swiftly, like a fleeting horse. And in the blink of an eye, winter gives way to spring, and all things awaken. Soon after, Jishui, wearing a solemn expression, sought out Huayin. What is the matter, brother Jishui? Huayin gazed at the unexpectedly arrived Jishui, her face etched with bewilderment and confusion. It is as follows, Huayin. Jishui stated, his gaze towards her unusually solemn. In the depths of the hidden mist village within the land of water, I stumbled upon traces of the Shell Organization. The Shell Organization? Upon hearing the words, Huayin was momentarily taken aback, her face painted with astonishment and disbelief. What was happening? Had the plot of Naruto quietly advanced ahead of time? Logically, the Shell Organization should have been established only after Naruto ascended to the position of Hokage. This sudden turn of events, could it possibly be a consequence of inadvertently triggering a butterfly effect? Their scale rivaled that of the Akatsuki Organization, and every member possessed strength on par with the Kage. Jishui, with a cautious demeanor, spoke up, his tone revealing a palpable wariness towards the Shell Organization. By the way, is Itachi at home? Jishui glanced around the empty living room, a flicker of doubt rising within him. Itachi was not at home. He was currently engaged in some matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Huayin shook her head in resignation, her hands open in a gesture of helplessness. Well, in any case, I am here to remind you, Jishui sighed, extending a finger to gently massage her weary brow. How do you intend to address the situation with the Akatsuki? They have all awakened now. The Akatsuki and our Konoha village currently share an alliance, so that is not an immediate concern. Hannah let out a gentle sigh. Her voice layered with complexity as she remarked, we should pay closer attention to the movements of the Shell Organization. Very well. Do you wish to accompany me to the Hidden Mist Village? Shirzue lifted his gaze to the girl before him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. All right then, let us be on our way. Huayin nodded obediently, her face radiating trust, in response to the confusion reflected in her eyes. Shui extended his arm and gently rested it on her shoulder. Before Huayin could voice her inquiry, with a swift motion, the two vanished from their original location. In the blink of an eye, the once warm and tranquil home began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, and in an instant, they found themselves in the mist-laden village. A thick veil of fog enveloped them, as if they had stepped into an ethereal realm. Was it the Flying Thunder God technique? Huayin was taken aback, stammering as she inquired, "Brother Shui, when did you learn this?" "I mastered it long ago," Shui replied with a faint smile, gesturing for silence. "Now, refrain from speaking and follow me. The enemy may be formidable, so we must proceed with caution." With that, he led the way, his steps steady and vigilant. Huayin nodded slightly, obediently trailing behind him. It must be said that this sensation is quite exhilarating. Stealing away from Yao Kuan to frolic with another man outside. The mist in the distance appeared dense, however, upon approaching, it transformed into an ethereal thinness. Before long, the two caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure amidst the fog. Instantly, they held their breath, becoming cautious, while the patterns of the Sharingan in their eyes morphed into intricate designs. Have two more ninjas arrived? Before Shui could inquire about the stranger's identity, the figure advanced towards him. He bore a striking resemblance to a monk, with a black board affixed to his forehead and dark hair styled upright at the back of his head. Goodness, is that not Ziqian? The very antagonist who defeated Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto. A wave of apprehension surged within Huayin's heart. "Who are you?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on the newcomer. "As unyielding as a frozen lake. My identity is of little consequence. However, it is unfortunate for you that you have encountered me today, and you must leave your lives here," came the deep, hoarse voice of Ziqian as he gradually extended his arms. "Shui, retreat swiftly." Huayin noticed a movement in the distance and immediately tensed up, a pair of jet-black wings suddenly unfurling from her back, with a resounding thud. Before Shui could react, 3 black rods pierced through his shoulder in an instant. Shui let out a pained cry, staggering backward. Meanwhile, Huayin soared into the sky, evading the recent onslaught of black rods with the aid of her ebony wings. "Huayin, what kind of ability is this?" Shui exclaimed as he pulled the black rods from his shoulder, retreating swiftly. "Shui, you are ill-equipped to handle such an adversary. First, use the Flying Thunder God technique to inform Obito and the others." Huayin anxiously called out, her gaze fixed intently on the distant Cicien. "Be careful." Shui understood that he was no match for Cicien, and he immediately attempted to vanish from his original position using the Flying Thunder God technique, desperately racing against time to seek aid from Konoha village. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance, Cicien sneered, appearing in the very spot where Shui had stood just moments before. However, at that moment, a delicate figure stood defiantly before him. With a thunderous sound, a violent sonic boom erupted. The staff in Huayin's hand clashed violently with Cixian's black rod, sending sparks flying. Seizing this opportunity, Shui swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to flee the scene. "TSK, you little rascal, you are the most formidable ninja I have encountered since my recent resurrection." Cixian watched Shui depart, clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction, before lowering her gaze to the graceful young girl standing before her. Huayin paid no heed to Cicien's teasing. The two simultaneously lifted their heads, exchanging a glance, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight. Bang! The clash of cold weapons ignited brilliant sparks. The domain unfolded. Demon-slaying chef. Huayin's pupils constricted sharply, and she coldly uttered her words. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of white bones surged forth from the ground, and a profound door slowly creaked open. At this moment, an incessant barrage of slashes surged towards Cicien like a relentless tide. Cicien's gaze turned frigid as he surveyed the onslaught around him, his hands outstretched. In an instant, a massive black square barrier materialized around him. Subsequently, the black square rapidly expanded, enveloping the surroundings entirely. The continuous onslaught of slashes struck the black square barrier, yet left not a single trace. In the distance, Huayin observed this scene with a start, her heart racing. She had not delved deeply into Boruto, having only perused a few commentaries. Without any intelligence, the combat prowess of the ninjas was impossible to compare. Just then, Cicien moved, transforming into a shadow that lunged fiercely towards Huayin. Huayin reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade Cicien's attack. Simultaneously, she formed hand seals and chanted softly, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." From the distant river, a colossal water dragon surged forth, lunging towards Cicien. However, Cian neither dodged nor flinched. With a flourish of his hands, he effortlessly absorbed the water dragon bullet in no time at all. Upon witnessing the scene, Huayin's expression subtly shifted. She was acutely aware that she could not persist in this manner and must uncover a flaw in Cian's defenses. Consequently, she formed a series of hand seals and proclaimed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted from her mouth, hurtling toward Cian. However, Cian seemed to have anticipated this move. With a swift motion, he extended his palm to absorb the ninjutsu. The intensity of their battle escalated, leaving the surrounding environment increasingly ravaged. Yet, despite Huayin's relentless efforts, she could not penetrate Cian's defenses. At that moment, a cunning idea sparked within her. She deliberately exposed a weakness, luring Cian to strike. As expected, he fell for the ruse and lunged toward Huayin. Just as his assault was about to make contact, Huayin vanished from her position. It turned out she had already set a trap beneath her feet, evading the attack with the body flicker technique. Cian's strike met only empty air, causing him to momentarily falter. At that instant, from behind, Huayin launched a surprise attack. A black arm shimmering with the glint of a blade, striking towards him. Chapter 217. Huayin is truly formidable. With a resounding bang, the floral melody commanded the arm of Susanoo to strike forcefully against the ground, and in an instant, a thick plume of smoke erupted from the earth. Did it hit him? A flicker of joy coursed through Huayin's heart, yet it was swiftly interrupted by the gradually dissipating smoke in the distance. Cian stood firmly upon the arm of Susanoo, hands clasped behind her back, and remarked with a hint of detachment, "Is this the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? It appears quite impressive, but what of its defensive capabilities?" Before her words could fully resonate, Cian's figure had already vanished from sight. Huayin had anticipated his movements long before, decisively extricating herself from Susanoo and descending into the sky. Indeed, Cian's foot shattered the remnants of Susanoo with a force reminiscent of the original narrative. Fortunately, Huayin had read the original work and reacted swiftly. Cian, slightly taken aback, felt his eyes momentarily shimmer with gold as he gazed upwards at the girl in the heavens. He then gradually raised his palm and softly inquired, "How shall you defend against this move?" Huayin's pupils suddenly contracted, unbeknownst to her. A dark rod had materialized upon her left shoulder, piercing deeply into her flesh. The pain. It was excruciating. A heart-wrenching agony surged through her. Huayin, enduring the pain, swiftly formed hand seals and resolutely unleashed 10 shadow techniques, causing the distant space to be instantly torn asunder. A colossal manifestation enveloped Cian, forcefully slamming him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed, pinning Cian firmly beneath the earth. In stark contrast to the injuries sustained by Huayin, Cian appeared far more gravely affected. Yet, the battle was far from over. In a fleeting moment, the immense figure pressing upon him transformed into mist and dissipated. Emerging from the dust, Cian struggled free, his eyes shimmering with golden light, radiating a fury more intense than ever. "How dare you harm me?" he bellowed, his hands rapidly forming seals, poised to unleash an even more ferocious assault. Huayin, undeterred, took a deep breath and once again formed intricate hand seals. Huayin possesses a premonition. Whenever she desires, she can manipulate the magic of the void. Cian suddenly charges forth, her assault becoming increasingly ferocious. Blossoms of petals swirl about, as Huayin deftly evades left and right with graceful ease. Through her Sharingan, she perceives Cian's movements with crystal clarity. Unlike the passive stance of Sasuke in the original narrative. Bam! Another resounding explosion echoes through the air. Huayin concentrated her spell power, enveloping it in chakra, and unleashed an attack reminiscent of Gojo Satoru's prowess. The force of the strike sent Cian hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant tree, which succumbed to the impact with a resounding crack. Cian stumbled a few steps, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. The recent confrontation had illuminated the fact that Huayin's strength was far from trivial. "Little ghost, what is your name?" Cian's gaze was icy as he scrutinized the graceful young woman before him. "Humph, you lack the right to know." Huayin let out a cold snort, beginning to convert her chakra into magical power. As soon as Cian drew near, she would summon the phantom of magic, striking it down with great force. Observing this, Cian shouted in fury and launched another assault. Huayin moved with grace, deftly evading while simultaneously seeking opportunities to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their battle intensifying with each passing moment. Huayin incessantly endeavored to summon the ethereal entity known as Emosu Luo, while Cian exerted every ounce of her strength to thwart her efforts. Suddenly, Huayin seized the opportunity. The surge of cursed energy pulsating as the specter of Mo Su Luo materialized in the air. Cian was taken aback, her countenance pale with alarm as she swiftly attempted to evade. However, the potency of Mo Su Luo was overwhelming. Even though Cian narrowly escaped the initial strike, she was still staggered several steps back by the residual force. Huayin seized the opportunity to launch a relentless barrage of attacks, intertwining sorcery and chakra. Cian found herself increasingly on the defensive, gradually succumbing to the pressure. Before long, a swirling cloud of smoke erupted in the distance. The dark mass at Cian's abdomen began to shatter like fragments of glass. Curse be it, Cian clutched her belly, her teeth clenched tightly. Oh? Are you giving up? Huayin cast a disdainful glance towards Cian in the distance, still possessing some strength. Humph. Cian shot Huayin a frosty glare before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing the situation, Huayin resolutely ascended into the sky. Having watched Naruto, she was aware that Cian might have diminished her form at this moment. The intelligence gleaned from the original work, which took Sasuke and Naruto considerable time to uncover, was effortlessly deciphered by her. As long as she maintained her altitude, Cian would find it arduous to launch an assault against her. It seems you have discerned my abilities. A commendable thought, came Cian's voice from behind. Hannah's pupils suddenly constricted as she instantly swapped places with the demonic entity, Moxaluo, on the ground. The attack from Cian struck Moxaluo, causing an immediate eruption of blood. Yet, mere seconds later, Moxaluo's body restored itself to its original state. A capacity for positional exchange, perhaps? Cian, observing her fruitless attack, felt her gaze grow increasingly frigid. Subsequently, Cian unleashed a flurry of assaults, while Hannah adeptly maneuvered, employing the ability to swap positions to evade. Figures intertwined in the air, energies clashed, producing a deafening cacophony. The melody occasionally soars into the heavens, at times brushing against the earth, entwined with the gentle strings. The strings, relentless in their pursuit, deliver each strike with unparalleled ferocity. Yet, every time, Huayin seems to possess an uncanny foresight, exchanging positions effortlessly. Little ghost, I shall remember you. Cian felt his physical condition deteriorating increasingly, and soon, a pitch-black void materialized beside him. Cian swiftly plunged into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. In truth, this was not an indication of Cian's weakness. He had only just discovered a suitable vessel and had not yet acclimated to it for a few days before encountering a rival as formidable as Huayin. To have endured until now is a remarkable feat for Cian. Thus, is this an act of retreat? Huayin gazed in the direction where Cian had departed, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, still feeling a tinge of unease as she hovered high in the sky. Before long, a familiar voice resonated. Am I late? Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Shui Min transported everyone to Huayin's side. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Huayin gradually descended from the heights, her demeanor cold and solemn. Huayin, what is the situation? Where are the enemies? Itachi asked, his face etched with concern. They have already been driven away. By the way, what brings you all here? Cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead. At this moment, she was drenched in blood, her body riddled with wounds. Your injuries? Mizumin gazed at the scene, hesitating to speak. Do not worry, it is merely a minor injury. Huayin waved her hand, signaling that she was unharmed. Soon, the wounds on her body began to heal. As the golden light faded, Huayin appeared before everyone, rejuvenated. What is the strength of the opponent? Obito inquired, observing Huayin as she underwent her healing process. Her power should be at the pinnacle of the super shadow level, comparable to that of Uchiha Madara. Huayin reminisced about Cian's condition and replied softly. It was evident that Cian had not yet reached her prime, a stark contrast to her formidable state when confronting Mingzhou in the original narrative. Perhaps she had merely recently been resurrected and was still struggling to adapt. Chapter 218 Shonen. What is your relationship with Huayin? At this moment, Itachi beheld Huayin's wounded appearance, and an indescribable pang of sorrow surged within him. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, having failed to protect Huayin, leading to her enduring such immense suffering. I am deeply sorry. Itachi gazed at the girl before him, slowly lowering his head, his voice heavy with remorse. Itachi-kun, why are you apologizing to me? A look of bewilderment adorned Huayin's face as she gazed at Itachi in confusion. It is my failure to safeguard you. Had my strength been formidable enough, you would not have endured such suffering, Itachi murmured, gently shaking his head, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded the young girl before him. Staring at Itachi's profound sense of guilt, Huayin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Itachi would feel such sorrow upon witnessing her injuries. I feel rather embarrassed, she said. In truth, you need not concern yourself too much. I have not sustained any grievous harm. With a soft sigh, Huayin delicately tiptoed and gently caressed Itachi's head. At that moment, the onlookers standing nearby felt utterly out of place, akin to bright light bulbs in a dim room. Their expressions swiftly darkened, for they were not fond of witnessing such affection. Please refrain from displaying your affection here. Amidst the awkwardness, Minato bashfully rubbed the back of his head, attempting to dissipate the slightly ambiguous atmosphere enveloping the two. Huayin turned her head in confusion towards Mizamon, and then nodded slightly. In an instant, Mizamon and the others vanished from the scene, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. Now, only Huayin and Itachi remained, exchanging glances filled with perplexity and uncertainty. Why had everyone departed? Itachi surveyed the surroundings, finding no one in sight, and turned to Huayin with a look of bewilderment. Perhaps they had urgent matters to attend to. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead, and she swiftly wiped it away with her finger. The sun high in the sky seemed eager to pierce through the layers of mist, casting its radiant glow upon the youthful pair. Shall we return to Konoha? Itachi inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Huayin. However, the graceful maiden gently shook her head. Before Itachi could pose another question, she spoke first. I would like to visit the Akatsuki organization first. Itachi-kun, would you accompany me? Hana's hand gently grasped Itachi's, a sweet smile illuminating her face. As he gazed upon the enchanting young woman before him, Itachi's heart began to beat in a steady rhythm, quickening with anticipation. He softly replied, resting his arm upon Hana's shoulder. Before long, their figures transformed into a whisper of wind, vanishing from sight. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Itachi transported Hana to the land of rain. Above them, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, mercilessly drenching them both. I brought an umbrella. Allow me to carry it, Itachi said, retrieving the long-prepared umbrella from his cloak and gently unfurling it. Hana smiled gently and nodded, standing closely beside Itachi. The umbrella, rather small, compelled them to lean tightly against one another. Raindrops pattered against the canopy, producing a cheerful rhythm reminiscent of a joyful melody. As they walked side by side, they painted a beautiful scene within the curtain of rain. A gentle breeze, mingled with the rain, brushed against Hana's face, prompting her to shiver slightly. I apologize for the haste. I didn't prepare as thoroughly as I should have, Itachi said with genuine regret. It's nothing to worry about. Let us proceed. After all, the Akatsuki is not far from here. Blushing, Huayin shyly nestled in Itachi's embrace, whispering softly. Very well, Itachi replied gently. The sound of the rain intensified, with occasional droplets landing on their clothing, leaving mottled marks. The two continued onward, the patter of rain gradually muffled by the towering edifices until it completely ceased. With a creak, Itachi gently pushed the door open. Has the Akatsuki organization relocated here? He wondered, glancing around curiously, only to be suddenly taken aback, for he sensed a palpable aura of menace. Who are you? Conan emerged slowly from the shadows, her back adorned with a magnificent pair of white wings. Sister Conan. It's me. Do not worry, Itachi is not our enemy. Hana peeked out from behind Itachi, flustered as she offered her explanation. Upon hearing Hana's thorough account, Conan gradually regained her composure. She gazed intently at the youth before her, the youthful visage from years past seamlessly merging with the mature and composed figure he had become in her mind. Could you truly be that mischievous child of yours? Conan's gaze was as icy as her tone, tinged with incredulity as she scrutinized the girl before her. Indeed, Itachi replied politely with a nod, humility evident in his demeanor. For reasons unknown, he had the distinct impression that Conan regarded him as an adversary. Ahem, Conan-san, please rest assured, Itachi-kun is genuinely a good person. Hana keenly sensed the faint aura of menace emanating from Xiaonan. She anxiously attempted to alleviate the tense atmosphere. However, Xiaonan remained utterly unmoved. After all, her cherished daughter seemed to have been spirited away by the very person standing before her. Xiaonan glared fiercely at Itachi, her expression mirroring that of Naruto. In her eyes, Itachi was utterly unworthy of Hana. At this moment, Hana was completely taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Wait, what exactly was happening? Logically, given her close relationship with Itachi, Xiaonan should not harbor any animosity towards him. Yet, why did it seem as if Xiaonan wished to eliminate Itachi? Could it be that there had been some unspoken conflict between them? Are you both all right? Huayin gazed at the two individuals, her expression betraying a hint of concern as she hesitated to speak. So, Huayin, what exactly is your relationship with this Itachi? Xiaonan's eyes narrowed, fixated on Itachi as if she sought to see through him, just as she intended to reach out and grasp Huayin's hand. Itachi preemptively seized her hand with a firm grip. I am her husband. Is there something amiss with your inquiry? Itachi's gaze bore an unfriendly glint as he coldly regarded Xiaonan, his tone laced with provocation. Husband. Xiaonan's mind exploded in disbelief, leaving her momentarily frozen, struggling to recover from the shock of this unexpected revelation. I truly find myself at a loss for how to continue writing. I am contemplating starting a new book, also centered around the theme of Naruto transformations. Though the specific timing remains undecided, having learned from the experiences of this book, I assure you the quality of the new work will be significantly improved. In closing, I kindly seek a 5-star review. Your support is crucial for Huayin. Thank you all. Chapter 219, The Shell Organization. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Xiaonan seethed through gritted teeth, her gaze intense as it bore down on the young man before her. A palpable aura of menace emanating from her being. Yet, Itachi stood unwavering, resolutely shielding the young woman behind him, his expression unwavering and devoid of emotion. Why does he remain so impassive? Xiaonan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, staring at him in disbelief. Naturally, I am fully aware of what I am saying. I understand it better than anyone else in this world, Itachi replied slowly, raising his head to meet Xiaonan's gaze with calm determination. Observing Itachi's composed demeanor, Xiaonan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle admiration for the young man took root in her heart, despite her stubborn belief that Itachi was unworthy of the girl. The current situation had improved significantly compared to before. So what brings you to me? Xiaonan reined in her previous icy demeanor. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired of Itachi. It is not I who sought you out, but rather Huayin. Itachi gently shook his head, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible neutrality. The matter is this, Xiaonan, I unexpectedly discovered the Shell Organization. Huayin gazed at the petite figure of Xiaonan before her, her words tinged with hesitation. It was not that she feared Xiaonan would doubt her, but rather she was genuinely at a loss regarding how to proceed. Shell Organization? Xiaonan paused at the mention, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes as she scrutinized the girl before her. Allow me to explain briefly. On my journey, I happened upon an individual named Cian, who, Huan approached Xiaonan, beginning to recount in detail the sights and experiences she had encountered along her journey. At this moment, the candle quietly burning in the corner had inexplicably extinguished, leaving only a pool of stagnant water spread across the floor. Could it truly be so? Xianan's pupils dilated sharply. The term Shell Organization was entirely foreign to her. As she listened to Huayin's narration, her heart brimmed with astonishment. After all, was that benevolent Xian truly so formidable? Perhaps Huan had misconstrued certain circumstances. Sister Xiaonan, I assure you, I have not deceived you. In any case, please summon the other members of the Shell Organization immediately. The most urgent task at hand is to thwart the actions of the Shell Organization. Hannah raised her gaze, directing a sincere and resolute look towards Xiaonan, gazing into the eyes of the young woman before her, filled with genuine sincerity. Xiaonan felt a subtle shift in her emotions, an inexplicable surge of feelings welling up within her. Very well, please follow me, Xiaonan said, slowly turning around with an air of determination. Itachi and Hannah promptly followed, and the trio swiftly made their way to a conference room. Before long, they arrived at the spacious and brightly lit chamber. At that moment, Xiaonan, akin to pain in the original narrative, sent an urgent message to the Akatsuki organization through her ring. Soon, several indistinct and enigmatic figures materialized in the chairs of the conference room, as if crossing over from another realm. Xiaonan, is there something of great importance that prompted your urgent summons? Deidara inquired first, his expression brimming with curiosity as he regarded Xiaonan. Ah, Hannah, what brings you here as well? Deidara suddenly noticed Hannah standing nearby, his face lighting up with surprise. Hey, could you keep it down? Sasori shot a disapproving glance at Deidara, his tone laced with irritation. Ahem, everyone, may I have your attention, please? Xiaonan cleared her throat awkwardly, instantly capturing the focus of all present. Her voice resonated throughout the room, imbued with a hint of authority. I understand that your excitement upon seeing Hannah is palpable, but there are matters of greater gravity to discuss. Consequently, Xiaonan recounted in detail the challenges Hannah faced on her journey and the impending threat posed by the Shell Organization. The existence of such a Shell Organization is quite alarming, Kisame remarked, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight grin as he sensed an unprecedented challenge ahead. This Shell Organization pales in comparison to our Akatsuki. Deidara observed, his eyes shimmering with the thrill of battle as he turned his attention to Xiaonan. Xiaonan, are you suggesting we confront them? Fool, the leader of the Shell organization has already injured Hana. Do you truly believe we can easily deal with them? Sasori regarded Deidara with a dismissive gaze, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, right? Hana, are you alright? Deidara suddenly recalled something upon hearing Sasori's words. Looking at Hana with genuine concern in his eyes. I am fine now. Thank you for your care. Hana turned to Deidara and smiled sweetly. Her smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. Deidara's cheeks flushed involuntarily, and his heart quickened. Standing behind Hana, Itachi watched this scene unfold. And a wave of jealousy surged within him. Instinctively, he positioned himself in front of Hana, casting a cold glare at Deidara. Itachi, Deidara. Deidara pointed at his own face, looking bewildered as he asked Itachi, May I inquire who you are? It's nothing, Itachi replied, regaining his composure and letting out a soft sigh. After all, his wife was extraordinarily beautiful, and any man would be captivated by her. Though Itachi could not help feeling a twinge of jealousy, he would never allow his emotions to dictate his behavior. Conan, noticing Itachi's feelings, nodded slightly in understanding. Indeed, this fellow Itachi seems capable of controlling his inner emotions, which is commendable. However, that alone is far from sufficient. In any case, from this moment onward, I require you to pause your respective tasks and proceed to the Hidden Mist Village to investigate the Akatsuki organization, Conan stated solemnly to the group. Understood. The members of the Akatsuki nodded in agreement before promptly vanishing from sight. Watching Conan efficiently assign tasks, Hana felt a twinge of surprise. If it were she in charge, she would struggle to organize things so neatly. After all, she often felt shy in larger groups. I have already dispatched them to investigate. What do you two think? Conan sighed softly, then approached the young girl, affectionately ruffling her hair. Sister Conan, I am already an adult. Please do not treat me like a child. Hana murmured with a hint of discontent. The transformation of Huayin is indeed remarkable. Once resembling a little sister, she now embodies the grace of a budding young maiden. Standing elegantly like an ancient fairy, holding an oil paper umbrella, her eyes sparkling with a hint of smile, captivating the heart. Very well, I understand. Recently. You must exercise caution as Xiaonan gazes indulgently at the young girl, his eyes momentarily lost in a daze. I comprehend. Juan obediently nodded. This book still holds a score of 7, 9. When will it ascend to 8? Thank you all for your gifts. The author will certainly take notice. He sincerely appreciates every friend who has given gifts. Chapter 220, I Take a Bite. After a brief exchange with Xiaonan, you elegantly departed with Huayin. The bright moon, suspended in the night sky, cast its luminescence like pearls, illuminating the bustling, vibrant market as if it were daytime. Have we arrived at Konoha village so soon? Huayin curiously turned her head, her bright eyes gazing at the Uchiha Itachi beside her. Well, how about it? Is the speed satisfactory? A flicker of amusement sparkled in Itachi's eyes as he gently regarded the young girl beside him. Indeed, it is quite fast. Hana nodded obediently. What shall we do next? The curious Why asked the girl. I'm not quite sure either. Perhaps we could simply wander around for a while. At this moment, Huayin still held the exquisite umbrella, her small head gently swaying like a rattle, a sight that exuded an extraordinary charm and evoked a sense of endearment. Yao's gaze softened further. Then let us proceed, he said, extending his large hand to gently grasp the delicate hand of the young girl. And together they ventured into the bustling and vibrant market. The wafting aromas from the narrow alleyways, along with the sounds of laughter and merriment from the crowd, gradually soothed Huayin's previously anxious heart. Reflecting on the intense and thrilling game she had played with Cixin earlier, she now found herself in an entirely different realm. Are you still feeling nervous? Yao seemed to perceive the girl's thoughts, his face etched with concern as he inquired. No, I'm fine now, she replied. Huayin gently shook her head and replied succinctly yet resolutely. Well, do you want to eat something? You, holding the young girl's hand, inquired with curiosity. His eyes filled with affection. Sure, I would like to try the takoyaki I had before. The light in Huayin's eyes instantly brightened, her playful tuft of hair standing upright, rendering her exceptionally adorable. Then let us proceed, Itachi replied with a smile, his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. The two arrived at a quaint stall, and Itachi, captivated by his wife's charming demeanor, gazed at her with even greater fondness. Excuse me, sir, how much for this? Itachi politely inquired while holding the young woman's hand. Kakashi, is that you? Huayin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the proprietor behind the stall. The vendor, adorned with a mask, had cascading silver hair that danced with the breeze, and his strikingly handsome features were subtly discernible beneath the mask. "Greetings to you both," Kakashi said, waving at the two, his eyes gleaming with mirth. "What brings you to set up a stall as well?" Hana crossed her arms, regarding Kakashi with curiosity, her eyes filled with perplexity. "Ahem. It's merely a matter of earning a little extra money. It's nothing of great significance. How many portions would you like?" Kakashi cleared his throat awkwardly, then wiped the cold sweat from his brow, smiling as he spoke. "I shall have 4 portions." Huayin softly spoke, then retrieved a banknote from her bosom and placed it into Kakashi's hand. "All right." Once Kakashi confirmed the receipt of the money, he decisively activated his Sharingan and meticulously executed the movements at hand. Hana was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. "Wait, what is happening here?" "Kakashi, is it really necessary to activate the Sharingan just to prepare a meal?" Hana's voice resonated with surprise. In a short while, 4 servings of takoyaki were prepared by Kakashi. "Here, take it," Kakashi said, placing the takoyaki into a box and handing it over to Hana. "Why did you order so few this time?" Itachi inquired, gazing at Hana with a look of curiosity and bewilderment. "Let us head out first." Hana cast a discreet, yet piercing glance at Itachi before promptly taking his hand and swiftly departing from the stall. Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, the two swiftly vanished into the throng of people. "You are truly foolish. How could I possibly order so much in front of acquaintances?" Hana cast a dissatisfied glance at Itachi, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Is that so?" Itachi felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, secretly chagrined. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to his wife's moods from now on. For some reason, Hana's temper had been rather irritable lately. "All right, you fool. Why don't you give it a try?" Hana delicately retrieved a soy sauce-dipped meatball from the box and offered it to Itachi, who parted his lips slightly. With a gentle gaze, he accepted the morsel she presented and consumed it. The meatball, adorned with a hint of ketchup and sugar, had a subtle sweetness that perfectly suited Itachi's palate, for he had always harbored a fondness for such sweet flavors. "Why do you have such an affinity for sweets?" she inquired. "Are you not concerned about the impending threat of cavities?" Huayin inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Well, upon reflection, it does indeed seem to be the case." After a moment of contemplation, you slightly nodded in agreement. "Never mind." Huayin once again retrieved her share of takoyaki from the box and unhesitatingly placed it into her mouth. It must be said that Kakashi's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Huayin sincerely gave him a thumbs up, secretly admiring him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as Huayin was about to savor another dumpling, unexpectedly, Yao suddenly leaned in and swallowed the dumpling in one gulp. "I shall have another. What harm could it possibly do?" Yu tilted his head, gazing at the girl with an expression of curiosity. "It's nothing." After a moment of contemplation, Huan gently nodded. After all, Itachi had always been generous in treating her to meals. To this day, Huayin still feels a twinge of guilt in her heart. She has been contemplating finding an opportune moment to return the money for the meals to you. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the sky, followed by a dazzling display of fireworks that unfolded like a magnificent painting. The vibrant hues of the fireworks resembled blooming golden asters, captivatingly radiant against the night sky. You gazed affectionately at the girl before him, the distant fireworks enhancing her beauty. His heart began to race uncontrollably. "What is it, Yukuin? You've been staring at my face. Is there something on it?" Huayin pointed at her delicate face, gazing curiously at Uchiha Itachi. "It's nothing." Itachi replied with a smile, gently shaking his head. The evening breeze caressed the air, bringing a refreshing coolness that tousled the girl's hair. In the distance, fireworks ascended continuously, illuminating the night sky. The joyous laughter of children echoed through the streets and alleys, while groups of adults reveled in the festive spirit. Everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the new year. Chapter 221. "Humph, little girl, you are quite arrogant." In the early morning, the radiant sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays of light through the gaps of distant mountain peaks. Huayin was abruptly awakened by the jarring sound of the alarm clock. She impatiently rubbed her bleary eyes and promptly silenced the source of her disrupted slumber. "Really, it's time to start toiling once again," she murmured to herself, infused with a sense of resignation and fatigue. Struggling to sit up from her bed, Huayin extended her hand to gently scratch her slightly heavy eyelids, a consequence of sleep deprivation. Reflecting on her past life, she found herself ensnared by the relentless 996 work culture, and to her dismay, it seemed that even in this new incarnation, she had not escaped such a fate. After a brief and simple routine of washing up, Huayin stepped into the living room. There, she discovered a breakfast meticulously prepared for her by Yao that morning. Curiosity piqued within her as she wondered what delightful dishes Yao had crafted for her today. With a gentle lift of the lunchbox lid, she was instantly captivated by the sight before her. A lavish breakfast exuded an irresistible aroma. Thus, this young maiden, disregarding her image, devoured the meal with fervor, swiftly clearing the contents of the box. Having satisfied her hunger, Huayin adorned herself with simplicity before embarking on her journey to the guard department. At this moment, the sunlight from above cascaded upon her vibrant figure, casting an elongated shadow behind her. Before long, Huayin arrived at the entrance of the guard department. "Ah, Miss Huayin, why haven't I seen you accompanying Chief Itachi today?" greeted a kind-faced gentleman from the Uchiha clan, a warm smile adorning his features. Upon hearing his words, Huayin felt a twinge of shyness and gently lowered her head. "Uncle de Hua, please refrain from teasing me. I must be on my way. I'm nearly late for work." With a blush gracing her cheeks, she hurriedly dashed into the guard department. Throughout her journey, there were no melodramatic incidents akin to those found in novels. Hannah smoothly entered the security department. After a brief clock-in, she commenced her duties for the day, patrolling the eastern section of Area A in Konoha village. "Be careful on the way, Sister Hannah," said Izumi, who had just finished her clock-in and happened to encounter Hannah as she was preparing to set off. "Rest assured, Izumi-chan, I will. Farewell." Huayin waved towards the spring. Her silhouette elongated under the radiant sunlight, resembling a captivating painting. Konoha village. Huayin, clad in a crisp security uniform, patrolled the streets with an imposing demeanor, exuding an air of authority. Soon, the distant sound of commotion reached her ears, revealing a group of individuals embroiled in a heated dispute. "Esteemed officer, please adjudicate our matter. Who among us is in the right?" One individual cried out indignantly. "Very well," she replied. "I suggest you both apologize to each other first. I shall exercise my judgment and ensure this matter is handled appropriately." Huayin gazed at the two individuals before her, whose tension was palpable, and spoke with a tone that was both gentle and resolute. To be candid, encountering such a thorny situation on the bustling streets was quite an ordeal. In Huayin's heart, there inevitably lingered a sense of vexation. At times, in the interest of maintaining order, she found herself compelled to resort to force. However, in contrast to the other radical members of the security division, the voice of the flowers appeared exceptionally gentle, akin to a breath of spring that could dispel the shadows lingering in people's hearts. "Thank you so much, kind sir," said one of the modestly dressed individuals, whose weary countenance betrayed a deep gratitude, tears welling in their eyes, as if ready to spill forth at any moment. "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty and something I ought to do." Hannah smiled in response. However, for every individual who expressed gratitude towards her, there invariably existed those who harbored discontent. Soon, a chorus of curses erupted from the crowd. I truly cannot comprehend this. Has the Uchiha clan lost its senses? They have dispatched a mere child, still naive and inexperienced, to meddle in such trivial matters." A burly man glared at Hannah, his face etched with displeasure, and his tone brimming with provocation. "Do you harbor any grievances against me?" The expression in Huayin's eyes instantly turned frigid, as the Sharingan in her pupils began to whirl with rapid intensity. Confronted with such brazen and unreasonable commoners, Hannah has always been ruthless, unhesitating to employ force to uphold order. For now, I shall spare your life." The burly man instinctively took a step back upon catching sight of the Sharingan in Hannah's eyes, his expression rife with terror and confusion. "Wait, you just maliciously provoked the security department. According to the village's regulations, that warrants detention." Just as the man was preparing to flee, Kakashi's voice suddenly resonated through the crowd. Everyone turned to see Kakashi, hands in pockets, his gaze cold and piercing, fixated on the burly man in the distance. "I apologize. Is that satisfactory?" The man, recognizing the ninja Kakashi before him, felt a surge of panic and hurriedly offered his apology. "You need not apologize to me." Kakashi shook his head and pointed towards Hannah, who wore a bewildered expression amidst the crowd. "You should apologize to her." At that moment, the man finally understood, his face flushing as he bowed deeply to Hannah. "My sincerest apologies, Lady Hannah. It was my grave oversight." "Well, it's all right now. You may leave." The Sharingan within Huayin's pupils gradually faded, returning to their normal appearance. "Thank you." The burly man let out a sigh of relief, turning to flee the scene in a frantic manner. Observing the man's retreating figure, Huayin turned her head, gazing at Kakashi with a hint of confusion. "Kakashi? What brings you here?" "I heard some commotion and decided to pass by to see what was happening. I did not expect to encounter you here," Kakashi replied. raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his eyes curving into crescent shapes, his tone imbued with warmth. Is that so? Huayin nodded obediently, a faint smile gracing her face. Kakashi arrived at the perfect moment. Had Kakashi not come here, Hana still needed to exert considerable effort to persuade the robust man. Have you completed your patrol duties this morning? Kakashi inquired with curiosity, gazing at the young girl before him. Yes, I have, Hana replied with a nod. Let us go home, Kakashi said as he took a step forward. Home? Isn't your residence? Hana hurriedly caught up with Kakashi in the distance and then curiously inquired, I am merely going to see Obito. It is along the way. What is the matter? Kakashi glanced down at the young girl before him, his gaze softening as he gently asked, Nothing much. By the way, how have Obito and Rin been lately? Hana shook her head, suddenly recalling something, and curiously inquired. Their relationship had always been quite harmonious. Kakashi tilted his head, appearing to hesitate as if he had something to say. Oh, do you truly not care at all? Hana glanced teasingly at Kakashi. In the original narrative, there were often rumors suggesting that Kakashi harbored feelings for Rin, which piqued Hana's curiosity. If Obito were to insist on being with Rin, what would Kakashi's sentiments be? What do I care? Kakashi looked at Hana with a bewildered expression. Chapter 222. Hana, what is your secret to maintaining such beauty? Well, there's really nothing special. Hana gazed at Kakashi's expression of feigned ignorance, softly murmuring to herself. Sighing, Kakashi strolled along the path at a leisurely pace, unable to suppress a gentle exhalation. Why do you sigh so? Huayin, intrigued, cast a curious glance at Kakashi. However, upon recalling some unpleasant memories, Kakashi hesitated, swallowing the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Upon witnessing this, Huayin refrained from further inquiries, and the two maintained a subtle distance, silently progressing forward. At this moment, the sun in the high sky resembled a suspended pearl, casting a warm radiance that elongated their shadows. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the territory of the Uchiha clan. Well, we are home now. You brought the key, didn't you? Kakashi inquired, glancing down at Huayin, who was slightly shorter than him, with curiosity. Of course I brought it. Would I be foolish enough to forget the key? Huayin retrieved a set of keys from her bag, gently shaking them before skillfully inserting one into the lock. With a soft click, the door swung open as the young girl gracefully pushed it aside. There you go, the door is open. Please, come in. Huayin smiled sweetly as she gazed at Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated once more, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. The two swiftly entered the house, and before long, Rin emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly prepared dishes to the dining table. Oh, Huayin, Kakashi, what brings you both back so suddenly? Rin inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and confusion. Well, this. You should ask Kakashi, Huayin replied. Huayin turned to Kakashi and spoke softly. Initially, she had intended to have dinner outside, but upon seeing Kakashi, she decided to return home with him. Kakashi? Rin looked up, her face reflecting confusion. It's a long story. I'm here to find Obito. Is he home? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat awkward. Obito, you say? Rin propped her chin on one hand, her delicate brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Oh, Obito went to train with Naruto this morning. He should be at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, Rin suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. All right, then I'll go find Obito. I won't disturb you two any longer. After Kakashi spoke, he changed his shoes at the entrance and closed the door behind him, leaving the house under the watchful gaze of the two young women. How strange. What could be the matter with Kakashi today? Hana gazed at Kakashi's receding figure, murmuring to herself. Ah, Hana-chan, you arrived just in time. Come, taste the dish I prepared. Rin held out a platter of food, her face radiant with joy. Of course. I would be delighted. Huayin bestowed a sweet smile upon Lin, then gracefully seated herself at the dining table to indulge in the exquisite cuisine. As soon as she picked up a dish with her chopsticks and savored it, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious, isn't it? Lin inquired, observing Huayin's blissful expression, to which she joyfully nodded in agreement. Although Lin had previously lacked confidence in her culinary skills, witnessing Huayin's enthusiastic consumption gradually restored her self-assurance. Huayin, what is your secret to maintaining such beautiful skin? Lin asked, propping her chin on her hands, her curiosity piqued. Ahem, why the sudden interest in this topic? Huayin was dining when she was unexpectedly questioned, causing her to cough a few times. She then lifted her gaze, her eyes slightly dazed as she looked at Lin. Your skin is truly fair, Lin murmured with a hint of dissatisfaction, then playfully pointed her finger, gently tapping Huayin's cheek with a touch of mock pouting. Observing Lin's indignant expression, Hannah understood her thoughts and subsequently provided a brief introduction to some of the more renowned skincare products in Konoha village. It is only natural. For women tend to place great importance on their appearance. Regular use of skincare products is undoubtedly essential. A girl's natural beauty may initially be rated at 6 or 7 out of 10, but with diligent care, it is entirely possible to elevate it to an impressive 8. Conversely, a girl who already possesses an 8 in beauty, if she neglects her skincare and disregards her complexion, may soon find her allure diminished to a mere 7. Huayin could naturally comprehend Lin's current emotions and thoughts. Lin, you need not be overly concerned about your appearance. Huayin chewed her food while speaking in a muffled tone. Why do you say that? Lin inquired curiously, her eyes shimmering with a glint of perplexity. It is simply because Lin is inherently adorable. The gentle sound of her voice was sincere and unpretentious. One cannot help but ponder, if Rin were not blessed with beauty, how could she so effortlessly captivate Abito? Leaving him utterly entranced? This is no mere coincidence. Although her cheeks are adorned with 2 delicate violet stripes, they do not diminish her charm, rather. They enhance her beauty with a touch of imperfection. Your words have rendered me somewhat bashful, Rin. Her cheeks instantaneously flushed, resembling a ripe red apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Haha, Rin, shall we proceed? Perhaps we could venture to the back mountain to see Abito and the others? Huayin suddenly recalled something and said with a hint of teasing in her tone, All right, then let us set off at once. Lin smiled and nodded, her face radiating joy. Before long, Hannah swiftly finished her meal. The 2 young ladies adorned themselves with a simple yet elegant touch before stepping out of their abode. With the sun blazing fiercely in the sky, each of them unfurled a parasol, fearful of being sun-kissed by the relentless rays. This precaution was indeed of utmost importance. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows on the ground, creating a picturesque tableau. As they strolled along, their laughter and chatter resonated with youthful exuberance, rendering them exceptionally charming and delightful. Upon arrival, the hill ahead marked the training ground where they would hone their skills. Lin delicately extended her slender fingers toward the distant peak and gently inquired, Do they truly ascend to such heights for their training every day? A delicate bead of sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead. She casually wiped it away, revealing a hint of astonishment on her face. One can only say that the boys are a bunch of fools. Their minds seem perpetually consumed by thoughts of cultivation, leaving them no moment of respite. Hannah, exhausted and devoid of energy to express her frustrations, could only shake her head in resignation. Before long, the 2 reached the summit. Yet the sight before them left them momentarily speechless. There stood Naruto, employing the shadow clone technique to create numerous copies of himself. Each clone was diligently engaged in its own training regimen. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi observed attentively, directing Naruto's efforts with utmost seriousness. What are you all so preoccupied with? Kain approached with a sunshade in hand, her steps measured, her gaze imbued with curiosity and bewilderment as she meticulously observed the 3 engrossed ninjas. At that moment, Naruto, deeply immersed in his training, was suddenly stirred by the familiar and endearing voice. His eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Kain, what brings you here? He inquired, astonished. Well, I came to see what you all are up to, she replied. Hannah tilted her head, a playful smile adorning her face as she curiously observed Naruto. Upon beholding the strikingly beautiful and charming elder sister before him, Naruto felt a slight flush creep onto his cheeks. He stammered, I wish to become stronger. So I sought the guidance of Kakashi-sensei and Obito-senpai, hoping they could offer me some advice. Honestly, there should be limits to training. Rin remarked anxiously as she gazed at Naruto, her eyes brimming with concern. With so many shadow clones, if they were to dissipate simultaneously, the resulting fatigue would be overwhelming. After all, the dissolution of shadow clones entails absorbing both their memories and exhaustion. If he overdoes it, he might end up foolish. Is Naruto truly alright like this? Chapter 223, A New Year. Is everything truly devoid of issues? Rin observed the beads of sweat dotting Naruto's forehead. Worry etched across her face as she inquired. Rin, you needn't worry. I'm certain I'll be fine, Naruto replied confidently, his smile radiating determination and composure. Very well. Rin nodded, albeit with lingering doubt. Her gaze still tinged with apprehension. Time flowed like a fleeting steed, swiftly passing as if woven by invisible hands, intricately blending the bittersweet experiences into the tapestry of time. In the blink of an eye, the streets of the village were adorned with festive couplets, their vibrant red hues reflecting the joyous ambience of the season. The crackle of firecrackers resonated loudly in the air. Envoys from other villages flocked to Konoha, engaging in lively trade exchanges. The bustling streets were alive with vendors calling out, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement and merriment. Huayin leaned gracefully against the windowsill, quietly observing the delicate snowflakes drifting down. And the bustling street filled with the comings and goings of people, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Time indeed passes swiftly, reflecting on her initial experiences in this world. She finds herself feeling increasingly grateful, with a beloved man by her side and a warm family surrounding her. Her current life is infinitely preferable to the solitary and grueling existence she endured in her past life. She lifted a small, exquisite saucer, the murky wine within it gently swaying, shimmering with an alluring glow. The young woman held the saucer tightly with both hands, delicately sipping the wine, her gaze instantly becoming dreamy and profound. Are you drinking alone here because you have something on your mind? A gentle voice floated in from outside the door. It's nothing, just a lamentation on how swiftly time flies. Huayin turned her gaze towards Yao, a gentle smile gracing her lips, resembling the beauty that could captivate an entire nation. Witnessing the girl in such a state, Yao felt his heart race uncontrollably. He then closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head with a smile. Oh, do refrain from pretending in my presence, he murmured softly as he reached out to lightly tap her forehead. Before long, a red bump emerged upon the girl's brow. How painful. Huayin pressed her hand against her forehead, gazing at Itachi with an expression of deep sorrow. Observing his wife's demeanor, Itachi felt a surge of amusement within him, yet he stifled the urge to smile. Come on, the meal is ready. And everyone is waiting for you, he said, extending his hand to grasp the girl's small hands, which were flushed crimson from the cold weather. Why are your hands so chilly? Itachi inquired, concern etching his features as he gently rubbed her hands with his other hand. Blushing, Huan turned her head away. Feeling a bit shy? It was just so cold. Let us go. Everyone is waiting for us, she murmured softly, with a smile. You took her hand, and they descended gracefully from the second floor to the first. The dining table was alive with a vibrant and joyous atmosphere, while the television in the living room showcased an engaging program, filling the entire room with a festive spirit. Why did you two arrive so late? You're so slow, Sasuke remarked with a hint of reproach, observing the couple hand in hand. Sasuke, Mikoto scolded, frowning as she playfully tugged at his ear. Sasuke pouted in protest, clearly disgruntled. At your age, Sasuke, you should act more mature and learn from Naruto, Fugaka teased, arms crossed as he watched the scene unfold. Humph, you're the last to arrive, Naruto quipped, raising an eyebrow at Sasuke with a hint of provocation. Damn you, Naruto, Sasuke retorted, his irritation evident. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Naruto challenged boldly. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. Sasuke shot back defiantly. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Minato hurried over, awkwardly intervening to diffuse the tension. All right, it's New Year's, Naruto, no fighting, he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Naruto huffed, showing his discontent but refrained from escalating the situation. Huayin observed the stark contrast in personalities between the two, seemingly taken aback. Huayin, why are you smiling? Sasuke inquired curiously, turning to her. Nothing. I was just reminded of some amusing thoughts, she replied. Hana gently covered her mouth with one hand and shook her head, her smile as warm and inviting as that of a kind older sister next door. Now that both of them had arrived, could they perhaps begin their meal? Dato, holding his chopsticks, gazed curiously at the delectable dishes on the table and inquired. You glutton, Lin, seated beside him, shot him a reproachful glance, her tone laced with playful admonition. Dato, feeling slightly embarrassed, fumbled with his chopsticks and offered a sheepish grin towards his wife. Observing this scene, Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged knowing looks, silently relieved that they remained unattached. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively and vibrant, filled with laughter and joyous conversation. As Huayin ate, she listened to Jiraiya boast incessantly. Obito, with a look of astonishment, gazed at Jiraiya in disbelief. I never expected Jiraiya to be this impressive, he murmured, clearly taken aback. The others present exchanged bewildered glances at Obito. After all, Jiraiya's claims were so outrageous that no one believed him, except for Obito. Observing Obito's unwavering faith, Huayin's eyes twitched slightly. She finally understood why the intelligence quotient attributed to Obito in the formula book was merely 2. He was exceedingly naive. Jiraiya, noticing Obito's steadfast belief, awkwardly chuckled and resumed his grandiose storytelling. Minato pulled Naruto along, and the two settled in the living room to watch television. Sasuke clung to his brother, yet Itachi seemed entirely disinterested in engaging with him. After all, he had a wife now. What need did he have for a younger brother? Chapter 224. So, does love truly fade away? Sasuke watched his brother's indifferent figure, feeling a deep pang of sorrow within. So does love fade away? Hana indulged in the exquisite dishes laid out upon the dining table, unable to suppress her admiration for Kakashi's culinary prowess. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, as if it were merely the blink of an eye. After the meal concluded, Huayin gracefully settled onto the sofa in the living room, quietly listening to Jiraiya's vividly embellished tales of bravado. Meanwhile, Obito appeared utterly captivated, his expression one of complete belief and immersion in the narrative. Upon witnessing the scene, Huayin could not help but twitch slightly at the corners of her eyes, revealing a sense of helplessness. Speaking of which, what time is it now? Huayin gently tugged at the collar of the weasel beside her, a hint of curiosity lacing her tone. It's already past 9 o'clock, I assenti it? What is the matter? Are you feeling sleepy? The weasel turned his head with gentle grace, his eyes brimming with concern for his wife. Oh, not at all. I was merely inquiring. Hana gently shook her head, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. The relentless pace of her previous life, bound by the constraints of a 996 work schedule, rendered her acutely sensitive to the passage of time. To her surprise, this habit had transcended into this new world. Ahem. Obito, you wouldn't be doubting my words, would you? Back in the day, I had the honor of clashing with the sage of 6 paths. Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat, his gaze fixed intently on Obito. Is that true? Truly impressive, Jiraiya-senpai. Obito's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were gazing upon a revered idol. Noticing this, Jiraiya felt a surge of pride swell within him and nodded slightly. Of course, this sage would never deceive you. As he spoke, he patted his chest confidently, embodying a demeanor of assuredness. Hana's gaze fixated on the scene before her, her eyes twitching once more at the sight. Each time Jiraiya made the gesture, she understood that he was about to embark on yet another round of deception. Alas, Huayin let out a resigned sigh, accustomed to Jiraiya's teasing. She could only respond with a wry smile. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slips away in an instant. It resembles a hemp rope, meticulously twisted by many hands, interwoven with both bitterness and joy, chronicling the growth of each individual. As winter yields to spring, the cold weather gradually recedes, replaced by the gentle warmth of the spring breeze and the radiant sunshine. In the early morning, a clear chime shattered the tranquility, rousing Huayin from her slumber. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up from her bed, reaching out to silence the blaring alarm clock. Indeed, staying up late the previous night was unwise. Huayin softly murmured her complaints, turning her head to cast a fleeting glance at the weasel lying beside her. After a simple morning routine, Huayin departed from her home, as she was scheduled to work at the security department today. As for breakfast, she decided to forego it for the time being. Ah, Miss Huayin, you have arrived. Tiehua exclaimed warmly upon spotting her at the door, as though he had been eagerly anticipating her arrival. You see, the entire security department is on holiday today, as the village is celebrating a grand festival, Tiehua gently explained, his tone imbued with the concern of a superior for his subordinate. I see, then I understand. Upon hearing this response, Huan could not help but feel a surge of joy within her heart, yet she maintained an outward composure of tranquility. Well then, I shall take my leave, she said. Miss Huayin, please travel safely. I must not trouble you further. After delivering his farewell, Tiehu turned and departed from the scene. Huayin gently shook her head, letting out a sigh of resignation before turning to head home. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, casting its warm rays upon the young girl, elongating her shadow to resemble an enchanting painting. By the way, I wonder how things are faring with the Shell organization now. Hana's thoughts suddenly took a turn, her pupils dilating in alarm, her heart brimming with apprehension. Then, Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, instantly vanishing from her original position. She remained concerned about CICN, for this individual possessed formidable strength. The sound of blossoms soared through the high skies, while the distant edifices resembled a rapidly receding canvas, swiftly passing before her gaze. In no time, the young girl had flown from the Hidden Leaf Village to hover above the Hidden Rain Village. Subsequently, the blossoms drift down gently from the sky, akin to delicate feathers. If my memory serves me right, the stronghold of the Shell organization should be located there. Dear Jade Hound, Huayin swiftly gestured with her hands, and soon, 2 formidable wolves, one black and one white, appeared by her side, exuding an air of majesty. In an instant, the 2 wolves raced off into the distance. Following closely behind was Huayin. In the distance, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, yet upon entering, one would discover that the mist had become remarkably thin, as if dissipated by some unseen force. The scene within the cave lay bare before Huayin's eyes. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's stronghold. The delicate flower-like figure furrowed her brows slightly, softly murmuring to herself, her tone imbued with uncertainty. In the shadows, a petite silhouette flickered in and out of visibility, accentuated by a pair of crimson eyes that rendered her strikingly captivating, exuding an air of stark contrast. Who are you? A sudden, unfamiliar voice emerged from the darkness, laden with suspicion and hostility. Huayin's gaze instantly shifted to one of caution, her entire being tensed. Is it Cicien? No, judging by the voice, it does not seem to be him. Then, who could that figure in the distance possibly be? Soon, Huayin began to make her way slowly towards the source of the sound. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Hana was momentarily taken aback, her face a canvas of astonishment. Hana, what brings you here? Orochimaru's voice was deep and hoarse, inquiring slowly. I merely came to investigate the whereabouts of the Shell organization. Yet, what causes you to linger in this dimly lit cavern? Hana's expression turned somewhat helpless. Well, my intentions align with yours. I too seek to uncover information about the Shell organization. Orochimaru extended his tongue to caress his cheek, his voice remaining deep and hoarse. The delicate sound of blossoms seemed to speak yet faltered, as her heart pondered in silence. Although she yearned to caution Orochimaru, fearing that his strength might prove inadequate against the formidable Akatsuki, ultimately, the young maiden refrained from voicing her concerns. Thus, the two stood in quietude, gazing at one another, ensnared in a stalemate. Have you derived any insights from the knowledge I previously imparted to you? Hana's thoughts were suddenly ignited, and she gazed curiously at Orochimaru. I have yet to uncover anything of significance, Orochimaru remarked, his words laced with an intriguing undertone. Hanaon observed Orochimaru's demeanor and chose not to expose him further. Perhaps Orochimaru had uncovered some clandestine technology, yet was reluctant to share it with her. Chapter 225. The battle resumes with Cicien. Well, since you are unwilling to share with me, I shall refrain from pressing the matter any further. Hana gently shook her head, then her gaze firmly fixed upon Orochimaru. Hana, do you have any other matters to discuss with me? Orochimaru inquired with his deep, raspy voice, addressing the young girl before him. Nothing of particular significance. I merely wish to ask if you have seen any members of the Akatsuki in this vicinity. Hana's curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she inquired. I have not seen them, I replied. However, Miss Hana, if you wish to locate the members of the Shell organization, I can offer you some assistance. Orochimaru nodded slightly, his voice remaining low and hoarse. How do you intend to help me? Hana eagerly pressed on. It's quite simple. Here, take this. Orochimaru retrieved a delicate remote control from his bosom and gently tossed it to Hana. What is this? Huayin, with a hint of perplexity, accepted the remote control. It was a positioning device. Orochimaru crossed his arms, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as he slowly elucidated. I have implanted trackers within those individuals from the Shell organization. By following the indicators on this device, you can effortlessly ascertain their locations. His gaze traversed the young girl, seemingly savoring her transformation. It has been a while since we last met, and you have become increasingly enchanting. Huayin replied with a huff. Well then, I shall take my leave. In any case, I appreciate your assistance. Huayin let out a haughty snort, and before her words could fully escape her lips, her figure had vanished from the spot. Is she truly departing just like that? Orochimaru's gaze gradually dimmed, as if lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, his eyes took on a profound and enigmatic expression once more. The sound of flowers soared to the heavens, swiftly arriving at the hidden village of rocks. Guided by the positioning on the remote control, what brings the individuals of the Shell organization to this place? In a state of perplexity, Huan murmured to herself. She possessed no knowledge regarding the origins of the positioning device offered by Orochimaru. Perhaps it was merely an inconsequential detail. Shortly thereafter, Huan reached the summit of the mountain. At that moment, the recuperating Cicien suddenly opened her eyes wide and staggered to her feet. How on earth did you find this place? Cicien exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Huayin. Huayin uttered no words, decisively releasing a vibrant crimson energy sphere infused with sorcery, hurtling towards its target with remarkable swiftness. Navi, ninjutsu is of no consequence to me. Cicien scoffed coldly, intent on absorbing the technique, when suddenly his pupils contracted in shock. This is not ninjutsu. Stunned by the unexpected strike, Cicien's body was sent spiraling through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest. He struggled to regain his posture mid-flight and swiftly surged towards Huayin. You little imp, prepare to meet your doom. Cicn unleashed several jet black rods, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Huayin. Huayin nimbly sidestepped, raising her right hand with a flourish. Escape. In an instant, countless rabbits surged forth from the air, enveloping Huayin completely while simultaneously obscuring Cicn's line of sight. Where is she? How infuriating. Cicn, in a state of panic, frantically searched the surroundings. Just then, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky in the distance, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Huayin gripped the black staff tightly with one hand and struck fiercely towards Cicn. In a swift motion, Cicn wielded the black rod to parry the blow, causing sparks to scatter. The two became embroiled in an intense melee. Huayin was acutely aware that close combat was not her forte. Thus, she decisively retreated, striving to create distance in search of an opportunity. However, Cicn would not easily let her escape, relentlessly pursuing her as their figures swiftly darted among the mountain peaks. The fierce clash between the two engendered a violent tremor beneath their feet. At this moment, within the office of the fourth Raikage, I was deeply engrossed in handling documents when a sudden frown creased his brow. A deafening crash resounded as he slammed his fist onto the desk, shattering it into splinters and sending wood chips flying. Is this yet another scheme of that scoundrel, Baikan? He bellowed, his voice laced with unbridled fury. My Lord Raikage. It's not him, Mabui hurriedly interjected, her tone tinged with hesitation. This time it's not that guy, Killer Bee, but Uchiha Huayin. She hesitated, seemingly finding it difficult to articulate her words. Huayin? The fourth Raikage's eyes widened in surprise and confusion at the mention of her name. Yes, she is the young girl who once saved you. Mabui replied softly, her voice imbued with urgency. It appears she is currently engaged in battle with a formidable adversary. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to her aid. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's muscles tensed, a surge of lightning chakra coursing through his body. With another thunderous roar, he propelled himself through the office window, shattering the glass into a cascade of shards. He sped towards the mountain summit like a bolt of lightning, his velocity astonishing. My Lord Raikage. Mabui's hand lingered in the air, watching the retreating figure of the fourth Raikage. She then sighed softly, her arm drooping in resignation, her visage marked by worry and helplessness. At the mountain peak, Huayin is engaged in an intense battle with Cicn. Hannah, lacking proficiency in close combat, resolved to employ a strategy of ranged attrition and kite tactics. Suddenly, a multitude of black and crimson cubes materialized in midair. Hannah's pupils suddenly constricted, her line of sight obstructed, and the gentle strings vanished in an instant, disappearing from view. How infuriating. The eyes of Huayin darted rapidly. Soon after, a towering black giant, standing at a staggering height of 200 meters, materialized in the air. Huayin concealed herself within the forehead of Susanoo, her expression vigilant. Whoosh. Susanoo decisively drew his sword. Bang. The enormous black cube on the ground was instantly shattered by the blade, smoke rising in a tumultuous cloud. Yet, Cicn had vanished without a trace. Where could he have gone? A pang of anxiety gripped Huayin's heart. Behind you. A chilling voice echoed from behind, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. She swiftly leaped out from within Susanoo. Crackle, crackle. Susanoo shattered like glass, beginning to dissipate into the ether. Huayin was suddenly engulfed by a surge of excruciating pain. She clenched her jaw tightly, and with a swift motion of her hands, summoned forth a colossal emotion. The tactics of Huayin are unequivocal, prevent Cicn from approaching. Once Cicn draws near, she activates Dong Ang Kuei's unscrupulous game, exchanging positions with Moxaluo, and then proceeds to engage in long-range attrition. Suddenly, Cicn bursts forth from the mist, launching an assault towards Huayin. Huayin deftly evaded, simultaneously directing Mo Su Luo to launch an assault. Cicn, with remarkable agility, effortlessly sidestepped Mo Su Luo's strikes and seized the opportunity to advance toward Huayin. A shiver ran through Huayin's heart as she swiftly activated the unjust game, exchanging positions with the ethereal Mo Su Luo. Cicn's attack missed its mark. In that moment, Huayin seized the opportunity to unleash her spell. The tactics of Huayin were likewise discerned by Cicn. Humph, you are far from being able to contend with me. Cicn scoffed, her gaze fixed intently on the young girl before her. Just as Cicn was about to strike Huayin with the dark staff in her hand, she suddenly realized. The sound of a resounding crash shattered the air as Huayin and Mo Su Luo unexpectedly swapped positions. With a thunderous bang, his attack inadvertently struck Mo Su Luo, whose form instantly appeared to be ensnared by countless spider webs, cracking ominously. Yet, in the blink of an eye, His body astonishingly restored itself, intact and unharmed. A position swap, you say? TSK, such a troublesome ability indeed. Cixin let out a cold snort, raising his gaze to fixate intently on the girl before him. Observing her laborious breaths, a flicker of satisfaction passed through Cixin's eyes. You surely cannot endure much longer, can you? Huan exhaled a breath of murky air, raising her head to meet Cixin's gaze with unwavering determination. She was acutely aware that she could persevere, and today, she was resolute in her intention to defeat him. Humph. Such a lack of decorum. Very well, allow me to impart a lesson upon you. Cixin let out another cold huff, his pupils suddenly constricting, and in the next moment, his body vanished from sight. Huayin dared not relax for a moment, instantly recalling the tactics employed previously. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky and summoned her formidable Susanoo. In but a brief instant, a towering black giant, standing at an impressive 200 meters, emerged, wielding a razor-sharp blade and adorned with a Tengu mask. Exuding an air of formidable authority, Huayin cautiously surveyed her surroundings, alert to every potential threat. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air from the side. Hannah's response was swift, decisively maneuvering the Susanoo to adjust its position. With a deft sidestep, she successfully evaded 3 swiftly launched black rods. However, this was merely the beginning. Immediately thereafter, the air was filled with an incessant barrage of piercing sounds, akin to a tempestuous storm descending upon her. A sudden shock coursed through Huayin's heart, leaving her momentarily stunned. Was this not precisely the terrifying power exhibited by Cixin in the second stage of the original narrative? The young girl lifted her gaze, only to behold a sky filled with dark projectiles rapidly advancing towards her like a torrential rain of arrows. Damn it! Huayin clenched her teeth. The cherry blossom shape within her pupils began to shrink dramatically, revealing her inner resolve. Soon, 9 radiant Magatama slowly materialized around her, and in that moment, her aura underwent a profound transformation, successfully shifting into a pseudo-six paths form. This was the formidable technique she had meticulously researched years ago, which had remained unutilized until now, finally finding its purpose. What on earth is that appearance of yours? Cixin gradually revealed her figure from a distance, her pupils contracting sharply as she gazed at Huayin with a face full of astonishment. Huayin paid no heed to his inquiries. In a flash, she vanished from sight. She was acutely aware that within her backpack lay 2 precious experience cards of the Six Paths Pinnacle, each capable of lasting merely 5 minutes. However, Huayin had no intention of employing them lightly, for she understood that even greater powers awaited her in the form of formidable Tsutsuki. In mere moments, Huayin materialized silently behind Cixin. With her staff raised high, her movements were as swift as lightning, striking forcefully against Cixin's back. A thunderous crash echoed through the air as he felt an immense force surge from behind, causing his body to plummet like a kite severed from its string. Almost immediately, a mouthful of blood surged to his throat, yet he valiantly restrained himself from spewing it forth. How on earth did you accomplish this? Cixin gasped as he struggled to rise from the ground, palms pressed against the earth, his gaze filled with disbelief as he stared at the girl before him. Yet, she remained resolutely silent, offering no response to his query. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable wave of panic surged within Cixin. It was the instinctive fear response that humans exhibit when confronted with the unknown or the incomprehensibly powerful. Even as a member of the Tsutsuki clan, he could not evade the encroaching dread. At that moment, a series of rapid strikes echoed from a distance, followed by a ferocious wind that tore through the air, creating a deafening sonic boom. Cixin raised his hand, intending to absorb the sudden influx of ninjutsu. But he was astounded to discover that he could not absorb the girl's techniques. They were entirely derived from the forces of nature, beyond his grasp. In despair, Cixin summoned Dehe Tian, positioning it before himself in a desperate attempt to shield against the impending cataclysmic blow. Upon witnessing the scene, Huayin's gaze became increasingly cautious. She swiftly adjusted her stance against the distant Majuluo, preparing to launch a counterattack. In a flash, Majuluo vanished from sight. Almost immediately, it collided forcefully with the great dark heavens. Perhaps it was due to Cixin's previous relentless assaults on Majuluo. Or perhaps Majuluo possessed an innate ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity. In any case, the Majuluo of this moment was no longer comparable to its former self. It existed solely to confront such formidable foes. But it was not over yet, little demon. Do not be so arrogant. Cixin roared in fury, her palms thrusting forward with great force. With a thunderous boom, a tempest erupted around them. and the sky above was filled with a dense array of black rods, enveloping Huayin in a net akin to the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Hannah's pupils constricted suddenly, for she was all too familiar with this technique. It was precisely the move employed by Chiharu to counter Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative. Little did she expect it to be used against her now. Just as Chiharu was about to unleash that lethal strike, a peculiar cry echoed from afar. This sound brought a glimmer of hope. The pupils of Huayin suddenly constricted. What could this signify? Could it be that, amidst this battlefield, there lurks a third figure? Aside from Huayin and Sishian? She raised her gaze, her eyes ablaze with determination, and finally discerned the identity of that person. It was the fourth Raikage, A. But what was the reason for his presence here? In a flash, the fourth Raikage struck with a fierce elbow jab, landing a devastating blow on the unsuspecting Sishian's back. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as Sishian felt an excruciating pain radiate from her back, her body soaring through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily to the ground at a distance. You shall not harm the allies of the hidden cloud village. The fourth Raikage bellowed, raising one hand high. The veins on his forehead prominent, exuding an intimidating ferocity. Witnessing this scene, a surge of joy welled up within Huayin. Just moments ago, when Sishian launched her attack, she had been so engrossed in the impending technique that she was rendered oblivious to the fourth Raikage's ambush. Huayin, are you all right? At that moment, a group of ninjas from the hidden cloud village surged in from the foot of the mountain, calling out with concern. I am fine. But the most pressing matter now is to deal with that individual. Huayin gently shook her head, her gaze resolute and determined. In an instant, her form flickered and vanished from sight. Alas, I find myself at a loss for the subsequent plot developments and plan to conclude next month. I extend my sincerest apologies to everyone. The quality has not met expectations. The motivation behind writing this book was purely driven by passion. Since September, the earnings have been modest, amounting to merely over 2,000 yuan. Most of that sum stems from attendance rewards. I, too, am perplexed as to why this book has faced restrictions in visibility. Chapter 227. Oh no. Has Huayin transformed into Chuanmu? Entering the main storyline. In an instant, Huayin vanished from her original position, reappearing above a pit. At that moment, swirling smoke below obscured her vision. Soon, a feeble coughing sound emerged from beneath. Following this, a broken figure crawled out from the ground. I never imagined you would discern the flaw in my technique. Sishian glared fiercely at the girl. If looks could kill, Huayin would have perished countless times in that moment. Huayin listened to Sishian's words, her eyes twitching slightly at the corners. In truth, she had not even begun to fathom the weakness of his move. However, this no longer mattered. The petals gracefully descended from the sky, as light as a feather. At this moment, the girl's exquisite visage revealed a chilling aura. Have you contemplated the manner of your demise? Huayin's gaze was fixed intently upon Sishian. Humph, today I find myself at your mercy. However, my vessels are far from limited to this one. Sishian scoffed softly, her eyes taking on a profound significance. You, and this world, are merely creations of the great Sutsuki deity. With a gentle sigh, Sishian lifted her gaze towards the blazing sun high in the sky. Huayin listened to Sishian's ramblings, her brow furrowing in confusion. Wait, what is happening? Has Sishian lost his mind? Such a scene never unfolded when Naruto and Sasuke fought him in the original story. Have you finished speaking? If so, then please, depart from this world. Huayin, weary of his incessant prattle, furrowed her delicate brows and lifted her palm. From her palm, a pitch-black Tao-seeking gem swiftly coalesced into the form of a scepter. With a whoosh, a tempest erupted, severing the head of Sishian and sending it crashing to the ground with a thud. The headless body of Sishian also crumpled to the earth. As the formidable foe before her was vanquished, the young woman exhaled, her previously taut expression finally easing. Miss Huayin, may I inquire who this person is? At that moment, the fourth Raikage, A, approached with a curious gaze fixed upon Huayin. Merely an adversary. But there is no need for you to be informed just yet. Huayin shook her head, appearing exceedingly charming. Is that so? Then, Miss Huayin, would you be willing to visit our Union village? We shall extend to you our warmest hospitality, said Mabui. Pushing up his glasses as he stepped forth from the crowd, his expression sincere. Well, that sounds delightful. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huan acquiesced. After all, it would be somewhat impolite to decline an invitation extended to her in person. Before long, Huayin sat at the dining table, gazing at the abundant array of meat dishes before her, each bite brimming with high protein. Hannah finally comprehended why the inhabitants of Huayin village were all muscular men. The young girl placed the meat into her mouth, chewing vigorously, her brow slightly furrowed, presenting a rather endearing appearance. Before long, her frown began to relax. Is the taste acceptable, Hannah? Inquisitively, Karabi hummed a peculiar tune while observing the stunningly beautiful girl before him. It is quite delicious. Hannah closed her eyes and savored the moment thoughtfully before offering a candid response. A meal was swiftly consumed. After exchanging pleasantries with some diplomats from Huayin village, Huayin departed. For she had numerous matters to report. Soaring high in the sky, Huayin chewed on beef jerky, her brow furrowing increasingly. She was deep in thought. If Zixian were to perish, what alterations would transpire in the timeline of the Naruto Shippuden? Firstly, the Akatsuki organization should cease to exist. As for whether Zixian possesses other vessels, could it be Kawaki? Unlikely, as Kawaki has yet to be born. It is highly probable that the vessel still resides in some locations, perhaps in a nutrient solution, similar to the test tube clones cultivated in Orochimaru's base. Indeed. That seems quite plausible. Yet, this notion also appears to be flawed. Huayin shook her head once more. Thus, the charming young girl soared in the heights. Her expression alternating between solemnity and joy, exuding an air of delightful naivety. The sun, suspended in the lofty sky, cast its rays upon her, stretching her shadow ever longer. Akin to a meticulously crafted painting. With a creak, the door was flung open by Huayin. I have returned. Hannah removed the key from the door and subsequently tucked it into her pocket. Why have you returned only now? Did something happen on the way? Yato inquired. A look of concern etched upon his face as he beheld his wife. Oh, nothing much, just took care of a foe along the way, she replied. Huayin let out a soft sigh, her body still faintly aching. For some inexplicable reason, she had been experiencing sporadic pangs of pain since a while ago. Yet she chose not to dwell on it. After all, she had employed a reversal technique to heal her injuries. There was no reason for any abnormalities to resurface. Are you all right? Itachi was taken aback. Suddenly, Huayin collapsed before him, prompting Itachi to rush forward anxiously and catch her in his arms. This commotion also drew the attention of those still dining in the living room. What happened, Itachi? Kakashi approached, his pupils dilating as he beheld Huayin lying in Itachi's embrace. At that moment, the girl, with her delicate features tightly contorted, seemed to be enduring immense pain. What is going on? Obito exclaimed, utterly perplexed by the scene. Jiraiya soon followed, hastening over to take Huayin from Itachi's arms. Huayin, are you all right? Itachi, what on earth happened? Jiraiya's face was etched with concern as he looked at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi shook his head, equally anxious. We must take her to the hospital. Mikoto Uchiha quickly untied the apron she was wearing and rushed over, her expression frantic. Quickly, the group, now stripped of their previous joy, hurriedly supported the young girl with faces marked by urgency. The girl drowsily opened her eyes, gazing up at a white ceiling. The air around her heavy with the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. Where am I? Hannah strained to open her eyes, gradually discerning her surroundings. To her astonishment, she found herself in a hospital. You have finally awakened, Hannah. Itachi gazed at the frail young girl, his face brimming with delight. Beside them, Jiraiya, upon noticing the girl's consciousness, felt a surge of joy and promptly turned to hasten away. He was in urgent need to report to Tsunade, informing her of Hannah's awakening. Before long, the door was pushed open by a group of anxious individuals. Entering was a nurse with flowing golden hair, whose beauty was unparalleled, adorned with crimson lips and pearly teeth. Close behind her was Jiraiya, his expression grave. Soon after, a tide of others surged into the ward. Please keep your voices down. The patient has just awakened, Tsunade admonished Jiraiya with a glare, then turned sternly to address the crowd. They all nodded in acknowledgement. You are. Hannah gazed at the person before her, a wave of familiarity washing over her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tsunade of the Hidden Leaf Village. You must have heard of me, correct? I shall not beat around the bush. Tsunade paused momentarily. There is a curse seal placed upon you. A cursed seal. Huayin was momentarily taken aback, but then a thought struck her, causing her pupils to constrict suddenly. In her mind, a spark of inspiration ignited. Chapter 228. Discharged. Indeed, there is a cursed mark on your arm, likely left by the enemy. Tsunade adjusted her glasses and, retrieving a document from her pocket, began to analyze softly. Huayin stood in a daze, fixated on the horrifying curse mark emblazoned on her pale arm, identical to that of the original Vortex Boruto. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she had clashed with Cicien, a myriad of details resurfacing in her mind. Suddenly, The girl recalled something. Her pupils constricting in alarm. Could it have been at that moment? Hana murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. She recalled how Chisen had once grasped her arm, a gesture she had dismissed at the time, even employing a reversal technique for healing. Little did she realize that from that moment, Chisen had inscribed a curse upon her. It was no wonder that Chisen had regarded her with a triumphant smile. How do you feel now? Tsunade asked with concern. I'm fine, Hana replied, shaking her head. Her expression intricate. I will take my leave then. Contact me if anything arises, Tsunade said before departing from the hospital. Itachi looked at Hana with worry. Is this curse removable? I'm uncertain, but it should not pose a significant issue, she responded. Hanaeon forced a faint smile. The kind-hearted Sien had already been vanquished by me. Could it be that he would possess me as well? Such a notion was evidently impossible. I surmised that this curse was merely intended to intimidate me. With this thought, a chuckle threatened to escape Hanaeon's lips. Suddenly, a curiosity struck her, and she inquired of the gathering. How long have I been asleep? You have been slumbering for 3 days. Mikoto approached, gazing at her with concern. 3 days? Huayin was taken aback, her gaze fixed on the overcast sky outside, her expression grave. Indeed, you cannot fathom the extent of Itachi's concern for you, Kakashi teased, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Itachi's face flushed with embarrassment. Jiraiya interjected, breaking the tension. Now is not the time for such discussions. Huayin, what kind of adversary did you encounter that day? The group looked at Huayin with worry as she took a deep breath and replied, I encountered someone from the Otsutsuki clan. Is that the one you mentioned to us earlier? Shursui inquired anxiously. Yes, Huayin nodded. The group exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Shursui pressed on. How formidable is he? Very strong. Huayin patted his chest and sighed deeply. I had to engage in a prolonged battle with him before finally overcoming him. Although he had placed this curse mark upon me, he is now deceased, so it should not pose a significant issue. Kakashi cradled his chin, lost in contemplation. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by, marking the day of Huayin's discharge from the hospital. Itachi supported Huayin, his face etched with concern as he inquired, Do you feel any better now? Itachi, I am already well. There is no need to worry so much. Hana turned her head away with a haughty demeanor, letting out a cold huff. Although her complexion still bore a hint of weakness and pallor, her condition had improved significantly compared to before. It was impossible for Itachi to suppress a smile at the sight of her familiar tsundere expression. What are you laughing at? Hana gazed at Itachi's expression and inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Seeing that you have not sustained any injuries brings me peace. Itachi gently patted his chest, his tone tender. Humph, all you do is speak sweet nothings. Hana emitted a haughty hum, yet her heart brimmed with delight. After all, Itachi's concern was profoundly sincere. What plans do you have after your discharge? Itachi inquired, gazing curiously at the girl before him. I'm not quite sure yet, Hana replied, her delicate brows knitting together as she pouted slightly. Then, is there anything you'd like to eat? Itachi asked, feeling a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead at his wife's demeanor. I don't really want anything, Hana continued to shake her head, dismissing Itachi's inquiry. As they walked side by side, Itachi posed questions intermittently, yet each was met with Hana's polite refusal. After a brief silence, Itachi abruptly halted, looking earnestly at Hana. Hana, I sense that something weighs on your mind. Could you share it with me? Perhaps I could help lighten your burden. Stop overthinking. I truly have no hidden worries. She reassured him. Hana gazed into Itachi Uchiha's eyes, which were filled with concern, and a warm current surged within her heart. After a moment, she spoke slowly. Is that so? Itachi's words carried a hint of hesitation, as if he wished to articulate something further, yet swallowed his thoughts. Ah, these two young lovers. What trivial matter has sparked yet another quarrel? Just as they fell into silence, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness, a familiar and casual voice shattered the stillness. In unison, they turned their gazes toward Kakashi, who stood a short distance away. Upon noticing their simultaneous attention, Kakashi gently raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, a tender smile gracing his features. Kakashi-senpai, one of them remarked, despite your age, you remain a single man. Hana, unfazed by Kakashi's jest, retorted instinctively, well, about that. We can discuss it gradually later. Ahem, as long as you're all right, you truly scared me. Kakashi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. And then he looked at Hana with a hint of flustered uncertainty. Oh, so is there something special that brings you to us this time? Hana raised her head, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Can I simply come to chat with you for no particular reason? Kakashi, upon hearing Hana's words, couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. Well, upon further reflection, it seems I might have indeed been overthinking things. Hana rested her chin on her hand, pondering briefly before speaking softly. So, are there other enemies to contend with? Kakashi took a deep breath, his expression growing exceedingly grave as he fixed his gaze intently upon Hana. Indeed. Though I cannot ascertain the precise moment of their emergence, at least for the foreseeable future, Konoha should remain safe. Hana exhaled deeply, her voice tinged with complexity. That is good, Kakashi remarked, slipping his hands into his pockets, his gaze softening slightly. A gentle breeze swept in from afar, caressing the strands of hair belonging to the trio. Itachi stood beside Hana, silently observing the scene, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Throughout the week, Hana had appeared somewhat distracted, as if concealing something from him. Although Itachi could not pinpoint precisely what felt amiss, he sensed an inexplicable distance between Hana and the others. Perhaps, he thought to himself, this is merely my overthinking. All right, to celebrate Hana's discharge, Teacher Minato has reserved a private room at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Let us go and revel in the festivities. Kakashi suddenly chuckled, shattering the weighty atmosphere. Splendid. Itachi-kun, let us hasten our departure. Hana's excitement was palpable as she tugged at Itachi's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Very well, let us not keep everyone waiting. Let us depart swiftly. A gentle smile graced Itachi's lips as he followed closely behind Hana, both of them moving forward together. These past few days I have been unwell with a cold. Everyone must take care of their health and dress warmly. It is truly disheartening. He was dismissed by the factory owner due to frequent fevers and colds. I humbly request your support. Thank you all. Chapter 229. Could you assist me in reviving Kushina? The three of them strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha. Kakashi had his hands casually tucked in his pockets, leading the way with an air of nonchalance. Hana's heart was laden with worries, her delicate brows occasionally furrowing, and her steps seemed somewhat heavy. Meanwhile, Yao gazed at Hana with deep concern, hesitating to speak, his eyes brimming with care. Before long, the three of them found themselves naturally arriving at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. This is the place. Let us hurry inside, Kakashi said, turning back to the two with a gentle invitation. Hana gently nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Kakashi swiftly communicated with the front desk attendant. The attendant respectfully guided the trio to an elegant private room before quietly departing. This is the place. Please enter, my friends. Thank you for your assistance. Kakashi replied with a smile as he pushed open the door, which immediately revealed a chorus of laughter and merriment. Jiraiya's exaggerated laughter resonated particularly loudly, while Obito applauded enthusiastically, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere. The group gathered around the table, indulging in delectable dishes, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Ah, you two have finally arrived, Minato remarked, catching sight of Jiraiya's amusing antics, and then turned his gaze towards Hana and Itachi. The pair exchanged no words and proceeded directly into the private room. Hana sat beside Fugaku, while Makoto tenderly served her food, her eyes brimming with affection. Itachi, seated next to Sasuke, was entirely absorbed in Hana, his gaze fixated on her every movement. Noticing this, Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve with discontent, haughtily exclaiming, "Brother, I want that too. You're old enough to serve yourself. Why rely on others?" Itachi shot Sasuke a cold glare, then turned his attention back to Hana, his expression softening instantaneously. Sasuke, bewildered, watched Itachi's rapid change of demeanor, feeling an unjust pang of grievance. Naruto, observing the scene, sighed softly and rose to serve food into Sasuke's bowl, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea. I simply cannot stand to see someone in distress." "You're such a nuisance," Sasuke retorted, crossing his arms and snorting dismissively. Yet a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, secretly pleased. Minato, watching the interaction among the children, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He pondered silently, I must ask Hana for assistance in reviving Kushina someday. It had been years since he last saw Kushina, and he missed her dearly, though he worried that such an endeavor might trouble Hana. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, filled with laughter and engaging conversations. Hana raised her cup and approached Jiraiya, exclaiming, "Master Jiraiya, I wish to partake in the wine as well." Jiraiya arched an eyebrow, teasingly gazing at Hana. At such a tender age, do you truly comprehend the essence of alcohol? Nevertheless, his hands remained steady as he swiftly filled Hana's cup to the brim. Huayin unhesitatingly lifted the cup and drank it in one go, exuding a bold and carefree spirit. This is not difficult at all. Huayin let out a light hiccup, her cheeks slightly flushed, and with a smile, she spoke. The onlookers gazed at her adorable demeanor, their eyes brimming with tenderness and affection, which soon erupted into hearty laughter. The meal concluded swiftly, and one by one, the guests began to depart. Huayin, may I ask a favor of you? Mizumoto earnestly called out to the girl who was about to leave. What is it? Uncle Mizumoto? Hanayo curiously gazed at the serious demeanor of Minato. How about we find a quieter place to talk? He suggested, casting a glance at the bustling crowd around them. That sounds wonderful, Hanayo replied with a smile. Subsequently, Minato swiftly led the young girl away from their original spot. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery became a blur. One moment they were in the lively hotel, and the next, they found themselves in the serene mountains behind the Uchiha clan. The moon hung high in the sky, radiant and bright, while the occasional chirping of cicadas filled the air, and the gentle evening breeze caressed them. Huayin couldn't help but shiver slightly, a hint of chill enveloping her. I apologize for abruptly bringing you here. It is because Shuaimin observed Huayin's actions, his eyes brimming with remorse. Uncle Shuaimin, what is it that troubles you? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Hana gently patted her chest, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Minato Namikaze before her. So it's about Kushina, isn't it? Ah, I see now. You wish for me to resurrect Uzumaki Kushina, correct? Huayin arched her brows slightly, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. After all, it had been quite some time, and Shuaimin had yet to approach her with such a request. Hana previously believed that Mizumoto had forgotten about her. It seems she had overthought the matter. Perhaps Mizumoto refrained from speaking up to avoid troubling her. Really? Is that true? Thank you so much. Mizumoto gazed at Hana with profound gratitude, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Of course, that is entirely agreeable. Hana nodded obediently and then began to scrutinize Mizukato intently. What is it? Mizukato inquired curiously, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Uncle Mizukato, do you possess any relics from Aunt Kushina's life? Perhaps something like a lock of her hair? Konoha gazed expectantly at Minato before her. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Minato's disheveled locks to dance lightly in the wind. Oh, yes, I have it at home. Let me find it when I return, he remarked, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, Minato reappeared in a hurried manner. Is this suitable? He inquired, cautiously presenting a single strand of crimson hair. This cherished lock had been preserved by him, a poignant reminder of the day Kushina was abducted by the Jonin of the hidden cloud village. A memory that remained vivid in Minato's mind. Very well, this will suffice. Hana accepted the crimson locks handed to her by Mizumori, meticulously placing them into a transparent bag. All right, Teacher Mizumori, could you kindly take me over to Obito's side? Hana spoke softly, no problem. Minato nodded anxiously. Soon, he hurriedly led Hana to Obito's side. Sensei Minato, are you planning to resurrect Sister Kushina? Obito exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Minato. Well, Minato rubbed the back of his head, a sheen of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. What are you waiting for? Act quickly, Obito urged, his tone filled with urgency. All right, enough noise. I need to prepare another scarf. Hana gently stifled a yawn before wrapping a soft scarf snugly around her neck. Don't you all feel cold? At this moment, the young girl's cheeks were flushed, and the heavy scarf added an extra touch of charm to her appearance. I'm quite all right, Mizumoto replied with a subtle smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Let us set off promptly, Mizumoto. The gentle whisper of the flowers murmured. Please transport us along with Obito to the hidden mist village. Certainly. No problem. Minato hastily approached, placing his hands lightly upon the shoulders of the two. Whoosh. In an instant, three figures vanished from sight, leaving behind only faint remnants of their presence. Chapter 230, Kushina Uzumaki. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, the three gazed in disbelief at Orochimaru, their faces etched with astonishment. Through a series of outrageous maneuvers, Orochimaru swiftly completed the impure world reincarnation. Thus, Kushina Uzumaki was resurrected. Is this truly resurrection? Minato murmured, a hint of incredulity lacing his voice. He had braced himself for an unimaginable cost, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Kushina, what brings you here? Kushina Uzumaki scanned her surroundings, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. Soon after, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the young girl before her. Unable to look away. You are. Kushina observed the girl, an involuntary surge of warmth and familiarity swelling within her. This girl was simply adorable. Among young girls, a wondrous bond and understanding often blossom swiftly. I am. As Huayin was about to introduce herself, she was abruptly enveloped in the warm embrace of Kushina. Minato-kun, who is this adorable young lady? What is her name? Could she be Mikoto's daughter? Kushina inquired delightedly, gently nuzzling her cheek against Huayin's. Minato couldn't help but chuckle at his wife's exuberance. Big sister Kushina. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted their moment. Obito? What brings you here? Kushina expressed her surprise at Obito's arrival, unaware that he was the one who instigated the Nine-Tails chaos. Well, let's discuss this elsewhere, Obito stammered, scratching the back of his head. Thank you so much, Orochimaru-senpai. Before departing, Minato bowed deeply to Orochimaru, conveying his heartfelt gratitude. In an instant, everyone vanished from their location, utilizing Minato's flying thunder god technique. The scene rapidly transformed from a pitch-black cavern, illuminated only by flickering candlelight, into a cozy and inviting living room. This abrupt change left Huayin feeling momentarily dizzy. But she quickly regained her composure. Such was the side effect of the flying thunder god technique. When the distance of teleportation was great, it briefly disoriented the user. It must be said, those who could master this technique were undoubtedly gifted. Have you all returned? Jiraiya, busy tidying the living room, glanced at the group and casually asked. However, upon recognizing Kushina, the broom he held clattered to the floor as he stiffly turned to her. Kushina? How have you been resurrected? Is something wrong? Am I not allowed to come back? Kushina questioned, lightly tapping her cheek with her finger, her expression one of genuine confusion. Oh, haha, it's nothing at all. I'll just continue cleaning. Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head before hastily resuming his chores. It's certainly a rare sight to see you cleaning. And Huayin-chan, come here so your aunt can have a good look at you. By the way, Minato, where is Naruto? Kushina turned her gentle gaze towards Huayin, then suddenly shifted her attention to Minato, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Naruto should still be asleep, Minato replied softly, glancing at the clock in the living room. I see, Kushina said, lightly patting her chest, her expression becoming complex. I wonder how Naruto has been during the years I was away. Minato, observing his wife's demeanor, felt a mix of emotions swirling within him. Momentarily unsure of how to respond, he was aware that Naruto had endured an exceptionally painful period. Prior to meeting Huayin, he had been a target of scorn, much like a rat scurrying through the streets. Fortunately, this kind-hearted young girl had come to his rescue. Minato gazed at Huayin with deep gratitude. Hana felt a tinge of shyness as she lowered her head, her demeanor appearing exceptionally charming and endearing. With a soft click, the door upstairs gradually creaked open, revealing Naruto, who emerged with sleepy eyes, still caught in the haze of slumber. You all, he murmured, seemingly not entirely awake. In the next moment, Naruto was taken aback, for upon catching sight of Kushina, an indescribable warmth surged within him, a sensation so potent it rendered him momentarily dazed. Naruto. Kushina's voice trembled, her pupils dilating in shock, as a single crystalline tear silently slipped from the corner of her eye, glistening with a myriad of emotions. This feeling was utterly extraordinary, despite years of separation and the subtle unfamiliarity of each other's features, amidst the vast sea of humanity. They seemed able to recognize one another instantly. The profound connection, deeply etched within their souls, rendered their existence inseparable. Observing the gaze shared between these two, Hanayan, Minato, and Obito exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly opting to depart. As dusk descended, a biting cold wind ravaged the streets of Konoha. Despite the late hour, the streetlights continued to emit a gentle glow. The trio silently traversed the desolate alleys. Hanayan, I am truly grateful to you. Minato's voice shattered the surrounding stillness. It is nothing of great significance, merely a small act of kindness, she replied. Hana exhaled a gentle breath, speaking nonchalantly. Minato smiled softly, as the distant cold wind swept through, further disheveling his already tousled hair. Beside them, Obito stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing into the distance with profound contemplation, before letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. What makes you laugh, Obito? Hana inquired, turning her head with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely reminded of how foolish I once was, deceived by that scoundrel Madara, which ultimately led to the misfortunes of Master Minato and Sister Kushina. Obito's eyes dulled with sorrow, his heart heavy with regret. Deep within, he yearned for a chance to turn back time, more than anyone else, to avoid the irrevocable mistakes he had made. Yet, time flows inexorably forward, and no remedy exists for his remorse. Why have both of you become so melancholic? Huayin casually placed her hands in her pockets and cast a glance at Sui Min and Obito beside her, her face betraying a sense of helplessness. All right, Obito. Since the matter has already transpired, there's no need to dwell on it any longer. Later, make sure to properly explain things to Sister Kushina. The gentle sound of petals shivered softly as she raised her gaze to the tear-streaked visage of Dato, her tone imbued with tenderness. Dato took a deep breath, slowly nodding in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, they had all been resurrected. It was time to return. After all, so much time had elapsed. Minato smiled, his eyes radiating warmth. Very well then, let us depart. The gentle sound of flowers tugged at the hem of Watergate's garment, a smile gracing her face. Beside her, Obito extended his hand, resting it on Watergate's shoulder. In an instant, the scene began to blur, and the once frigid street transformed abruptly, enveloping everyone in a cozy living room. Outside, the biting wind continued to howl fiercely against the curtains. Hana swiftly approached and firmly shut the window. "Oh, have you three returned?" Kushina spoke softly, comforting the Naruto in her arms, her gaze turning in surprise towards the trio who had just come home. "Big Sister Kushina, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you," Obito said, scratching the back of his head, a hint of remorse evident in his demeanor as he stepped closer. "What is it?" Kushina inquired, her brow furrowed, a wave of uncertainty washing over her. For reasons unknown, she sensed that something was amiss, and a profound unease began to swell within her heart. Chapter 231. Hinata, this elder sister is truly beautiful. So, the chaos of the Nine Tails was instigated by you? Kushina's expression tightened as she regarded Obito with a complex gaze. Despite her favorable feelings towards him, disappointment was difficult to conceal. "Yes, I am deeply sorry," Obito bowed his head sincerely. "I understand." He had anticipated a stern reprimand from Kushina, yet to his astonishment, she forgave him. Obito's pupils dilated in surprise. Before he could fully process her response, Kushina stood and gently embraced him. "You must have had a challenging journey," she said, rising on her toes to hold him tightly, her voice a soothing whisper. Obito's voice trembled. "It's all right. What is past can be slowly mended." Kushina continued to offer her gentle reassurance. Obito sobbed softly, his body quaking slightly. Meanwhile, Minato and Hana watched the scene unfold with tender expressions. As for Naruto, he lay quietly on the sofa, peacefully asleep, a smile gracing his lips as he dreamed of joyful moments. The bright moonlight cascaded through the window, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Before long, the sun would take over the moon's watch. With a soft click, Hana gently opened the door. She stifled a yawn and, as was her routine, walked into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Today the security department still has tasks to attend to. Hana suddenly recalled something, her pupils contracting in surprise. She swiftly made her way to the living room, finished her breakfast, and changed her shoes before stepping out of the house. As for Itachi Uchiha, he had risen early to attend to family matters. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its rays upon the young girl and elongating her shadow, resembling a beautiful painting. "Good morning, Captain Tetsuhebe." On the road, Huayin encountered Uchiha Tetsuhebe and greeted him amicably. "Good morning," she said. Tetsuhebe responded with a gentle smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huayin made her way to the guard department, where she received her assignment for the day, to maintain order in the eastern sector, Zone C, of Konoha. Huayin gazed at the title on the task list, murmuring softly to herself. "It seems rather distant. It appears that she will not be able to return home for lunch." Hana furrowed her brows slightly, revealing her discontent. Soon, the young girl departed from the security department. It must be acknowledged that the Hidden Leaf Village is indeed vast. As Hana ambled along the path, her steps were leisurely. Along the way, she occasionally glimpsed diligent villagers at work, accompanied by the cheerful sounds of children at play. Considering the time, it seemed that winter break was just around the corner. She wondered if the schedule for the Ninja Academy's holidays mirrored that of her previous life. Before long, Hana arrived at her destination. "Look, it's that monster again," a child suddenly exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the soft and delicate Hinata Hyuga, their tone laced with icy mockery. "Why are your eyes so pale? It's truly frightening. Could you actually be a monster?" Another child chimed in, their gaze betraying fear. In the snow, several children laughed as they scooped up snowflakes and hurled them at Hinata. She stumbled a few steps, her body teetering precariously as she nearly fell to the ground. From a distance, Hana's sharp eyes caught sight of this distressing scene. She quickly scanned her surroundings, only to realize that Naruto was conspicuously absent. Trouble. A sense of dread washed over her. It appeared that her presence had altered the original timeline. In the original narrative, it was Naruto who had come to Hinata's rescue in her moment of peril. However, due to her intervention, Naruto had yet to appear, resulting in Hinata enduring the torment of these unruly children up until this moment. Hey, you lot, don't go too far. With an indignant resolve, Huayin rushed forward, her voice resounding in a fierce reprimand. What business is it of yours? One particularly unsightly boy, upon lifting his gaze, found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood an imposing older sister, adorned in the formidable attire of the Guard Corps. Though undeniably beautiful and charming, there was no mistaking her as a formidable member of the Uchiha clan. Why yes, it's someone from the Guard Corps. The frightened boy shouted in terror. Everyone, run. The other children, gripped by fear, scattered in disarray. Huayin gazed at the retreating figures of the mischievous children with a look of exasperation. She understood that unless she imparted a lesson, they would undoubtedly repeat their antics in the future. Thus, a thought sparked in her mind, and she vanished from her spot in an instant. When she reappeared, she stood resolutely in front of the very path the children were dashing towards. The technique of Nai Luo was invoked. With a soft yet commanding utterance, Huayin cast a rudimentary illusion upon the children. In an instant, they appeared entranced, frozen in place, their eyes betraying an abyss of profound fear. Tears began to trickle from the corners of their eyes, as if they were confronted with the most harrowing visions of their innermost fears. The technique known as Nai Luo allowed this simplistic illusion to compel individuals to face their deepest anxieties. It was evident that these mischievous children were now witnessing vivid images of their parents' stern punishments. Hannah glanced at the time and decided to dispel the illusion. In an instant, the mischievous children regained their senses, bursting into tears before scattering in all directions. Observing this scene, Hannah let out a sigh of relief and turned to make her way towards Hinata, who stood alone in the snowy expanse. She understood that at this moment, Hinata was in dire need of her comfort. "Big sister, it's you again," Hinata said, cradling her head in her hands as she slowly rose to her feet. Her body was marred with wounds, evidently inflicted by the stones thrown by the unruly children. Hannah gazed at Hinata with concern, swiftly employing a healing technique to alleviate her suffering. "Do you feel any better now?" Huayin wore a gentle smile and softly inquired. Thank you, elder sister." Hinata looked up at Huayin, her voice as delicate as a whisper, yet brimming with gratitude. "You're welcome. If they dare to bully you again, just call for me, and I shall ensure they receive their due retribution." Hannah gently crouched down and caressed Hinata's head, speaking tenderly. All right." Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly. The older sister before her was truly beautiful. I am at a loss for how to continue writing. Chapter 232, Hinata. How is it? The flavor is quite delightful, isn't it? Hannah sat beside Hinata, her expression radiating tenderness as she gazed upon the petite figure before her. Hinata, with a soft nod, acknowledged her presence. Just a few hours prior, Hinata had been filled with anticipation at the prospect of patrolling the village of Konoha alongside Hannah. Hannah, upon hearing Hinata's request, did not hesitate in the slightest. After all, she too had been in need of a companion throughout this journey. Following the conclusion of their patrol, Hannah decided to invite Hinata to join her for lunch. To return to the matter at hand, at this moment, Hannah was gently gazing at the little girl in front of her, who was slurping her noodles. Is she not yet satiated? Hannah observed Hinata's slightly hesitant expression after she finished her noodles and gently inquired. Hinata shyly nodded once more, resembling a budding flower on the verge of blooming. "Uncle Irika." Huayin turned to gaze at the middle-aged man still bustling about in the shop, his face adorned with a warm and welcoming smile. "Ah, it's you. Huayin, what brings you here?" Uncle Ilu inquired, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, his expression radiating kindness. "Please, could you serve us another bowl?" Huayin retrieved several crisp banknotes from her bosom and handed them to Uncle Ilu. "Very well," he replied, accepting the notes and promptly instructing his daughter to fetch some change while he immersed himself in the bustling activities of the kitchen. "Please keep this, it is your change." The kind daughter gently presented the coins. "Thank you," Huayin expressed her gratitude. Hannah accepted the coins and carefully placed them into her pocket. Regarding Uncle Yao's daughter, her beauty is indeed remarkable, yet Hannah momentarily found herself unable to recall her name. It must be said that dining at this Yao ramen shop offers a truly delightful experience. With service of such impeccable quality, Hanyo unhesitatingly bestowed a perfect score. "Thank you, sister." Beside her, Hinata gently tugged at Hanyo's sleeve, her voice as soft and faint as that of a mosquito. "There is no need for such courtesy," Hannah gently responded, extending her delicate hand to tenderly caress Hinata's soft hair. A profound affection filled her heart for the young girl. However, at this moment, a perplexing issue plagued Hannah's mind. Her arrival seemed to have triggered subtle alterations in the flow of time. According to the original narrative, Naruto should have long since come to Hinata's rescue. Yet now, due to the butterfly effect instigated by her presence, there was little interaction between Naruto and Hinata. Consequently, their bond could hardly be expected to flourish. Might this lead to the eventual disappearance of Boruto's story? No, absolutely not. Should that occur, her unique advantage as a time traveler would be utterly lost. It appears she must devise a way to foster a connection between these two individuals. Hinata, would you like to make a new friend? Huayin leaned closer to the bashful little girl before her, teasingly inquiring, would you care to accompany me to my home for some playtime? Hinata nodded eagerly. Resembling a chick pecking at grains, a sight both endearing and charming, Hana gazed upon Hinata, her heart tinged with a hint of hesitation. To be honest, she was uncertain whether Hinata could venture into the territory of the Uchiha clan. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Hyuga family, and logically, she ought not to wander outside so freely. It was likely that Hinata had secretly slipped away from her family this time. Yet, to Hana's surprise, Hinata displayed no signs of protest. Instead, she nodded obediently. Observing the sweet and adorable little girl before her, Hana's worries dissipated like mist. Soon, the moments after their meal vanished in the blink of an eye. With a hint of reluctance, Huan once again produced several crisp banknotes and handed them to Uncle Yao. Gazing at the towering stack of dining bowls on the table, the corners of Huayin's eyes involuntarily twitched. I'm sorry, Sister Huayin, Hinata murmured, her head bowing even lower as she held Huayin's small hand. It's nothing. I truly do not mind these matters. Hana gently patted her chest, feigning nonchalance as she spoke. I will definitely return it to you in the future. Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes as clear as water, and softly replied, let us return home for now. Hana chose to disregard Hinata's words, instead smiling as she spoke. In truth, Hana was not lacking in financial resources, after all. She was the esteemed wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Her decision to work at the security division was merely an endeavor to refine her will and experience the life of an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was but a slight brush with hardship. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its warm rays upon the two young women, elongating their shadows into an exquisite tableau. The gentle sound of laughter accompanied Huayin as she held Hinata's hand, their journey filled with mirth. Hinata, possessing a congenial disposition, appeared slightly introverted and shy. Suddenly, Huayin recalled something and turned to the petite girl beside her. What is it? Hinata tilted her head, gazing at Huayin with curiosity. What do you think of Naruto? Huayin inquired, the image of Naruto flashing through her mind, her tone laced with intrigue. Naruto-kun, you say? Hinata looked up at the sky. Her lips slightly parted as she pondered, then pressed them together. I think he comes off as a bit aloof. Oh? Huayin raised an eyebrow, observing Hinata's demeanor. Why do you say that? Is Naruto not handsome? She continued to probe. Well, he is indeed quite handsome. Hinata nodded after a brief contemplation, her expression serene and unruffled. Unlike in the original narrative, she did not blush at the mere mention of Naruto's name. Upon witnessing this, Huayin felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead. Oh no, it seemed she had disrupted the original storyline. If Hinata were not fond of Naruto, then Boruto would never come into existence. Without Boruto, how would everyone contend with the Tsutsuki? Was she to rely on herself alone? As the thought briefly flickered through Huayin's mind, she shook her head repeatedly, resembling a rattling drum. What's wrong, Sister Huayin? Hinata looked up, her face a portrait of confusion as she gazed at Huayin. Ahem, it's nothing. Look, we are almost home. Hana pointed towards a magnificent mansion ahead, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Hinata retracted her puzzled expression, her face illuminated with joy as she clasped Hana's hand tightly. For some reason, whenever she was in the company of this older sister, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, even managing to forget the complex affairs of her clan. No one dared to trouble her anymore. With a decisive click, the door swung open as Hana pushed it aside. She retrieved the key from the door and placed it into her pocket, then entered the house alongside Hinata. At the entrance, a pair of shoes awaited their change. Hinata slipped off her shoes, revealing her delicate, rounded feet adorned with layers of white stockings. She gently slid her feet into the shoes. Chapter 233, Naruto and Hinata. Their essay sparked between them. Ah, you're back? Makoto exclaimed, engrossed in preparing lunch, her surprise evident upon spotting Hana. Isn't this the little girl from the Hyuga family? Makoto gazed curiously at Hinata, her intrigue palpable. Hello, big sister, Hinata greeted Makoto politely, her voice sweet and melodious. Indeed. What a charming little one you are, Makoto remarked, squatting down to tenderly stroke Hinata's head. Hana watched this scene with a warm smile, her heart brimming with affection. It must be said that Hinata's emotional intelligence far surpassed that of Kakashi. The tender moment transported Hana back in time, recalling Kakashi's first visit to the Uchiha clan. When he affectionately referred to Mikoto as Andy, the memory brought a smile to her lips, reminiscent of blooming flowers. "Have you eaten lunch yet?" Mikoto asked gently, her gaze softening as she looked at Hana, her tone laced with endearment. "I've already eaten. Is Itachi still busy?" Hana turned to Mikoto, inquiring with curiosity. "Indeed. That child is truly a workaholic, tirelessly engaged from morning until now." Mikoto furrowed her brows, her tone imbued with concern. "Is that so?" Hana couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. It appears that Itachi is indeed an undeniable workaholic. "By the way, mother, is Naruto at home?" Hana suddenly recalled the purpose of her return and hastily inquired. He was currently on the back mountain. What was the matter? Mikoto, with a puzzled expression, responded with a question. "Oh, I need to find Naruto regarding a matter. Hinata, let us depart." Hana gently turned her gaze towards Hinata, greeting her softly. Hinata, obedient and charming, followed closely behind. After both young ladies changed their shoes, they opened a door and thoughtfully took an umbrella with them. After all, the sun in the sky was exceedingly scorching, and one could easily suffer from sunburn if not cautious. The sunlight cascaded upon the two girls, elongating their shadows with each step. Before long, they arrived at the South-He shrine located in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. In a short span of time, they spotted Naruto in the distance, diligently hammering away at a wooden stake. Standing beside him, offering guidance, was none other than Obito. Oh, why was Obito always so inseparably close to Naruto? Hana's brows gently furrowed. She harbored little animosity towards Obito, yet the frequency of their encounters left her somewhat taken aback. "Naruto-kun, you are still diligently training, I see?" Hanin gently held Hinata's delicate hand as she approached, her voice imbued with tenderness. Hanin, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Naruto paused his actions, taking a towel to softly wipe away the cold sweat from his brow. At that moment, he appeared robust and vigorous, a stark contrast to the frail figure depicted in the original narrative. His handsome visage was complemented by disheveled long hair that gracefully fell to his ears, reminiscent of the striking features attributed to him in the source material. "What? Am I not allowed to express my concern for you?" Hana curled her lips in feigned dissatisfaction, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. "That is not what I meant." Upon witnessing this, Naruto found himself at a loss, his hands flailing in a state of confusion. All right then, I was just teasing you. No need to be so anxious." Huayin covered her mouth and let out a light, melodious laugh, her laughter ringing clear and delightful. Then, with a playful gesture, she extended her finger and gently tapped Naruto on the head. "Do you know who this is?" Hanabi gently pulled Hinata, who was hiding behind her, into view, her voice imbued with tenderness. "Is that Hinata?" Naruto exclaimed, momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The image of Hinata began to crystallize in his mind, memories from their childhood flooding back. Unlike others, she did not regard him with disdain, but instead gazed at him quietly, a rare warmth in the village. In his younger days, Naruto had felt immense joy due to Hinata's presence. He had finally found someone who did not recoil from him and wished to approach her to play. But Hinata always seemed to shy away, leaving him perplexed. "Hello, Naruto-kun, I am Hinata," she said, bowing politely before him. Although her face bore little expression, her eyes revealed a hint of shyness. "Ah, no need to be so formal. I know you, Hyuga Hinata. It's a pleasure to meet you." Naruto replied with a smile. Hinata tilted her head, curiously examining Naruto, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Is something wrong?" Naruto scratched his cheek. His face flushed as he turned away, unable to meet her gaze. Nothing at all." Hinata smiled softly, her eyes brimming with kindness. For reasons unknown, she always harbored an inexplicable fondness for Naruto, a sentiment she could not quite articulate. Nearby, Hanabi observed the scene, her pupils involuntarily narrowing as a knowing smile graced her face. It seemed that there was indeed something blossoming between the two. Obito noticed Hanabi's meaningful expression, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Indeed, Kakashi was right. Women appear to possess an innate fascination for gossip. "All right, you two enjoy yourselves here. I shall take my leave," he said. Huayin smiled gently, her voice soft and melodious. After speaking, she turned to leave. Sister Huayin, where are you headed?" Hinata inquired, a glimmer of curiosity shining in her eyes as she could not help but ask. "I have a few matters to attend to. You all may enjoy yourselves here," she replied. "Obito, would you be so kind as to accompany me?" Hana gently crouched down, tenderly stroking Hinata's hair, then turned to wink at Obito. Understanding her cue, Obito nodded slightly. Subsequently, the two hastily departed from the scene, leaving behind only a faint trace of their silhouettes. Hinata and Naruto stood facing each other, momentarily at a loss for words. How should I address you? Naruto scratched his head, a shy smile creeping onto his face. You may simply call me Hinata, Naruto-kun, she replied with a sweet smile, her voice soft and melodious. At the Uchiha clan residence, several members of the Hyuga clan exchanged glances as they listened to Hana's explanation. So, you brought our young lady to the back mountain for this purpose? They inquired. Is there anything amiss? Hana tilted her head in curiosity and inquired. There was nothing inappropriate about finding a companion for the young lady. Upon hearing this, Hinata's lips twitched slightly. To speak frankly, this situation was quite absurd. The heiress of the Hyuga clan had inexplicably vanished. The clan leader, in a state of urgency, dispatched them to search for her. After some inquiries, they discovered that the young lady had gone to the Uchiha clan's back mountain to frolic with others. Truly at a loss for words, my mindset has crumbled. The new book has once again fallen into obscurity. Chapter 234. Sasuke, you must stop staying up late. Hinata hesitated, caught between words. What is the matter, Uncle Din? Huayin gazed curiously at the person before her, her eyes shimmering with an inquisitive light. It's nothing. But if the young lady is safe and sound, then we can all breathe a little easier, Hinata Takuma remarked with a feigned ease, though a hint of concern flickered in his gaze. Rest assured, Hinata is with the Uchiha clan. She will undoubtedly be safe. Huayin spoke with unwavering resolve, a confident smile illuminating her face. Upon hearing her words, Dejin nodded slightly and replied, Very well, I shall take my leave for now. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, then turned with his subordinates, their figures gradually fading from sight. Huayin stood alone, watching the crowd drift away, a twinge of solitude stirring within her heart. Sighing softly, she felt a flicker of confusion in her gaze. With her work now completed and Yukun still occupied in the clan's territory, returning home alone seemed exceedingly dull, leaving her uncertain of whom to spend her time with. Perhaps it would be best to wander aimlessly for a while. Huayin retracted her thoughts and resolved to stroll through the streets of Konoha village, savoring this fleeting moment of freedom. In recent days, she had either been consumed by work or confined to her home, scarcely taking the time to appreciate the beauty of Konoha village. At that moment, the sun in the sky was gradually descending, having lost the vigor of the morning, yet gaining the gentle and resplendent hues of the evening glow. Hana strolled leisurely through the streets of Konohagakure, her hands nestled in her pockets. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, while a subtle smile graced her lips. The playful tuft atop her head swayed lightly with her steps, adding to her charm. Curious glances from the villagers lined the path as she passed by. Hana responded politely to their gaze, although she may have felt a tinge of discomfort at first. After years of experience, she had long since acclimated to this scrutiny. After a brief stroll around the village of Konoha, Huayin returned to the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan. With a creak, she gently pushed open the somewhat worn door. It seemed she ought to find a moment to have this door repaired. Huayin cast a fleeting glance at the door, silently murmuring to herself. Time flows swiftly like a rushing stream, and in the blink of an eye, winter gives way to spring. The alarm clock beside the bed chimed, but before long, Hana lazily extended her hand to silence the cacophony of the alarm clock. Has a mere slumber transported her to the morning? With great effort, she rose from the bed, rubbing her drowsy eyes. After a brief wash, she made her way to the living room, where she discovered breakfast already laid out on the dining table, golden eggs and soft, fragrant bread. Hana sat beside the dining table, indulging in her bread with great enthusiasm. Her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel, a sight most endearing. At that moment, Sasuke descended from the upper floor, stifling a yawn, his expression weary as he gazed at her. Up so early? Sasuke's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Shouldn't that be a question for me to ask you? I have work to attend to, hence the early rising. Hana gazed at Sasuke's weary demeanor and couldn't help but tease him. Oh, I was sleepless last night. Couldn't catch a wink, he sighed helplessly. Sleepless? Whatever for? Hana inquired with curiosity. Take a guess. Sasuke shot her a sidelong glance, casually grabbing a piece of bread from the dining table and taking a bite. Could it be that you broke up? Hana suddenly recalled something, her face displaying an inquisitive expression. Sasuke's countenance instantly shifted to one of exasperation as he silently glared at her. Last night, I was utterly infuriated by those incompetent teammates while gaming, he grumbled, chewing on his bread with his eyes brimming with indignation. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Hana's delicate brows knit together slightly as she gently advised, You ought to rest early. Otherwise, It may hinder your growth. Her words bore a hint of seriousness. Yet to an outsider, they seemed particularly playful and endearing. That being said, the technological advancements within the ninja world have progressed at an astonishing rate compared to the original narrative. This may be attributed to Hana's influence, which has significantly reduced direct confrontations among the 5 great nations, leading everyone to focus on the development of technology. Although mobile phones have yet to emerge, computers have begun to quietly gain prominence. However, Huayin harbors little interest in these matters. In her previous life, she was never particularly passionate about games, and now she finds herself utterly devoid of enthusiasm. Enough, I do not wish to hear you drone on about those games any longer, for I must prepare to go to work shortly. Hana spoke, extending her palm to gently interrupt Sasuke's words, then sighed softly, a hint of helplessness reflected in her gaze. Very well. Sasuke looked at the girl before him, nodded slightly, and then, bearing the weight of his prominent dark circles, slowly ascended to the 2nd floor. Returning to his room, observing Sasuke's weary figure, Hana couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that all these changes began with her. The plot of the original narrative had undergone a profound transformation, triggering a chain reaction akin to the butterfly effect. This was, indeed, not a promising omen. Under the soft glow of the blossoms, Huayin instinctively lowered her head, fixating on the still prominent curse mark upon her arm. Even after the passage of 2 to 3 years, it remained unabated, mirroring the experiences of Naruto from the original narrative. It is indeed perplexing. I had personally ensured the demise of that wretched Chi-Sien. The sound of flowers whispered to herself, her pupils slightly constricted, her heart brimming with confusion. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged once more from her arm, causing her to clench her teeth tightly, her cherubic face instantly adorned with a fine sheen of cold sweat. Huayin took a deep breath, striving to calm the anguish within her heart. Subsequently, she gently raised her arm, using her sleeve to wipe away the cold sweat from her forehead. For some time now, she had been experiencing excruciating pain in her arm every few weeks. Though she could never comprehend the reason behind it, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Sishin had not truly perished? Was he lurking within her very being? No, this was utterly impossible. Huayin distinctly recalled having repeatedly verified Ci's demise. Yet, why did such uncertainty linger? Huayin, burdened by exhaustion, returned to her room and seated herself before the vanity. The reflection in the mirror revealed a pallid visage, betraying her frailty. Am I truly becoming that wedge? She murmured softly, her pupils shimmering with unease. This is troubling. I must go to work shortly, or I shall be late. Hana glanced at the clock, and her adorable tuft of hair immediately stood upright. I truly find myself at a loss for words. This book has reached over 100 chapters, and it feels as though I have been merely treading water. I am simply writing whatever comes to mind, utterly unsure of how to proceed. I humbly seek your support, hoping for encouragement, and I would greatly appreciate your kind reviews. This book has achieved a score of 8, marking it as the highest-rated work I have ever penned. Chapter 235, A Chance Encounter with Uchiha Izumi. I sincerely apologize, Uncle Tiehua, due to some special circumstances. I inadvertently arrived a little late. Huayin, with a tone tinged with regret, spoke up. Oh, is that so? I already understand that being late once is not a significant issue. Tiehua glanced at the young girl before him, whose face was etched with a sense of grievance, and replied somewhat flustered. It is important to note that she is the young clan leader's wife. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to offend her in the slightest. If he were to inadvertently anger her or cause her to shed tears, how could he possibly maintain his position? Is it truly all right? The girl blinked her large, watery eyes, looking at Tiehua with a naive expression as if seeking reassurance. Yes, it really is no problem. Please settle your salary for this month at the finance department. You have performed exceptionally well, and there will even be a bonus. Tiehua gulped nervously and added hurriedly. A bonus? Upon hearing this, Huayin revealed a hint of surprise on her face. Indeed. Those members of the security department who receive higher ratings are rewarded with a share of profits from the family. Tiehua softly explained, a trace of envy evident in his tone. I see, so that is how it is. Hana suddenly realized and nodded, a knowing smile gracing her face. All right. Let's not dwell on this any longer. This is your task for today, said Tetsuhiko, as he solemnly retrieved a sealed bag from his pocket and presented it to Hana. Hana skillfully accepted the sealed bag and deftly opened it, revealing a document printed in black ink on white paper. The meticulous approach taken during the handover of duties by the security department reflects the Uchiha clan's profound regard for their missions. Very well, then, Uncle Tetsuhebe. I shall take my leave from this place now. Huayin gazed at Taiho before bidding a polite farewell. Yes, no problem. Taiho retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead as he watched the young lady's figure gradually fade into the distance. It was not until Huayin's silhouette had entirely vanished from sight that he exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, Alas, Lady Huayin, it is truly unnecessary for you to experience such a life. The sun, suspended high in the sky, cast a gentle glow upon the young lady, slowly elongating her delicate shadow. Upon receiving an urgent assignment from the security department, Hainan hastily made her way to District C of the eastern part of Konoha. This particular area was exceedingly familiar to her. Hanayan, to speak candidly, Hanayan finds herself quite willing to patrol this place. Here, not only does one encounter the delightful Ichi ramen, but she can also gaze upwards to behold the majestic Hokage rock. Oh, Hanayan sister, what brings you to this area for a leisurely stroll? Just as Hanayan was lost in her thoughts, a soft and melodious voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Is that you, Izumi-chan? Huayin turned her head in delight, gazing at the lively and adorable young girl before her, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. It had been quite some time since they last met, and Uchiha Izumi had blossomed into an even more enchanting young lady. Oh, Sister Huayin, are you still busy with your work? Izumi teased playfully, her big eyes sparkling. Well, what's the matter, little one? Huayin feigned dissatisfaction, pouting slightly as she gazed at Quan, whose height barely reached her chest. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted in a subtle smile. You're only a tad taller than I am, so what's the big deal? Quan, unwilling to concede, also pouted in resignation. All right. I don't have the luxury of time to engage in this banter with you. I still have my patrol to continue. Huayin let out a soft sigh, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. Though this job merely entailed a routine patrol, its essence transformed entirely when linked to remuneration. So when will you finish your shift? Quan inquired with curiosity. I will be liberated by noon, she replied. But why do you ask? Are you interested in joining the security department? Huayin let out a light chuckle, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. She appeared quite relaxed and at ease. Quan softly murmured, a glimmer of yearning flickering in her eyes. If you dare to try, you'll soon discover that it is not as simple as you imagine. Upon hearing these words, Huayin furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her tone laced with a hint of barely concealed irritation. All right, Sister Huan, please do not be upset. I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal at noon as an apology, said Quan, her sweet smile revealing adorable little canine teeth, instantly melting Huayin's heart. Very well. But prior to that, you must refrain from bothering me again. Hanayan, upon receiving Izumi's invitation, ceased her reluctance. Time swiftly flowed by, and before long, it was midday. You must have finished your work by now, correct? Izumi followed closely behind Hanayan, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. After all, this area was still in the development phase, and aside from the personnel from the security department and the Umbu, all other unauthorized individuals were strictly prohibited from entering. Even the Uchiha clan was no exception. Well, it seems there is nothing more to attend to. Let us proceed. Huayin cast a simple glance around. At this moment, the surroundings appeared strikingly desolate, overgrown with weeds, exuding a hint of desolation. A gentle breeze wafted from the distance, producing a soft whispering sound, as if murmuring secrets. As far as the eye could see, the horizon seemed unattainable. Come, let me embrace you and soar. In Hanayan's pupils, the three-tipped shuriken began to spin rapidly, instantly transforming into a delightful cherry blossom pattern. Now, you must hold on tightly, Hanayan said as she embraced Izumi in a princess carry, a bashful expression gracing her face. Rest assured, my sister's strength is truly formidable. The wings behind Huayin gradually unfurled. Subsequently, the two young maidens nestled closely together, with Huayin's flight maintaining a leisurely pace. To accommodate Izumi's feelings, she deliberately slowed down, minimizing the wind resistance from afar. Your ability is quite practical, Izumi remarked, gazing at Huayin with eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, it is. So, what do you think? Aren't you incredibly envious? Huayin playfully remarked, a hint of pride evident in her tone. I'm not envious at all. Though Quan uttered these words, the envy in her eyes was unmistakable. It must be said that the image of the two young girls closely nestled together resembled a captivating and beautiful painting, worthy of admiration. Soon, the pair descended into a narrow alleyway. Why land here? Quan shyly extricated herself from Huayin's embrace. Are you trying to attract the villagers' attention? Huayin gazed helplessly at the little girl before her. It had been several years since they last met, and she couldn't help but perceive Quan as somewhat naive and sweet. It seemed she was right. Quan murmured softly, suddenly enlightened, her expression appearing rather endearing. Chapter 236. The Arrival of the Golden Peach Style in the Ninja World. The two young girls meandered through the winding alleys of Konoha village. Sister Huayin, what would you like to try for lunch? Quan inquired with curiosity, casting her gaze towards Huayin. Huayin delicately touched her cheek with her fingers and then shrugged in resignation. I am indifferent. How about we go to Yao? Quan tentatively inquired, uncertain of Huayin's feelings. Sure, Huayin replied, blinking her eyes, but you're treating. Quan cast a glance at her best friend, feigning exasperation. You, indeed. Sunlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the two of them. Before long, their shadows, in tandem with their steps, entered a quaint establishment. Uncle Yao, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please. Quan whispered as she retrieved her cash. Certainly, coming right up. Uncle Yao responded with a warm smile, accepting the money and passing it to his daughter. She swiftly returned with the change, which Quan took as she and Huayin made their way to a corner seat. What's wrong? You seem a bit down. Quan observed with concern, gazing at Huayin. Oh, it's nothing, Huayin replied, shaking her head as she snapped back to reality. You're not thinking about Itachi-kun, are you? Quan stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Huayin gently tapped Quan's head, exclaiming, how painful. Quan, cradling her head, cast a forlorn glance at Huayin. What are you daydreaming about all day? I am preoccupied with matters of work, Huayin sighed softly. Work? Are you worried about being lazy and getting fired? Quan inquired, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Huayin. It's not that. Huayin replied, a subtle twitch at the corner of her eye. At that moment, the daughter of the noodle shop owner approached, carrying a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen, and gently announced, Ladies, your tonkatsu ramen is ready. Thank you. The two young women responded courteously, gazing at the ramen before her. Huayin picked up a slice of narutomaki and carefully placed it in her mouth. It was slightly hot, but quite delicious. Meanwhile, Quan calmly slurped her noodles. Clearly a regular patron. Don't you find it hot? Huayin asked innocently. Not at all, Quan replied, lifting her bowl to sip the broth, shaking her head. Hannah lowered her gaze to the noodles, lost in contemplation. For reasons unknown, the once beloved Ichiraka ramen now caused her a sense of queasiness. Perhaps it was too oily? She pondered little on the matter, but as she furrowed her brow and consumed the dish, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea and hastily reached for her cup of water to alleviate her discomfort. Hannah, what's wrong? Izumi inquired, her voice laced with concern. It's nothing. I'm just full, Hannah replied, waving her hand dismissively as she took several sips of water. Why have you eaten so little? Izumi observed Hannah with a sudden realization. Hannah, are you on a diet lately? I've been so careless. I shouldn't have let you indulge in such high-calorie food. It's not that, Hannah sighed softly. You go ahead and eat. With that, Izumi took the remaining noodles from Hannah's bowl and brought them before herself. Rubbing her hands together in anticipation, Huayin gazed at Quan, her emotions in turmoil. Recently, she had been experiencing persistent pain in her arms and a sense of nausea when eating. Could it be due to the wedge? She lowered her gaze to the faint blue sigils adorning her delicate, fair arms, lost in contemplation. To be honest, in Huayin's heart, a profound sense of bewilderment lingered, as she found herself utterly powerless to decipher the cursed seal that bound her. Each morning, upon awakening, the sight of the cursed seal would instill a sense of panic within her. After hastily finishing their meal, the two young maidens stepped out of the restaurant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. Holding an umbrella, Huayin strolls gracefully through the rain as droplets cascade from above, dancing upon the canopy with a soft, rhythmic patter akin to a melodious symphony. The young lady traverses the path in serene silence amidst a steady stream of passers-by, their gazes drawn to her, only to be hastily averted. Observing this scene, Huayin merely sighs softly and shakes her head. At times, possessing an extraordinary beauty can be a burden. Venturing outside invariably attracts the attention of countless onlookers. Alas, this is an immutable truth. Reflecting on the passage of time, I realize I have inhabited this world for over a decade, and the timeline has become utterly disordered. The original narrative has faded from existence, leaving me with a singular concern, the Otsutsuki clan. Hannah raised her gaze towards the ominously dense clouds above, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of concern in her eyes. When will the Otsutsuki clan descend upon Earth? The original text seems to suggest that Momoshiki and Kinshiki will be the first to arrive in the shinobi world, followed closely by other members of the Otsutsuki lineage. A thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, shaking the heavens. Above, the clouds swirled ominously, illuminated by flashes of lightning and punctuated by the rumble of thunder, weaving a breathtaking yet foreboding tapestry. Why does the atmosphere today feel so unsettling? Huayin slowly raised her head, gazing at the heart-stirring expanse above, her brow furrowed, and her charming visage laden with concern. Meanwhile, at another location, Jinshi pondered, is this truly the so-called ninja world? It appears remarkably primitive and utterly vulnerable. Tao Shi, clad in a pristine white robe, with hair cascading like a waterfall to his waist, surveyed the surroundings with an expression brimming with disdain. Lord Tao Shi, even so, we must maintain the necessary caution at all times, Jinshi stated respectfully, kneeling on the ground, his gaze devoutly fixed on his lord. This is utterly tedious. Let us expedite the conclusion of this monotonous task, absorb the full strength of the nine-tailed beasts, and then plant the divine tree's fruit. Tao Shi closed his eyes, attuning himself to the chakra fluctuations around him, then abruptly opened them, revealing a chilling glint, his tone suffused with an undeniable resolve. As you command. Jinshi nodded respectfully and then rose to his feet. True to the original narrative, the Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village, Killer Bee, soon fell into their grasp. In an instant, rumors spread across the 5 great nations, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace, and all villages plunged into an unprecedented state of panic. To preempt any misfortune, strict orders were issued across the villages, prohibiting their Jinchuriki from venturing out carelessly, lest they encounter unforeseen dangers. Chapter 237, Huayin vs. Tao Shi. In any case, Naruto, you must exercise utmost caution. Fugaka gazed intently at Uzumaki Naruto, his expression grave, revealing boundless concern. All right, I understand, Uncle Fugaku, Naruto replied, nodding, yet hesitating as if words were lodged in his throat. Do you have any other reservations? Fugaka sighed softly, well aware of Naruto's reticence. Is the enemy truly that formidable? Naruto inquired, a blend of curiosity and apprehension in his eyes. Indeed, the enemy's strength cannot be underestimated, Fugaku affirmed, nodding gravely once more. And what of Sister Huayin? Naruto lifted his gaze toward Fugaku, worry etched upon his face. She has gone to thwart those adversaries, Fugaku replied, his words heavy with the weight of trust in Huayin's abilities. After all, Hana's prowess is now universally acknowledged as unparalleled in the ninja realm, unmatched by any. It seems that only she possesses the strength to contend with those 2 formidable Tsutsuki warriors, offering a glimmer of hope to the ninja world. The scene shifts to an expansive, boundless expanse of parched grassland. The surrounding weeds sway gracefully in the tempest, resembling dancers of nature, while the sky rumbles with thunder and lightning, akin to the fury of divine beings. Amidst this desolate landscape, a young girl clad in a black raincoat, with a razor-sharp blade hanging at her waist, stands silently. She takes a slight breath, her eyes revealing unwavering determination. If all goes as anticipated, the peach style should be nearby. Hana surveyed her surroundings, her gaze sharpening with heightened vigilance and acuity. As anticipated, she discerned from afar a powerful and overwhelming chakra presence emanating from the cave's entrance, akin to a surging tide that instilled a sense of awe. Who could it be? Within the cavern, a deafening roar echoed, swiftly followed by a pink sigh that burst forth like a bolt of lightning. Huayin resolutely unsheathed the dagger at her waist, and in an instant, a flash of cold light illuminated the scene as the pink scythe was effortlessly cleaved in 2, drifting to the ground like withered leaves. Who on earth are you? 2 figures emerged slowly, one tall and one short, reminiscent of their entrance in the original narrative. We are here to take your lives. Huayin, weary of frivolous words, unsheathed her blade and vanished from sight, akin to a streak of black lightning, launching a fierce assault upon her adversary. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed as she severed one of the horns from Jinshi. Damn it! You have actually cut off my horn! Jinshi bellowed, retrieving 2 axes from his bosom, glaring furiously at the young maiden. Meanwhile, Tao Shi, standing silently behind him, observed the scene without any intention to intervene. Jinshi bent his legs and surged towards Huayin with a speed reminiscent of an arrow released from its bow. Upon witnessing this, Huayin did not retreat but instead advanced, gripping the blade tightly as she charged forward. Whoosh! The curtain of rain was scattered and splattered under the slicing of the blade. As the downpour poured relentlessly, 3 mighty swords were simultaneously swung. The domain unfolded, demon-slaying culinary arts. The chilling voice of Huayin pierced the air. In an instant, the ground was violently torn asunder by the profound skeletal gate. Immediately, an onslaught of invisible slashes surged forth like an unrelenting tide towards Jinshi. With fervent determination, Jin Shi wielded his axe, striving to fend off the assault. As the axe clashed against the slashes, producing a deafening cacophony, the floral essence imbues her form with a graceful agility, as she incessantly shifts her position in pursuit of a flaw in Jin's defenses. Amidst the curtain of rain, the two engage in a fierce exchange. A dazzling display of blades and shadows, with the intensity of their battle reaching an extraordinary crescendo. Each clash is accompanied by resplendent sparks and a thunderous roar. With a decisive step, the sound of Huayin's footsteps echoed as she trampled the ground, splattering large puddles of mud. In this moment, she gritted her teeth, valiantly resisting Jin's relentless assault. Jin, too, was far from unscathed. The continuous slashes left him in a disheveled state, with blood oozing from his wounds. Yet he persevered, for Lord Tao was watching his performance from behind. The clash of weapons resonated loudly, each collision igniting sparks. Huayin seized the opportunity, crouching low to the ground as her hands swiftly coalesced into a brilliant crimson light. In an instant, a beam of scarlet energy surged forth, striking Jin Shi and sending him hurtling backward. Boom! From the heights, the sound of an explosion echoed as rain mingled with the smoke and cascaded down to the earth. Who would have anticipated that you could vanquish Jin Shi? Suddenly, the previously unmoving Tao Shi vanished from sight, reappearing beside Huayin in the blink of an eye. Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet before Tao Shi could finish his words, she vanished from her position. In the distance, amidst the swirling smoke, a fireball hurtled through the air. Tao Shi, with a dismissive gesture, extended a single hand, and the fireball was instantly absorbed by the eye in his palm. Impressive power. But I shall return it to you, he sneered, flinging the fireball back. As it was released, the rain evaporated, and a colossal crimson phoenix surged forth. Soaring towards Huayin, Huayin gritted her teeth, fully aware that this was the prowess of Tao Shi. She did not shy away. Instead, she resolved to withstand the strike and discern the extent of Tao Shi's retaliatory damage. Bang! A black Susanoo materialized in an instant, as billows of smoke surged violently in the distance while the rain continued to pour relentlessly. As the smoke dissipated, a pristine black Susanoo was revealed. The delicate form of Huayin is tightly enveloped within the confines of her skeletal frame. Is this truly all that you are capable of? Huayin let out a light chuckle, gazing at the distant peach blossom. Peach Blossom's expression sharpened, and with a swift motion, she formed intricate seals with her hands, causing the surrounding space to be torn apart by a sudden gust of fierce wind. Huayin sensed an overwhelming force approaching and decisively extracted 6 staves from the air. Gripping the staves tightly in her hands, she swung them forcefully towards the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. 2 fierce currents collided, causing the surrounding rainwater to behave erratically, rising in unpredictable patterns. The earth's soil and grass were swept into the air, and soon, a violent whirlwind formed at the center of the battlefield. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The tornado, swirling with a multitude of sand and stones, obscured visibility. However, at the heart of the vortex, a massive black blade suddenly pierced through. Henna skillfully wielded Susanoo, brandishing the colossal blade with great vigor towards Momoshiki. In an instant, Momoshiki's gaze sharpened, and he vanished from sight. At that moment, from the distance shrouded in mist, a dark energy sphere surged rapidly towards Hannah. With a resounding crash, the condensed dark energy sphere collided with the form of Susanoo. Irregular cracks swiftly spread across Susanoo's body, resembling a shattered spider's web. Huayin gritted her silver teeth, intensifying the output of her ocular technique. Soon, the fissures adorning Susanoo were completely mended. With swift precision, she gestured with her hands and resolutely summoned the ethereal entity. Emoshulua. Huayin continues to employ her previous tactics, relentlessly engaging in long-range combat with Tao Shi. Whenever Tao Shi attempts to close the distance, she seamlessly exchanges positions with Emoshulua. At this moment, Tao Shi is on high alert when he suddenly notices a violent plume of smoke rising in the distance amidst the rain and mist, gradually dissipating to reveal a colossal white monster. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Tao Shi's gaze turns icy in an instant, leaving him no time to ponder as the massive white creature advances towards him. To ensure his safety, he decides to retreat a few paces, creating some space between them. Close combat is not his forte. He excels in ranged warfare. Bang, bang, bang. Tao Shi casually launches 3 dark red energy spheres, propelling them through the surrounding air with astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 energy spheres collide with Emoshuluo's body, yet he remains utterly unscathed. seemingly merging with the energy spheres. I'm truly exhausted. I humbly seek your support. Your generous gifts are immensely appreciated. The author will see all messages in the back end. I am deeply grateful to everyone. Chapter 238. Does Taoshi enter phase 2? Merged? How is that possible? Taoshi stares at the unharmed Mo Su Luo in the distance, his pupils narrowing sharply. Umph. I shall see just how formidable its defenses are. No sooner has he thought this than Taoshi vanishes from sight, instantly appearing beside Mo Su Luo, delivering a swift and powerful punch. Zzz. The air seems to tear apart, emitting a piercing sound. Black flash. The sound of blossoms abruptly emerged beside Taoshi, who retaliated with a powerful punch. Observing this, Taoshi spread his palm, intending to absorb the strike, only to be taken aback by the realization that his efforts were in vain. How could this be? Is this not a ninjutsu? He murmured, his pupils quivering. Bang. A colossal force surged forth, propelling Taoshi backward as if caught in a tempest, causing him to stagger several paces. Rain lashed against his disheveled form, and despite his steadfast stance, his white attire became soiled with mud, rendering him a pitiful sight. How dare this mere human harm me? Taoshi gritted his teeth, casting a furious glare at the distant Huayin. Boom. The heavens erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, illuminating the somber surroundings in an instant. The tempest swept away distant trees, mingling with earth and stones, as if a storm had ascended into the sky. Die. Taoshi's visage contorted with rage, his palms spread wide and lowered before him. The ground trembled violently. Fissures crisscrossed the earth, and an unceasing torrent of water erupted from the cracks. Upon witnessing this, Huayin's expression grew grave, her hands tightly gripping the scepter as she clashed fiercely with the water release technique. Bang! In the heart of the vast ocean, an invisible whirlwind tore through the waters. After a brief pause, with the intensified output of peach-style chakra, the sea surged once more in tumultuous waves. At this moment, the surrounding waters rose dramatically, forming irregular billows. Huayin wielded her staff, intent on commanding the tumultuous sea. However, just as the waves threatened to engulf her, a fierce and concentrated gale suddenly erupted, sweeping the water away. The seawater surrounding Huayin seems to be repelled by an invisible force, unable to approach her even a fraction, reminiscent of the celestial battles of yore. How utterly fascinating. What is your name? With a powerful clap of his palms against the ground, Taoshi caused fissures to spread, his face alight with exhilaration. As the earth shattered, several colossal dragons erupted from the crevices, mirroring the techniques employed by Taoshi during the legendary clash between Naruto and Sasuke. Huayin gazed upon the colossal creature before her, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She felt as though she were confronting a deity from ancient mythology, her form appearing exceedingly insignificant in the presence of the mighty dragon. Huayin took a deep breath, channeling all her strength as she wielded her staff. A brilliant beam of light pierced the sky, striking the colossal dragon. Taoshi let out a cold smirk, forming hand seals, and the dragon instantly transformed into mist, vanishing into the air. However, concealed within the mist were countless sharp water blades, hurtling towards Huayin with a fierce howl. Huayin moved with ethereal grace, skillfully evading the onslaught of water blades while her staff swung once more, unleashing brilliant arcs that collided with the water blades, resonating with thunderous roars. The intensity of the battle between the two escalated, the clash of ninjutsu and raw power reverberating through the surrounding space. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of violent explosions echoed through the air. Alarmingly, the very fabric of space began to warp, and the rainwater around them exhibited a faint inclination towards convergence. The rainwater ascended erratically as much of the ground in this area was torn asunder. What was once a desolate prairie had been transformed into a wasteland within mere seconds of their conflict. As the smoke gradually began to dissipate, Taoshi took a step back, panting heavily, while Huayin appeared comparatively unscathed, albeit slightly disheveled. Jinshi. Taoshi's gaze remained fixed on the girl, his brow furrowing deeper, a surge of fury swelling within him. Why had that human sustained no harm? Why, after such an extended engagement with her? Was it his breath that came in labored gasps? In that moment, reason was supplanted by rage, and he cast his eyes upon the unconscious Jinshi in the distance. Letting out a furious roar, he resolved to devour Jinshi. Typically, he would refrain from such an act unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, the distant Jinshi groggily opened his eyes, hearing his master call for him, and staggered to his feet. The rain pelted his body, rendering him akin to a man on the brink of death. He understood Taoshi's intent clearly. He was to sacrifice himself to become a chakra fruit. Taoshi. I'm coming. Hold on. Jinshi gritted his teeth and dashed forward with urgency. At that instant, the girl in the distance observed the unfolding scene without hesitation, her hands gripping her blade as she charged forth. The speed of Huayin was astonishing, her body nearly grazing the ground. Soon, just as the blade was about to strike Jin's head, the surrounding space seemed to momentarily come to a standstill. Huayin found herself momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, the distant figure of Jinshi had transformed into a vibrant fruit of crimson chakra. Tao Shi consumed Jinshi, and as the essence settled within him, an inexhaustible surge of power coursed through his being. At that moment, his aura ascended with unwavering intensity, untouched by the surrounding rain. Suddenly, a ferocious whirlwind erupted around him, causing the rain to scatter like droplets struck by a mighty force, akin to a tranquil surface disturbed by a colossal stone, instantly generating a multitude of ripples. As the fierce gusts swept through, Huayin gripped her blade with one hand, cleaving through the formidable tempest. The distant haze began to dissipate. Tao Shi assumed the initial stance of Wing Chun, a disdainful expression etched upon his face as he regarded Huayin. Come forth. At last, I am able to engage you properly. He scoffed. Ah, relying on the consumption of companions for a fleeting enhancement of power? How pitiful. Akin to a lost dog. Huayin observed the scene, a smile gracing her lips, yet her gaze was imbued with caution. Upon hearing the young lady's remark, Tao Shi's expression contorted into a fierce grimace. Die, he exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished from sight and in the distance. The rain fell erratically, swiftly hurtling towards Huayin. A fierce gust of wind surged from the side, mingling with the torrential downpour. Huayin gritted her teeth tightly, her hands firmly gripping the blade to withstand the strike. Has she reacted in time? Tao Shi gazed at the girl in astonishment. His punch collided with the edge of the knife, a gust of wind swirling, yet it bore no effect on the young woman whatsoever. Huayin paid no heed to Tao Shi and decisively summoned 6 scepters from the surrounding air. The moment the scepters materialized, they were swiftly propelled towards Tao Shi under Huayin's command. However, Tao Shi vanished from his position, evading the onslaught of the scepters. As the scepters struck the ground, a fierce turbulence erupted. The earth trembled momentarily, followed by a resounding explosion, as the ground, intermingled with desolate soil, shattered like glass. Hannah cast her gaze around, noticing the absence of Tao's figure, her eyes reflecting an increased wariness. Until when do you intend to hide? Huayin surveyed her surroundings, finding them utterly deserted, and quipped. Although she appeared outwardly calm, a sense of unease lingered within her. The awakening form of the peach style in the original narrative did not seem to grant the ability of invisibility. This was likely the result of a butterfly effect triggered by her presence, akin to how members of the Uchiha clan unlock their Sharingan, often acquiring powers reflective of their innermost desires at that moment. Perhaps the peach style's haste to surpass herself led to the acquisition of abilities that diverged from the original tale. What these abilities entail remains unknown to Huayin. In any case, the current circumstances were exceedingly disadvantageous for her. Chapter 239. My apologies, but the ultimate victor is me. The surroundings remained enveloped in silence, with the peach style seemingly blending into the very air itself. One must never let their guard down. Huayin, alert and vigilant, focused her kaleidoscopic Sharingan on her surroundings, leaving no minute detail unnoticed. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a flurry of hurried footsteps, and in an instant, a figure appeared before Huayin like a wraith. It was Tao Shi. Humph, this time, I shall see where you attempt to flee. With a cold laugh, Tao Shi accelerated, launching himself towards Huayin with fierce intent. In a swift motion, Huayin narrowly evaded the attack from Tao Shi and countered with a strike of her blade. However, Tao Shi seemed to have anticipated her move, effortlessly sidestepping the blow. Your techniques are already transparent to me, Tao Shi proclaimed with a smug grin, before launching a counterattack. The force of his punches roaring like a dragon towards Huayin. Huayin, not daring to be negligent, gripped the blade tightly, exerting all her strength to fend off the onslaught of Tao Shi. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated through the rain, sparks flying in every direction. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each equally matched in skill and determination. Although Huayin's strength does not match that of Tao Shi, she has repeatedly neutralized Tao Shi's assaults through her nimble agility and exceptional combat skills. However, as time progresses, Huayin gradually feels her stamina waning, her breath becoming increasingly labored. In contrast, Tao Shi grows more formidable with each passing moment, her offensive becoming ever more ferocious. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. In her heart, Huayin felt a profound sense of urgency. She was acutely aware that she needed to swiftly discover a breakthrough. Otherwise, should Tao Shi uncover any flaws, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Huayin resolved to take a daring chance. Perhaps, just perhaps, a bicycle could metamorphose into a motorcycle. Tao Shi caught sight of the girl foolishly standing still, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Before he could finish his words, he lunged fiercely towards Huayin. However, at that critical moment, his hand unexpectedly made contact with a solid object. It turned out that, in that very instant, Huayin decisively swapped positions with the distant Majuyuo. Tao Shi, clearly still in a state of shock, was immediately met with the sharp sound of a blade slicing through the downpour. Akin to a silver lightning bolt, ruthlessly aimed at his head. Tao Shi's pupils constricted in alarm, a silent warning echoing in his mind. Yet, at this critical juncture between life and death, he relied on his extraordinary reflexes to seize the strike with one hand, the overwhelming force instantly shattering the blade to fragments. Die! Tao Shi roared, and then, with a single fist clenched, he unleashed a torrent of might, striking fiercely at Huayin's seemingly fragile form. Huayin's pupils constricted sharply. Yet she did not flinch. With determination, she activated the skeletal form of Susanoo, shielding herself from the forceful strike. However, the might of this blow was overwhelming, causing numerous fissures to appear instantaneously on the skeletal structure of Susanoo, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Hannah struggled to rise from the ground, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Astonishing. She had not anticipated this adversary's formidable strength. At last, she could comprehend the hardships endured by Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative. Huayin took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the distant figure of Tao Shi. The battle amidst the curtain of rain raged on. Despite her injuries, Huayin refused to surrender. This confrontation was not solely for her own survival, but also to safeguard the village of Konoha. Tao Shi, observing the unwavering determination in Huayin's eyes, could not help but feel a flicker of respect. He realized that the girl before him was no mere amateur. She possessed her own pride and convictions. Thus, he launched another punch, intent on concluding the battle with greater force. However, Huayin did not falter. She clenched her fists tightly, bracing herself for Tao Shi's next strike. On this rain-soaked battlefield, their figures resembled two bolts of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Tao Shi, lacking in experience, was swiftly defeated, sent flying by a single blow from Huayin. Coughing, he raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with resentment as he glared at the girl. You are truly formidable. What is your name? Tao Shi asked, his eyes cold as ice. Uchiha Huayin, she replied curtly, her own condition far from ideal. The torrential rain surrounding them made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. I never anticipated my defeat at your hands. Nevertheless, it seems your condition is also quite poor, Tao Shi scoffed, his expression still icy. Oh, Huayin said, slowly approaching him, her blade poised at his throat from a position of superiority. Do you have any final words? Humph. Just wait. When that esteemed person arrives, you shall meet a most gruesome end. Tao Shi spat, his face twisted in fury as he glared at Huayin. With a sudden splash, blood sprayed across Huayin's face. Such a loquacious one, she remarked as a head rolled to her feet, which she disdainfully stored in her system space. Taking a breath, Huayin looked up toward the sky. The heavens roared with thunder and lightning, the downpour intensifying, washing away the blood from her visage. How troublesome. I wonder how I shall explain this to Itachi-kun upon my return. Huayin furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Yet soon her features relaxed once more. Well, let us take it one step at a time. Hannah shook her head gently, letting out a soft sigh before vanishing from sight. Prolonged exposure to the rain was detrimental to her health, and she could already feel a chill creeping in. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open by Hannah. Upon entering, she found everyone gathered around the table, awaiting her return. Why have you only just come back? Mikoto asked with a worried expression, her gaze fixated on Hannah, particularly on the wounds adorning her body. Mikoto! Fujitaka's stern voice cut through the air, interrupting her. The room fell into a heavy silence. They all understood the gravity of the situation but felt powerless to intervene. After all, it was the Tsutsuki clan, who could possibly stand in their way. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito had vanished without a trace, rendering them unable to locate him. Hannah, I am so sorry. Itachi said, lifting his gaze to meet his wife's, his expression a tumult of emotions, especially as he noted the concerning injury she bore. I'm fine. Everyone, please eat. Hannah replied, attempting to assuage their worries. Hannah smiled as she gazed at the crowd, simultaneously employing a reversal technique to mend her wounds. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a figure marred by injuries to one restored to her former self. I shall go change and take a bath. You may begin your meal without me. Huayin gently addressed everyone, then turned her gaze towards the crowd. All right. Sasuke sat in the corner, his eyes deeply fixed on Huayin as she entered the bathroom. His expression a tapestry of complexity. Sister Huayin truly possesses remarkable strength, seemingly navigating challenges with ease. He aspires to enhance his own abilities. For the sake of better safeguarding Sister Huayin, it is an imperative. Chapter 240, Itachi and Huayin. After finishing her bath, the young girl emerged from the bathroom, clad in fresh attire, a towel in hand. Oh, why have you not yet dined? Huayin gazed at the individuals seated around the table and inquired with curiosity. Are you all right, Huayin? Mei-chin approached her, wearing an expression of concern. Mom, I have assured you, I am truly fine now. Huayin smiled helplessly. Yet a wave of warmth surged within her heart. Since there was nothing amiss, they might as well dine first. Seeing that the others remained inactive, Fu spoke with composure. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement. The meal was swiftly consumed, and the previously tense atmosphere faded away. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and the chill grew more pronounced. It's getting late. Let's retire early tonight. Mei-chin looked at Huayin with concern. Thank you, Mom. I shall return to my bed now. Huayin expressed her gratitude with a nod. The light in the room elongated the girl's shadow until she reached the doorway, where she closed the door with a soft click. Huayin lay heavily on the bed, her eyelids gradually closing as drowsiness enveloped her. The moon in the sky slowly descended, soon to be replaced by the rising sun. Huayin wearily opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the familiar ceiling and lamp. A wave of relief washing over her heart as the tension began to dissipate. It turns out she was at home. Huayin sat up, her heart warming at the sight of the weasel lying beside her. To her surprise, it was he whom she had embraced throughout the night. This sensation, well, she had grown accustomed to it. Huayin quietly rose from her bed, making her way into the bathroom to freshen up. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she found herself still enchanting and charming, though her eyes bore a hint of redness, revealing a touch of fatigue. It was understandable, after all. She had engaged in an intense spar with Tao Shi the previous night, remaining in a state of heightened tension. Perhaps she should consider taking a day off from work today? Hannah gazed at her reflection in the mirror and let out a gentle sigh. She ultimately resolved to take a break today, for after all, her health must not be compromised. With this thought, a spark ignited within her, prompting her to stride towards the entrance, swiftly change into her shoes, and delicately unfurl her umbrella. At that moment, the outside world was caressed by a gentle drizzle. Not the torrential downpour that wreaks havoc, but rather a soft, misty rain reminiscent of the poetic imagery found in novels, imbued with a touch of artistry and ambiguity. The young girl, holding her umbrella, meandered through the charmingly arranged streets and alleys. The thoroughfare bustled with pedestrians, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Alas, the technological advancement in this ninja realm has taken a misguided path. Although computers have become ubiquitous, mobile phones remain a rarity, necessitating personal involvement even in trivial matters such as requesting a day off. Huayin sighed softly, a hint of resignation evident in her tone. Soon, the young girl arrived at the security department, where she elaborated on today's circumstances to Uncle Taiho in detail. Is that so? I see, Uncle Taiho responded, a trace of concern appearing on his face, his gaze filled with care. Do take great care on your journey, he admonished earnestly. Yes, I will remember, she replied. Huayin solemnly nodded, then turned around and stepped into the gentle rain, holding her umbrella. The delicate raindrops fell softly, draping the earth in a sheer veil, while the air was suffused with a refreshing and pleasant aroma. Huayin inhaled a breath of this rare fresh air, and a subtle sense of joy and contentment surged within her heart. Time passed swiftly, akin to a strand of grass being incessantly twisted between the fingers of many, with the bittersweet essence of emotions intricately woven into its fibers. In the blink of an eye, a week had quietly elapsed. During this brief span, nothing particularly earth-shattering occurred. Huayin meandered aimlessly through the bustling streets and quiet alleys where prosperity intertwined with solitude. In the distance, a biting cold wind swept through with relentless ferocity, causing the young girl to shiver involuntarily, her delicate form trembling slightly. How the chill of this weather has intensified. Hanayan gazed at the distant, hazy streets of Konoha, her heart brimming with emotion. The thoroughfare was sparsely populated, perhaps due to the persistent drizzling rain. Hannah let out a gentle sigh, and at that moment, a familiar and warm voice reached her ears. What are you up to? It was Yao, sauntering over with an umbrella in hand, a tender smile illuminating his face. Yaokuin, what brings you here? Isn't there business within the clan that requires your attention? Huayin gazed at the young man before her with a mixture of surprise and joy. Today, she had taken a day off specifically to see him. And you? Are you still preoccupied with work? Yao gently shook his head, his smile remaining as tender as ever. I am still engaged in my work. The flower's voice hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the words. I see, replied the weasel softly, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. However, my work is about to conclude. Hana hurriedly interrupted what Uchiha Itachi was about to say, fearing that he might worry about her. All right, I shall wait for you. Itachi gazed at the young woman with a smile, his eyes brimming with patience and anticipation. Time passed quietly, and when Hana finally completed her tasks and stepped outside, she immediately spotted Itachi, who had been silently awaiting her presence. Have you been waiting for me all this time? Huayin's complexion was slightly flushed, a warm current surging within her heart. Indeed, what was the matter? Yu tilted his head, curiously observing the young girl, a playful smile gracing his face. Oh, it's nothing at all. Huayin slightly pouted her lips, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. At that moment, the raindrops high above gradually transformed into a delicate and gentle shower, reminiscent of a fine veil cascading over the streets and alleys. The young couple strolled through the rain, hand in hand, sharing the same umbrella. The gaze of Yao rested upon the girl, his eyes brimming with concern. I am already healed, Yaokuin, so you need not worry. Hana gazed gently at the youth before her. The wounds on her body had nearly healed thanks to the reversal technique, and now no traces remained. Is that so? Then I shall be at ease. Itachi nodded, the burden in his heart finally lifted. Enough of these nauseating words, please. Huayin cast a dissatisfied glance at you, her eyes reflecting a hint of playful reproach. Very well, I shall refrain from uttering such overly sentimental words. Will that suffice? You sighed softly, a note of resignation and indulgence lacing his tone. By the way, how long have we been together? Huayin gazed at the figure of Itachi before her, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, and suddenly posed a question. Well, if I calculate carefully, it has been nearly 5 or 6 years, hasn't it? Itachi rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before providing his answer, his gaze imbued with nostalgia for the days gone by. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain continued to fall incessantly, tapping gently against the surface of the umbrella, reminiscent of a melodious and cheerful symphony, adding a touch of rhythm to this tranquil moment. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes gleaming with joy, as if, in that instant, all worries were washed away by the gentle raindrops, leaving only the profound affection they held for one another. I am truly at a loss for words. Dear readers, this book will conclude once I finish this month's manuscript. I am already preparing a new book, and its quality is assured. I plan to release it on the 13th. It will also be a gender-bending narrative, so I kindly ask for your support. Chapter 241, Kakashi. Oh no, it seems I am the only one single. Humph, Itachi-kun, how could you? Hana feigned disdain and shot Itachi a glance, the corners of her mouth curving upwards ever so slightly. Just moments ago, Uchiha Itachi had leaned down and softly pressed his lips against her cheek. The countenance of Huayin was instantaneously tinged with a bashful crimson, her head bowed, her heart brimming with shyness. We have been together for 5 or 6 years now, my dear wife. This evening, shall we? Yo gazed at the young maiden before him, his brow arching slightly, a hint of playful teasing in his tone. Despite the passage of so many years, his wife remained as endearingly simple and charming as ever. Whenever he beheld her in such a manner, all his weariness would dissipate like mist. Perhaps this matter is best left for another time. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Hanayo lowered her head in embarrassment, yet a ripple of emotion stirred within her. She understood Itachi's intentions, but she was not yet psychologically prepared for it. How much longer must she wait? Itachi gently placed his hands on the young girl's shoulders, his tone somewhat languid. At the very least, they must finish dealing with those formidable Otsutsuki. Hana gently shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. At the mention of Otsutsuki, Itachi's expression grew intricate. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, realizing that he could not alleviate much of Hana's burden. Even if he wished to assist, he feared that his efforts might yield counterproductive results. How could he enhance his own strength? Itachi found himself ensnared in a period of stagnation, struggling to make any further advancements. Rest assured, he declared, I shall vanquish those Otsutsuki. Huayin gazed at Itachi's intricate expression, her face filled with concern, her eyes shimmering with resolute light. I'm sorry, I cannot be of any assistance to you. Itachi looked at the girl before him, his heart heavy with guilt, hesitating to speak. Itachi-kun, why do you feel the need to apologize to me? Huayin gazed at the young boy before her with a hint of helplessness, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Itachi looked up at the girl, his eyes slightly reddened. Yet his cheeks were gently cradled by her soft hands. Enough, let us speak no more. Once I vanquish the members of the Otsutsuki clan, we shall. Hana gazed at Itachi, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed, yet her words abruptly ceased. Itachi too fell into silence. You must be cautious then. Do not let anything happen. Itachi looked at Hana with deep affection, his tone filled with concern. Rest assured, nothing will happen to me. Huayin patted her chest, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Recently, I have been contemplating accompanying Master Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku to study sage techniques. Itachi observed Huayin's endearing demeanor, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. You must exercise caution, and remember not to extract an excessive amount of sage chakra. Hana tiptoed and gently pressed a kiss upon Itachi's cheek. I will, and so shall you. Itachi, covering his glistening, damp face, gazed tenderly at Hana, his eyes brimming with affection. TSK, 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 in broad daylight. Are these two lovers indulging in their sweet moments? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind. The pair slowly turned to see Kakashi, his hands nestled in his pockets, regarding them with an amused expression. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here? Hana firmly clasped Itachi's arm. Casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi, her tone tinged with a hint of discontent. Ahem, I say I was merely wandering about, and by chance, I stumbled upon both of you. Do you believe that? Kakashi shrugged helplessly, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. I do not. Hana resolutely shook her head, her expression one of utter disbelief as she gazed at Kakashi. Well, I care not whether you choose to believe it or not. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his lips. You two remain just as you were before. Itachi observed the banter between the two, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the leisurely afternoon had quietly slipped away. As the day drew to a close, Huayin found herself walking alongside her ever-present companion, the weasel. What shall we indulge in for dinner this evening? Hana cast a curious glance at her companion, Itachi, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you with my own hands. Itachi gently shook his head, responding softly to his wife's inquiry. I have no particular preference. As long as it is something you enjoy, I shall find delight in it as well. Hana paused for a moment in contemplation before responding to Itachi with a sweet tone. Meanwhile, Kakashi, trailing behind the two, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, inwardly lamenting the predicament he found himself in. Alas, could it be that he was, indeed, an undeniable third wheel? Should he gracefully withdraw from the scene? Ahem. You two ought to consider that I, a living being, am still present here. Ultimately, Kakashi could no longer restrain himself and shattered the blissful tranquility. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, you cannot blame us. After all, it is you who remain single to this day. Hana mischievously chuckled, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, before affectionately linking her arm with Itachi's. Observing his wife's playful demeanor, Itachi couldn't help but feel a bead of resigned sweat trickle down his forehead. Haha, Kakashi-senpai. You wouldn't mind, would you? Hana continued to tease. No, not at all, Kakashi replied, though his heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions, bitterly envious. Alas, this incessant display of affection was both enviable and exasperating. Before long, the trio returned home. In the living room, Obito was comfortably seated on the plush sofa, engrossed in a television series alongside Rin. As the door was gently pushed open, Kakashi's gaze collided with Obito's, which was brimming with astonishment. Kakashi, how come you're back so soon? Obito inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity, yet seemingly hesitant. Kakashi shrugged helplessly, offering a wry smile. Well, I just came here to mooch a meal. At that moment, Itachi smiled at everyone and said, You all carry on. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, he picked up an apron from the table and turned to head into the kitchen. Upon witnessing the scene, Huayin immediately dashed forward. Yaokuin, I shall assist you as well. At this moment, Kakashi's gaze flitted between Obito and Rin, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Oh no. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be the only solitary bachelor remaining. Chapter 242. Early in the morning. Have you two already begun to flaunt your affection? As dawn broke, the first light of day began to seep into the sky. Huayin quietly rose, tiptoeing to prepare breakfast for the day, as it was her turn to showcase her culinary skills. In the kitchen, Huayin wielded a sharp knife, the rhythmic chopping of vegetables resonating like a melodious and cheerful morning symphony, infusing the tranquil dawn with a touch of vitality. Indeed, I distinctly recall that adding onions to this dish would elevate its flavor to new heights. As Huayin spoke, she reached for the onion beside her and deftly sliced through it. In an instant, the pungent aroma of the onion assaulted her senses, causing her eyes to moisten and turn a vivid shade of red. Unable to suppress the reaction, she felt a tickle in her nose and was compelled to sneeze. "What is the matter?" Itachi rushed over. Concern etched across his face as he gazed at his wife. "It's nothing, just cutting an onion," Huayin explained, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Ah, I see," Itachi responded, unable to resist a soft chuckle at the sight of his wife's pitiful expression. "What are you laughing at?" Huayin, both shy and indignant, raised her fist and gently tapped Itachi's head. "Your earlier expression was simply too amusing." Itachi laughed even more heartily, effortlessly catching his wife's fist with one hand, holding it steady without allowing it to move. Huayin gazed at him quietly, her lips pursed, her expression shifting unpredictably. "What have I done?" she wondered. "Is there something on my face?" Yao released his grip and pointed to his own face, his curiosity piqued. "It's nothing," Huayin replied, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. "Then I shall continue with my tasks." Hannah once again grasped the kitchen knife, her focus unwavering as she diligently sliced the vegetables. Meanwhile, Itachi stood beside her, quietly observing her industrious figure. "You're not cutting it correctly. Allow me to show you." He suddenly interjected from behind her, gently resting one hand on her back while the other took over the knife, his head naturally leaning against her shoulder. A shiver coursed through Hannah, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. "Don't lose your concentration," Itachi softly admonished, giving her head a gentle pat as a reminder. Under Itachi's meticulous guidance, Hannah swiftly mastered the preparation of the dish. "I truly succeeded." A wave of delight surged within Huayin. "How about that? I didn't deceive you." "Did I?" Itachi remarked with a smile. "Next, pour these ingredients into the pot," he continued, guiding her gently. "And then?" Huayin turned her head, her heart inexplicably racing. "Then that's it, and we proceed to the next dish." Itachi patted her head once more, his smile growing even brighter. "Please refrain from constantly patting my head," Huayin lamented, casting a displeased glare at Itachi. "Very well, I shall cease," Itachi teased, raising an eyebrow in playful banter. As time passed, the sun outside gradually dipped in the west, its rays streaming into the room, infusing the dim space with a touch of warmth. Huayin gracefully placed the meticulously prepared dishes onto the dining table, her face radiating a smile of contentment. "Phew, cooking truly presents quite a challenge." Huayin wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long, relieved sigh. "Is it really that difficult?" Itachi chuckled softly, offering her a tissue. Huayin, her cheeks flushed, took the tissue with a slight turn of her head, coldly huffing. "I do not require such care from you. I am not a child." Itachi, with a resigned shrug, was about to respond when a click from the doorknob interrupted. Kakashi emerged from the room, yawning lazily. Upon noticing the playful banter between the two in the living room, his eyes widened in surprise. With a tone that was both envious and teasing, he remarked, "Oh, look at this couple, displaying their affection so early in the morning. Well, what can one expect from a certain single individual who has yet to find a partner?" Hannah cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, then stood on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on Itachi's cheek. "What is there to boast about?" Kakashi mused. Perhaps his lack of a partner was simply due to his advanced age. Itachi, following his wife's lead, teased him further, bending down to place a tender kiss on Hannah's forehead. "So that is the case. I truly misjudged Kakashi." Hannah rested her chin thoughtfully in her hand, her slightly furrowed brows rendering her particularly endearing. Subsequently, both individuals simultaneously directed their gazes toward Kakashi in the distance, as Kakashi listened to their playful banter at his expense. A frown of exasperation appeared on his face. It dawned on him. It seemed he was the only single person in the room. As for Naruto, he had recently begun a relationship with that girl from the Hyuga clan. And Sasuke? He was also involved with that girl from the family. It appeared that, indeed, he was the sole bachelor among them. Just you wait. Kakashi was on the verge of uttering some grand declaration to counter their teasing, but he found himself at a loss for suitable words. "Oh, then we shall eagerly await the day you find a girlfriend." Huayin gazed at Kakashi, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she raised an eyebrow. Kakashi let out a resigned sigh, internally muttering to himself, "Goodness. These two are truly adept at flaunting their affection." As time gradually passed, everyone emerged from the room. They gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast together. MMM. This breakfast is delightful. Huayin, did you prepare it yourself? Mei-Chin looked at her daughter with a face full of fondness. Yes, Mom. What do you think? My culinary skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Hannah responded with a beaming expression. Sitting nearby, Itachi inadvertently caught sight of the tender interaction between his wife and mother. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Actually, it is all I taught her." However, before he could finish his sentence, Fugaka suddenly extended his fist and lightly tapped Itachi on the head. Itachi turned to look at his father, confusion evident in his eyes. His father merely shook his head slightly, his lips pressed together. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead as he silently pondered. The atmosphere at the dining table remained lively, filled with the sounds of laughter and joy. As Huayin chatted, she suddenly seemed to recall something and curiously turned to Mikoto. Inquiring, by the way, Mom, why hasn't Sasuke come for breakfast? Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Mikoto instinctively furrowed her brows, letting out a gentle sigh that revealed a sense of exasperation and disappointment. What has happened? Upon witnessing this, Huayin's confusion deepened. He spent his days neglecting his studies, constantly associating with that rascal Jiraiya. As Mei-Chin spoke, her expression grew even more intricate, as if she bore 1,000 unspoken words yearning to be expressed. Huayin, after a thorough inquiry, finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. It turned out that her mere presence had triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in subtle shifts in the personalities of those around her. Meanwhile, Sasuke had adopted Naruto's archetype of a protagonist and was currently training alongside Jiraiya. Upon hearing her words, Huayin hesitated, her eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. Mother, rest assured, today I happen to have a day off. I shall take the opportunity to give that rascal Sasuke a proper lesson. Hannah waved her fist, feigning a fierce demeanor, yet a subtle tenderness graced her features. Observing her daughter-in-law's expression, Mikoto's previously tense visage instantly relaxed, revealing a smile of satisfaction. At this moment, in a tranquil and secluded area of the wilderness, Sasuke was wholly engrossed in practicing sage techniques under Jiraiya's guidance. Suddenly, he sneezed forcefully, his body quivering slightly. Oddly enough, could someone be thinking of me? Sasuke murmured to himself, a hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze. Sasuke, do not dawdle. Refining sage techniques is a serious and focused endeavor, allowing for no negligence. Jiraiya admonished sternly from the side, his face etched with seriousness and responsibility. Upon hearing this, Sasuke promptly refocused his thoughts, closed his eyes tightly, and plunged himself wholeheartedly into the cultivation of sage arts. After their meal, Hannah resolved to take a leisurely stroll, cherishing this rare moment of respite. After all, today happened to be her day off, free from the burdens of work-related concerns. Meanwhile, Itachi remained at the Uchiha clan to handle the intricate familial affairs. Speaking of which, where might Master Jiraiya be taking Sasuke? As Huayin strolled thoughtfully, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she appeared particularly enchanting. The bustling street was alive with a throng of people, ever-flowing. Many cast astonished glances her way, marveling at the girl's extraordinary beauty, before returning to their own affairs. Huayin could naturally perceive those fervent gazes, and at first, she felt an overwhelming sense of bashfulness. However, as time passed, she gradually acclimated to such scrutiny, even growing indifferent to it. After all, for a girl of striking beauty, venturing outdoors inevitably attracted a measure of trouble, such as being the center of attention in a crowd, which proved to be quite a troublesome affair. At this moment, Huayin finally comprehends why so many celebrities in previous lives opted to don masks while venturing out. Alas, Jade Hound. The gentle call of blossoms beckoned her as she strolled into a tranquil alley, her hands gracefully forming a gesture. Soon, two wolves, one black and the other white, obediently encircled her. Please assist me in locating Master Jiraiya and Sasuke. Thank you. Huayin gently caressed the heads of the two wolves, speaking in a soft and soothing tone. The wolves let out a long howl and began to sniff the air, guiding Huayin along their path. She followed closely behind them, her steps light and graceful. Before long, the two wolves led Huayin to a secluded corner, circling around it. Oh, how strange. Are you saying they have already departed from Konoha village? Huayin curiously caressed the white wolf's head, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of perplexity. The white wolf nodded slightly, seemingly affirming her conjecture. Indeed, they must be heading towards Miamu Mountain. Huayin reached a conclusion within her heart and promptly extracted a mystical scroll from her bosom. With a gentle bite to her thumb, she allowed a drop of blood to stain the scroll. Her hands moved with remarkable swiftness as she gestured. And with a resounding crack, 2 wolves and the young girl vanished instantaneously from their original position. When Huayin reopened her eyes, she discovered she had arrived at the fabled Mount Maiboku. So this is the legendary Mount Maiboku, she murmured softly, her gaze brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Following the winding path, she was enveloped by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, as the picturesque scenery captivated her senses. In comparison to the ninja world, Mount Maiboku was evidently far more expansive and boundless. After a thorough search, Hana finally spotted 2 familiar figures in the distance, Sasuke and Jiraiya. They were crouched on the ground, with Jiraiya patiently instructing Sasuke while gesturing towards him. Huayin approached quietly and suddenly spoke, "What are you all doing?" The 2 were startled and turned to look at her. "Sister Huayin, what brings you here?" Sasuke, somewhat flustered, gazed at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Why shouldn't I be here? And you, staying out every night, causing your mother great worry." Hana crouched down, extending her finger to gently tug at Sasuke's ear. Her tone laced with a hint of discontent and reproach. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Sasuke gritted his teeth, grimacing in pain. "Do you even recognize the feeling of pain?" Huayin gently tapped his forehead and cast him a reproachful glance. "I realize my mistake," Sasuke replied, lowering his head, his voice somewhat subdued. "Then tell me, where did you err?" Huayin feigned a fierce demeanor as she inquired. Yet, observing her expression, Sasuke found her unexpectedly endearing. "I was wrong in every aspect," he sighed, reluctantly conceding. Jiraiya, standing nearby, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and attempted to interject. "Well, Huayin, perhaps, and you too, Jiraiya-sensei. In my attempt to reprimand Sasuke, I completely overlooked teaching you a lesson." Hana suddenly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Jiraiya. He immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, looking at her in utter confusion. "What have I done? You incessantly pen those indecent novels, and you've led Sasuke astray." Hana expressed her complaints with a furrowed brow. "Hana, you fail to comprehend. The books I have penned are nothing short of art," Jiraiya stammered, attempting to justify himself. "Art? The sordid works you produce can be classified as art." Hana gazed at him with a mix of exasperation and disappointment, and then, on tiptoe, she tugged at his ear. "Ah, it hurts. I understand my mistake." Jiraiya yelped, much like Sasuke, grimacing in pain. "You do know what pain is, don't you? Tsunade has admonished you countless times." Hanayon gazed at Jiraiya before her, ultimately finding herself unable to strike a decisive blow, letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Hanayon, it has been a while." She slowly turned her head, discovering that Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku were watching her with warm smiles. "Greetings to you both." Hana bowed respectfully to the 2 celestial beings. "There is no need for such formality," remarked the wise Shima, a gentle smile gracing her face. "It has been quite a while since I last saw that little girl. You have blossomed into a remarkable young lady." "Please, do not say such things." "It makes me feel rather bashful," Hana replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. "Very well," the venerable Zensaku continued, observing the young girl before him as he stroked his goatee with a kind and benevolent demeanor. "Mr. Toad has just awoken and wishes to summon you." "All right, I shall go meet the Toad Sage then. You 2 remain here for a while, especially you, Master Jiraiya. Upon your return to the shinobi world, refrain from engaging in such prying behaviors." As Huayin prepared to depart, she expressed her lingering concerns with repeated admonitions, casting a particularly stern gaze at Jiraiya. Immediately, Jiraiya shivered, awkwardly scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. At that moment, the sunlight from the high sky cascaded down upon the young girl, elongating her shadow ever further. Chapter 244. The White Snake Sage is truly wonderful. You have finally arrived. The Toad Sage lowered his head slightly, his gaze gentle as it rested upon the young girl before him. "Toad Sage, have you summoned me for a specific reason?" Huayin curiously raised her head, gazing at the Toad Sage before her. The Toad Sage merely smiled benevolently, remaining silent as he quietly observed the young girl. "You must have defeated the Peach Style, haven't you?" The Toad Sage finally spoke softly. "Indeed," she replied. Huayin nodded in astonishment, her heart filled with questions, yet she refrained from voicing them. For the identity of the Toad Sage loomed large. "How splendid it is. You have made significant contributions to the protection of the ninja world." The Toad Sage waved his fan, his face adorned with a warm smile. "It was merely a matter of convenience." Huayin humbly responded, gently nodding. Have you ever visited the dragon's lair? The toad sage inquired with a meaningful glance, a mysterious glimmer dancing in his eyes. Not yet, came the reply. The confusion within Huayin deepened, as she could not comprehend why the toad sage would inquire in such a manner. Are you free this afternoon? The toad sage squinted, his fan gently swaying in his hand, making it difficult to discern his emotions. I happen to be free. Huayin responded with grace, nodding once more. Then this afternoon. You should visit the dragon's cave. There may be what you seek there. A hint of mystery lingered in the words of the toad sage. Very well, then. The flower's voice lingered on the brink of expression, her heart laden with unspoken concerns. Fear not, for I have already informed them. Someone shall come to escort you. The toad sage remarked, as if he could see through her thoughts. After all, in the vast expanse of the ninja world, how could she, a solitary figure, easily locate the dragon cave? Then I shall take my leave for now. Toad sage, she concluded. Huayin graciously waved her hand and turned to depart. The toad sage, with half-closed eyes, succumbed once more to slumber, mirroring the scene from the original tale. The sun in the sky cast its warm rays upon the young maiden, elongating her shadow with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, Huayin stepped out of the area, with a resounding bang. When Huayin opened her eyes once more, she found herself back in the familiar alley, a wave of relief washing over her. Greetings, Miss Huayin. A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts regarding the white snake immortal. Upon closer inspection, Huayin discovered that, unbeknownst to her, a colossal white serpent had materialized before her. The serpent flicked its tongue and spoke in human language, fixating its gaze upon her. Indeed, I have heard from the toad immortal about the matter. Pray tell, where is the dragon's lair? Huayin nodded thoughtfully and inquired with curiosity, please follow me. With that, the white serpent turned and began to advance. On the bustling street, passers-by gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, a colossal white serpent gliding forward, with Huayin closely trailing behind. After a considerable journey, they arrived at a narrow alleyway. The white serpent traced a circle on the ground with its tail, and in an instant, a radiant flash of purple light erupted, causing the two to vanish from sight. When Huayin opened her eyes once more, she found herself amidst a desolate sight, surrounded by numerous caves of varying sizes. This was precisely the scene from the original tale when Orochimaru first ventured into the dragon's cave. To my surprise, I have truly arrived here. The delicate sound of blossoms softly murmured to themselves as they carefully surveyed the surroundings. The air around was hauntingly silent, occasionally revealing a few serpents that had just emerged from the cave. In the distance, an endless expanse lay shrouded in layers of mist. Huayin gazed upon the scene, a flicker of unease stirring within her heart. Follow me. A familiar voice emerged from the mist, instantly dispelling her concerns. A serpent and a human swiftly advanced, traversing through a myriad of caverns. Before long, they arrived at a spacious chamber. There, a colossal white serpent coiled upon a chair, a grand pipe clutched between its jaws. The pipe exhaled tendrils of smoke, which danced around the visage of the white serpent immortal, bestowing upon it an air of enigmatic allure. Junior Huayin pays her respects to the esteemed white serpent immortal. Huayin knelt gracefully upon the ground, offering a respectful bow. Only then did the white snake immortal open her eyes and scrutinize the young girl intently, nodding in satisfaction. Surely, the toad has conveyed to you the purpose of your arrival here. The white snake immortal spoke in a deep, gravelly voice, exhaling a massive smoke ring. This smoke ring resembled a vast shroud of mist, enveloping everything in its vicinity. Huayin was unable to suppress a few coughs due to the smoke, and a hint of tears even welled up in her eyes. The stench of the smoke was overwhelmingly pungent, akin to that of a low-quality cigarette. In her heart, Huayin silently pondered, why does the white snake immortal have such an affinity for this unpleasant smoke? It is truly perplexing. Observing the young girl's slightly flustered reaction, the white snake immortal couldn't help but furrow his brow, his mind awash with confusion. What is amiss? Do you harbor any dissatisfaction towards me, old man? Of course not. Huayin hastily shook her head, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Then why did you just exhibit such a look of discontent? The white snake immortal inquired, her brow still furrowed in concern. Immortal white snake, how long ago was this smoke created? Huayin suddenly shifted the topic, her curiosity piqued. Oh, this was a gift from Orochimaru during his previous visit. Why, do you wish to sample it as well? The white snake sage regarded the young girl with a hint of surprise, scrutinizing her closely in an attempt to fathom her thoughts. Yet, he could not comprehend why she would inquire about such a matter without any apparent reason. It's nothing. The corners of Huayin's eyes twitched slightly, and a trace of darkness appeared on her forehead as she contemplated silently. Upon careful reflection, It had been 2 or 3 decades since Orochimaru had graced this place in the original narrative. Thus, the smoke he once bestowed upon the White Snake Sage had likely long surpassed its expiration date. Esteemed White Snake Sage, please hold for a moment. Upon finishing her words, Huayin's figure flickered and vanished into the depths of the dragon's cave. The White Snake Immortal gazed at the sudden departure of the young girl. His eyes filled with an increasing sense of bewilderment. Soon after, mist began to swirl once more. Hana extracted several packets of cigarettes from her pocket, featuring a variety from the Uchiha clan as well as the Sarutobi clan, boasting an array of flavors. With utmost reverence, she presented these cigarettes to the White Snake Sage. What ensued was a scene that left onlookers astonished. The White Snake Sage, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, settled comfortably in a chair, with a Uchiha-branded cigarette delicately held in his left hand and a Senju clan cigarette in his right, as he exhaled clouds of smoke. An expression of almost human-like enjoyment graced his countenance. Upon witnessing this scene, Huayin's eyes widened in alarm, her heart sinking with trepidation. Had she inadvertently altered the trajectory of the original narrative once more? In the text, the White Snake Sage was merely depicted as puffing on a pipe, never revealing any inclination towards indulgence in tobacco. Esteemed White Snake Sage, the young girl suddenly interjected, interrupting the sage's reverie. What is it, little one? The White Snake Sage inquired, contentedly exhaling a ring of smoke while regarding the girl before him with a glimmer of affection in his gaze. Ah, this young girl possesses far more cleverness and wit than that rascal Orochimaru. May I be taught the art of the sage techniques? Huayin cautiously ventured, her voice imbued with profound reverence. After all, the figure before her was none other than the White Snake Sage, whose prowess in the original tale was shrouded in enigma. Huayin decided that courtesy should come first. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Please take this scroll, and over there, kindly sign your name. From this moment on, you shall be the heir of our dragon cave, the White Snake Immortal said politely. Subsequently, the young girl, in a state of confusion, completed a series of signing procedures. Before long, she had mastered the mystical arts of the dragon cave. Hana was taken aback. In the original tale, it took a considerable amount of time for Do to master the art of immortality, yet she had seemingly expedited the process merely by delivering a few packets of tobacco to the White Snake Sage. The young girl mused. The scent of the Uchiha clan's tobacco is indeed delightful. Do remember to bring more next time. Moreover, the tobacco from the Sarutobi clan also suits my palate quite well. The White Snake Sage observed the girl, who stood frozen in place, and exhaled another smoke ring, nodding in satisfaction. Huayin promptly retrieved her notebook from her bosom, diligently inscribing the demands of the White Serpent Immortal. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The White Serpent Immortal scrutinized the young girl from head to toe, the admiration in his gaze deepening considerably. Oh, very well. Hana's face was radiating with a joyful smile. Goodness, she has directly latched onto a powerful ally. In the future, should she encounter the great Otsutsuki deity, she will simply call upon the assistance of the White Snake Sage. Chapter 245. Alas, Huayin has been deceived. After exchanging pleasantries with the White Snake Immortal, Huayin swiftly vanished from the spot. An overwhelming influx of information suddenly surged into her mind, causing a slight headache. The delicate flower swayed its petite head, reminiscent of a jingling rattle, exuding an undeniable charm. I have now mastered the mystical arts of the dragon's lair and can impart this knowledge to Lord Itachi. Huayin, lost in thought, suddenly felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue as she departed. Huayin once inquired of the White Snake Immortal whether she could impart her celestial arts to others. The White Snake Immortal nodded in acknowledgement, suggesting that such a request was permissible. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its radiant light upon the maiden, elongating her shadow. With a creak, she forcefully pushed the door open. Are you there, Yujun? Hana exclaimed with excitement. Ah, I'm here. What joyful event has occurred? Itachi emerged from the kitchen, gazing at the young girl with a tender affection. Itachi-kun. Huayin excitedly gazed at Yao, then leapt toward him. Yao stumbled back a few steps but steadied himself, gently catching the girl in his embrace. With a twinkle of laughter in his eyes, he tenderly patted her head. You see, I must tell you. Hana swiftly recounted her experiences along the way. To her surprise, Itachi furrowed his brow and asked, Were you injured? No injuries. She replied, Just a minor cut on my thumb. Hana raised her delicate pink fingers. Does it hurt? Yao inquired with a look of concern as he retrieved a band-aid from the box. It's not too bad, just a minor injury. Huayin sat upon a stool, observing the boy before her as he knelt partially on the ground, affixing a band-aid to his thumb. What else did the white snake immortal convey to you? Itachi raised his head, concern etched upon his features as he gazed at the young woman. His wife, somewhat naive, stirred a profound anxiety within him. He feared she might be deceived. Oh, she also had me sign a multitude of contracts. Huayin reminisced about the scene from that time and instinctively voiced her thoughts. The contract? Huayin nodded. May I take a look? Itachi furrowed his brows, sensing an ominous feeling for some unknown reason. Well, go ahead and take a look. After all, I believe the white snake sage would not deceive me. Huayin retrieved a stack of scrolls from her bosom. Itachi, feeling uneasy, unfurled the scrolls and meticulously read each word inscribed upon them. As moments slipped away, Huayin rested her chin on her hands, her petite feet swaying gently, quietly observing Itachi. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her head, jolting her back to reality. Itachi, why did you hit me? Huayin gazed at him with a look of sorrowful reproach. You ought to examine the content of the contract for yourself, Itachi replied, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he pointed at the text on the document. Huayin focused intently, her eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness! The content inscribed on the contract was, Huayin has become the inheritor of the dragon's lair. And she must safeguard this sacred place, even at a considerable cost. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper shall claim her soul. Yet, this is not the extent of her tribulations. Even more egregious is the fact that she must place unwavering trust in the White Snake Immortal. For failure to do so could result in the immediate confiscation of her essence. And this is not the entirety of her plight. There are even more severe trials awaiting her. In that fleeting moment, Huayin felt as though the very heavens were about to collapse, leaving her momentarily stunned in place. Did you sign these contracts without even glancing at their contents? She inquired. You, with an expression of helplessness, gazed at your wife. Huayin's eyes glistened with moisture as she nodded slowly. It dawned on her that she had initially thought highly of the White Snake Immortal, only to realize now that she had been deceived. Indeed, experience often outweighs youth. Those who endure in this world possess exceptional qualities, and they are certainly not Navi. Not to mention the White Snake Immortal, an entity that has existed for millennia. What should I do now? Huayin looked anxiously at her husband. You, what's wrong? Yao sighed softly. Huayin, covering her head, blinked her eyes. First, try to enhance your strength and break free from the constraints of these contracts. Yao suppressed the impulse to pinch his wife's cheek. If I breach the terms outlined, will I truly face sanctions? Hannah, filled with doubt, inquired. Will I be bound by this? After all, I signed the contract in the dragon's lair, and I am now under the control of the Sage of Six Paths. Itachi sighed in resignation. What am I to do now? Hannah's eyes brimmed with tears, lamenting, had I known, I would never have signed such contracts. White Serpent Sage. You are truly despicable. What is your current strength? Itachi asked, concern etched on his face as he gazed at his wife. I should be nearing the threshold of the sage level, Hannah replied. Her destructive capability was close to that of an ordinary sage, capable of effortlessly annihilating the surface. Yet, her physical form remained frail. She had to rely on Magurul to absorb damage during combat, switching places to maintain a remote restraint. This is insufficient. You must attain the realm of the Sage of Six Paths to nullify this contract, Itachi remarked after absorbing his wife's words. Though startled, he quickly regained his composure, fully aware of his limited strength. At that moment, Itachi realized there was little he could do for Hannah. Overwhelmed by guilt, he found himself in a state of self-reproach. However, it was not entirely his fault. After all, he was but a mortal, while Hannah was a transcendent being, capable of growing stronger through the completion of tasks. What am I to do now? Huayin gazed helplessly at Itachi, who found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 246. Itachi. You foolish one. She sighed. What means do you have to enhance your strength these days? Itachi looked at his wife, his face filled with helplessness as he lamented. I truly do not know. Hannah's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, reflecting a profound confusion. With gentle grace, Yao extended his index finger and lightly tapped Hannah's forehead, imparting a weighty yet heartfelt admonition. Dear one, you must exercise greater caution when venturing out into the world. However, do not let anxiety consume you. It is unlikely that any significant changes will occur in the dragon's lair in the near future. Take care. Huayin gently pressed her slightly swollen forehead, her eyes brimming with tears as she responded. Suddenly, Hannah's expression seemed to shift as if a thought had crossed her mind. She shook her head, and the pupils of her eyes began to transform. Ah, Itachi, allow me to impart to you the mystical arts of the Dragon Cave. 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama. The Magatama intertwined and coalesced, ultimately taking the form of cherry blossoms. Huayin gazed intently at Itachi. Itachi shared a profound gaze with his wife, soon becoming ensnared in the illusion, yet he did not make any effort to break free. Is this what constitutes sage techniques? After absorbing all the memories, Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted as he marveled. Indeed, I have entrusted everything to you. Hana blinked, her crimson irises instantly returning to their usual hue. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, Yao closed his eyes tightly and began to endeavor in the study of mystical arts. Huayin then brought over a small stool, quietly sitting by the side in attentive wait. Time slipped away unnoticed, and at last, Itachi opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of murky air, his gaze becoming clearer than ever before. How do you feel, Itachi? The efficacy of the mystical arts in the Dragon Cave is quite remarkable, isn't it? Huayin gazed at the figure before her, a look of pure delight illuminating her face as she inquired. Truly remarkable. Itachi rose gracefully, his eyes radiating warmth as he replied. In an instant, a wave of natural energy surged from his being, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, enveloping him in a soft, green glow of mystical energy. Has he mastered it so swiftly? Hana gazed in astonishment at Itachi, hardly able to believe her own eyes. Well, I gave it a simple try and found it rather effortless, she remarked. Itachi slightly shook his head, observing his wife, who appeared somewhat dazed before him, as a sudden thought flickered through his mind. In the next moment, Huayin found herself nestled in Itachi's embrace. Itachi extended his finger, tenderly tapping Hanane's forehead, and the effect appeared to be truly remarkable. Huayin shyly gazed up at Itachi, yet did not resist. Very well, let us take a stroll. Itachi gently patted his wife's head before stepping outside. Huayin jogged swiftly, closely following Itachi's side. The door creaked open gently at Itachi's touch, and the sun high in the sky bathed the young man and woman in warm light. Instinctively, Itachi raised his hand to shield his eyes, which had transformed into a pale green hue. Having absorbed an abundance of natural energy, his pupils had, unbeknownst to him, also turned a delicate shade of green, subtly emanating a faint glow. After a brief moment of adjustment, Itachi proceeded forward with quiet determination. Huayin gazed at him with a look of concern, inquiring about his current state. She curiously examined Itachi from head to toe. Not bad, he replied nonchalantly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He raised his finger, and the small stones by the roadside began to rise erratically. With a flick of his hand, the stones seemed to be endowed with a magnetic force, striking the distant tree with a series of resounding thuds. Crack! The surface of the tree splintered like a spider's web, and with a final thud, it collapsed to the ground. Incredible! Hana gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, then extended her delicate hand to applaud. There is something even more impressive, Itachi remarked, raising an eyebrow as he observed his wife. With a mere flick of his finger, Hana's skirt began to rise in an erratic manner. Smack! Itachi, you fool! Hana pressed against the hem of her skirt, indignantly delivering a slap to Itachi. He covered his flushed face, gazing helplessly at his wife. He had merely been jesting, yet he was taken aback by Hana's vehement reaction. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in such matters in the future. Foolish idiot! Lecherous scoundrel! Hana's face flushed a deep crimson as she incessantly berated Itachi, yet her demeanor appeared even more endearing. Itachi sighed in resignation, lowering his head in apology. I am truly sorry. Is that sufficient? But where did I err? Huayin persistently inquired. Where have I gone wrong? The corners of Yao's eyes twitched slightly as he gazed at his haughty little wife before him, unable to suppress a smile in his heart. Are you mocking me? Hana gazed intently at the trembling figure of Itachi before her, her delicate brows furrowing gently, as a flicker of confusion sparked in her eyes. No. You are truly overthinking this. Itachi slowly shook his head, a hint of resignation evident in his gaze. Very well then. Huayin smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of blossoms unfurling in the warmth of spring, radiating a captivating brilliance. What is it that brings you such delight? The weasel inquired, leaning forward with curiosity. I just suddenly recalled an amusing incident. Huayin stifled a laugh, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue. Itachi, is it possible for your ability to make Kakashi's book suddenly soar into the air while he is engrossed in paradise of affection at night? She teased, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. It's quite the notion, Itachi remarked, gazing helplessly at his wife, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He then reached out, gently tapping her on the head. Where on earth did you acquire such peculiar ideas? I swear, It just flashed into my mind all of a sudden, she replied. Hana blinked innocently and spoke softly. Time slipped away swiftly, and that night, the moon was obscured by dense clouds, shrouding the stars in darkness. Kakashi lay in bed, his thoughts drifting, lost in contemplation. When he suddenly leaned down and retrieved a book from beneath the bed, tonight would be the last time. He was determined to quit entirely by tomorrow. Kakashi steeled himself, took a deep breath, and was about to open the novel when, unexpectedly, the book he held began to rise slowly in an uncanny manner, defying all logic. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. He hastily reached out, rubbing his bleary eyes, filled with confusion. Wait, what is happening? The book was inexplicably floating in the air. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Kakashi blinked again, his bewildered eyes wide, as he extended a trembling hand, attempting to grasp the book hovering above. However, the book seemed to be playing a game of hide and seek, rising just out of reach every time he was about to touch it, maintaining an insurmountable distance. Kakashi furrowed his brow, a deep crease forming on his forehead. At that moment, a tinkling, melodious laughter echoed from outside the window. Kakashi scowled and abruptly flung open the window. He beheld a young girl, doubled over with laughter, while Itachi stood beside her, equally bemused. The two exchanged glances, reading a shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Never mind, let's just go along with her, they thought in unison, gazing at the giggling girl with tender expressions. Chapter 247. Shall we sleep a little longer? Why do you all look at me like that? Hanin extended her finger, gently wiping away the glistening tears on her cheek. Her face, tinged with a blush from earlier laughter, resembled a freshly blossomed peach flower. Is this truly your doing? Such a trivial matter? Kakashi sighed in resignation, then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi paused momentarily, as if words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he merely exhaled a soft sigh. Perhaps it was an unwise fool who urged me to act thus. Ah. That makes perfect sense, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. Hana listened to the conversation between the two, feeling momentarily perplexed. What on earth are you discussing? Oh. It's nothing. We are merely talking about a certain little fool, Kakashi replied with a teasing glance towards the girl, his eyes brimming with playful mockery. How very peculiar. Hana felt an inexplicable sensation surge within her as she sensed the subtly mocking gazes of the two. Although difficult to articulate, it left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Moments later, a blush crept across her cheeks. Enough already, Kakashi and Itachi, do you truly believe that I am oblivious to the implications of your words? Huayin stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the two with evident displeasure, her eyes flickering with anger. Oh, so you actually understood. Kakashi's words carried a hint of surprise, yet they trailed off abruptly. At this moment, Huayin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over her, as if she had struck a soft cotton pillow with a powerful punch. As night fell and the cold wind began to rise, the moon in the sky had unknowingly been replaced by the newly risen sun, casting a warm glow. The sound of jingling bells echoed softly. Huayin furrowed her delicate brows slightly as she emerged from her cocoon of warmth, reaching out to silence the cacophonous alarm clock. Subsequently, she stifled a yawn, her gaze still imbued with remnants of drowsiness and haziness. A fleeting glance was cast upon the weasel beside her, still lost in slumber, and a warm wave of affection surged within her heart. Alas, this foolish creature remains in the realm of dreams. Hana extended her delicate fingers and gently patted Itachi's head. Slowly, Itachi opened his eyes and beheld his wife, who lay beside him with a smile, gazing at him affectionately. It is quite rare to see you awake this early, he remarked, a hint of surprise lacing his words. What do you mean? Do I not usually rise early? Hana replied, blinking in mild confusion. I recall just the other day when the alarm rang for quite some time, yet you remained in bed. And it was I who ultimately roused you, Itachi teased, his gaze filled with playful mockery as he observed his wife. Huayin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, she realized it was indeed the case. Soon, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. So, do you not intend to go to work today? You asked with curiosity. I'm too lazy to go. I will request a leave of absence shortly, she replied. Hana gently shook her head, resembling a delightful rattledrum. Then let us indulge in a moment's slumber. He held his beloved wife closely, gradually closing his eyes. Silly. Huayin murmured softly, yet she did not struggle, simply allowing you to hold her. When she opened her eyes once more, the sunlight streamed through the window, gently caressing her cheek. Realizing that she was cradling a pillow, she noticed you busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Awakening, she realized it was already noon. You gently pushed open the door to the room, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at Huayin. Yes, all is well. Hannah slowly rose from her bed. Her hair slightly tousled, yet adding an air of endearing charm. Why, Kuan, where have you placed the things I used to comb my hair? Huayin entered the bathroom. And after a bout of washing up, she pushed open the door and gazed at the weasel who was busy tidying up. Curiously, she inquired, "Why don't you take a look in your cabinet?" The weasel chuckled softly, his tone laced with affection. "Oh, very well then." Huayin nodded gracefully and then entered the room, opening the cabinet where she indeed found the hair grooming tools. After a meticulous preparation, Huayin made her way to the living room. At this moment, the dining table was impeccably set with an array of dishes. By the way, Yao Jun, how is your mastery of that celestial technique progressing? Huayin savored the meal, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she observed Itachi. It seems you have nearly mastered your training. What you now lack is practical experience. Itachi nodded, his voice low yet resolute. I see. Hannah rested her chin on her hand, her gaze contemplative, as if she were on the verge of speaking but hesitated. Why, Kuan? Would you care to spar with me later? And Huayin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed curiously at Itachi. Are you certain? Perhaps we should reconsider. I fear I may inadvertently hurt you. Itachi, beholding his wife's innocent demeanor, was overwhelmed with affection and found it difficult to proceed. How about you engage in some practice sparring with Kakashi-senpai later? Hannah continued to inquire. That is indeed a splendid idea. But we must first ascertain whether he has the time. Yo nodded in agreement. No sooner had the words left her lips than a sharp click resonated through the air as the doorknob turned. Kakashi, still shrouded in drowsiness, emerged from his chamber. Oh, you two are already up early, flaunting your affection again, he remarked. Indeed, what else could we do, considering you have no partner, Kakashi-senpai? Hannah chuckled mischievously, her tone laced with a hint of playful sarcasm. Kakashi's eyes twitched slightly at the corners as he helplessly shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, once we finished our meal, may we engage in a friendly spar? Itachi gazed expectantly at Kakashi, his voice brimming with anticipation. Of course. I would be delighted to see how much your skills have developed, Kakashi replied, shrugging nonchalantly before taking a seat and eagerly sinking his teeth into a bun. Ah, that bun was clearly meant for me. Hannah gazed at Kakashi with a hint of melancholy. Hee, but I have already consumed it. What can you do about it? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, observing their playful banter. Itachi, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, helplessly interjected, there are still some left in the kitchen. If it's insufficient, I can prepare more. Very well, please do prepare a bit extra. Kakashi replied vaguely. Itachi nodded. Chapter 248, Kakashi vs. Itachi. At this moment, in the tranquil rear mountains of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi focused intently on Itachi, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you require my mercy, or shall I hold back? No need. Itachi gently shook his head, his gaze unwavering. Kakashi-sensei, I shall engage you with the sage techniques I have recently acquired. Itachi's statement bore an air of determination. Followed by, sage techniques? When did you master them? Kakashi inquired, astonished, scrutinizing Itachi once more. Just today, Itachi replied calmly, yet with an extraordinary undertone. You wish to challenge me having just learned them? Are you truly certain you don't require my leniency? Kakashi hesitated, contemplating deeply. After all, Itachi's newly acquired sage techniques were likely still in their infancy. Perhaps it would be prudent to afford him some leeway, granting him an opportunity. Kakashi examined Itachi again, noting his tightly shut eyes in silence. He considered that perhaps utilizing only 80% of his strength would suffice to avoid inadvertently overwhelming Itachi. Shall we commence? A somewhat sorrowful voice broke the moment. Kakashi turned to see Hannah, clad in a cheerleader outfit, standing there reluctantly with pom-poms in hand. Why are you dressed like that? Kakashi asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, perplexed. Of course, I'm here to cheer for Itachi-kun. Hannah cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. You can't possibly think I've come here to cheer you on, can you? Honestly, Kakashi-senpai, your self-absorption is quite remarkable. You really are a mere fish in a vast sea. Kakashi tightened his fists, feeling an inexplicable urge to retaliate against Hannah. All right, we can begin now. Itachi slowly rose from the ground, an overwhelming surge of sage chakra enveloping him. Good heavens! Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback by the formidable aura emanating from Itachi. This cannot possibly be the work of a novice on their first day of training. His expression shifted to one of caution as he quickly retreated. putting distance between himself and Itachi. At that moment, the surrounding stones began to rise irregularly, as if compelled by an unseen force. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Itachi commanded the stones to charge toward Kakashi with remarkable speed. Raikiri. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a bolt of lightning that shattered the advancing stones into dust. The sound of crumbling echoed as debris scattered across the ground. Is this all you've got, Itachi? Kakashi taunted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist lunged toward him with blinding speed. Kakashi froze in shock. What the? Such speed? With no time to react, he instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. With a resounding impact, Kakashi was sent soaring through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing violently into a distant tree. As he slid down, he dissipated into a cloud of smoke. So it was a shadow clone technique. Itachi surveyed the scene with a piercing gaze, his eyes scanning the surroundings. At that moment, the bamboo stalks appeared to retreat before him. I found you. Itachi's gaze locked onto Kakashi, who was hidden within the foliage, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Branches that had fallen to the ground began to rise erratically, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. What had once been mundane twigs transformed into luminous projectiles, propelled by Itachi's natural energy, like a volley of arrows aimed at Kakashi. Caught off guard, Kakashi swiftly activated his Sharingan, narrowly dodging the onslaught of attacks that rained down upon him. However, the danger was far from over. Itachi's form flickered like a specter, appearing before Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing with trepidation. Itachi's fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled toward him with astonishing speed. Reacting quickly, Kakashi barely managed to parry Itachi's relentless assault, forming hand seals in search of an opportunity to counterattack. Yet Itachi showed no signs of respite, vanishing once more to Kakashi's flank. With a sweeping kick that summoned a tempest, he aimed directly at Kakashi's vital points. Kakashi narrowly evaded the strike, utilizing the insight afforded by his Sharingan to detect a fleeting opening in Itachi's movements. As their clash intensified, a powerful gust of wind enveloped the area, sending dust swirling into the air. Yet it was evident to any observer that Itachi held the upper hand. His mastery of sage techniques from the Rigindo allowed him to manipulate the environment at will. In contrast, Kakashi, a mere mortal, relied solely on his divine prowess to endure the onslaught. This divine might, indeed, was a testament to the unparalleled power of the Sharingan, proving to be formidable in its own right. Hana stood at a distance, observing the intense clash between the two combatants. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, then forcefully struck the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and a wall of earth emblazoned with a dog's head insignia surged upward. However, this earthen barrier was fleeting, shattering into fragments and dissipating into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Itachi, grasping a wooden stick, cast a piercing gaze at the trembling Kakashi, his expression icy and unwavering. Hey, Itachi, how about we call it a day? I'll concede, Kakashi uttered, his voice quivering with anxiety. At that moment, their confrontation bore an uncanny resemblance to a parent wielding a stick, chastising an unruly child. Kakashi, you are being utterly cowardly. Where has that earlier vigor vanished to? Hana cast an irritable glance at Kakashi, expressing her discontent. Kakashi returned her gaze with a disapproving stare, his tone laced with mild reproach. Hana, undeterred, widened her eyes in defiance, her expression both stubborn and endearing. Well then, I shall refrain from striking, she conceded. My magical prowess cannot be sustained for long. Itachi sighed softly, and the faint green aura of natural energy surrounding him began to dissipate gradually, returning to a state of tranquility. He resumed his usual demeanor, gazing tenderly at the two. Kakashi-sensei, you truly are inept. Such a weakling indeed. After just a few exchanges, you can no longer bear it. Huayin approached with a teasing expression. Kakashi observed her playful demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly. He then extended his hand, gently ruffling Huayin's cheeks. After a moment's reflection, he thought, how could an adult stoop to the level of a child? Kakashi chuckled lightly, his brow relaxing, and a hint of affection glimmered in his gaze. Hana was somewhat displeased by Kakashi's actions, casting him a glare. At that moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed, adding a touch of shyness to her demeanor. You too. Itachi, observing their banter, let out a familiar sigh, his gaze softening as if he were watching a heartwarming family farce. Chapter 249. Kakashi's online love interest is. Jiraiya? Itachi, please adjudicate this matter. Hana's expression was one of discontent as her gaze fixated intently on Kakashi. Please, refrain from your antics here, she said. Itachi's eyes were filled with tenderness as he gently reached out to caress his wife's flowing hair. Very well. Hana turned her head shyly, a blush creeping across her cheeks. The bond between the two of you remains so tender. Kakashi observed the intimate exchange between them, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Kakashi-sensei, why have you yet to consider finding a partner? Hana suddenly turned around, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized Kakashi. Let us discuss this matter later. Kakashi hesitated, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. You are now in your 30s. If this continues to be postponed, you may truly face a life of solitude. Huayin furrowed her brows, her tone imbued with concern. Kakashi lapsed into silence. All right, Huayin said, as Itachi let out a resigned sigh, his gaze tenderly directed towards his wife. He was well aware of Huayin's earnest nature, a fact he had long since come to accept. At that moment, the evening glow in the sky shimmered like brocade, stretching the shadows of the three figures ever longer. Sigh. Huayin let out a soft sigh, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Why do you sigh so? You curiously turned your head to gaze at your wife beside you. I do not know why. I just feel an inexplicable weariness within my heart. Huayin shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Yao couldn't help but feel a trickle of cold sweat bead on his forehead as he looked at his wife with a hint of helplessness. Behind them, Kakashi followed closely, his gaze directed towards the distant riverbank. The evening glow reflected upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle that was breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, a gust of evening wind swept by, tousling Huayin's hair. Alas, the wind tonight was rather boisterous. Hana gently brushed her hair away from her forehead, letting out a soft sigh once more. Itachi and Kakashi exchanged a glance, both displaying an expression of helplessness. Subsequently, Itachi turned to Hana with a look of concern and inquired, Do you still intend to take leave tomorrow? Indeed, I do wish to take a leave of absence. I truly have no desire to return to the security department. Hana appeared weary, yet her demeanor became increasingly adorable. You actually need not work in the future. Why expressed with quiet delight, speaking softly. Why do you say that? Huayin curiously lifted her head to gaze at Itachi. Because I can take care of you. My little fool, Itachi affectionately patted Huayin's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Hearing you say that, I feel a bit shy. Hana lowered her head shyly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, though she feigned reluctance. Meanwhile, Kakashi, trailing behind the two, wore an expression of exasperation intermingled with a hint of frustration. Hey, could you two perhaps consider my presence? Kakashi lamented. Oh, I almost forgot that Senior Kakashi is still behind us. With a light laugh, Huayin raised her delicate brows. Upon hearing her words, Kakashi fell into a profound silence, his heart a tumult of emotions. This simply would not do. He must devise a means to find a partner. Otherwise, this young woman would mercilessly mock him once more. Kakashi brooded indignantly. However, whom should he turn to in his quest for companionship? Now past his 30s, he found no allure in the youthful crowd. Women in their 30s were likely a rare sight in this village. Kakashi gazed at the shimmering surface of the distant lake, his thoughts enveloped in deep contemplation. The bright moon hung high, gradually obscured by clouds, while in the distance, a crimson sun slowly ascended. Had dawn arrived so swiftly? Hana slowly opened her drowsy eyes, gently rubbing them before directing her gaze towards her side, where the weasel lay in a deep slumber. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. Ah, that's right. It seems I do not need to go to work today, for last night. The weasel had already taken the liberty of requesting a day off for me. A fleeting memory flickered in Huayin's mind, and suddenly, she attained clarity, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Perhaps she could indulge in the warmth of this cozy blanket for a little longer. The gentle sound of footsteps glided softly as she gradually nestled deeper into the embrace of the bed, inching closer to the warm source of comfort. Her movements were tender and cautious, fearful of disturbing the tranquil atmosphere. Are you awake? The voice, shrouded in a veil of drowsiness, emerged as her eyelids slowly lifted, revealing the tender embrace of the young maiden. I wish to sleep a little longer. Please do not tease. Huayin buried her head deeply into Itachi's chest, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. Itachi gazed upon this tender scene, an endless wave of affection swelling within him, yet he merely smiled indulgently, gently patting the girl's lustrous hair without uttering another word. All right, Huayin, it is time for you to rise. I still need to prepare breakfast. He attempted to extricate himself gently, only to find Huayin nestled firmly against him. No, just let me sleep a little longer. Huayin puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction and cast a glance at you, her expression somewhat endearing. You shook his head helplessly. A smile of indulgence mixed with a touch of resignation adorning his face, and softly inquired, "Why must you hold on to me in order to sleep?" "Because when I embrace you, I feel an extraordinary sense of security. It is only in this way that I can drift into slumber." The delicate blush graced Huayin's cheeks. Her voice as soft as a whisper. "All right, then I shall sleep a little longer," Yao smiled, reclining as the girl clung to his neck like a small sloth. Meanwhile, on Short Book Street, Kakashi entered a shop, having taken special care in his appearance to appear particularly handsome. I truly feel foolish for believing in online romance," Kakashi murmured to himself while sipping his coffee. Last night, he had logged into QQ and added a friend. Their conversation was brief, yet revealed shared interests. What surprised him even more was that the girl also adored Warm Paradise, her online name seemingly something like Hero. Kakashi could hardly recall. They had arranged to meet at this very shop that morning. Last night, he had even transferred a sum of money to her. "I hope the person who arrives does not disappoint me," Kakashi mused, resting his chin on one hand and gazing lazily out the window. Before long, the door creaked open. Kakashi was taken aback, turning abruptly to find Jiraiya standing before him with a mischievous grin. "So, you were so bored that you resorted to online romance to tease me?" Kakashi looked at Jiraiya with exasperation. Don't say that. Here, this is for you." Jiraiya glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then discreetly produced a book from his coat. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he scanned the cover, cautiously checking his surroundings before leaning closer to Jiraiya. "Is this the latest edition?" How could I deceive you?" "Consider it a return on your investment in online romance," Jiraiya chuckled, promptly handing the book to Kakashi. Kakashi tucked the book into his coat, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huayin, in a dazed state, gradually opened her eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. "How peculiar it is that I have slept for such an extended period." Huayin gently shook her head, her hair swaying like a tambourine. Subsequently, she rose from her bed and approached the bedside, gazing at the time on the alarm clock, her words caught in her throat. With a soft creak, the wardrobe was tenderly opened by Huayin. The young girl changed into a fresh outfit and meticulously adorned herself before stepping into the living room. The table was already set with an array of dishes, and a thoughtful little note was placed on the dining table. The note bore a few delicate characters. "The food has cooled. Please heat it up first." Witnessing this scene, a blush crept across Huayin's cheeks, and a wave of warmth surged within her heart. She did not expect Yaokuin to be so considerate. Huayin placed the meal into the rice cooker, carefully setting it to heat. After satisfying her hunger, she reclined quietly on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Initially, she felt a sense of confusion, uncertain about her next course of action. Moreover, the issue regarding the curse mark weighed heavily on her mind. The young girl lifted her delicate, fair arm, gazing intently at the conspicuous azure curse mark, her brows furrowing in distress. How on earth should she address this matter? Huayin's gaze grew increasingly intricate. Once, this curse mark was visible to all, but now, only Huayin could perceive it. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. "They're here. Please hold on for a moment." Huayin stood up in a flurry, hastily making her way to the living room, and abruptly flung open the door. "Oh, Sasuke? What brings you here?" A flicker of surprise glimmered in Huayin's eyes as she gazed at the youth before her. "Could it truly be me?" Sasuke's brow furrowed. A hint of displeasure etched upon his countenance. "Oh, no, that's not it. Have you had lunch yet?" Hana's forehead glistened with a fine sheen of sweat, as she awkwardly engaged in conversation with Sasuke. "What delectable feast shall we indulge in for lunch, sister-in-law?" Sasuke yawned, appearing utterly exhausted. "Did you stay up all night playing video games again?" Hana's gaze fixed upon Sasuke, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as if a thought had crossed her mind. So you spent the night at the internet CAF with Jiraiya and did not return home?" She began, but before she could finish her sentence, an intense aura of hostility enveloped the air, prompting her to cease speaking abruptly. In her mind, Huayin swiftly conjured various scenarios, feigning severity as she glared at Sasuke. "Ahem, Huayin's sister, please don't misunderstand," he stammered, swallowing hard. "I was merely training with Master Jiraiya." Huayin narrowed her eyes, gazing at Sasuke with palpable suspicion. "Is that truly the case?" "Of course. Why would I deceive you?" Sasuke flailed his arms in a flustered manner, his demeanor betraying his unease. "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. The food seems to have gone cold. Allow me to reheat it for you." Hana cast a gentle glance at Sasuke before swiftly turning and making her way to the kitchen. "Thank you," Sasuke replied with a shy smile, his head nodding in bashful acknowledgement. The sound of sizzling in the kitchen gradually soothed Sasuke's restless heart. He gazed out the window, where the sun shone brilliantly. The clouds above seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, allowing a warm ray of sunlight to cascade upon the girl's face, enhancing her beauty with an enchanting glow. In no time, Huayin emerged, bearing a steaming platter of dishes, and gently placed it upon the table. Do take a moment to savor my recent culinary creations. I must tell you, I have invested considerable effort into mastering these skills. With a radiant smile, Huayin gazed at Sasuke, her eyes dancing with joy. Oh, really? Sasuke, grasping his chopsticks, stared at the exquisite dishes before him, yet hesitated to take a bite. What do you mean by that, Sasuke? Huayin placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him in frustration. Ah, it's nothing, Sasuke replied, momentarily taken aback, before finally picking up a morsel and placing it in his mouth. Initially, his brow furrowed in concentration, but soon it relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. How does it taste? Hana gazed at Sasuke with eager anticipation. Frankly, the flavor was truly delightful, exhibiting significant improvement compared to a few months prior. Sasuke closed his eyes, savoring the delicacies within his mouth, before offering a candid assessment. Splendid. I've been practicing for quite some time. Huayin cheered with excitement, her face radiating a blissful smile. Observing Huayin's adorable demeanor, Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle softly, his gaze imbued with warmth. What sister? He mused. You are, in fact, even more juvenile than I am. As time quietly slipped away, evening soon approached. One by one, people returned home from work. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed once more. One need not think deeply to realize that Itachi has returned, for he has always preferred to ring the doorbell, while Sasuke and Naruto favor the more direct approach of knocking. With a soft click, the door creaked open. Itachi, why are you home so late from work? Huayin took the folder from Itachi's hands and inquired with concern, isn't it quite early? Itachi, with a gentle gaze, replied softly while reaching out to tenderly stroke Huayin's head. Hana, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her gaze. What is happening here? Sasuke is still present. Oh. Itachi turned his head, smiling, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable intensity of murderous intent. Sasuke was instantly engulfed by a chill that sent shivers down his spine. Ahem. You may carry on. I have seen nothing. He ravenously devoured his meal, swiftly clearing his bowl, and gulped down a mouthful of water before hastily exiting the living room. Striding towards the second floor. All right, I was merely jesting. Have you eaten your fill? Itachi could not suppress a chuckle, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he gazed tenderly at his younger brother. At that moment, Sasuke slowly turned his head, his cheeks slightly reddened. I had already discerned your jest. Well then, in a little while, Obito and Minato shall be arriving. We must prepare a sumptuous dinner tonight. As Itachi spoke, he entered the kitchen to wash his hands meticulously, responding with a gentle laugh. Is that so? What grand occasion warrants such extravagance today? Hana gazed with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she inquired. Tomorrow is Christmas. Everyone in Konoha village has a day off. Are you not aware of this? Itachi regarded his wife with intrigue, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am currently unemployed, so how could I possibly keep track of such festivities? Juan murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with a delicate shade of crimson. Sitting on the chair, Sasuke observed the sweet interactions between the two, unable to suppress a shiver, secretly lamenting his inability to endure such sights. By the way, Shursui will be returning as well, Itachi suddenly remarked while chopping vegetables. Is Shursui coming back too? That is wonderful. I haven't seen him in ages. And Huayin's eyes sparkled with joy. Chapter 251, The Intoxicated Maiden. In the kitchen, two individuals busied themselves preparing dinner. The warm atmosphere was further enriched by the gentle caress of the evening breeze. Hand me the knife. I shall chop the vegetables. But you must be cautious, Itachi whispered softly, his gaze filled with affection for his wife. Blushing, Huayin shyly handed the kitchen knife to Itachi. Although her strength was formidable, and even if the knife were to inadvertently slice her finger, she could swiftly recover using her reversal technique. She nonetheless felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart under her husband's tender care. Huayin murmured softly, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. You, deeply engrossed in chopping vegetables, turned your head slightly upon hearing his wife's call, a hint of exasperation lacing his tone as he asked, What is it now? Huayin furrowed her brow slightly, secretly musing, why must the word again be added? She feigned a fierce glare at you, tentatively inquiring, Do you perhaps find me displeasing? Upon hearing this, you gazed at his wife with an expression of innocence, responding, I hold no disdain for you. What leads you to believe that I find you objectionable? Huayin feigned displeasure, turning her head away and refusing to meet Yao's gaze. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "You just added the word again. You must be somewhat impatient with me." Yao, feeling helpless, scratched his cheek, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. He paused in his task, gazing earnestly at Huayin, and said, "I was merely chopping vegetables and needed to maintain my focus. Perhaps my tone was inadvertently neglectful." Huayin's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although doubt still lingered in her heart, she gradually approached you. Suddenly, she felt a dampness on her forehead. Raising her gaze, she found you looking at her with a gentle smile. "Can you forgive me this time?" you asked with a warm glimmer in his eyes. Huayin feigned calmness as she said, "Let us temporarily forgive you, you fool. I shall return to the living room now." However, the blush on her face betrayed her true feelings, and her heart raced like a drum. Exiting the kitchen, Hannah gently shook her little head, resembling a charming rattledrum. In her heart, she mused, No, just now Itachi was clearly a bit impatient with me. I must regain my composure. What if, tonight, I shall ensure that Itachi does not easily fall asleep. Once he succumbs to slumber, I will deliberately create some noise to rouse him, and then feign innocence as I drift off to sleep. In this manner, Itachi would hesitate to speak of me so casually again. Brilliant. Exquisite. Huayin excitedly tapped her forehead, instantly resolved to execute this plan. Her heart brimmed with anticipation and joy, as if she could already envision the delightful scene that awaited her that evening. However, Huayin had not anticipated that, on this tranquil night, her actions towards the slumbering man would provoke unforeseen consequences. Perhaps she would endure a merciless beating. However, that foolish weasel stands no chance against me. Ding dong. The crisp chime of the doorbell echoed through the night sky. The graceful Huayin approached the doorway, gently pushing it open, revealing Rin with her hands clasped behind her back, followed closely by the anxious Dado. "Oh, have you two finally returned?" "Huayin, this rascal Dado has been tormenting me." Upon seeing the young girl before her, Rin could hardly contain her grievances, her face a canvas of injustice. "What, Dado, who gave you the audacity to behave this way?" Upon hearing the words, Huan immediately shielded Lin behind her, her eyes ablaze with fury, and her Sharingan activated, fixating intently on Obito. Obito, feeling the piercing gaze directed at him, could not help but shiver, his hands flailing in a panic. "Huayin, it was my negligence. I inadvertently provoked Lin. What on earth transpired?" Huayin curiously gazed at Lin, her eyes sparkling with a quest for knowledge. After Lin's thorough narration, Hannah finally comprehended the intricacies of the situation. It turned out that during their shopping excursion, Dado's blunt remarks inadvertently touched upon Lin's past, igniting this turmoil. Lin walked ahead with an expression of displeasure, while Dado trailed closely behind, his demeanor fraught with anxiety and unease. In her heart, Huayin couldn't help but murmur, "Well, in comparison, Itachi-kun is indeed more dependable." Subsequently, she shook her head helplessly, her gaze once more settling upon the two individuals. As night fell, familiar faces gradually began to visit her home. "Oh, Master Jiraiya, have you also arrived?" Upon catching sight of Jiraiya, Huayin's face revealed a hint of displeasure. "Ah, haha, Huayin, it has indeed been a long time," Jiraiya said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he awkwardly smiled and extended his hand in greeting. "I certainly do not feel the same," she retorted. "Speak. What exactly are you doing each night with Sasuke, staying out late?" Huayin furrowed her brows, her tone tinged with a hint of inquiry. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya took a nervous step back, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Shizumi, who had just entered the living room, witnessed the scene and could not help but smile gently. "You two are just as you were several years ago," Shizumi remarked, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Huayin, before slowly diverting her gaze. Outside, the sky gradually began to sprinkle with light snow. At this moment, the family gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere exceedingly vibrant. "In just a few days, a new year will arrive," Minato spoke softly, playfully toying with a glass of white wine, his gaze tender. He then rose to pour a full glass of white wine for Jiraiya. "Obito, what about you?" Minato turned, curiously inquiring of Obito. "Yes, I would like some too." Obito replied with a hearty smile, but just as he was about to rise, he was met with a fierce glare from Rin, compelling him to obediently return to his seat. Kushina, observing this exchange, could not suppress a light laugh, covering her mouth. It seems Obito is truly under the thumb of his wife. Upon hearing Kushina's teasing, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead as she thought to herself, "It appears you are the one who wields the strictest control here." "Of course," She dared not voice this thought. Subsequently, laughter and joy filled the air as everyone relished the delicious food and fine wine. During the festivities, Huayin expressed her desire to sample the taste of alcohol. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the group, she downed an entire bottle of white wine in one go. What a remarkable capacity for alcohol! Jiraiya applauded, just as he was about to refill her glass. Suddenly, with a thud, Huayin's head crashed onto the table, clearly having succumbed to inebriation after just one drink. Witnessing this, everyone broke into a cold sweat, their eyes twitching slightly. One more glass, and I can still manage. Hana unexpectedly lifted her head, a blush adorning her forehead, yet she remained charming. She mumbled incoherently, her complexion turning crimson, as the surroundings began to whirl in her vision. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider, thought Itachi, wishing to support her, but Hana forcefully pushed him away. Don't stop me, Itachi-kun. I intend to drink to my heart's content tonight, Hana declared stubbornly. Itachi shook his head in resignation, pondering internally, given your tolerance. Can you truly manage to consume any more? Chapter 252, Supporting You. Time flowed slowly, drop by drop, silently. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually grew desolate as family members departed, returning to their respective homes. Enough, you've had too much to drink. Do not continue, Itachi said, his face etched with concern as he supported his slightly inebriated wife. Huayin, in a state of delightful inebriation, giggled foolishly. Yao Jun, why do you keep swaying in front of me? What nonsensical words are you uttering? Yao, with a resigned expression, gazed at his wife and then, with a gentle embrace akin to a Princess Carrie, lifted Huayin into his arms. Hana's cheeks were flushed a rosy hue, nestled in Itachi's embrace, appearing particularly petite. All right, enough of the antics. Let me help you to bed, Itachi sighed softly, carefully carrying his wife upstairs to their room. With a gentle creak, the door was pushed open, and Itachi tenderly laid Hana upon the bed. Itachi, don't go. Just as Itachi intended to turn away, he felt his collar firmly grasped by Hana. What is the matter? Itachi halted, gazing at her with curiosity. Yet, as he leaned down, Hana playfully seized his neck. It's nothing, hee. Huayin chuckled foolishly, exuding a strong scent of alcohol. You, with a hint of resignation, gazed at Huayin and said, all right, you should let go of me now. I still need to freshen up. I can't leave. I also need to freshen up. Huayin chuckled, letting out a tipsy hiccup, her demeanor both charming and comical. Upon witnessing this scene, Itachi could not help but break into a slight sweat on his forehead. If only it were possible. He would have loved to capture this amusing moment on his phone. Alas, the ninja world had yet to invent such a device. Well then, I'll assist you. So do tread carefully, Itachi said with a resigned shake of his head, as he gently helped Huayin down from the bed. Hana moved unsteadily ahead, while Yao followed closely behind, worry etched upon his face as he silently supported her. Soon, after watching Hana complete her evening routine and fall into a deep slumber, Yao finally exhaled in relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly freshened up, changed into his nightclothes, and laid down beside her. As for Hana, witnessing her innocent demeanor filled Yao's heart with a blend of helplessness and affection. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the once pitch-black room began to lighten ever so slightly. Though still dim, it was now possible to discern shapes within. Upon hearing the roosters crow from the village entrance, Yao opened his sleep-drowsy eyes. He glanced at his wife, who remained peacefully asleep in his embrace, warmth and contentment flooding his heart. It seemed she had slept quite soundly through the night. Yao gazed at her with tender affection and gently brushed a few strands of her disheveled hair aside. Before long, Hana's eyes began to flutter open. Why am I awake? She murmured, curiosity sparkling in her gaze as she regarded Yao. You were quite tipsy last night, and I had to guide you to bed. Yao explained with a hint of exasperation. Did that really happen? Hana asked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Indeed it did, Yao thought to himself, but the sight of her adorably dazed expression made him chuckle. Well, nothing of great significance occurred, he added, rising to pull back the covers. As he lifted the blanket, Hana instinctively curled up and shivered. You fool, it's freezing. She glared at him with discontent. You were sweating quite a bit. You should get up and change your clothes, Yao said, disregarding her displeasure as he retrieved some charming nightgowns from the wardrobe and handed them to her. Oh, very well. But could you step outside for a moment? Huayin murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. You, feeling a sense of helplessness, shook his head as he opened and then shut the door once more. With a click, the door was locked, and he stood quietly outside, awaiting her. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until the faint hues of the living room gradually transformed into a gentle brightness. It was as if a white brush had been dipped into an ink painting, illuminating the room with clarity. Morning had arrived. You heard the sound of the door unlocking, followed by the slow creaking as it opened. Huayin's head hung shyly by the door as she softly murmured, "All right, you may come in. I can't fall asleep. If you wish to sleep, then do so. I still need to prepare breakfast." Yao cast a helpless glance at his naturally oblivious wife and replied with a smile. "Very well." Huayin shyly nodded, a flush blooming upon her cheeks. The crisp sound of a kitchen knife chopping vegetables resonated from the kitchen. The drowsiness within Huayin quietly dissipated. She rose slowly from her bed, her long hair casually tied up, and with a hint of languor. She made her way to the bathroom to meticulously brush her teeth and wash her face. Outside the window, dark clouds loomed, and a fine drizzle fell incessantly like threads of silk. Most of the household had already departed for work, leaving behind only one person, either sleepless from a late night or never having succumbed to slumber at all. Huayin gracefully stepped into the living room, her gaze tenderly directed towards the busy figure in the kitchen, Yao. With a soft click, the kitchen door was gently pushed open, and Yao, with steady hands, placed a steaming dish upon the dining table. "What is it?" Yao turned to Huayin, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Oh, nothing at all. I am merely here, quietly waiting for you to finish cooking." Huayin gently shook her head, a tender smile gracing her lips. Yu smiled softly, her eyes filled with affection. "Come, let us dine first." Turning, Yu retrieved 2 exquisite bowls from the kitchen, filled them with rice, and placed them on the dining table. In a gentle voice, she inquired, "After our meal, would you care to take a stroll and savor the enchanting scenery of this gentle drizzle?" Huayin gently stirred the chopsticks in her hand, her gaze drifting across the rain-drenched window, hesitantly remarking, "But it is still drizzling outside." Yu smiled subtly, his eyes radiating warmth and resolve, replying, "It is merely a light rain. Why not seize this opportunity to stroll together amidst the hazy mist of the rain?" "Very well, let us go then." Hannah finally nodded, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. After finishing their meal, the two swiftly opened the door and joyfully stepped outside for a stroll. Wai held the umbrella delicately, while Hannah silently followed by his side, her steps light and graceful. The raindrops incessantly pattered against the umbrella, producing a crisp and melodious sound, akin to a delightful symphony. Their spirits were exceptionally high as they engaged in cheerful conversation, the atmosphere warm and inviting. "By the way, do you still vividly recall those beautiful moments from the past?" Wai suddenly remembered something, then gazed tenderly at Hannah, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Was it during the time when they had just met? Hannah felt a tinge of confusion as she tilted her head, gazing at Itachi Uchiha with a face full of wonder. "Indeed. It was the moment when we encountered each other in the mountains behind the Uchiha clan." Itachi nodded with a smile, his eyes reflecting a profound nostalgia. "I had nearly forgotten it all." Huayin furrowed her delicate brows slightly, then lifted her head to gaze at Itachi with her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Is there a particular reason for your sudden mention of this matter? Or is it merely a whimsical desire to reminisce about the past?" Itachi, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders, yet his eyes concealed a hint of amusement as he looked tenderly at Huayin. Chapter 253. Have you decided on a name for the child? How utterly perplexing. Hannah cast a bewildered glance at Itachi, her eyes brimming with confusion. Upon hearing her, Itachi steadied the umbrella with one hand while instinctively scratching his cheek with the other, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. "Ahem, how about we discuss your past instead?" Itachi suggested, attempting to introduce a new topic to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "My past? What is there to speak of?" Huayin cast a fleeting glance at Itachi, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone. It was not that the past could not be mentioned, rather, in her previous life, she had wandered alone like a forsaken orphan, tirelessly toiling in the relentless grind of a 996 lifestyle. Upon traversing into this world, she found herself amidst the looming threat of annihilation. Those days were fraught with hardship and struggle. Yet, in her quest for survival, she had appeared so naive. Although Itachi had developed feelings for her, she remained vigilant, unwilling to open her heart to him. "Very well then." Itachi let out a soft sigh, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze, as if he were on the verge of speaking yet held back. "By the way, Itachi-kun," Hannah suddenly recalled something, interrupting Itachi's train of thought, her voice tinged with a hint of urgency. What is it?" Itachi turned to look at Hannah, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What were your thoughts when you first laid eyes on me? Huayin grasped Itachi's hand, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and her tone imbued with anticipation. As for my thoughts at that moment, Itachi, cradling his chin, gazed upward towards the heavens, gradually succumbing to contemplation. After a brief pause, he slowly began to speak. Oh, I recall now. You were crying at that time, tears cascading down your cheeks, creating a somewhat pitiable sight. Upon hearing the words, one could not help but feel a fine sheen of sweat bead on her forehead. She offered an awkward smile, then, in a moment of flustered indignation, rose on her toes to gently pat Itachi's head. Yes, I was indeed crying back then. But why do you remember it so vividly? Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Of course, her gesture barely reached the crown of Itachi's head, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. He towered over her petite frame of 1.6 meters, making the height difference quite apparent. Time flowed swiftly, akin to a skilled artisan weaving a coarse rope. The bittersweet experiences intermingling to form intricate patterns. In the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. Itachi had officially ascended to the position of clan leader of the Uchiha family, while Meichin retreated into the background, savoring the leisurely comforts of home life. Hanayon need not bear the burden of laborious tasks. She merely needs to accompany Mikoto and immerse herself in the delightful pastime of knitting. Ah no, that is not quite right. It should be woven this way instead. Mikoto keenly perceived the flaw in Hanayon's actions and promptly offered her correction. Oh, very well. I shall amend it at once. Hana's expression momentarily faltered, but soon, under Mikoto's attentive guidance, she immersed herself once more in the knitting of the sweater. Quite impressive. You are learning remarkably fast, Mikoto praised Hana's progress, only to shift abruptly to a somewhat unexpected inquiry. Hana, when do you and Itachi plan to have children? I have long been yearning to cradle my grandchildren. Mikoto leaned closer to Hana, her face a blend of wistfulness and anticipation. Ahem, Mom, well? It's still a bit too early for that. Huayin was taken aback by this question, taking a considerable amount of time to regain her composure. Time waits for no one. Just look at Taihwan next door, who has already established a family and is blessed with children. Meichin gently shook her head, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. Uncle Taihua, can he truly find a partner? Hana suddenly took a sip of water and nearly choked upon hearing the news. Indeed, is it not so? Mikoto cast a perplexed glance at Hana, her eyes filled with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I am merely a bit astonished, Hana hesitated, a flicker of complexity shimmering in her gaze. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. Mikoto gently waved her hand, her eyes brimming with affection as she looked at her busy daughter-in-law. Come, let us continue knitting the sweater. As she observed Hana, her heart swelled with satisfaction. This young woman was not only remarkably beautiful but also incredibly thoughtful. Her initial judgment had proven to be impeccable. By the way, Mikoto inquired curiously while knitting. Have you considered what you might name your future child? Mom, why do you keep asking this question? Huayin chuckled helplessly, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. I am simply curious. If we were to have a child, what name would we choose for a boy and what for a girl? Meichin replied with a beaming smile, her gaze imbued with anticipation. I haven't given these matters much thought yet, Mom. Hana lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. Indeed, she had never truly contemplated these matters. At that moment, a light rain began to fall outside. The delicate raindrops seeming as if the clouds in the sky had been gently parted, cascading down drop by drop. Oh dear, it's raining, Mikoto exclaimed, slapping her forehead in a fit of urgency as she rose hastily. I must quickly gather the laundry. You should rest here for a while. With that, she hurried towards the balcony. Hana sat quietly in place, watching as Mikoto's figure gradually faded into the distance. The question that had just been posed echoed persistently in her mind, stirring a ripple of contemplation within her heart. Indeed, she and Itachi had been together for such a long time, yet she had never entertained thoughts in that regard. If only. Hana's cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth, akin to a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Her thoughts surged within her mind, a blend of anticipation intertwined with a considerable amount of embarrassment. Is anyone still here? I truly cannot continue writing, so I will just casually chat here. The new book will be released on the 13th, also on this theme. I hope for some support. Additionally, I kindly request a favor for love. I deeply appreciate everyone. Chapter 254. I intend to boil water with Amaterasu. Ding dong. The doorbell rang softly, prompting Hana to hastily put down the towel in her hands and rush to the door, slowly opening it. Itachi, You have finally returned. Huayin gazed in astonishment at the figure before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. Well, the affairs of the clan are not particularly burdensome, once I manage them. I shall hasten back. With a gentle smile directed towards his wife, Yao gracefully removed his gentleman's hat from his head and delicately placed it upon the counter at the entrance. Allow me to take care of this. Hana reached out to accept the collar of the garment that Itachi had handed her, meticulously folding it before placing it upon the counter. By the way, where is mother? Itachi inquired curiously while changing his shoes. Oh, she is currently in the living room, intently weaving a towel. Hana nodded slightly, and the teasing remarks of Makoto surfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to instantly flush with a rosy hue. Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Itachi observed his wife with concern, his brow slightly furrowed. I'm fine. Hana hastily shook her head, yet her complexion deepened in color. The weather has turned cooler. You should dress warmly. Noticing her state, Itachi refrained from pressing further, instead enveloping Hana in a gentle gaze. I will be mindful, Hana replied softly, a warm current surging through her heart. Before long, the couple entered the living room hand in hand, where they found Makoto seated on the sofa, leisurely watching television while deftly knitting a towel. Itachi, you're back? Makoto paused her activity, gazing tenderly at her son, her eyes brimming with affection. Yes, Mom. What are you knitting? We already have enough clothes at home, Itachi inquired with a hint of puzzlement. I'm knitting for my future granddaughter, Makoto interrupted with a smile, her face radiating happiness. Mom, could you please? Hana's eyes widened, and she shyly glanced at Makoto, her cheeks burning with fervor. All right, I understand, Makoto sighed softly, her gaze shifting between Itachi and Hana. You both are not so young anymore. When do you plan to have children? Makoto urged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Mother, this matter is still too premature. Hana hurriedly stepped forward, gently covering Makoto's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I shall say no more, Makoto sighed once again. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation. Watching this scene unfold, Itachi couldn't help but break into a light sweat on his forehead. He was acutely aware that the elderly neighbors had long since welcomed grandchildren into their lives. Yet, he and Hana remained undecided and faced with the elders' insistence on procreation. He felt an unavoidable pang of guilt. Time flowed swiftly, the rain outside gradually ceased, and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. A cool breeze rustled the curtains, producing a gentle whisper. Hana felt a shiver run through her, prompting Makoto to hasten forward and gently close the window. Are you still cold, Hana? Makoto inquired with a worried gaze, her tone suffused with concern. I'm all right, just a slight cold lately, Hana replied. Huayin shook her head gently, then took a few tissues from the dining table to delicately wipe her nose. A slight cold? That simply wouldn't do. She must promptly visit the hospital. Mei-chin rose to her feet, anxiously assisting Huayin. Mother, really, it's unnecessary. Huayin was momentarily taken aback before reluctantly speaking. How can I say no? Let's go. Mei-chin cast a dissatisfied glance at Huayin, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. Very well then. Hana sighed softly. Yet a warm current flowed within her heart. It must be said that the technological advancement in the shinobi world indeed leaves much to be desired. Despite already possessing modern devices such as televisions and computers, automobiles remain conspicuously absent. As one traverses the roads, they can only rely on their own 2 feet for progress, or emulate the esteemed lords of certain villages by leisurely riding in horse-drawn carriages, an endeavor that is simply impractical in Konoha, where such actions would draw far too much attention. Soon after, Makoto brought Hana to the hospital. Following a brief examination, which confirmed there was no serious issue, she procured some antipyretics. How much do these fever reducers cost? Hana inquired helplessly, glancing at Makoto. Oh, compared to your health, this amount is insignificant. Makoto replied with a stern look, before producing several thick towels from her pocket and gently draping them over the young girl's fair neck. By the way, Mom, why didn't Itachi accompany us back? Huayin suddenly recalled something and let out a slight breath of warm air, inquiring with curiosity. He has gone to attend to the trivial matters of the clan and will likely be exceedingly busy during this period. Mei-chin sighed softly, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. So that is the case. Hana, seemingly lost in thought, nodded gently, her expression revealing a hint of understanding. The two continued to walk side by side, soon arriving at the residence of the Uchiha clan. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, a persistent drizzle fell upon the ground, while distant rumbles echoed intermittently, momentarily illuminating the darkened atmosphere with flashes of lightning before it swiftly returned to shadow. Why is it so chilly? Makoto couldn't help but shiver, hastily securing the door with a firm lock. Hana, you should take a bath tonight. I've prepared hot water for you, Itachi said as he descended from the second floor. Wearily massaging his temples, his voice tinged with a touch of regret. All right, she replied softly. Hana nodded obediently, a sweet smile gracing her face. Itachi, what about my hot water? Makoto gazed curiously at her son, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Mom, I'm so sorry, I nearly forgot about you. I'll prepare it for you slowly in a moment. You wouldn't mind, would you? Itachi suddenly recalled Makoto and coughed awkwardly, a bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Ah, having a wife makes one forget about their mother. It truly is disheartening, isn't it, Itachi? Makoto observed him with a hint of dissatisfaction, her tone tinged with playful sarcasm. Mom, why don't you wash up first? My constitution won't falter easily. Huayin gently patted her chest, her disheveled hair standing on end, presenting a charmingly cute appearance. Ah, my daughter-in-law truly cares for me. Mei-chin gazed at Huayin, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and warmth. She nodded, then turned to her son Itachi, a flicker of helplessness and reproach crossing her gaze. The corner of Itachi's eye twitched slightly, a wave of regret washing over him. Alas, he had indeed overlooked this matter. It seemed that from now on, he must not only pay attention to Huayin, but also be more mindful of the feelings of others. Chapter 255. What name should we give the little baby? Itachi sighed in resignation, resorting to using Amaterasu to boil water. He fixated on the surface of the water until it gradually reached a boil, at which point he slowly withdrew Amaterasu's power. All right, Mom, the water is ready. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his eye as he looked helplessly at his mother. Mei-chin's heart tightened. The words of reproach lingered on her lips, but were swallowed back down as she simply sighed softly. You foolish child, I was merely joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Hana approached with a hurried gait, her face etched with concern. Itachi, please stand still. Allow me to assist you with your healing. She rose on her toes, gently placing her hands over the corner of Itachi's eye, and an embrace of warmth surged forth instantaneously. Before long, a shimmering golden light enveloped the scene, and the blood at the corner of Itachi's eye gradually ceased, restoring its former clarity. Huayin let out a sigh of relief and gently blew into Yao's eyes, then pretended to be angry as she shot him a glare. All right, Yao-kun. Please refrain from such foolishness next time. Yao looked affectionately at his mother and Huayin, smiling as he nodded. Yes, I understand, Mom, Huayin. Huayin suddenly shifted the conversation, teasingly remarking, but speaking of which, isn't it a bit extravagant to use Amaterasu to boil water? Mei-chin couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head in resignation. Indeed, it is somewhat excessive. Her gaze fell upon the bathtub, which was already filled with steaming water. Perhaps we should let it cool down a bit. Huayin spoke softly as she turned on the shower, and the refreshing stream of water joyfully cascaded into the bathtub. Once the water reached a comfortable temperature, Huayin gently called for Mei-chin. After their bath, Huayin gently reclined on the soft, plush bed and involuntarily, the words that Mei-chin had previously spoken to her surfaced in her mind. If she were truly to have a child with Itachi, what name would befit this little one? Huayin has always felt utterly devoid of talent when it comes to naming, unable to conceive of any melodious or unique appellation. As for Yao, it is likely that he shares a similar plight in this regard. With a soft creak, the door to the room was gently pushed open, revealing Yao clad in a comfortable sleepwear, his hair still slightly damp. His handsome visage appeared even more striking under the soft glow of the light. As he gazed tenderly at Huayin, who lay on the bed. Why are you still awake? Yao inquired, simultaneously reaching for a towel to gently dry his hair, followed by a hairdryer, meticulously tending to each strand. Of course, I'm waiting for you, silly. Hana murmured softly, a sweet smile gracing her face. Oh, is that so? Yao chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Noticing that his hair was nearly dry, he gently lifted a corner of the quilt and quietly nestled himself beneath it. All right then, I shall sleep now. Huayin stifled a yawn, then extended her slender fingers to gently pat the shoulder of Yao, urging, please turn off the light. I'm utterly exhausted. All right, Yao replied, stretching out his arm to delicately switch off the bedside lamp, plunging the entire room into an abyss of darkness. Time passed swiftly, and as Huayin gradually opened her eyes, the distant mountain peaks began to blush with golden sunlight. It was evident that day had fully arrived. The young girl softly turned her head, casting her gaze beside her, only to find the space vacant, devoid of any presence. Had that fellow Yao truly left for work? Huayin let out a helpless sigh, then leisurely sat up from her bed, her gaze revealing a hint of bewilderment. At that moment, a sudden and intense pain surged through her arm, causing her to grit her silver teeth, while beads of sweat cascaded down her face like a gentle rain. After a significant pause, Huayin suddenly came to her senses, breathing heavily. It was truly perplexing. Why had the pain reemerged? She gazed intently at the peculiar curse mark on her arm, her brow furrowed tightly, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over her. It felt as though today, a few formidable Otsutsuki would invade the ninja world once more, and she would have to confront this battle all alone. Cough. Perhaps I am merely overthinking this, right? As soon as Huayin's words fell, her pupils abruptly constricted. For within her soul's perception, an exceedingly peculiar chakra descended within a radius of 300 kilometers in the distance. Goodness. I truly spoke too soon. Huayin abruptly struck her head, swiftly donning her garments with precision. Then, she flung open the window of her chamber and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped forth. Whoosh. In an instant, the figure of Huan vanished from the spot, transforming into a streak of light ascending into the heavens, leaving behind a mesmerizing trail of afterimages that evoked awe. This was the border between Konoha and the hidden cloud village. The arrival of Huayin had triggered a butterfly effect, propelling the advancement of technology within the ninja world. Once desolate paths have now been supplanted by endless highways. Flanking the roads, the vast desert stretches out, with the blazing sun hanging high above, while cacti sporadically punctuate the landscape, defiantly thriving. A gentle breeze occasionally sweeps through, carrying a hint of heat and dust. Yet the girl's gaze remains exceptionally vigilant. Who are you? Hannah's gaze suddenly froze as a dark silhouette in the distance gradually magnified, drawing closer to her. Soon after, a figure slowly stepped into her line of sight. The person had skin as pale as snow, tightly gripping a fishing rod, and wore a disdainful smirk upon their face, coldly fixated on Hannah. Was this not Tsutsuki Kenshiki? A chill coursed through Huayin's heart, prompting an instinctive wariness. Humph. Mere humans dare to flaunt their skills before me. The words of Pu Shi were steeped in arrogance and disdain. Yet, before his speech could reach its conclusion, an overwhelming force suddenly struck. With a splatter, Pu Shi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a surge of blood erupted uncontrollably, staining his garments crimson. Upon witnessing the scene, Huayin let out a cold laugh, for she had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with this fisherman. In an instant, her figure flickered, and she unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Pu's vital points. The air crackled with the force of her strike, akin to a dragon's breath. Pu was sent reeling backward, as if he were a kite severed from its string, stumbling several steps before crashing violently against the distant mountainside. At that moment, dust billowed into the air, and boulders tumbled down, creating a vast crater in an instant. Smoke and debris enveloped Pu's figure, obscuring his condition from view. Huayin let out a low growl, concentrating a radiant crimson light in one hand. In an instant, the red beam sliced through the air, racing towards the distant mountain where Otsutsuki was. A thunderous explosion erupted upon impact, reverberating through the surroundings. He can't possibly be dead, can he? Huayin remarked in astonishment, as silence lingered in the distance. With such feeble strength, how dare he invade the ninja world? What a disgrace. Chapter 256, Strolling Along, Encountering Sasuke. Ahem. Otsutsuki Pu Shi staggered to his feet, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. How dare a mere mortal injure me to such an extent? He seethed, glaring furiously at Huayin in the distance, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an inferno. If a glance could kill, Huayin would have perished countless times already. With such pitiful power, how can you even think of invading the ninja world? The delicate sound of flowers floated down like a feather, and then, with a teasing tone, it turned to Ushi. Enough with the pleasantries. Meet your demise. With a swift and decisive motion, Huayin severed Pu Shi's head from his body. A dull thud echoed as it fell. Pu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Huayin. Almost immediately, he experienced a violent wave of dizziness, witnessing his own headless form half kneeling on the ground. As he regained his senses, his gaze began to lose its focus. You shall not die a good death. Pu Shi cursed through gritted teeth. Such a loquacious fool, Huayin coldly remarked, bringing her foot down with force. A resounding thump followed, blood splattering and staining the earth crimson. Huayin gazed at all of this with an expressionless face, as if completely unfazed. Soon everything would settle down. And then it would be time to return home to savor a delightful breakfast, followed by a blissful slumber. Huayin stifled a yawn, and her figure gradually faded from view. The sun, suspended in the sky, cast its warm rays, illuminating the petite form of the young girl and stretching her shadow ever longer, akin to a captivating painting unfurling slowly. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open by the girl. As she crossed the threshold, an enticing aroma of delectable dishes wafted toward her. On the dining table, a thoughtful little note was placed, inscribed with elegant characters that read, "The meat simmers in the pot, still hot. Oh, Yukuin is truly a fool." Huayin gazed at the note, a warm current surging within her heart. Silently, she strode towards the kitchen. As she lifted the lid of the pot, an intoxicating aroma of rich meat broth wafted towards her, tantalizing her senses. The fragrance alone was enough to reveal the delightful flavors it promised. Huayin swallowed hard, serving herself a steaming bowl of rice and carefully bringing the savory meat broth to the dining table. Subsequently, the young girl took her seat and began to savor this delightful meal. The repast concluded swiftly, and Huayin resolved to return to her bed for a brief respite. As the thoughtless actions of Otsutsuki Pushi had marred her entire day, she tiptoed back to the bathroom, where she performed a simple cleansing routine. The cool droplets of water caressed her cheeks, whisking away a hint of fatigue. Thereafter, she gently reclined on her bed and succumbed to the embrace of slumber. In her dreams, Huayin felt as though she were immersed in a tranquil forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. She wandered through this serene realm, savoring the harmony and tranquility of nature. However, this peace was short-lived, as the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the dreamlike atmosphere. Pulling Huayin back to reality, she abruptly opened her eyes, only to find that dusk had descended outside, and the light within the room appeared particularly gentle. Goodness! Had I truly slept long enough to find it was already late afternoon? Huayin rubbed her drowsy eyes and sat up, a wave of inexplicable restlessness surging within her. She felt an emptiness in her heart, accompanied by a hint of solitude. Huayin gradually rose from the bed, gently changing out of her sweat-soaked garments. She then switched on the room's lights, and a soft glow instantly filled the entire space. The living room remained desolate and silent. Mei Qin and Jiao Xin Nai had made plans to go for a stroll together, and at this moment, they were not at home to keep her company. Am I truly left all alone? Hannah could not help but let out a soft sigh, tinged with a hint of resignation, as she gently pushed open the door. She resolved to venture out alone for a leisurely stroll, seeking to immerse herself in the tranquility of the night. The young girl strolled through the streets of Konoha, her hands casually tucked into her pockets. As dusk descended, a biting chill swept through the air, carrying an unmistakable sharpness. Hannah couldn't help but shiver, her body instinctively shrinking in response. This ghastly weather has indeed grown increasingly frigid. She exhaled a plume of warm breath and lifted her gaze towards the distant, twinkling streetlights, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. The nighttime thoroughfare buzzed with life, ablaze with countless lights, as throngs of people bustled about, a constant ebb and flow. The sounds of vendors calling out their wares resonated in a lively chorus, while adults clasped the hands of their children, laughter and cheer filling the air, weaving together a tapestry of heartwarming and enchanting scenes. Huayin quietly observed the scenes before her, a gentle smile gracing her features. She contemplated to herself that perhaps the will of fire, which the third Hokage had always emphasized, was indeed embodied in these ordinary yet heartwarming moments. "Ah, Huayin, what brings you here?" Sasuke strolled over leisurely, his hands tucked into his pockets, a hint of surprise illuminating his face. "Sasuke, you are here too. And remember, don't forget to call me sister." The delicate footsteps of Huan approached gracefully, playfully tapping Sasuke on the head, and then gently caressing his hair, her eyes brimming with affection. "Stop it, I'm no longer a child," Sasuke said, his face flushed, shyly stepping back and awkwardly scratching his head. "Haha, in my eyes. You will always be as adorable as you were before." Huayin gazed at the bashful Sasuke before her, her eyes shimmering with affectionate indulgence. "Surely not. For I am now taller than you," she remarked. Sasuke pouted slightly, feigning dissatisfaction as he ruffled Huayin's hair, attempting to salvage a modicum of pride. "Oh, is that so?" A slight furrow appeared on Huayin's forehead, and a conspicuous hashtag emerged. "Ahem, it's nothing, Huan. Let us be on our way. I shall treat you to a late-night snack as an apology." Noticing the situation, Sasuke hastily took a step back, diverting the conversation. "Very well, I shall reluctantly forgive you. However, you must add sister at the end." Hannah feigned dissatisfaction as she cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, yet her lips betrayed her with a subtle smile. The night air remained biting and cold, as the siblings meandered aimlessly along the streets, ultimately arriving at a brightly lit stall. "The proprietor." Huayin softly called out, her voice imbued with a touch of tenderness. Here they come. Oh dear, esteemed guests, what delectable delights would you like to indulge in? A simple and earnest middle-aged proprietor hurried over upon hearing her, rubbing his hands together, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he welcomed them. Let us stick to what we had before. Hannah expertly announced the names of the dishes, and then retrieved a neatly stacked bundle of cash from her bosom, presenting it to the proprietor. All right, I understand. Please keep it safe, she said. The owner accepted the money and promptly gathered the change before turning back to immerse himself in his bustling tasks. It was truly a rarity to remember to carry money while out and about. Sitting beside Hannah, Sasuke curiously observed the young girl, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you imply that I usually do not carry money? Hannah, upon hearing this, cast a dramatic roll of her eyes at Sasuke, feigning anger as she turned her head away. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Observing her reaction, Sasuke hurriedly waved his hands in an attempt to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. I'm unsure how to express myself. I'm just writing whatever comes to mind. Akin to scribbling aimlessly. I seek your support for my passion. Thank you all. Chapter 257. The prospect of childbirth. Will it be painful, Itachi? Hannah sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Ladies and gentlemen, your meals are ready. Please enjoy at your leisure. The earnest and unpretentious middle-aged proprietor approached with a smile, placing the dishes steadily upon the table. Hannah nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. It must be said that the barbecue from this stall in Konoha village is indeed delectable. Speaking of which, why don't we simply dine at a barbecue restaurant? Sasuke mumbled through a mouthful of tender skewered meat, posing the question. Because the prices there are exorbitantly high. Hannah sighed gently once more, then tenderly caressed Sasuke's head. Hey, could you please refrain from constantly touching my head? Sasuke replied with a look of resignation, his eyes revealing a hint of protest. Oh, I apologize. I shall refrain from doing so. Huayin awkwardly withdrew her hand, then became wholly engrossed in savoring the skewers before her. Once her fingers were slick with grease, she produced a tissue and meticulously wiped them clean. How have you changed since childhood? Sasuke inquired, his gaze fixed upon Huayin with curiosity. What has changed? Huayin momentarily froze, her eyes glimmering with confusion. In the past, when your hands were greasy, you would simply lick them clean, Sasuke remarked with a playful smile. Mischief dancing in his eyes. Did that really happen? I have no recollection of it at all. Hannah's complexion instantly turned rosy as she bashfully lowered her gaze. Indeed, during that time, you would incessantly cling to my brother, Sasuke reminisced, unable to resist teasing her. Stop, please do not bring this up again. Hannah, overwhelmed with embarrassment, lowered her head even further. Ha ha ha, it's quite rare to witness you in such a bashful state, Sasuke chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement, hesitating to speak further. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation about everyday matters. After finishing their meal, they returned together to the Uchiha clan's residence. With a creak, the door swung open as Hannah pushed it aside with vigor. Why are you so late? Where have you been? Itachi, preoccupied with preparing dinner, cast a curious glance at the pair. Oh, it's nothing. We had already dined outside, they replied. The delicate voice of Huayin responded softly. Oh, then I need not prepare meals for you. You nodded, a hint of relief gracing your face. By the way, for the next few days, I can truly take a break, free from the burdens of work. You gently placed the dishes on the table, your voice resonating with a gentle warmth. What is the reason for this? Hannah tilted her head, her eyes brimming with confusion as she gazed at Itachi. Isn't the new year approaching soon? Itachi let out a soft sigh, casting a helpless glance at his wife. Oh my, how swiftly time passes. And here we are on the brink of another new year? Huayin blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed that when the time came, our mother would likely urge us to hasten the arrival of a child. You looked at Huayin with a profound gaze, your tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing the words, Huayin instinctively took a few steps back, her face flushing with embarrassment. In her heart, she quietly muttered, what on earth is being said? Isn't Sasuke still standing beside me? Well, you may continue your conversation at your leisure. I shall not intrude. Sasuke, with a look of helplessness, glanced at the two before turning away and ascending to the second floor, returning to his room. Itachi, I must confess, I am not quite mentally prepared yet. Huayin bit her lower lip, her expression appearing somewhat pitiable. Noticing this, you slowly approached her side, gently stroking her head, and spoke in a tender tone. Do not worry, everything will be as you wish. Huayin gazed at the young man before her, a warm current surging within her heart, and she gently nodded. Time flew swiftly, and before she knew it, the night had deepened. After finishing her bath, Hannah sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her gaze traversing the window lattice, fixated on the luminous full moon, her thoughts seemingly drifting into the distance with the moonlight. What thoughts occupied her mind? Itachi gently pushed the door open, his hair still adorned with droplets of moisture. Glistening softly, as was his custom, he picked up a soft towel, meticulously drying his damp hair, and then took up the hairdryer, methodically styling strand by strand. Once everything was in order, Itachi slowly seated himself beside Hannah, his gaze unconsciously drawn to her presence. Huayin possesses a slender physique, her feet as white as jade, with curves that are both smooth and graceful, resembling exquisite jadeite. Are you not cold-dressed so lightly? Yu Zhu gazed at his wife with concern, his eyes filled with apprehension. I shall not be. Huayin gently turned her body, nestling in the embrace of Yu. She softly drew back the curtains, gazing up at the full moon suspended in the night sky. The moonlight, like water, bathed the entire room. Yu, dear Yu, do you think giving birth is painful? The voice of Huayin was interwoven with a hint of complexity and unease. Perhaps there would be some pain. Yu tightly grasped Huayin's hand, gently offering her solace. Throughout that entire process, Huayin bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes betraying a hint of unease as she lifted her gaze to meet Itachi's. The moonlight streaming in from the window cast a gentle glow on her lovely and charming visage, particularly highlighting her rosy lips, which appeared even more alluring under the silvery illumination, as if they could yield droplets of dew. Ahem, what thoughts are swirling in that little head of yours? Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat and then reached out, gently tapping Huayin's head with his fist. Ah, that hurts. Huayin cradled her head with both hands, wincing in pain as she let out a cry. Indeed, a small bump had formed on her forehead. Observing his wife's endearing and innocent demeanor, you couldn't help but smile, a gentle and indulgent expression gracing his lips. Do not always mock me. You are not in any better condition yourself. Huayin pouted in dissatisfaction and gently tapped her fist against Itachi's head. Soon, a similar bump appeared on Itachi's forehead. The two exchanged a smile, their lips curving upwards involuntarily. Alas, it seemed they had both developed a bump. Amused by my own writing, I found it difficult to continue. Dear readers, seeking inspiration for love, the struggle to write is truly painful at this moment. Chapter 258, The New Year. Well, it is quite late now. Let us rest. Itachi tenderly embraced Huayin, then slowly pulled the soft blanket over them, gently tucking it in. Silly. Huayin nestled against the chest of the weasel, not struggling, but rather closing her eyes with a sense of tranquility. The resplendent full moon in the sky gradually ascended. Time, like a fleeting horse, slipped away in an instant, and a month passed quietly. Huayin, come and lend your mother a hand. Mei Qin was meticulously affixing celebratory couplets, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Huayin. Mom, I'm here. With a sweet smile adorning Huayin's face, she approached briskly, clutching a couplet tightly in her hands. Ah, over there, right in the center of the doorframe, Mei Qin said, holding a sturdy little stool and pointing to the most prominent spot on the doorframe. All right, mother. Huayin lightly stepped onto the small stool, carefully affixing the couplets in the center of the doorframe. Phew, it's done. By the way, Mom, where has Weasel gone? Huan gracefully leapt off the bench and inquired with curiosity. He is currently at the market purchasing vegetables and will take a while to return. Mei Qin's eyes were filled with affection as she smiled and replied, Oh, I see. Huayin gently nodded, lost in contemplative thought. What troubles you, Huayin? Mei Qin gazed at the young girl with affectionate concern in her eyes. It's nothing, Mom. After the new year, do I still need to give red envelopes to the children? Hannah placed her fist gently upon her chest, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as a trace of concern crossed her face. Of course, what's wrong? Do you not wish to distribute them? Not to worry, dear. I still have ample savings. As long as you and Itachi welcome a little one, I shall transfer everything to you. Mikoto, presuming that Hannah's savings were insufficient, then spoke with a hint of playful mockery in her eyes. Ahem, I have plenty of funds. Hannah interjected. I merely wish to inquire how much we should allocate for the children's red envelopes. Huayin awkwardly cleared her throat and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke. In this world, she had little comprehension of the custom of giving red envelopes to children. In previous years, she was the one receiving red envelopes from others. But now the tables had turned, and it was her turn to bestow them upon others. One cannot help but reflect on how swiftly time passes. It seems like just a blink of an eye, and now she finds herself in the position of distributing red envelopes to the little ones during the New Year festivities. It truly evokes a multitude of emotions. All right, let me give you a red envelope, her mother said, pulling out a plump envelope from her bosom and handing it over with a gaze full of affection. Ahem, mother, rest assured, I am not short of funds. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead as she helplessly remarked, how can that be? You take it first. Makoto feigned seriousness, glaring at Huayin with unwavering resolve in her eyes. Very well. In the end, Huayin could not resist Mei-chin and reluctantly accepted the sum of money. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The exquisite clock in the living room resonated with a slow and steady rhythm. They should be returning soon. I will head to the kitchen to prepare dumplings. With a gentle smile adorning her face, Mei-chin gracefully entered the kitchen and softly replied, All right, Mom, I will assist you right away. Huayin followed closely behind, stepping over the threshold of the kitchen. You should remain comfortably seated on that warm sofa, she said. The weather grows increasingly frigid, and heaven forbid your delicate hands suffer from the cold. Mei-chin's face was a portrait of concern and tenderness, her gaze brimming with affection as she fixed her eyes upon her daughter-in-law. Mother, you truly indulge me. These tasks are not beyond my capabilities. Hannah murmured softly, a hint of bashfulness gracing her countenance. But that wouldn't do. What if you overexert yourself, and it adversely affects our little one? Makoto gently shook her head, feigning insistence, her tone imbued with both affection and concern. I am not pregnant yet. Hannah, feeling bashful, lowered her head, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Just then, the doorbell chimed unexpectedly. They must have arrived home. Please go answer the door. Makoto gazed at Hannah with indulgent eyes and gently instructed her. Certainly. Huayin nodded gently, and then with a light step, she jogged over. With a soft click, the door lock turned, and Huayin slowly opened the grand entrance. Why, Jean, Sasuke, you have finally returned? Hannah looked at the returning duo with astonishment, her eyes shimmering with delight. What else could it be? We thought you would wait for us indefinitely. Sasuke replied with a resigned shrug, a teasing smile playing on his lips. How should I converse with your sister-in-law? Itachi gently tapped Sasuke on the head, a hint of reproach crossing his features before he sighed softly. That hurts, Sasuke exclaimed, cradling his head dramatically. All right, enough of the antics. Is Naruto at home? Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, then turned to Hannah, his gaze imbued with tenderness and warmth. It seems he went out to play with that little Hyuga girl. Hannah spoke softly, inquiring when Naruto and Hinata had grown so close. Upon hearing this, Sasuke displayed a hint of disbelief on his face. Oh, you truly ought to take a page from their book and reflect upon your own demeanor. Hannah gazed at Sasuke before her eyes brimming with an expression of exasperation, as if lamenting his inability to realize his potential. I call this the heart devoid of women. Thus, I wield my blade with divine precision. Sasuke let out a light sigh, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Where did you learn such words? Hannah, on her tiptoes, playfully tugged at Sasuke's ear, her face radiating joy. All right, the dumplings are ready. Come and taste them. Makoto entered the living room, carrying a steaming bowl of dumplings, gently placing it on the dining table. Is Itachi still busy with work? Yes, he is still attending to village matters. Itachi sighed softly, a hint of fatigue evident in his gaze. Ever since he became Hokage, your father has seldom had time to return home, Makoto remarked, shaking her head with a touch of nostalgia. Soon, a knock resounded at the door. Sasuke approached to open it, and with a soft click, the door creaked ajar. I'm back. Did you miss me? Fugaku looked at Sasuke with fondness, then gently ruffled his hair. It seems you all have gathered. Fugaku surveyed the family surrounding the dining table, a warm smile gracing his lips. You, how long must you work before you can come home? Makoto placed Fugaku's coat at the entrance with a hint of reproach in her tone. I've grown accustomed to it. I shall leave the subsequent matters to Kakashi. Fugaku rubbed his temples, his face etched with exhaustion and resignation. You always trouble others. This is not good. Makoto shot Fugaku a disapproving glance, her tone laced with admonition. Ahem, let us eat first. Fugaku cleared his throat and spoke with calm authority. A meal was quickly devoured, leaving no trace behind. Henin decided to take a stroll. I shall accompany you, said Itachi gently, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. Very well, Henin replied softly. The cold night breeze sliced through the air like a blade as the young boy and girl walked side by side along the bustling commercial street of Konoha village. Come to think of it, I have scarcely encountered Lady Tsunade. Hannah's expression suddenly suggested a recollection. Are you referring to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? Itachi inquired, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Indeed, I truly wish to meet her. The last time she treated me, I have yet to find the opportunity to express my gratitude. Hana gently patted her chest, letting out a long sigh, her face awash with sentiment. There are rumors that Lady Tsunade is fond of gambling, perhaps at this very moment. She is in the bustling streets of Konoha. Itachi remarked thoughtfully, his tone imbued with warmth and understanding. Shall we go take a look? Huayin readily accepted, taking Yao's hand, her face blossoming with a sweet smile. Yao gently nodded, his eyes brimming with affection. Hana led the way joyfully ahead, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. Yao gazed at the young girl with a tender affection, as if wishing to capture every one of her movements. The village of Konoha seemed rather vast. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, the two finally arrived at the bustling Shortbook Street. As depicted in the original narrative, the street was filled with establishments of chance. The night illuminated the thoroughfare with brilliant lights, throngs of passers-by flowed incessantly, and the cacophony of lively chatter created an atmosphere of vibrant exuberance. Huayin suddenly heard a cacophony of intense scuffles emanating from within a shop. Quick, seize him. She has yet to repay her debts. Is it the fabled cash cow? Ah, she has fallen into debt once more. How many times has this occurred? Hana, with a curious demeanor, held Itachi's hand and approached a gentleman, inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask what has transpired?" The gentleman chuckled heartily, took a sip of his drink, and replied, "Ah, little miss, that rascal Tsunade has lost yet another gamble and is now making her escape. Ha ha ha. I see," said Hana, turning to Itachi. "Let us follow her and see what unfolds." Huayin cast a glance at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Itachi gently nodded, a smile dancing in his eyes. Soon, the two young souls sprang into action, their figures swiftly vanishing from sight. In a dimly lit alley, a peculiar sight unfolded. Where could that fat sheep have gone? A bald man exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion upon discovering his target had vanished. "I don't know, but it seems to be over there. Let us pursue." An anxious voice emerged from the crowd, pointing towards Tsunade in the distance. Understood. In no time, a group of sharply dressed individuals, resembling members of the underworld, armed themselves and charged forth. With a resounding crash, the wall began to crumble. Humph. Those fools think they can catch up to me. How utterly naive, Tsunade scoffed, her fist raised in defiance, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Tsunade-sama, let us not continue this gamble," Shizen lamented beside her, on the verge of tears. "What is there to fear? They can't do anything to us anyway," Tsunade said, affectionately ruffling Shizen's hair. "Hello there." Just as the two were conversing, a sweet voice chimed in. They both paused, turning their heads to find the petite figure of Huayin. Aren't you that little imp from before?" Tsunade exclaimed, her surprise evident as she scrutinized Huayin with a hint of curiosity. "Tsunade-sama, this is Huayin," Shizen whispered softly in her ear. "Oh, what brings you here? Do you have something to discuss?" Tsunade crossed her arms, eyeing Huayin with intrigue, then cast a glance at Itachi, who was concealed in the shadows. "It seems you've caught on. Truly, you are Tsunade-sama," Itachi sighed softly, stepping forward to politely acknowledge her. "You two tailing others isn't a commendable habit," Tsunade remarked, pouting slightly, a surprisingly endearing expression. "Tsunade-sama, you saved me before, and I have come to seek your assistance." Huayin smiled sweetly, her face radiating gratitude. Just as Tsunade was about to wave her hand in refusal, her pupils suddenly dilated. Before her stood the young girl, who produced a substantial amount of cash from her bosom, respectfully presenting it to Tsunade. "This is but a modest token of my appreciation. I hope that Lady Tsunade will graciously accept it." The voice of Hanin resonated with sincerity and gratitude. "It's nothing, really. I can completely accept it." Tsunade swiftly seized the banknotes, counting them before retracting her previous dismissive attitude towards the young girl. "Lady Tsunade, where has your integrity gone?" Ino's eyes twitched slightly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her heart filled with helplessness and reflection. "You see, I wish to learn Lady Tsunade's in-sealing technique." Hana winked at Tsunade. "If you wish to learn, why not seek out the current Hokage Fugaku?" Tsunade remarked with a knowing glance. "It is not the same. Having Lady Tsunade's one-on-one guidance would yield far superior results." Hana took out a large handful of banknotes from her bosom. Tsunade, indeed, received them with a cheerful smile, retracting her earlier disdain. "Ahem, I can teach you the in-sealing technique, but what compels you to learn such things?" Tsunade coughed lightly, gazing at Hana with curiosity. "Because I wish to preserve my beauty eternally, just like you, Lady Tsunade." Huayin's hands moved restlessly for a moment. Then she shyly glanced towards the corner. Standing beside her, Itachi's eyes twitched slightly. He finally comprehended why Huayin had come to seek Tsunade's company. It was for this very purpose. Oh, so that is the case. Very well, I can teach you, Tsunade said, rubbing her hands together, her gaze turning covetous. Absolutely no problem, Huayin nodded in agreement. Itachi sighed softly, retrieving a sealing scroll from his robe. This contains 10 million, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade's face lit up with excitement as she accepted the scroll. Her gaze towards Huayin growing increasingly indulgent. Come with me. Lady Tsunade, do you not have any doubts about the two of them? Shizen whispered, leaning closer to Tsunade. Doubt what? They have given me such a substantial sum of money, Tsunade scoffed. Moreover, let us not forget that Itachi's father is the current Hokage. Tsunade's tone was one of assuredness. She was no naive fool. If Fugaka had ascended to the position of Hokage, it was likely due in part to the influence of this young lad before her. Tsunade gazed at the girl before her, who blinked innocently and wore a naive expression, her eyes growing contemplative. Alas, old man, this is a consequence of your own folly. Chapter 260, Lord Snail. Within a tranquil bamboo grove, the gentle moonlight hung high in the sky, softly illuminating the young girl's face, accentuating Huayin's skin, which appeared exceptionally pure and flawless, akin to congealed fat. Tsunade slightly pursed her lips, her tone carrying an air of undeniable authority. Now, try to gather your chakra. Let me observe you closely. Understood, came the reply. Hannah gently nodded her head, and soon after, her delicate hands, as white and smooth as jade, were enveloped by a layer of faint blue chakra that was visibly apparent. However, this mere amount of chakra is insufficient. You must know how to climb trees, correct? Tsunade slightly inclined her head, then crossed her arms, scrutinizing the young girl before her from head to toe. Indeed, I am certainly capable of that. Before she could finish her sentence, the soles of Huayin's feet were enveloped in a layer of chakra, allowing her to firmly adhere to the branches. The young girl traversed effortlessly among the trees, resembling a delicate dance upon the waves. Indeed, it seems your mastery over chakra control is quite formidable. Tsunade crossed her arms and nodded once more, a glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Itachi stood at the base of the tree, his expression laced with concern as he watched Huayin. Although he was internally assured that she would remain unharmed, a sense of unease still lingered. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly, and nothing untoward transpired. After a while, the girl descended slowly, a hint of a relaxed smile adorning her face. Lady Tsunade, may I have the Yin seal now? Hannah gazed at Tsunade with palpable excitement, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. You hold this scroll. Please inscribe your name upon it. Tsunade nodded gently, then retrieved an ancient scroll from her bosom and tossed it over delicately. Upon deftly catching the scroll with one hand, Huayin cautiously unrolled it, revealing a dense array of names inscribed upon its surface, each representing a lineage of successors throughout the ages. The final column bore the 4 resplendent characters, Senju Tsunade, shimmering with an ethereal brilliance. What could this signify? Hannah raised her head, her face alight with surprise as she gazed at Tsunade, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This is a summoning scroll. Simply inscribe your name upon it, and henceforth, you shall become the inheritor of the wet-bone forest, Tsunade gently elucidated, observing the young girl before her. I see, Hannah responded, comprehension dawning upon her. Huayin murmured softly, slowly nodding her head, her eyes shimmering with resolute brilliance. Subsequently, the young girl gently pierced her thumb, and a drop of vibrant red blood immediately welled up. With a solemn flourish, Huayin inscribed her name upon the scroll, using her own blood. Very well, now you shall perform the hand seals. This should be familiar to you, correct? Tsunade deliberately slowed her pace, meticulously demonstrating the hand seals for Huayin. Indeed, I have committed it to memory. Hannah nodded earnestly, swiftly forming hand seals before pressing one hand against the scroll. With a resounding boom, the girl transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. How splendid! It seems she is a prodigy. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, her brow furrowed, eyes glinting with contemplation. Excuse me. Lady Tsunade, could this pose any danger? Itachi inquired, concern etched across his face. Not at all. Whether she encounters any legacy in the wet-bone forest depends solely on her summoning, Tsunade replied. However, it seems I might have forgotten something. She furrowed her brow, a hint of perplexity gracing her features. Lady Tsunade, you forgot to teach her the return seal. Kin meditated quietly, inching closer, her eyes filled with worry. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Oh, ha ha ha, that little one should be able to return on her own, right? She chuckled awkwardly, a look of regret adorning her face. Itachi observed Tsunade's demeanor, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he silently mused about her apparent carelessness. The surroundings were enveloped in a misty white, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. As Huayin plummeted rapidly from the heights, a sense of trepidation gripped her heart. She endeavored to activate her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, only to discover that it was beyond her reach in this moment. Thus, she found herself helplessly descending, unable to resist. Tsunade truly lacked reliability. She had provided no clarity on how to attain the legacy upon arriving here. Huayin let out a helpless sigh, her heart brimming with grievances. Fortunately, she could still wield the power of Emosu Luo. With the strength bestowed upon her, the young girl descended gracefully to the ground, landing without the slightest jolt. By the way, where exactly is this place? Huayin gazed upward at the vast, white expanse of the sky, her heart ensnared in profound contemplation, unable to find tranquility. The young girl wandered aimlessly forward, her steps imbued with a hint of confusion and uncertainty. Little one, how did you find yourself here? A gentle and delicate voice suddenly emerged, interrupting Huayin's swirling thoughts. Wait, this voice, could it be that of Lord Slug? In Huayin's heart, a sudden tremor surged, her pupils constricting instantaneously, while her face blossomed with a radiant joy. Lord Slug, I have come here specifically to seek your legacy. Huayin, filled with a mix of astonishment and delight, called out loudly to her surroundings, her voice tinged with a hint of urgency and anticipation. Soon, a creature resembling a slug emerged slowly from the ground. Its body was as white as snow, resembling a snail devoid of its shell, somewhat off-putting, indeed. Oh, what a charming little fellow. The voice of Lord Slug echoed once more. Upon hearing Lord Slug's voice, in Huayin's heart, it felt as though she were enveloped by a warm current, a sensation that was sweet and brimming with happiness. One cannot help but remark that the sound of the slug is truly melodious and enchanting. Huayin listened, entranced, and could not help but exclaim in her heart, truly, it is the voice of the island nation. Little one, what are you pondering? Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a massive cloud of smoke billowed forth before Huayin. Within the haze, a colossal figure of a slug gradually materialized, towering at a height of 100 or 200 meters, resembling a majestic mountain standing before Huayin. The smoke had yet to dissipate entirely, revealing only half of the slug's enormous body, yet the gentle voice of the great slug was already wafting through the air. Lost in thought, are you? That girl, Tsunade, surely did not teach you the return seal, did she? Huayin nodded obediently, a hint of shyness gracing her face. Alas, that girl is truly careless. However, it is fortunate that you encountered me here. The slug sighed softly, a tone tinged with both affection and exasperation. Upon reflection, it seems that the only relatively small one among the 3 great sacred lands is the Wetbone Forest. The other 2 sacred lands are vast and boundless. To seek a legacy here would likely require several months at the very least. In the original work, Jiraiya